year. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get that work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Happy New Year. We know there's still more and more of you kind of coming back into the store because you've had time off. Kids are back in school today for a lot of you. I know that. Happy New Year. We appreciate you joining us. It's going to be a great 2024. It's going to be a great show today. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne. Pope Zaza. What's going on, man?
Yeah, you're right. I've noticed in 2024 you're really trying to push the Pope Zaza.
I mentioned it yesterday at the end of the show. I feel like we don't lean into Pope Zaza enough.
We probably do. We need to create a character of some sort.
Sure.
It's got to involve a boa and sunglasses. Maybe an actual boa constrictor. Maybe like an actual a snake of some sort.
Yeah, man.
I have to overcome my deathly fear
That is an edgy pope right there. A pope with a snake around his neck. Yeah.
Well, we originally came up with Pope Zaza as a play off of Saint Omni,
right,
who was Laramie Tunsil's advisor while he was negotiating his contract, his most recent contract, and he's since divulged that Saint Omni is no longer working with him. So I wonder, maybe we could get Saint Omni. We can get maybe St. Omni on the show now that he's not working with Laramie.
All right. Let's get to work on that. I would love to have St. Omni on the show and find out how a negotiation with Bill O'Brien went on a contract extension.
Well, no, St. Omni worked with him on his most recent one.
But he didn't work on the previous one with him?
I don't think so. We'd never heard of St. Omni until, like, 5 months ago on the Pat McAfee network. Excuse me. Not the Pat McAfee network. The Pat McAfee show, which is now on ESPN. For now.
Yeah, for now.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee swore he would not give up editorial control or anything of any of his properties when he went to ESPN.
Right. That may get tested here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a big old test.
Yeah. Not many bigger wheels than Pat McAfee. Not many bigger spokes than Pat McAfee on the ESPN wheel. But his favored son that comes on with it every week might have messed with one who's bigger than Pat McAfee.
It's okay. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we'll get into it later. But Aaron Rodgers hinted at or suggested that Jimmy Kimmel might need to be on the ready when they release some of these Epstein names, and Kimmel flipped out on him. Basically said he's never had anything to do with Epstein. So ESPN declined to comment when asked if they were considering any action against the Pat McAfee show or monitoring or anything. So it'll get super interesting.
Kimmel threatened to sue him. Kimmel threatened to sue Aaron Rodgers on Twitter yesterday.
Kimmel threatened to sue him. It gets tricky with public personalities. There's almost, unless you prove that somebody was like specifically trying to damage you, and that's the only reason they said what they said, you can get away with pretty much saying anything, for better or for worse. Like, that's just the freedom of the press with public personalities. So, it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I don't think it's going to court.
No, we're going to get into the deep legalities of it now at 6:03 in the morning.
In a week where the Texans have a winner go home game against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, what's that? You know what? You started it with the Pope Zaza talk. I got my playoff beard going. I'm ready to go. The playoffs start now.
They start right now. All right, D'Amico Ryan. Here's D'Amico Ryan's on the growing process that 2023 has been for the Houston Texans. Let's focus.
For our season, it's been a growth process throughout the entire season. Our team has continued to grow each and every game, each and every week. We've grown as a team, and that's been the goal each and every. When I first started, that's the goal for me is, can we just improve one day at a time, 1 week at a time, one game at a time? Can we continue to improve? And if we continue to improve, we'll be in a good spot, and that's where we are now. Our team has improved, and they've earned the right to be in this position.
All right, so they've improved. I don't think this is the best version of the Texans that are going to be going up to Indianapolis on Saturday because Tank Dell's not out there. I will say this, Seth, the injury report, which you and I had said yesterday, we're going to be watching this early this week because Tuesday was the first practice. Everything's pushed up a day. Yesterday was really just one of those walkthroughs where they kind of did an injury report where they're like, okay, if we had practiced, this is what it would have looked like. This is, if Aaron Wilson's report is correct that I saw yesterday, this is as good a situation, I think, as you could expect heading into this game from a medical standpoint. The players that didn't practice yesterday Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods. And we should point out, Tunsil's injury on the injury report is not the knee that he's been dealing with all year. He had a groin injury he sustained against the Titans on Sunday. So it's a new injury for Laramie Tunsil. So on the surface, you go, oh, my God, the whole starting defensive line is on here again. Aaron Wilson did say that they expect Will Anderson, Sheldon Rankins, Laramie Tunsil, and Robert Woods to play, and that Beck, Malik Collins, and Jonathan Grenard they're all kind of working them out this week to see what happens. The only one that looks like he's not going to play on this list is Noah Brown, who's listed with a back injury. But depending on what injury report you look at throughout the week, he's got a hand, he's got a back, he's got about 3 or 4 injuries he's working right now.
So, yeah, and the way you phrase that, just to be clear, the ones that you definitively are not expecting to play, whereas those other 3 guys that you mentioned, it's to be determined.
TBD.
Malik Collins and John Grenard are the big ones. The defensive line played above expectations last week versus Tennessee. It's important to point out that this Colts offensive line got their crap together this year. They managed to actually improve and play closer to what you would have expected last year. It's been a long journey for this Colts offensive line, who went from being really, really awesome consistently to the last couple of years really trailing off. They're back on the upswing, so Malik Collins and John Grenard would be a big factor in this game, especially, considering Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss, the running backs, if both of them play, can be a headache. The numbers don't quite show how good they are at running the ball, mostly because teams just load up against the run. Teams come in to play the Colts and they say, look, Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss are the issues. Gardner Minshew is a nice enough fella. I admire his Daisy Dukes and his Fu Manchu, but we're not all that concerned about him throwing the ball, so we're going to load up against the run. And the numbers reflect it. The Colts can, though, if they get a lead, that's where they get dangerous, because they can run the ball to control the clock, and they rush the passer really well on the other side of the ball. So if you get down to the Colts and you start passing, that's where their pass rush really starts heating up, and the Texans might have some issues. So keeping this cannot – I really, really don't want this to be like, the Texans – start off at a 13-0 deficit type of day.
Like they did in week 2 against the Colts.
Oh, yeah, gosh.
They were down 14-0 in the first 5 minutes. And now, granted, those were Anthony Richardson touchdowns, but the Texans could not have made it look any easier in week 2 against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, some of the more notable comebacks, the games where the Texans were just kind of blanked forever and then got it going in the fourth quarter, which I would include Case Keenum in that too, not just C.J. Stroud. Because against the Titans, it was that way a little bit.
They're down 13-0.
The huge difference between now and week 2, as you pointed out yesterday, between the Texans now and the Texans in week 2 is the run defense. And that's where you feel pretty good about their ability to limit Zach Moss if he plays and Jonathan Taylor, because the run defense is now it's a top 3 run defense. Whichever metric you want to look at, yards per attempt, DVOA, what have you, they're top 3 in a lot of categories. So they're a genuinely good run defense. The biggest issue and concern I have with that is that they're just horrendous versus play action. So yes, they stuff the run really well, but at what cost? Because they give up a lot of big plays on the back end. And that's the big concern, where Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce, these guys, these receivers for the Colts, they can do damage.
They're solid, yeah.
Yeah, they can hit you on the deep ball. So continuing to improve the discipline on the back end is vital this week. And I include the linebackers in that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just excited. I got thinking yesterday, I'm like, we were talking about yesterday that the Texans, they haven't played anything but noon Sunday games. It's really funny. This is going to start to happen more and more as the Texans, next year they're going to be way more on the radar than they were coming into this season. Way more. Even with D'Amico and C.J. Stroud in training camp this year, the Texans were still way down on the radar. Higher than they'd been, but they're going to be on the radar next year. We talked to Ross Tucker yesterday, and we asked him who's going to be favored in the AFC South. He thinks it's the Texans. I like that. They are going to be one of the hot teams next year. So it's just so funny, Seth, to see national people realizing things about the Texans that are just second nature to us. Like yesterday,
Peter Schrager. Is this where you're
Peter
going with
Schrager
this?
goes.
Yeah.
Peter Schrager. That's exactly where I'm going. Peter Schrager yesterday tweets, "I had to double and triple check this, but the Texans have played only noon Sunday, I'm paraphrasing, but only noon Sunday kickoffs all year. I'm like, no bleep, Sherlock.
No, the irony of that, which is so funny, is like, hey, the team that I haven't paid attention to for the most part all year has had the exact same time slot you'd expect if I hadn't paid it. If I had actually... If they were worth paying attention to, then they also wouldn't have played just noon games all year.
Yeah. So
you can go die. All of you national media,
right.
go die. Schrager yesterday was like he was sticking up for the league hardcore on this Lions stuff. And
really?
Well, I've spoken to several league insiders, and I'll tell you what.
The guy.
The NFL has never been more right. Coming up next on NFL Network.
I was just going to say, what you're saying is the guy who hosts the morning show on the NFL Network took up for the league. But here's where I was going with this, is that it's not just this season, but like last season, the season before. Well, I'm thinking to myself, like, when was the last time the Texans went into a game like with the national stage, the national buzz, sitting down with the production team for a primetime game? And I think the last one I can remember is the Monday night game to open the COVID season. Or it might have been a Thursday night game. They opened the season against the Kansas City Chiefs in the COVID year in 2020. They were Thursday night football because the Chiefs were the defending Super Bowl champs, and the Texans opened against them on Thursday night. And then it was the COVID season, and the Texans sucked, and then yada, yada, yada. 3 years later, here we are. Like, it's been practically 3 full seasons since the Texans have played on a TV stage like this.
And, I mean, there was just so much, not to rehash the Bill O'Brien era, but there's just such a different feel about the team. And if you stop to think about the future, it's just so nice envisioning a future with D'Amico Ryans. It's like, I don't know. It's like if your daughter, let's say if your daughter brings home 2 different people that she's thinking about marrying. Let's like it's in olden times where 2 men are a-courting her. And let's see which 2 fellers are a-courting my daughter, and which one do I envision being the happiest with him as my son-in-law for the next 30 years.
D'Amico.
All right. Do I have to? Yeah.
D'Amico. Say no more.
If you don't say D'Amico, I'm not talking to you, Sean. If your answer isn't D'Amico, you're a racist son of a bitch. There's no other way around it. You just don't want your daughter marrying a black guy. That's the only possible explanation you could possibly give. So examine yourself, Bill O'Brien answerers.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in a couple of hours on the show in the 8 o'clock hour. Up next, the big theme yesterday for both of these teams, both with the Colts at their press conferences and with the Texans. This ain't week 2 anymore. Big theme yesterday. We have that for you coming up next.
Let's go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from...
SportsRadio610 for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, no, it's big. In this league, obviously, all the games are kind of must-win, some more than others. Obviously, this one is the biggest one of the year, and credit to the players for putting themselves in this position to get to this point. And we got to have a hell of a week of practice to be ready to roll.
Yeah, literal must-win for both of these teams this weekend. It is a playoff game, basically, for the Texans and the Colts. The only question after this game will be, is the winner going to be the AFC South champ? You got to wait and see how the Jags do on Sunday against the Titans before we determine that. But Colts-Texans, 7:15 kickoff, Saturday night, prime time. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you guys.
Did you mention that was Shane Steichen?
I did not. That was Shane Steichen, the Colts head coach. Thank you for I appreciate it.
It was not Nick Foles,
nope.
As some of you might think when you see him on the sidelines. Nick Foles has actually been reincarnated as Joe Flacco. So that's
no kidding.
That's how that 80s movie goes.
Yep.
Joe Flacco and Nick Foles swapped bodies.
Same guy.
Anybody that grew up in the 80s knows that that's a very real and potential
for
thing.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, no.
You go talk to Zoltar and then bada bing, bada boom, you're Nick Foles.
You're an adult. Yeah, exactly. So that was Shane Steichen, Colts head coach. Let's hear from Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. The big theme yesterday for both teams in their media sessions was that you can basically take week 2 and throw it out. These are two very, very different teams. Here's DeMeco Ryans on how much the Texans have grown since their week 2 loss to the Indianapolis Colts at home.
Yeah, we're a completely different team now from our first meeting. You put the tape on, and it's like, wow, I'm encouraged by how much better we've gotten. You kind of know who we are now. I think early in the year, every team in the league. You're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your identity, right? How are you going to play? So I think now, we know who we are, our brand of football, how we have to play, how we have to win games. That you figure that out throughout the year. You figure it out through a lot of growing pains, a lot of tough moments, but you figure it out, and we're in a good spot now.
My thing that I said that stuck out in the postgame show after that week 2 game was the honeymoon is over, because it felt that way. That looked like the 2022 Texans that day. Other than C.J. Stroud throwing for 8 jillion yards after they fell behind by 3 touchdowns, that was pretty cool. And then the honeymoon was back on the next week. They beat Jacksonville and Pittsburgh.
But that was key, though, because that was the honeymoon is over because that was a lot of people who were excited about going out and watching the Texans.
Correct.
Who came to the game, I think left and had all their enthusiasm sapped right out of them. Because there was a low tolerance at that point. The resiliency was low in the fan base at that moment. And they did. It was just a complete non-effort. They came out and Anthony Richardson ran for 2 touchdowns in which he was barely touched. Luckily, when he was touched, he concussed himself. But other than that, he ran 20 and 25 yards on those 2 touchdown runs, and it was barely contested. So that was demoralizing. It's amazing how far they've come as a defense since then. Yeah,
it's a different defense for the Texans. C.J. Stroud's grown as a player. There was no Jonathan Taylor in that game in week 2. So it's going to be different. It's going to be good. Here was C.J. Stroud acknowledging that both these teams are very different than they were in week 2.
Yeah, week 2 from now is you have 2 different football teams. They're a different team, we're a different team. And you got to kind of plan for what they've been doing lately, not more so what they did against us. Of course, you got to watch it and look because that's good background, just to see how guys play, how they move around, and stuff like that. But I feel like you definitely got to be able to throw that stuff away and look to the last couple of games they've played and really lock into what they're doing now. And they're a really special team. They've done a lot of great things, and it's going to be a good matchup.
I think if you look at what CJ's talking about, where are they now versus where were they then, Jonathan Taylor wasn't a factor then. And then also when Jonathan Taylor came back, he was not himself. He didn't look like he was, like he was going to be a workhorse at all. And as the season's gone on, they've increased his workload. And over the last few weeks, he's had a couple games where he's had 20-plus carries. Still hasn't rushed for over 100 yards in a game. And, it's not been – he's averaging 4 yards per carry. It's not been a classic Jonathan Taylor type of year. But he still has that ability. He's had games where he's averaged 6 yards per carry, 7.9 yards per carry.
It's just so fun. Again, he was still able to muscle them into paying him. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. Yeah, he's a running back, man. It's a conundrum of the century. What do you do with a running back? He's been a disappointment in a lot of respects since they signed him to that huge contract.
Absolutely.
And again, I'll keep saying this. Don't sleep on those numbers, though, just because teams are dialed in and focused on stopping him and Zach Moss. They're not that worried about Gardner Minshew.
Right.
Gardner Minshew, they run a lot of RPO. The ball comes out fast. It's not a vicious passing attack by any stretch of the imagination, but they do have the ability to take those shot plays downfield because teams are loading up versus the run. So that's where the Texans have struggled, and that's what makes me nervous about this week.
Here's Colts head coach Shane Steichen on how the Texans in particular are different.
Yeah, they're completely different. I think I obviously mentioned this early on in the season. You kind of find out about who you are, in the middle of the season. Teams change. Teams kind of find their identity on who they are. And Houston's playing really good football right now, and it's going to be a heck of a challenge for us come Saturday night.
What is the Texans' identity? He's saying teams, they take a little while to find their identity, and then I'm not asking. I'm curious. Yeah. This isn't me saying they don't have an identity or they're not a very good team. Whatever. I'm just trying. It's a fair question. I'm wondering. Okay, what is the Texans' identity?
This would be a good one for the text line, and make them humorous too. So, what is the Texans' identity? I think defensively, if you took a sampling of what other opponents say about them, I think what they would say is they fly around, and they're going to be that time of team. They've got a lot of gritty, try-hard guys, but not as many stud playmakers right now. I think that increasingly that defensive line, really over the last several weeks, has become a signature and a staple of the best version of the Texans' defense. On the back end, it hasn't been as pretty. So I think that the flying around part, the swarm mentality, and then just an actual pass rush and an ability to make tackles for a loss in the backfield, just a defensive line that plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. I think that's what their identity is right now. And it's only recent, really, that the defensive line has started pouring it on like that. So I don't know if you call that their identity. It's a burgeoning identity. Offensively, that's the tough one. It's pretty much it's C.J. Stroud, right? Their identity is the promise of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud. I think if I had to encapsulate both of those things, as you're talking it through, if I had to encapsulate both of those things, especially when the Texans are at full strength offensively, I just think aggressive is the word that comes to mind. I know every head coach comes in, every new head coach comes in, and they say, Coach, what's going to be different about you than the previous head coach? And every single head coach says, we're going to be more aggressive. They all say that. They all say that. I think D'Amico is real when it comes to that. I think the way you just described defensively is aggressive. The swarm mentality, sometimes to their own detriment, they swarm, to the point where their tackling technique is not the greatest at times, and it results in missed tackles. And I think similarly, look, when they were at full strength, there was no more aggressive team throwing the ball downfield in the NFL than the Houston Texans. So I think their identity, which if you're a fan, that's an identity you can get behind. That's a fun kind of identity to get behind.
Aggressive downfield, which is really good because they don't tend to be that good in the red zone. So it's better to score from the 50 than to try to score from the 5 right now.
It's easier for them, it feels like, sometimes.
Last week, I didn't want to complain about it after last week because it was that kind of game where they just needed to play it safe. They needed to just go ahead and, hand the ball off or what have you. It's a classic. This is where it stinks that Dameon Pierce isn't worked more into it or hasn't been able to work more into it. And you saw Bobby Slowick keeps trying to call some plays, these little pin and pull plays they love with Dameon Pierce, where everything's a little bit more straightforward. Down on the goal line, that could be an asset. I think part of the problem with the Texans right now is that their offensive linemen aren't really built for it. They're not road graders. They're not maulers. I mean, you got 3 backups starting. Tunsil's not a mauler by any stretch of the imagination, and so you got Shaq Mason pretty much, and then 4 other dudes. That's tough when you get down there.
You like this cut from C.J. Stroud, as did I. C.J. Stroud, one of the things he's gotten much better at is taking what the defense gives him. Not being overly aggressive, throwing into coverage, taking checkdowns when they're there, especially now that he's been concussed, to have the wherewithal and the good sense to not stand in the pocket and take big hits and just take the checkdowns. He was asked him. Did you want to set this
He's
up?
basically asked how is he like. I want to say Cody Davis asked him to give some examples of how he's changed, how he's gotten smarter about that since earlier in the season.
We were playing actually with the Colts week 2, and we were probably plus 25, around 25, 30 yard line, and we called not really a shot, but a 4 vertical look. And they did a good job by carrying the safeties with the vertical seams. And I had Metch, I was looking to the right and I went left, and I had Metch in the flat. And I didn't take it, and I tried to hit the check. The check down was there too. I didn't take it, and I ran. I got hit, and I threw it away. I took an extra hit for no reason, So in this past game, we had a shot play. They went Tampa 2, and I seen it was taken away, and I threw it to DP. He made a good catch, and that's just growth right there, Just knowing not to take hits when you don't need to, and just getting the ball at your hand, helping your O-line out, So that's an example of me growing in that type of area.
Yeah, and that's where
I love that he was able to cite a super specific example against this particular opponent coming up
against
weekend.
this opponent. Yeah. Well, a couple things about that. One was that when people ask, okay, what's the difference between C.J. Stroud and Deshaun Watson in their rookie years? Because there's some numbers you could point to where Deshaun is better, this, that, whatever. I think it's just really, really obvious if you go and watch some of Deshaun Watson's rookie year. And I'm not bagging on Deshaun here, and he had an awesome rookie year until he was injured. But he was not nearly, not even in the same universe as CJ when it comes to being a polished NFL quarterback. Deshaun was still a whole lot of natural ability, not just physical ability. Like Deshaun has a football IQ and a feel for the game that's kind of elite, but it was still a lot of feel, and it was a lot of athleticism. And, man, it took him about 3 years to embrace the check down. It took Deshaun a long time to embrace the check down. This is another thing where CJ he's figured it out while also remaining aggressive downfield. Mm-hmm. And that's the really amazing thing is that the first half of the season when he didn't want to take those checkdowns, he was still throwing the ball downfield without throwing interceptions.
Yeah.
He wasn't taking undue risks necessarily, but now he's realizing, okay, aside from just not taking the risk on the interception, we need a reception. So let's take that easy money instead of forcing the issue downfield where it's unlikely to be caught. Let's just take that easy money. That's something that takes. It took Pat Mahomes until his 3rd year where he really got tested by seeing a lot of cover 2. It's nice that CJ's figuring it out that fast.
Yeah, I think the physical toll factors in too, because you heard him at the end there saying, "Yeah, and I took a hit that I didn't need to take." And now the concussion I think factors into this to some degree.
That's where it's an asset not being as athletic as Deshaun Watson sometimes.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's like you take a kid that can run, really, really run. We know CJ can run better than people thought he did. You take a kid that can really run and do things athletically, and you plop him down in an NFL game and tell him, hey, just don't run too much. It makes sense in theory, but it's kind of like giving somebody a gun and then plopping them down in the middle of a bank robbery and being like, don't use your gun. Be like MacGyver. You're like, no, I'm going to point my gun at that bank robber.
I'm told the goal is to walk out of here with money. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no. I'm not saying they're the robber. They're in the bank robbery where they're getting robbed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That shows you.
Let's say a home invasion.
that shows you what I think of myself. I put myself in the shoes of the robber.
No, I should have explained that better. Yeah. So a home invasion, somebody's invading your home. Here's a gun, but you're not allowed to point it.
Right.
It's really, really hard. So sometimes, it can be an asset for your long-term development if you're athletic but not too athletic.
We got a few texts on the identity of the Texans. The identity is who's next. I think they mean next man up, or maybe who's next. Hey, man, we're going to kick your ass. Who's next? Texans' identity is C.J. Stroud with a defense is a problem. This one says, identity is really next man up because a key player is always out. I do think we got another one saying resilient and relentless. I do think there is a resiliency to this team. Mm-hmm. I think... Look, I think there's a toughness. I think when you play in 8 straight games like they did in the middle of the season, that 9 out of 10 games that come down to the last 15 to 30 seconds of a game, I think that's a big part of their identity is some mental toughness in situations like that. They're 6-3 in games that have been decided in the last 30 seconds. That's an identity right there. That's an identity.
And it's an identity. I always, the stat nerd, like the wannabe stat nerd in me always pops up at that moment and says, well, sometimes these things can be a bit of a coin flip when they come down to the last minute. This is where I would argue that, it's not always that way. Like, even the stat nerds conceded that Bill O'Brien actually was really good with a lead in close games.
Yeah.
Like, they did, like, the numbers kind of added up over time, even though we never wanted to accept it or believe it.
He was great when leading at the half.
He was above and beyond the
literally
randomness.
Great, yeah.
But I think the biggest thing, when you look at some of the close finishes at the end, a combination of, or I should say an absence of game management issues by D'Amico. And this is where I got to give so much credit to D'Amico and the guys he's working with, Caserio, everybody consulting about what their strategy is, because you're looking at a rookie head coach who's had the vast majority of their games come down to the wire, and there have been maybe 2-3 issues that we even discussed, and they weren't necessarily all that glaring. The biggest issue I can remember in game management was Bobby Slowick passing the ball in that Bengals game that led to the interception when they could have just run the ball. And, like, there have been so few game management issues. And this is in a league where, remember, guys like Andy Reid have been notorious for having bad game management.
To this day,
the Texans have a defensive-minded head coach that's been way cleaner than a lot of brilliant or supposedly brilliant coaches.
Yep.
Offensive coaches.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land off Highway 6. Thirsty Thursday, so get some wings, some cold drinks. They give away great prizes there as well. Courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. Up next, headlines. We'll do a little more Texans. C.J. Stroud gives a scouting report on the Colts. An NFL owner gets fined 6 figures for tossing a drink. And some quarterback news as well around the NFL. All in headlines next.
It's Texas. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Absolutely, man. This is stuff you dream about. These kind of opportunities, these big games. You don't play for, the regular season. Nobody cares. Shoot, we're playing prime time Saturday night. Let's ride, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited for this next one.
That's Gardner Minshew.
Who's he? What kind of Matthew McConaughey wannabe is that?
He
dude?
sounds like Mike McDaniel a little bit, like a kind of Mike McDaniel after a couple cups of coffee.
There's remember I educated you about the vocal fry when the Kardashians kind of spoke like this and girls started talking like this.
Yep.
There's like a male vocal fry going on right now, and it's a combination of like Matthew McConaughey. It can't be Mike McDaniel. It's got to be that Mike McDaniel is copying somebody else.
Yes.
But of almost like that, like super, super laid back, like way too laid back for you even to understand, man. But not surfer wannabe, and it's not stoner wannabe. I can't quite place it.
What?
But I don't want to lose to that.
No. That's what I was going to ask you. Like Gardner Minshew is technically he's 0-3 against the Texans. I know everybody's going to look back at week 2 and go, "What are you talking about? They destroyed the Texans in week 2. He didn't start that game. He was awesome in that game, but he didn't start that game."
He didn't beat the Texans with the Jaguars?
No.
He was close when he did that. He came close,
his
right?
rookie year, he came close. They needed Justin Reed to stop a 2-point conversion to win at home in week 2 that year. And then they destroyed him in London. He's 0-3 lifetime against the Texans. I don't know. What's your anxiety level going against Gardner Minshew this weekend?
I think the biggest thing is that you look at like he's doing fine. He's doing fine. So I don't know if anxiety level is the right way to put it in terms of Gardner Minshew. My anxiety level, I'll echo D'Amico a little bit here. My anxiety level is more about the actual mental sharpness of my secondary and the mistakes that they may or may not make. Gardner Minshew's doing just fine. In this offense, I think Shane Steichen's done a good job of. They still use the RPO a lot. They're doing it's a hybrid offense that can attack you in multiple different ways. But my concern is that the Texans have mental errors or physical errors on the back end, and they get torched a couple times because you do have Taylor has not been himself this year, and as banged up as Zach Moss might be, they're the genuine, real down out threat there. And this Texans defense, they play the run really well, almost to the point where I worry about it, because I worry that they're a little too focused on the run at times and biting on double moves or blowing their assignments on the back end and letting up some of these big plays.
All right, let's hear from the Texans quarterback. Here's C.J. Stroud on the Colts defensively.
I think their defense really is a really good defense, of course, up front with 99 and 90. Two really good players. Of course, and Zaire Franklin is a good backer. He flies around. I think he has the most tackles in the league right now. So he's doing a good job by getting guys on the ground and stuff. So got to just be on our A game with everything and do us as best as we can. And I'm really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, 90 and 99 are DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart. And
they're defensive tackles. Yeah. And that's where it's a little bit surprising that they're not better at run defense than they are. They're one of the worst run defenses in the league, at least in terms of yards per game. And that's with a couple of stud defensive tackles. I think some of that you can trace to Gus Bradley, their defensive coordinator, and just they're a defense that runs around a lot, super, super active, but it's kind of like, shooting BBs at a tank at times. Other than those defensive tackles, they don't necessarily have a whole lot of big, lead pipe carrying dudes in their front seven, and they can be taken advantage of in the run. That's where they feel a little bit like an old time Colts defense before they got their Super Bowl, before they got some of the bigger guys on the defense, and they were just all pass rush, and you better play with a lead. That's how they feel. They're a dangerous defense if they have a lead.
Yep.
If they don't have a lead, it's a little bit tougher.
Got to get off to a good start in this game for sure. All right, a lot of news around the NFL yesterday. Let's start with Dave Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, who, if you don't know by now, if you haven't seen the video by now, he was guilty of tossing a drink on a fan in Jacksonville this past weekend from his suite at the game. Tossed a drink 2 rows.
From way back in his seat, too. Like he was like at the counter on the inside, and he threw it over the counter and over some empty space, and then over like another couple rows of seats
out the window. And hit a couple Jaguars fans with it. It was caught on video, and the National Football League responded, I guess, yesterday by fining somebody worth $20 billion, $300,000 for his unacceptable conduct in Jacksonville during Sunday's game. Yes. I
hope he's going to be okay.
Yeah. Well,
someone started GoFundMe.
Ravel did the math, as you can imagine, and he said that's like the average American getting fined $1.77. God bless Darren Ravel.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, except we also get taxed on our income too. Where I'm guessing Dave Tepper has paid $7 a tax.
Probably. Here's a statement from David Tepper. Quote, "I'm deeply passionate about this team and regret my behavior on Sunday. I should have let NFL Stadium security handle any issues that arose. I respect the NFL's code of conduct and accept the league's discipline for my behavior." End quote.
That's a very I'm going to give him an F on the apology since he didn't actually apologize, but I might give him an A- on the blame shifting because it was subtle. I should have let security handle what was going on, which implies that, okay, there was an issue, and I was going to take – if anything, it almost tries to paint him out like a dirty Harry. And the next time I'm gonna let somebody else take out the trash.
It's so true.
I'm going to throw my drink at you.
Yeah.
You, sir, are a brute. Oh! What a Dave Tepper. Yeah. What a clown. Yeah. What a clown owner.
Yeah.
What are your billions doing for you if you're going to be affected by some Jacksonvillian coming after you? You've reached a mighty lofty status there. The entire league hates you, and you can't handle some heckling from some Jacksonville fan.
Well,
why even get $1 billion?
Right.
This is pathetic, Dave Tepper.
We're owning an NFL team. Dude, it's going to be a long time until your team is good. You don't think you're going to start getting heckled even more at all these other stadiums? That was Jacksonville, by the way. That was Jacksonville, which is the tamest stadium in the NFL. Try that in Philly when you play them next year. If they're yelling, you're going to hear some awful things when you play teams in the Northeast next year.
Sean, it might be Jacksonville, but it depends on the inebriation level and if that dude was from Orange Park or not.
Okay.
Listen. I spent a lot of time in Jacksonville. All right. There's certain there's no hills in Jacksonville, but there's some hillbillies. Okay, you gotta be careful.
Okay.
This is my prediction. I know the times. This is 2024. Dave Tepper is going to end up starting a podcast. He'll write off the $300,000 as advertising expense, and he'll title the podcast something like, "If they can cancel me, ... He's going to claim he was canceled.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow he's going to claim he was canceled after getting fined $300,000.
I would love to have been in the meeting where they came up with that as the punishment. Okay, what do we need to do? What do we need to do to send a message to this guy who's worth $20 billion? Let's fine him 0.0000001% of his net worth. That'll learn him.
They need to do something more since the money doesn't really matter with a billionaire, do something a little bit more old school, you put him in the stockade or something.
Yeah, something that embarrasses him, yes.
Yeah. Publicly shame him somehow. Deep pants him in front of another billionaire.
Right, or just he has to literally wear a clown outfit to every game next year.
That'd be awesome.
You literally have to wear a clown suit to every game next year. So
he has to dress up like Jim Irsay.
Or he has to go to Jacksonville. Go to a Jacksonville game and at halftime stand there on some sort of stage with his arms tied to his side, and Jacksonville fans get to throw drinks at him right in the middle of the field.
Yeah. Oh, that was like a dunk tank type of thing, except we're a drunk tank.
Right.
Yeah.
They're pelting him with drinks.
That's what they should do. They should treat him like a college freshman fraternity pledge or something.
Yeah.
Make him drink.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Get him to the point where he starts crying and divulging secrets and stuff.
We'll get to some of these other stories later. Jonathan Gannon said Kyler Murray is absolutely his quarterback. Kenny Pickett set the record straight. He did not refuse to back up Mason Rudolph in a game last week. We've got audio and all that. We've got audio from Aaron Rodgers saying mean things about Jimmy Kimmel. We'll get to all that later.
I'm sorry, Sean. I told you before the show I was going to focus today, and then we got through 2 items and headlines.
You're fine. You're fine. They were good items, though. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, Sports Radio 610. Let's Let's take a look back. I know D'Amico doesn't like to take a look back, but I think taking a look back in this case is going to make you feel good about Saturday. What a difference a year makes. I have my Houston Press preview and recap of last year's game between these two teams in Week 18. What were we talking about literally 1 year ago this week about a Colts-Texans game to close out the season in Indy? That is next.
Break out the brooms. The Texans swept the Titans with a dominating 26-3 win. But the job isn't done for D'Amico's crew.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. What a difference a year makes. This time a year ago, these two teams, the Colts and the Texans, were getting ready to do what they're going to do on Sunday. Play a Week 18 game. And I guess we can add one of the big differences. I mean, we already had a bunch of them going into this week. Yeah, last year it was a noon Sunday game. This year it's in prime time. Like someone had told you a year ago, yeah, these two teams are going to play again in Week 18 next year. And it's going to be in prime time on Saturday night in Week 18.
This game was really one of the most inspirational games that Davis Mills has ever played.
Yes.
It really, like, Davis Mills tried like hell. You know what it was? In Davis Mills, there's kind of like a bizarro Dak Prescott game from this year, where Dak Prescott's had a few game-winning drives, but then the defense is just completely collapsed it afterwards. This was Davis Mills, like, doing the appropriate thing of throwing an interception on what should have been the last play of the game, leading the Texans to get the number 1 overall pick. And instead, the interception went right through the hands of some fraudulent Colts defender, and the Texans end up with the number 2 pick overall. And yet, it may have ended up being the absolute perfect thing for Davis Mills to either do or have happen to him.
Well, I'm sure there were people after last year's game that like, see, look, Davis Mills made sure the Texans got the number 2 pick so they don't get Bryce Young, and he's not going to get replaced.
I guess that's the part. I should have explained that part. That's what I meant. Like, okay, assuming if the Texans did like Bryce Young, I'm still not. I don't like some of the reporting around that because it basically means that D'Amico got hired, and then within 48 hours he and Caserio said, "Yeah, let's take the Bryce Young kid before any pro days or anything." Yeah.
Here was my lead into my preview of this game last year on the Houston Press. I do 4 things to watch for on Friday, and I do 4 winners, 4 losers on Sunday. This is how far this matchup has come in 1 year. And I said this: when the Texans and Colts finished in a 20-20 tie in Week 1 of the 2022 NFL season, the general impression so early in the season was the Texans were an overachieving team that blew a big lead, and the Colts were a good football team that was maybe a little asleep at the wheel while breaking in a new QB, Matt Ryan. As it turns out, 17 weeks later, we can just state what has now become obvious. That was just 2 evenly matched bad football teams who were each trying to give a game away. It turns out the Texans are the worst team in the NFL. It turns out Matt Ryan stinks. And it turns out the Colts are using a former broadcaster and Colts player with no coaching experience as their head coach in this game.
Oh,
Jeff Saturday.
Man, I can't believe they pulled one out against Jeff Saturday.
Jeff
that was
Saturday,
awesome.
Yeah. So these were my 4 things to watch for. I won't read the entire paragraphs for these. Number 4, get one last look at the franchise, Rex Burkhead.
Oh, boy. Yeah, boy. Rex Burkhead. I feel a little bit bad for Rex Burkhead.
Yeah.
That he stepped into a situation where, I don't know, maybe he thought he had something left in the tank, or I don't know if he would have expected that the Texans were planning on making him the go-to guy on 3rd downs. Hey, you're going to become the emblem of everything everybody hates about this team.
Yeah.
When it's 3rd and 10, we're going to throw it to you 5 yards short of the sticks.
Yeah.
And everybody will have their attention focused on you as an emblem of just how bad and lost the Texans are right now.
Yep.
He never asked for that.
Yep.
He wanted to be a guy to kind of be used in a complimentary fashion. The way it was in New England. With Rex Burkhead, they didn't depend on him every week. He would go broad stretches without being, asked to do anything at all. And then all of a sudden, when the game plan asked for it, he'd show up. Sometimes it was in the playoffs. He comes here and is like, no. You're going to be our bell cow.
You're the bell cow.
You're going to be our standard bearer on this really, really bad football team.
Yep. Number 3, things to watch for in last year's game, Kenyon Green. Let's get one last look at Kenyon Green. He's a rookie. He was a rookie last year. He's a guard they drafted out of Texas A&M in the first round a couple years ago.
No,
they did. Look it up.
That's not true. No, they got Kyle Hamilton, didn't they? They drafted Kyle Hamilton.
Don't you do this. Don't you do this to me.
I saw Kyle. There was a tweet yesterday where somebody, I hate it when they do this, but somebody was like, Kyle Hamilton can name all 12 players drafted ahead of him. Yeah. I'm like, okay, he remembered 12 famous people. Good for him.
Yeah.
Like, that's tough to do. Wait, 13 famous people. I'm like, yeah. My first thought was it should be a list of 10. It should be just 10 people.
No kidding. Yeah. Don't make me hate Kyle Hamilton either. Number 2. These are things we were watching for. Keep in mind, this is for a playoff spot this year. Last year, number 2, Jerry Hughes. Yeah. He had 9 sacks going into that game. He was going for double-digit sacks. He didn't get there, I don't think.
Probably be the last time he plays in the NFL, unless he comes back and has a strip sack in the first half
Game changer.
of a game versus the Titans in the second to last week of the season next year.
Here was the big one. This was number 1. This is what we were watching for a year ago in this game. A game that a year later is for a playoff spot. Draft positioning. Battle for draft positioning. As of this week, here's the current order at the top of the draft, and the Texans were 1 and the Bears were 2. A Texans loss sews up the first overall pick. A Texans win coupled with a Bears loss would mean the Texans pick second. And since these two teams tied in week 1, the Colts and the Texans, we should acknowledge that a tie locks up the number 1 overall pick for the Texans as well. We know what happened.
Semi-win.
Yeah, semi-win would have locked it up. But we know what happened. The Texans went out and, gosh darn done, won a football game.
You know what, man? Remember what it was like having to go through that bargaining with yourself over whether you wanted the team to win? This is like over the entire second half of the season or however long. Do you want the team to win this week, or ultimately you just want them to lose all the games? Should they outright tank all of that stuff? And then, those little calculations that you have to do about, where you might end up in the draft, and you're hoping it's number 1 or number 2. It's so much nicer, even though I hate both of them, both scenarios, I get overwhelmed, but it's so much nicer to be worrying about, like, okay, how do you get a home playoff game? How do you win the division? How do you make the playoffs? It felt dirty last year. Felt like a sleazy whore. Like, not in the way I normally do, but like an extra way. I felt like a sleazy
an even
whore.
sleazier whore than you already are. I got you.
Yeah.
I never want to do that again. Not because, and honestly, it's not because you're going to watch a team that's losing a bunch of football games. That part sucks. But really, like the part at the end of the season where you're bargaining with yourself throughout the entire game in Week 18. And as it turns out, it was all for naught. Like we should have been. As it turns out, we should have been rooting for them to win, because that's how they wound up with the number 2 pick, and you wind up with C.J. Stroud, and life is way, way better than if we had Bryce Young right now.
People liked saying that somehow Lovie Smith had decided to screw the Texans by, as a football coach, trying to win the game he was coaching. Those same people haven't come back and talked about what an awesome thing it was that he, since it's all premeditated apparently, that he gifted the Texans C.J. Stroud.
They've not.
It's weird.
They've not.
Yeah.
I'll just read the one paragraph in my post-game, my recap of it about the draft and Bryce Young. I do 4 winners, 4 losers, and one of the 4 losers was Bryce Young fans. And I said this. Man, I read this. I'm like, man, I wasn't nearly as angry writing this paragraph as I was when Jordan Akins caught that football. Right now, Young is the consensus top player in the draft, but it's far from a lock he'll be the first player or even the first quarterback taken. There's a long way to go, and Young's diminutive size is going to be a huge topic. It would have been fun, though, speculating about Young as a Texan with the first overall pick. Now with the second overall pick, most Texan fans are now scared the Colts will trade up to number 1 with the Bears. Not fun. So I wasn't nearly as agitated there that the Texans had the number 2 pick as I was in the moment. I had calmed down, I guess. I'd cooled off a little bit. Maybe you talked me off the ledge.
Did you predict that Bryce Young would be a huge disappointment and that by the end of the season, the owner of his football team would be throwing his drink at fans?
I did, but not in this particular column that you and I are looking at.
Right.
Yeah, I totally
I wonder,
did.
do you think Bryce Young is afraid of Dave Tepper? Like physically afraid of him?
Not physically afraid, like he's going to get hurt or something like that.
Yeah.
But I could see where Bryce Young, would be intimidated around Dave Tepper, knowing how angry he is. Bryce seems like, I don't know.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Bryce doesn't seem like a get-in-your-face kind of guy. Yeah,
Okay, let's imagine Dave Tepper, flipping out on Bryce Young for some random reason versus flipping out on C.J. Stroud for some random reason. C.J.
Dude.
C.J. I don't know how C.J. would respond. Other than that, it's not the. I'm envisioning Bryce Young cowering, and
yes.
There's definitely no CJ cowering.
100%.
There. Yeah.
There's cowering going on with Bryce Young. A year ago, the coaches in this game were Lovie Smith and Jeff Saturday. This year, they are D'Amico Ryans and Shane Steichen. There have been major upgrades. The quarterbacks were Davis Mills and Sam Ehlinger. This year, it's C.J. Stroud and Gardner Minshew. How about this one, Seth? The Texans had 9 players targeted in the passing game in last year's game in Week 18.
Oh, yeah.
One of those 9 players will play for them on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Man, that's a turnover right there.
And it's Dare Ogunbowale. Like, it's not even...
Yeah, it's not like a marquee main guy.
Yeah, these were, real quick, these were the guys who caught passes from Davis Mills in last year's game. Brandon Cooks, Tegan Kitoriano, Jordan Akins, Chris Moore, Amari Rogers, Dare, Royce Freeman, and Rex Burkhead. One of them is still with the team.
So Dare Ogunbowale is here. Brandon Cooks played in that game.
Yeah, he was
lamentably
good.
At the time. That people are upset about that. He's really coming on for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Have you been able to enjoy Brandon Cook's success with the Cowboys? The fact that the Texans are winning, I think, has allowed me to be more magnanimous with Brandon Cook's success with the Cowboys. When I've watched him, I've genuinely felt like, oh, good for him. Okay, good.
Okay. It's a complex question because the Brandon Cooks relationship was complex. There was a time where we all liked Brandon Cooks. At the beginning of the year, I was rooting hard against him. When Mike McCarthy was not calling plays to him and saying, hey, I'm not a fantasy football owner, I laughed my ass off. I'm with you now. Like, I'm indifferent towards Brandon Cooks. If he scores a touchdown, he scores a touchdown. And you're right. It's my angst about Brandon Cooks has steadily gone down as the Texans have become steadily more relevant during the season.
Yeah.
Like NFL relevant. Yeah.
It's like it's always like your ex. You don't worry too much about your ex-girlfriend's love life as long as your love life is going on.
That's exactly right. Yes, that's exactly right.
It's when your life isn't going well that's when you got to park outside by the curb until 3 a.m. It's just for her safety.
Yeah,
it's for her safety.
Yeah. No, but I will say this: like Brandon Cooks going and doing his thing in Dallas, where I don't have to watch, I can just look at the box scores. It's a lot easier. Similar to your analogy, I don't need the video popping up on my feed or anything like that. Like Brandon Cooks. Or an ex, I don't need to see the video of it. I just know
I never even loved you, Brandon Cooks.
Right.
I don't even, you're the ugly one.
Yeah.
I don't even cared about you at all.
He is doing well. He's playing well for them. That was a good pickup by them. Texans are 80-1 to win the Super Bowl right now. They bottomed out after the last Colts game. Their odds were at their worst at 500-1. The Texans were
just last week.
No. After they lost to the Colts in Week 2.
Oh, in Week 2.
In Week 2, yeah. When they lost to the Colts in Week 2, they were 500-1 to win the Super Bowl. They are 80-1 right now. The Texans are.
After that Colts game, that was a dark feeling. It felt like because they were competitive against the Ravens, and you understood that we didn't know exactly what the Ravens were at that point, except that they were going to probably have a really good defense, they've got But the Ravens also, at that point, remember, the Ravens also had a new offensive coordinator. Lamar Jackson didn't look like himself necessarily. So by the time you get crushed by the Colts, it felt like, oh, wow, they've got a lot further to go than I thought. And then all of a sudden, everything turned around in a crazy, crazy way.
If you're wondering what hardware Texans are going to bring home this year individually, D'Amico Ryans and Shane Steichen, the two coaches in this game on Saturday night, are heavy underdogs now to Kevin Stefanski to win. Stefanski is 1-9 to win Coach of the Year, minus 900. So Kevin Stefanski and C.J. Stroud are about the same level of lock to win their respective awards, Coach of the Year and Offensive Rookie of the Year right now.
Stefanski gets the credit, I think, amongst voters for coming up the hard way, so to speak. He's had some ups and downs since he's been there. He was probably on the extreme hot seat at the beginning of the year.
Definitely was.
Especially if you would have said at the beginning of the year, okay, Stefanski's on the hot seat, and by the way, Deshaun Watson isn't even going to play half the games this year. And they'll end up playing 4 starting quarterbacks, including Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Do you think what are the I personally thought Stefanski was a goner. And I didn't think their defense was going to be able to hold up the way they have. Like they've surpassed a lot of different expectations.
I'm with you. I sure as hell don't say he's winning Coach of the Year. It's
right.
And is the coach of a dangerous team like that? That's the quintessential. None of the division champions want to play the Cleveland Browns kind of thing.
Even I think on ESPN, whatever the show is, NFL Insider or whatever it is, they were talking about Joe Flacco's interceptions. And because, like, the numbers, if you extrapolate it out, he's got, like, 20 interceptions on the year if he played this way all year. I think if you think of the 2 interceptions in the Texans games, those were both safe interceptions.
Yep. One
was an arm punt. It wasn't on third down, but it was still an arm punt. And then the other one was the last play of the half.
Yep.
So, like, it's not as bad as maybe the numbers suggest. I think in a lot of ways, he's just going YOLO on this thing. And he's like, all right, I'm going to let it fly.
Yeah.
If they intercept it downfield, I don't care about my stats. I'm just trying to win football games.
I'm surprised that we haven't gotten something like that, and maybe it exists. Something that you don't just go by number of interceptions. Like, there's a rating on each interception that rates just how detrimental it is.
Pro Football Focus does that, and then EPA factors that stuff in too. Yeah. So some of the more, like Pro Football Focus, their quarterback ratings are actually interesting to me. I hate a lot of their grades, but they calculate in drops and catchable balls, interception-worthy throws.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they even grade you by interception. It's by turnover-worthy plays.
Yeah.
So there's more. They add more nuance to it.
I don't know what to make of Will Anderson's candidacy for Defensive Rookie of the Year. He has that huge game against Denver, and the week before he was 14-1. He has a big game against Denver, and all of a sudden he's like a coin flip with Jalen Carter. And then he hurts himself the next week, and he's gone for basically 2 games, and he's 33-1. And then he has 2 sacks and 6 pressures and 12 snaps, and now all of a sudden he's back to being just under 4-1. He went from 33-1 to 4-1 in a week. Jalen Carter's still the heavy favorite, but I think Will Anderson, Seth, is one of the individual Texans who has a ton to gain by playing a primetime game this weekend. If Will Anderson goes out and does this weekend what he did last weekend against the Titans, he's going to get a ton of buzz for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
So Jalen Carter has 6 sacks as an interior defensive lineman. He has 18 solo tackles. Will Anderson as a defensive end, so theoretically easier to be a pass rusher, and he doesn't weigh 340 pounds or whatever Jalen Carter weighs. He's got 7 sacks, but 29 solo tackles. I think that if you looked at it, boy, all right, yesterday afternoon I went and I watched a bunch of stupid stuff to try to follow up on something CJ said. Today I might have to go up and watch a bunch of Jalen Carter film to see exactly, like on a down-in, down-out basis, how consistent he is versus the run. Because I think Will Anderson versus the run has been way more impressive to me in a lot of ways than his sack numbers.
Yeah.
And his sacks, remember, his sacks have come as the season's gone on.
Yeah.
They're all, 6 of them are in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
So he's really ascended. But he's been good against the run the entire time. And I wonder if he's been the more consistently solid player the entire year, as well as gotten better. I don't know how much of that matters in the eyes of the voters ultimately.
I wonder if you took a poll of the 32 GMs around the league and said you can take your pick, Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. I wonder who would win that right now.
Especially, okay, who votes on this? This is the AP writers?
Yeah,
because this is the part, honestly, I can 100% guarantee you that Jalen Carter has not been a huge positive influence on the culture of that Eagles team the way Will Anderson has for the Texans. I mean, Will Anderson's been part of a huge, massive shift in paradigm as a rookie. And, like, the Eagles are going the opposite direction. The Eagles are falling apart at the seams. I'm not blaming Jalen Carter for that, but he certainly hasn't been some part of a solution.
And that paradigm shift you're talking about will be on a gigantic infomercial on Saturday night for 3 hours. That's huge.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, Will Anderson individually has a ton to gain by this game being played in prime time on Saturday.
I hope they have a Will Anderson package. Show everybody that package, and then that helps.
Show the Will Anderson package.
Show Will Anderson's package
Absolutely.
to the entire world, and a lot of the voters will see it.
For sure.
Duly impressed.
And he'll win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Absolutely. All right.
Like a video, a compilation of video things.
Right.
That he's done before.
Quarterback drama around the NFL. Arizona, Pittsburgh, the Pat McAfee Show. We'll get into all of it next.
Let's go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from
can just Swiffer Heavy Duty Duster, proud partner of the American Lung Association.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
QB drama, we'll get into that in just a second. 7:45. Did Mike Vrabel do something yesterday that has us feeling better about the Texans winning the division? We'll get to that. Top 8 at 8. John McClain. Busy Wednesday here on the show. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Before we get to QB drama, there's a texter who has hypothesized that Dave Tepper was throwing his drink. Carolina owner David Tepper, who got fined $300,000 yesterday for tossing a drink at a Jacksonville Jaguar fan at the Panthers-Jags game on Sunday. Texter says, was Tepper throwing his drink at Jags lady?
Certainly not.
I don't think so.
Jags lady would have been up over that partition
and
at his throat. And I'll tell you what, Dave Tepper wouldn't stand a chance. Little finance boy.
Nope.
Take that, finance boy.
That's right.
We got a barroom brawling Jags lady coming after your ass.
Yeah.
You're going to try your taekwondo you took at the Y?
Well,
yeah, good luck with that.
And I agree with you. Physically, she wins the battle. And then if it turned into a battle of financial wherewithal, I remind you, she does have a beach house.
And I was in Miami with my new beach house. Well, it was a couple minutes from the beach.
Couple minutes. Back then. She's probably living on the beach now, I would imagine.
I just love that she censored her. She edited herself in the middle of it. Oh, it was a couple blocks from the beach.
House that she
I don't want you to break my balls over it or anything. Yeah.
Well, it's a couple minutes from the beach. Yeah. All right.
How close do you think it was to the beach?
I don't think she has a beach house. I don't think the beach house exists. All right, Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon was on his weekly show in Arizona yesterday, and I apologize. I don't have the names of the hosts here in front of me. I'll get them by the time this cut is over.
I'm sure they'll forgive you, Sean.
Yeah, it was in the email I sent to Ben, but I didn't put it in the rundown. But here is Jonathan Gannon on his weekly coaches show yesterday being asked, is Kyler Murray your guy? The Cardinals may have a top 2 pick in the draft after this weekend in a QB-heavy draft. Is Kyler Murray still your guy?
Is there any doubt in your mind who your quarterback is going to be for next season?
No, there's not.
He's your guy.
I love this guy, man.
Why are you laughing?
I love this guy. No, there's no doubt.
You love which guy?
Ain't talking to me. Number one, our franchise quarterback. Yeah. That's who I love.
But you didn't know him. He had a lot to prove coming off the injury.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's a good point, guys. Like, being with him, being here for a year with him now, I'm more convicted than when I got here.
The Burns and Gambo show in Phoenix.
Okay.
Burns
honestly, when he said I love this guy, I thought he was talking about either Burns or Gambo.
I did too.
You think that? Yeah, I thought he was like one of those guys was maybe just kind of like giving him the hard line questioning and everything. And Gannon was at that point. It sounded almost like a nervous chuckle.
Yeah.
He was like, I love this Gambo.
Yeah.
Not gonna.
Thanks for setting me up that I'm gonna have to lie about our franchise quarterback here.
Hey, listen, Gambo. I just came from a city where their most popular social media stars love to just throw out Italian American slurs. So just so you know, I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah,
I had to run away from that place.
That's right.
Philadelphia.
That's right.
So
do you believe him?
I believe that he feels that way because he has no choice but to feel that way, and that ultimately it's probably not his decision. He'll have input and everything, obviously, but the GM is going to pick who they take. But I also think that they might, after they evaluate the quarterbacks and they look at what Kyler Murray brings to the table, they're going to be intrigued by what they've done over this time since he came back. They're 3-4 since Kyler Murray came back. And Kyler Murray, you have to understand, like, he had never been in anything but an extreme spread system, and he had excelled in that. But Cliff Kingsbury came in, and they were running that was not an NFL offense. It was so frustrating. When people wanted him here as an offensive coordinator, and I was as a head coach. No, it was when D'Amico was hired and people wanted him to hire him as an offensive coordinator. Yeah. And I was just besides myself with rage that anybody who suggests that Cliff Kingsbury should be an offensive coordinator in the NFL. When it did start to sort of kind of work in Arizona for them for the little while, it's because they just kept drafting and signing wide receiver after wide receiver after wide receiver, but they never excelled or progressed on into being an actual NFL offense. with this offense, which is a Kubiak Shanahan style deal, Kyler Murray is under center way more than he ever was before. He's got to make more decisions and be more involved in the entire game, including the run game, than he ever has before. And I think that there's untapped potential there that you got to see what you have.
Yeah.
I think if you can take the best parts of what he had always been, which is a college spread system quarterback, and now teach him how to play NFL quarterback, I think there's potential there.
I think there's two quarterbacks who I would have bet a lot of money would not be on their teams that they're on now going into next year, were Justin Fields and Kyler Murray. And I think there's a good chance they're both quarterbacking their teams next year. I think even the Bears with the first overall pick, I think there's a chance that Justin Fields has saved his job there.
Yeah. I talked to one of the Cardinals media members after the Texans played in the Cardinals, and they said that Kyler in the locker room just looked physically exhausted. Not emotionally exhausted for having lost the game or anything, but just physically exhausted because it was his second game back, and again, in that offense, he's just doing way more than he'd ever been asked to do before. And it was taxing for him, but it looked like he was on board with it, which is what my thought coming out of that game was, man, I really hope Kyler Murray gives this an honest and genuine chance, because this is what he needs. He didn't, when people were, talking about him not being in the playbook and everything, honestly, I don't think Cliff Kingsbury actually really knew or understood or set expectations for what being an NFL quarterback is.
Yeah. He's
a college coach, and he needs to stay in college. He's an awesome college offensive coordinator, but he does not know what he's doing in the NFL. And he's a smart guy. There's something that he just doesn't get it.
Yeah.
There's a part of him that just wants to stick to the air raid style and not progress and elevate beyond that. And it's weird, like pass protection, stuff like that. I don't know if it's boring to him, but he's not an NFL coach.
More QB drama. Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph is going to start for the Steelers against the Ravens on Saturday afternoon this week. He's had a good couple of games. There was a rumor floating around that Kenny Pickett refused to back up Mason Rudolph in their game this past week that the Steelers played and won to keep their playoff hopes alive. Kenny Pickett set the record straight yesterday with the media in Pittsburgh that absolutely was not the case.
I saw reports out there that I feel like we're attacking, my character and how I am as a person, not even getting into a player standpoint of it. There was no talk of me being a backup quarterback this week in terms of being a 2. If I was healthy enough to play and the trainers and coaches felt like I looked good enough to play, I was going to start and play. If they believed that I was not, which they believed I was not going to dress and suit up for the game. So whoever reported that, I don't know where it started. It's kind of crazy what people will write and put out there to try to, prove their point or help their standpoint or their careers and what you guys do. But disappointed to see that without any proof or basis of it. So this week I'm now the 2. They feel good 4 weeks out of the surgery for me to dress and be the 2. So I will be the 2 and do what I have to do to be ready to go for Baltimore. So if there's any other questions about that, I feel like I answered it pretty good there. If there's anything else, is there any Baltimore questions that we get on to Baltimore?
Do you know who started it all, Sean? A radio host, Pittsburgh sports radio host, Mark Madden of 105.
Oh, Mark Madden.
He was the first one that had tweeted out that Pickett 100% refused to be the backup. He took Steelers media to task for not reporting it, even though they knew it. So I don't know what they knew or didn't know, or just like maybe how reliable the information was, but Kenny Pickett seems to think that Mark Madden was 100% wrong.
Madden I know who Mark Madden is because he used to be the color commentator on WCW Monday Nitro back in the late 90s.
Oh, really?
He's got a shock jock element to him, yes.
He's got a flair.
He does, big time.
Is 105.9 the X? Is that even a sports radio station?
It's not our sister station, because our sister station is that's the one Filipponi's on up there.
I'm so confused now because on Twitter he's Mark Madden X.
Yeah, right.
At Mark Madden X.
Yep.
But then I don't know if they're saying he said on X.com or if the radio station is called the X.
But it's him who said it, right?
It's him who said it, yeah.
So Kenny Pickett sets the record straight. Last one here for this segment. Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and they were actually talking about this phenomenon that the logos for the Super Bowls the past few years, the color scheme has wound up matching the two teams that get into the Super Bowl, as if to say it's a conspiracy sort of thing.
Yeah.
Somehow that topic veered over into Aaron Rodgers making a run at Jimmy Kimmel.
Bring it up, Foxy or somebody back there.
Seats on it.
Bring up Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put on the screen. And then bring up 57 and 56.
Does that have something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar. Yeah. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Mm-hmm. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are, sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. Mm-hmm. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting
That's
for
the one.
You've been waiting for
Hey, I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
Yeah, you've been calling for it for a few years now.
All right, so there you go.
Okay, so
the implication was from Aaron Rodgers is that Jimmy Kimmel better be careful, because his name's probably on the Jeffrey Epstein list of clients that are going to be coming out here, or could be coming out here in short order.
You know the problem with this is where I've realized I am in life, that I'm willing to entertain in any given conversation. I'm willing to entertain one conspiracy theory from a person. It's the guy that's got 7 in the holster, where I'm like, all right, listen, man, all right, I know, I'm a sheeple, okay, I get it, I cannot discuss all of these conspiracy theories with you, or even give you I'm going to try to give you a genuine open ear, but when I can tell that you've devoted hours per day on your conspiracy theories, I can't take it. So what did Jimmy Kimmel have to say
Jimmy
about this?
Kimmel tweeted, and by the way, what McAfee's referring to there, that this spat between Rodgers and Kimmel goes back to March, when Rodgers suggested that information regarding UFOs was released as a distraction from the Epstein client list during an appearance with McAfee. And then Jimmy Kimmel made fun of him on the Jimmy Kimmel show, which is what Jimmy Kimmel does. So yeah. Rodgers' salvo back is to basically imply that Jimmy Kimmel's name is on the Jeffrey Epstein list. Here's what Kimmel tweeted last night. Dear a-hole, for the record, I've not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list, other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality. Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court.
That's where Aaron Rodgers, when he likes being in this, he pretends he doesn't like it, and yet he goes on McAfee for an hour every week as he rails against people wanting to know about him, and then he tells them all this stuff. But when it comes to jousting back and forth with somebody, he's the guy that you say something about his shoes, and he's like, "Yeah, well, your wife's a whore,
right? You're a pedophile,
right, dude.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what he's doing here. That's what he's doing here. Now,
or is he? We'll see. We'll see when the list comes out, Sean.
Maybe.
I don't know. I've seen 17 lists that all end up being bunk, so I don't know which list we're waiting.
The big thing here is that McAfee and Kimmel both work for the same corporate parent in Disney. McAfee works for ESPN, and Jimmy Kimmel's show is on ABC, and that's going to be the thing to watch here over the next several days and weeks, is does Kimmel flex his muscle and say, get this clown off of our network every week. Look what he's saying about me and about a lot of other things as well.
Well, that would be interesting. It's funny. It's Well, I intensely dislike a lot of the crap that Aaron Rodgers says. And it says zero. I've gone back over to the other side. I was trying to see things clearly and everything. He's just insufferable. Yeah. It's just constantly something. It's constantly something with him, and he's always playing the Southern Belle about it. He's like, I don't know why. I don't know why they're so keyed up about what I said, even though I clearly said it to get them all keyed up. It's strange. Just little old me, poor Aaron Rodgers, the victim.
He does. He's the worst.
Yeah.
Does this bit of Mike Vrabel audio make you feel better about the chances of the Titans beating the Jags? You'll hear it next. Oh, but first, Soup Mart. Okay, sorry. Hey.
edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I think I went back through, we asked earlier, hey, what's the Texans' identity? It came up in our conversation earlier, and Seth put it to the text page, which was a wise move because we got some good answers. My favorite one is a very simple one. Texans' identity is FAFO, F-A-F-O. For those of you who don't know, that acronym stands for F around and find out. You know,
so I didn't know the acronym.
Yeah,
I know the phrase, obviously.
Yeah,
maybe I've been too offline.
Yeah,
I can get up to speed on my acronyms in 2024.
Re-immerse yourself in the internet. It's a very healthy place. Yeah,
I'm so much less suicidal though, having stayed away from it. I don't want to
take your chances.
I mean, no, not tendencies, but ideation. You know, lots of ideation when I'm on the social media. All the
hear
time.
you.
I'll forgo some acronyms. Okay.
FAFO. I like that. Let's just do that. Let's get some FAFO T-shirts out there with the Texans logo. There are 6 teams, Seth. I'm looking at a graphic on Instagram right now. There are 6 teams that have win and you're in scenarios for Week 18. Win a game, you're in the playoffs. 3 of them are in the AFC South. 2 are in the NFC North. There's 2 in the NFC. If the Bucs win, they win the division. They're in the NFC South. If the Packers win, they get a wild card in the NFC. Similarly, if the Bills win, they win the AFC East. The other 3 teams, so 6 teams, the other 3 of the 3 teams in the AFC South, the Jags, who, of course, if they win, they clinch the division. If the Texans and Colts play each other, the winner of that game clinches at minimum a playoff spot. But if the Jags were to lose to the Titans on Sunday, then the winner of the Texans-Colts game is your 2023 AFC South champion. So the Texans could hang another division championship banner. The odds are against it right now, but it could happen. The biggest impediment to that is, quite honestly, the Titans beating the Jags more so than the Texans winning on Saturday. I think Texans are going to win on Saturday. We just saw the Titans this past week at NRG Stadium. It was not good. Mike Vrabel met with the media yesterday. Seth, as you've pointed out, Mike Vrabel's body language during that Texans game, subpar, not great body language.
It was bad Urban Meyer.
Not inspirational one bit.
It was Urban Meyer without, strip away recruiting violations, coworker lap dances, and anything else. Take away everything he
kicking
holds dear.
His kicker in pregame warm-ups.
Blaming retirement on health problems and that mysteriously vanished. All those things, and it was nothing but bad body language.
Bad body language from Mike Vrabel. So here was Mike Vrabel at his press conference yesterday when he was asked, okay, so you're 5-11, you're out of it. Why is this game important?
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Why?
It sucks. Losing. Awful. That's why I want to win. Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
Okay.
That was he was speaking to Gentry Estes, who's a sports columnist for the Tennessean.
Poor Gentry.
Gentry got his butt. Well, I got to tell you, I think Gentry, it's the worst question you get at the end of a losing season when somebody asks you, what's your motivation for winning this game? And you never quite know how to answer it because do you ever go down to the park and ask 2 teams playing basketball, hey, what's your motivation for trying to win that other team? I'm a human being. I like to win things. That's how human beings are dialed. That's how we're wired. You want to beat somebody that you're playing something against. Because I'm human, Gentry. Okay, what the hell are you? You freak. That's what I would say.
So that clip you heard right there, that's what was making the rounds yesterday, those 30 seconds. Because it's juicy. He cursed and he got angry at Gentry. Vrabel did go on to give it maybe a more civil remainder of his answer as to why this is important.
It's not about, hey, we'll go into the offseason with a good note. Nobody knows what you did on January 7th or 8th or 6th in April when you come back. But, you want to see, just it all come together. And just put 4 quarters together. win a game like we talked about. You come in here, well, close game. Yeah, we feel the same way. In that game the other day, we got to put ourselves into a competitive game where it's, back and forth, and there's some field position, and then you score, and you take care of the football. And we just hadn't done that in the opportunities that we had, that were like, okay, we fought and we were close, but I think that's why. You just put yourself in a competitive situation, come up with a way to, make a play in the second half to win the game. That's what I hope for. Sorry about my language.
So he was able to cool off a little bit.
He had mentioned that he was, he wasn't sleeping much, because he just feels, you're thinking about a lot of that stuff. Yeah, that's a classic sleep deprivation, temper tantrum followed by, whatever discipline and anger management techniques you've learned over the years to a genuine apology. I don't think he wanted to yell at poor Gentry.
Do you feel better, worse, or the same about the Titans doing the Texans' dirty work on Sunday to win a division for them? If the Texans are able to beat the Colts, obviously, does that 90 seconds worth of Rabel audio that you heard make you feel better, worse, or not affect at all your enthusiasm for the Titans possibly beating the Jags?
I think it makes me feel better about it. I think, if anything, like, Vrabel's probably at his best when their back is up against the wall. Like, obviously this year it hasn't made the difference or anything, but when he can get emotional buy-in from his players and maybe there. But he also, Vrabel might be getting to that point where, sometimes just the messages start to get stale after a while. Coaches that have strong personalities, and it's not their fault necessarily. It's just it sometimes doesn't weather adversity as well as you think it might. And there's nothing Vrabel can do about it other than, like, all right, he's a guy that, people are gonna love him when things are going well because he's just like a classic alpha male, caveman mentality type of dude. But I don't know. So, but I do think for just 1 week, the other thing too that I think he'll be preaching to a lot of the younger guys and everything, which is 100% true, is, hey, this offseason, if you're not on this team and teams are looking at you, this will be one of the first games they look at. They're going to look at your last 4 games, and this one better look good. And, so, like, from a pure selfish perspective, if you go out there, and especially when you're playing against guys who, well, they'll be playing against motivated guys, it's like that's a big part of it that the younger guys really need to understand. Like, okay, you might be getting distracted by vacation plans or something, but this is your resume right here to an extreme degree.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence, hopeful to play this week. I'm looking at some tweets. Progressing well, day to day. We'll see more on Wednesday, which is today. So those are the injury. I'm looking at a tweet of an injury update from Doug Peterson on Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence. And C.J. Beathard was fine last week against Carolina. They won 26-0. He did enough to beat a bad football team.
Yeah. Titans
are a bad football team. He might do enough to beat them too. Who knows?
I wonder if Will Levis. Do they know for sure who's playing?
No, I'm just looking at the Jacksonville side.
I don't know. No. Do the Titans know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up.
My schedule's all screwed up because it feels like I should be further ahead in this than I am, but it's only Wednesday. It's Thursday in my brain because the Texans play a day earlier.
Yep. So that's a very sad head coach. Here was a very happy college head coach, possibly soon to be NFL head coach, Jim Harbaugh, following the Michigan win over Alabama in the Rose Bowl to send them to the national championship game, saying his quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, best Michigan quarterback ever.
And in overtime against Alabama, I think the last quarterback to win in overtime against Alabama was none other than Tom Brady. And I've said it before, but this is right here. This is the greatest quarterback in University of Michigan college football history. Got a long way to go to get to get where Tom Brady eventually got to, which is the GOAT. I mean, he's lapped the field when it comes to that. But in a college career, there's been nobody at Michigan better than JJ. And I know we talk about an amalgamation of quarterbacks. He is that guy.
Tom Brady agreed with Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
He responded, "No doubt." So
college quarterback, Harbaugh is right.
Yeah. Brady'd be the first to tell you that he wasn't, like, you might not say it was his fault, but that he wasn't the greatest, not even nearly the greatest. Was he even as good as Chad Henne as a Michigan quarterback? It was just the circumstances that kept him from really getting a genuine shot at being the guy there.
Yeah, he was in the process of getting unseated by Drew Henson towards the end of his career.
I feel like Harbaugh, in trying to, emphasize that he was acknowledging Brady's greatness as a pro quarterback, I feel like he almost went a little too far to the point where it felt like he was emphasizing that Brady wasn't that great a college quarterback. Like it was.
Well, we should
he was really good, but let's remember. Nah, on the college level. But awesome in the NFL. Awesome, but nothing like his college career. I mean, he was the pits.
Put J.J. McCarthy aside for a second. Jim Harbaugh was a successful Michigan quarterback, so he's probably been involved in those arguments before, like as to who the best Michigan quarterback's been. And he's
so what you're saying is that Tom Brady, in saying no doubt, was saying, yeah, he was way better than you, Harbaugh.
I think he may have been, and I think Harbaugh has definitely had practice at dismissing Tom Brady as a Michigan quarterback. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's true. Exactly. Every time. That's got to be the most annoying. Those are probably the debates amongst middle-aged people about the greatest Michigan quarterback. There's got to be so many annoying disclaimers about yes, we understand that Tom Brady.
Just college.
Oh, certainly.
Just
he's the best. He's the best, of course. Yes, but okay. But just as yeah.
The Darren Ravel tweeted this at halftime of the Washington-Texas game, halftime of the Sugar Bowl. The game was tied at 21. The get-in price for the college football playoff national title game, which is going to be played here at NRG Stadium on Monday, was $2,900. And then Texas loses. By Tuesday afternoon, it was down to $1,187.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it dropped like 60-something percent, yeah.
I guess that shouldn't be that big a surprise. It's impressive that it was that powerful.
The thing I was most surprised about in this Ravel tweet, and maybe I just haven't been to a college football playoff national championship game ever. I mean, I've been to a big bowl, several big bowl games before in the pre-playoff era. The lowest face value for a ticket to the national championship game is $650.
Wow,
that seems aggressive to me. I don't know.
Seems messed up, man.
Yeah.
I don't know though. You know what you do though. You got a situation there where you have two massive fan bases typically, and two massive fan bases that can only fill half a stadium apiece.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of people that know, unless it's a team like Alabama or something, it's going to be perhaps your only chance in a lifetime to see that team in that situation.
Yeah, and when I guess I don't begrudge them for that. I'm just surprised it was that high. That's all. If you get what you can get, and obviously if even without Texas, the lowest price to get into the stadium is still $500 higher than the lowest face value of a ticket to get in, then there's money still left on the table there. I would have taken the under on $650. I wouldn't pay $650 to sit in the second to last row of a college football national championship game. I don't think I'd even do that if my school were playing in it. I'd watch it in the comfort of somewhere that had beers less than $18 a beer. That's what I would probably do.
I guess on the secondary market for the Super Bowl, the lowest individual price tickets. So this is on the secondary market, $4,400.
Yeah.
That's not face value, but my God.
I'd almost feel better doing that as someone who didn't have a rooting interest and just pay it to say I went to the Super Bowl or I went to a particular Super Bowl like that had, Tom Brady in it or some, couple historic things going on in the game, whatever the case may be. Paying $4,400 with the chance that I might go watch my team get their ass kicked is would scare the hell out of me, honestly.
I get it. I'm trying to figure out. That can't be the actual face value of the Super Bowl tickets, is it?
I don't know, man. Those have gotten pricey.
$4,500 face value.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. John McClain joins us in about 25 minutes or so. Let's do the 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your day going.
One.
Texans, let's start there. They're getting ready for the Colts. The kickoff on Saturday is 7:15 p.m. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown gets started at 4:15 Saturday afternoon. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. I wonder if people are having watch parties on Saturday. This is basically a playoff game for the Texans. They win, they're in. They lose, they're out. So this is a de facto playoff game. Colts, same thing. So both these teams, there's no safety net for either of these teams. They win, they're in. The loser's done, and we move on. Here's C.J. Stroud on the Indianapolis Colts defense.
I think their defense really is a really good defense, of course, up front with 99 and 90. Two really good players. Of course, and Zaire Franklin is a good backer. He flies around. I think he has the most tackles in the league right now, so he's doing a good job by getting guys on the ground and stuff. So got to just be on our A game with everything and do us as best as we can. And I'm really excited for this matchup.
I think the thing you need to know if you're a Texans fan about the Colts defense at a very basic level, they don't defend the run well, and they rush the passer really well.
Yeah, they're 5th in sacks right now on defense. So especially when the Colts get a lead, they're kind of like the Colts of old back in the early Peyton Manning days where they couldn't stop the run, but they could rush the passer. They're built differently. You remember that Colts team had like a bunch of 240-pounders on their defensive linemen, on their defensive line. The weird thing about this team not having a good run defense is that their defensive tackles are genuine bona fide studs and who can both play the run and rush the passer. It's just the entire front seven is a little bit more of a fly around type of crew, but not necessarily somebody that's going to just get up and stone somebody in the hole. So if this Texans rushing offense is indeed genuinely improved with Devin Singletary as the main guy, then this would be a really, really good week to prove it, because that's they can win without running the ball well, but if they do run the ball well, I feel like they'll win 99 times out of 100.
The Texans are now set a 1.5-point favorite. They were a 1.5-point underdog at the beginning of the week. Does that make you nervous at all? That they're now favored when they are, as best I can remember, they're 0-2 this year as road favorites. They were favored in Carolina, and they were favored in New York against the Jets.
They're due? I don't know. So,
and I know that shouldn't impact anything.
Okay, let's use the other thing in there. They were playing really, really bad teams that they were favored over, where this is actually a competent NFL team,
and they'll be focused.
So, yeah. So far, the Texans have played down to really bad football teams. Against everybody else, they've been pretty competitive. Yeah. So I feel good about it.
Yep. 2. All right, number 2, the Carolina Panthers owner, David Tepper, has been fined $300,000 for tossing a drink on a Jacksonville fan during Sunday's game between the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was in his suite, kind of overlooking some Jag fans. He was a couple rows back in the suite, and he did a soft toss over 2 rows worth of chairs into the crowd, and apparently hit somebody, because there was a Jags fan that got up on their chair and was like, "Who hit me with that drink?" Turns out it was Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper. He was fined $300,000 by the NFL. He's worth $20 billion, so as Darren Ravel points out, that's the same as the average American getting fined $1.77.
Well, inflation's a mother, Sean. It's, $300,000 is.
Dave Tepper said this in a statement yesterday, quote, "I'm deeply passionate about this team and regret my behavior on Sunday. I should have let NFL stadium security handle any issues that arose."
A little bit of soft blame shifting
in parentheses,
right there.
It wasn't my fault, end parentheses.
Yeah, it was something that should have been, but basically, hey, listen, Dave Tepper's a vigilante. He's going to take care. He's going to take out the trash all by himself.
Yep.
Like, all right, settle down there, little fella.
Yep. He goes on to say, "I respect the NFL's code of conduct and accept the league's discipline for my behavior." End quote. What a nightmare it must be to be a Panthers fan right now.
There's something about Charlotte that does things to a man. Yeah. Must be. I mean, Jerry Richardson couldn't stop, making his own employees uncomfortable. Now this clown is out there making decisions for the coaches, assaulting other fans. What is that technically? Is that assault or battery when you throw something at somebody?
I think it's assault.
Assault would be the threat of it.
Yeah.
But battery, I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody text in.
Depends if it's a plastic cup or a glass, probably. The stiffness of whatever apparatus you're tossing at them determines.
Yeah, but something that couldn't possibly actually hurt them, but it's definitely it should be a crime of some sort.
Yeah.
What is that? Throwing a drink at somebody.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tell me what crime is that if you throw a drink at another person in public?
We got lawyers that listen. 3. All right, in a video distributed Tuesday, the NFL reminded its teams that players bear the burden of ensuring they have properly reported as eligible receivers. A clear response to last weekend's debacle at the end of the Cowboys-Lions game, that the Cowboys won 20-19. but the Lions had a 2-point conversion that would have won the game called back because there was confusion over a tackle eligible reporting in. The Lions were trying to use some subterfuge by sending 3 tackles over to the referee so that the Cowboys wouldn't really know which one had reported, even though the referee announces so-and-so has reported as eligible. The referee actually announced the wrong one over the microphone.
Yeah, the Cowboys The Cowboys accounted for the guy that was announced.
It was announced.
Dan Skipper, and who had been up there.
Yeah.
So you can make the argument, okay, well, 68, who was the actual guy who was eligible, wouldn't have caught it anyway, whatever.
Yeah. But there was all kinds of confusion, and it was very controversial. And it was, if we're being honest, it was the latest in what's been kind of a series of referee gaffes this year. Like, it's been a bad season for officiating.
Issues.
Yeah.
It's not just like bad calls. I think it was Nate Tice I heard making this point. It was like, it's one thing if somebody messes up an interference call or something, but it's another one like they mess up the procedure.
Right.
That's where it gets super annoying. Like the stuff that should go right. I got to say, Sean, I think I'm starting to buy into some of the NFL's explanations for this or the defense of the officials. And Ross Tucker, I think, actually framed it the best yesterday when he basically said, the way I understood it is, all right, look, it's one thing to try to deceive the opponent, but the Lions were doing something that, whether intentionally or not, could also deceive the officials themselves. And like there's got to be a dividing line there before it's one thing to try to deceive them. And now Dan Campbell would say, "No, we told them we were going to do this." Frankly, I don't trust Dan Campbell's ability to explain something like this to the officials beforehand.
Same way we don't trust the referees to get it right with the eligible tackle receivers. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what we're going to go. And then this guy will come out, and then we're going to go, and he'll get down. And he'll be like, I got to tell you,
true.
this guy is tough.
Yeah.
I love this guy. Yeah. But then this other guy is going to come over, and then he's going to go out and catch the pass. Yeah. All right, good talk. See ya.
Yep. Yeah. It was, I mean, you got too cute. It turns out I admire the creativity by the Lions. You got too cute. Like you got to work within the parameters of what the officials can absorb in the moment.
4.
We just played this a short time ago, but let's listen to it again. Jonathan Gannon was on the Burns and Gambo. Is it Burns and Gambo?
Yes.
Somebody in Gambo.
Dude, your commitment to giving the proper due to 2 Arizona radio hosts who will never know you're even talking about them is admirable.
It bothers me because I like to be able to attribute the audio, and I had it in the email to Ben, and I didn't put it in the rundown, and that bothers me. That I like that little detail bothers me. At any rate, Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, had this to say when he was asked if Kyler Murray is going to be his starting quarterback next season.
Is there any doubt in your mind who your quarterback is going to be for next season?
No, there's not.
He's your guy.
I love this guy, man.
Why are you laughing?
I love this guy. No, there's no doubt.
You love which guy? Ain't talking to me.
Number 1, our franchise quarterback. Yeah. That's who I love.
But you didn't know him. He had a lot to prove coming off the injury.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's a good point, guys. Like being with him, being here for a year with him now, I'm more convicted than when I got here.
So Kyler, I believe him too. I think Kyler's. If you ask me who the Week 1 starter in Arizona is going to be, I'm going to say Kyler Murray.
And then remember, you're coming off of a game in which the total package of the offense just absolutely destroyed and humiliated the Philadelphia Eagles. Just completely dismantled them. And in some respects, I think they look at that 225 yards rushing the Cardinals had, in which they didn't even have a single run over 20 yards. Like, they just they destroyed the Eagles. They look at that as, okay, yeah, this is the kind of support we want to have for Kyler Murray. And as he gets more and more comfortable in this offense, we think he can do some things. I totally buy into it. That was my thought after watching the Texans play, was that, all right, this is going to be really good for Kyler Murray. He's never been in a system like this, which is a much, much, much more traditional NFL system. It's got Kubiak Shanahan tendencies to it. And it's going to be really, really good for him if he gives it a chance, because he doesn't have to do it just with athleticism and arm talent alone. It's going to be so much better than anything Cliff Kingsbury ever tried to do. That I think the Cardinals, they might not really feel and know that he's the guy, but I think that they really want to explore what the upside is with him.
5.
Dalvin Cook. This is a big deal when Dalvin Cook signed with the Jets. Oh, Aaron Rodgers gets another weapon. Ooh, Dalvin Cook. turns out Dalvin Cook might be washed. He was released by the Jets yesterday so that he can sign with a contender. We actually got a couple texts from people today saying, hey, the Texans should get Dalvin Cook for some depth in the backfield. All I know is that when they played the Jets, I was relieved every time Dalvin Cook was in the back, when they being the Texans. When the Texans played the Jets, I was relieved every time Dalvin Cook got the ball instead of Breece Hall. I'm like, oh, thank God they're handing it to this washed-up running back right now instead of Breece Hall.
Dalvin Cook is, he's a guy, I think, unfortunately for him, he's a guy that's a victim of the GPS tracking they have now and all of the advanced stats. Like, I'm not even talking about, like, the Pro Football Focus grades and everything. I mean, the actual tracking of explosiveness, top-end speed, all that stuff. People in the NFL will tell you he's just, like, even last year where his numbers were very respectable, he just wasn't the same guy. He just wasn't hitting the hole as hard. He wasn't moving the same way he used to move, and people just don't want to take that risk on him. Now, as far as a playoff team picking him up, I think he would provide something as a veteran, even if you don't plan on playing him right away. When I think about the Texans, I just think about how many issues they've had protecting the passer, and that a lot of times it's mistakes picking up blitzes and things like that. So I don't know if somebody feels like, hey, we can use another veteran back here, I'd be all for it. I just know there's no part of me that itches and yearns for Dalvin Cook because I don't think as an actual running back, he's just not the guy he used to be.
He's not as good as Devin Singletary. I'll just for the Texans, I'll just put it that simply.
6.
Seth,
averaging 3.2 yards per carry.
Yeah, it's not been good. Seth, good news. Sean McVay is promising that he will be back in 2024. Remember a year ago where Sean McVay was just in a horrible, horrible headspace because his team was losing football games after the year where they had traded away all their draft picks to try to go all in to win a Super Bowl in 2021, and he was like,
there was an article
anymore.
I can remember reading this article in The Athletic either near the end or after the end of last week's season, which she didn't write it this way. I can't think of the name of the writer. But it painted a picture almost in my mind of like Sean McVay at one point during the season was like holed up in his office, binge eating ice cream or something and not talking to anybody else. That's not what she said at all. That was the image I got in my mind. It sounded like he was just distraught and kind of just at a loss as to how to handle this sudden and drastic fall.
Yeah.
So good for him.
He'll be back. He'll be back next year.
He won't go to television this year.
He'll be back next year. He's done a good job this year. I think he's done a good job with that Rams team. He's a good coach. No doubt.
The other thing about him, too, I wonder, and I was listening to a podcast once. It was the Around the NFL podcast, and those guys are all NFL employees. And one of them mentioned something about the fact that Sean McVay's wife is from Ukraine.
Yeah.
In her whole still has family over there.
Okay.
So all that was going on. Like that was the beginning of all of that last season too.
Now, thanks. Yeah, appreciate that.
No. Blame the writer from The Athletic.
Okay, gotcha.
She's the one that didn't literally paint that picture, but you wrote words that made me imagine that.
Yeah. The Rose Bowl between Michigan and Alabama on Monday. Guess who was in the crowd at the Rose Bowl? Connor Stallions. Who's that, you ask? Connor Stallions is the mastermind behind the Michigan sign stealing scandal, or at least he was sort of the engineer behind it that gathered up all the little minions to go to the different Big Ten games and chart the different signs from all the teams and things like that, and then bring it all together into one neat little package that Michigan could then use to cheat on Saturdays. He got let go by the school after the school got punished. He was at the Rose Bowl in the crowd. In fact, he was discovered by former Houston Texan training camp body Chase Winovich. Chase Winovich posted on his Instagram stories like, hey, Connor Stallions is here, and posted a picture of him. And it was confirmed. It was definitely Connor Stallions. Yeah.
I wonder how he was received in the how was he received in the crowd? I would think that Michigan fans would be kind of like, dude, get the hell out of here. Like we don't need this. We're trying to keep people from putting an asterisk in front of this thing. Like, we don't need you getting social media fame for it or anything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like it at all.
Like Carlos Beltran showing up at, Game 6 of the ALCS with the Astros or something.
Yeah, and sitting, in the outfield with big binoculars or something.
Right. Connor Stallions in the crowd at the Rose Bowl made a lot of waves.
he needs to do something like a cameo type thing.
Yeah.
Except where he gets paid just to go like sit in little league games and things, and just to mess with the other team.
Mess with little league teams,
dude. Do you know how many, like Westview dads would pay like $10,000 just to mess with their
Stallions,
the coach of the other team? Yeah.
Absolutely, to win a championship. Dude. It gets competitive there. That's a really good idea. Stallions, if you're listening,
it's a genuinely good idea.
It's a really good idea. Ben, book of business ideas. Thank you. Colin Cowherd did his herd hierarchy yesterday, and we did our power ranking of the power rankings. None of the power rankings we used were bold enough to put the Texans into the top 10. 10th was the highest. None of them were bold enough to give the Texans a single-digit ranking yesterday. Pansies. Yeah, cowards. Ironically, someone with the actual last name, Cowherd, was brave enough to put the Texans with a single digit into his top 10. My question after listening to this, though, is he actually even watching the Houston Texans?
Number 9. I love the Houston Texans. They're the first team with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback to make the playoffs since 2012 in the Colts, Chuck Pagano and Andrew Luck. The bottom line here, C.J. Stroud, he's like a veteran. 4 games, no turnovers. Bounce back off the concussion. They've got weapons. Tank Dell, Schultz the tight end, Nico Collins. I don't think they're a multiple playoff win team, but what a story they are in Houston.
Yeah.
So he's reading off an old depth chart.
Yeah. And he said,
I don't know, would you be more impressed if he was... Would you be more forgiving if he was reading off an old depth chart, or if, like, in his mind he's just thinking, like, he's probably going through, a bunch of different teams there and everything. I can't fault him too much for just saying.
I think here's why I think he was just riffing.
Yeah,
is because his producer is Greg Toohey, who's from Houston.
Oh yeah.
So Greg listens to our show early in the morning.
I honestly have a hard time faulting a lot of those national guys when they're speaking off the top of their head. And in his mind, he's just going through like what he knows of the team, and he didn't think too much about like, oh yeah, Tank Dell's gone.
I'd be more forgiving if he wasn't so effusive at the beginning. I love the Houston Texans.
That's true.
If you love them,
and if he hadn't hated them so much and hated C.J. Stroud so much at the beginning of the season.
If you love them, then you know that their most lovable player is out with a broken leg for the rest of the year.
All right, yeah, okay, I got soft again, didn't I?
Yeah.
I've been soft in 2024.
You got to get back into the dungeon, man. Like you need Brandy to start hitting you with a lead pipe or something here, toughen you up.
I guess so. Yeah. What am I going to do? I'm going to get murdered if I don't. I don't know if I can be trusted to walk down the streets anymore.
I know.
With this kind of soft attitude.
You even defend yourself?
All right, I'm going to go watch Braveheart or something after this.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. It means we got John McClain joining us next. We'll get John's thoughts on the win and you're in game against the Indianapolis Colts on Saturday night. Stay there. But Seth, you got to talk about
Karam Law is, boy, I'll tell you what, if you worry yourself about walking
and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's about 8:25. That can mean only one thing. It means that it is time to talk to our good friend, the Hall of Famer. He is our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. John McClain. John McClain joining us for his first appearance with us of the new year. John, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. I'm excited about this game, just like everybody else. I read yesterday 20 teams still have a chance to make the playoffs. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. And, John, the Texans have never been in the regular season in a situation quite like this before, where it's – I know they've clinched divisions late in the season before, but never going directly up against the team that they're competing with for – in this case, a playoff slot. It eventually might turn into a division championship depending on what happens on Sunday. But as a franchise, they've never been in a position like this before with like a de facto playoff game in the regular season. It's exciting.
It is exciting. Just what makes this entire season so rewarding, satisfying for the fans and everybody who covers the team. I mean, who could have possibly imagined the transformation from this time last year when they were playing for the Bryce Young pick compared to now when they could be playing for the division title or at least a wild card berth. The transformation has been absolutely incredible.
John, one thing, Sean made a point earlier that I hadn't really thought of, which is that all season long, Jalen Carter has been the favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year, the defensive tackle for the Eagles, and Will Anderson has been like a pretty distant second for much of the year. This is we're approaching a time now where Will Anderson has had multiple sack games in the second half of the season. He's got more sacks than Jalen Carter on the season, more tackles than Jalen Carter on the season. But the Texans have just not been in any prominent games. They played at noon on every Sunday. This will be a nationally televised game on a very big stage for all the marbles in terms of the playoffs. Is there a chance that if Will Anderson has a good game in this, that he pushes the voters over towards him for Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Seth, it's going to sound like I asked you to bring that up because that's my next column on SportsRadio610.com is how he's closed the gap in being able to play in front of all those voters who haven't watched the Texans this year and seeing them now in prime time where there's no other game. That's going to be not just for him. D'Amico Ryan's going to get a lot of attention. I hope they mention a great job Nick Caserio's done. There's people saying that Puka Nacua is closing the gap with Stroud. I don't buy it. I think Stroud's still going to run away with Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Anderson, he's, besides setting the Texans rookie record, what he accomplished against the Titans was amazing on 12 snaps, two sacks, 5 or 6 pressures. I can't think it was 6, and Derek Barnett had 5. And he is third in the NFL in pressures. And that's amazing. He has more pressures than T.J. Watt. And it would help if Jonathan Grenard could come back. And they're going to get so much attention. And the Eagles have been terrible. Their defense has been bad. Their pass rush, which is supposed to be dominant, they're not getting the quarterback or stopping the run. And I think a big game from Anderson sure might help him overtake Carter for people that are actually paying attention to Anderson instead of all the hype around Carter that we saw so much of early and midway through the season.
John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. Hey, John, do you think the Colts are in the position they're in right now if Anthony Richardson had stayed healthy?
No, I don't, because there's so many stories out I'm reading right now about how much, and it goes back to Brock Purdy, all the starting experience you get in college, how much that helps you early in your career in the NFL. And he started 13 games, and everybody knew he was raw and going to be up and down. He went in and out of each game he played. The Texans game, he ran for 2 touchdowns. He's primarily a runner because he hadn't figured out how to pass against NFL coverage. So, no, I do not think with Anthony Richardson, the Colts would be in a position just like the Texans.
John, a couple of the key players that are injured right now and questionable for Sunday or Saturday. Laramie Tunsil on the offensive side of the ball, and then John Grenard, his counterpart at defensive end. Which of those guys do you feel is more important to make it, or at least or would be more devastating if he's not there on Saturday?
Well, I would think Tunsil because he's their best pass protector and he is their best run blocker. And at all the injuries they've had all season with their offensive line, I'm guessing that's going to get attention. I hope they let the guys know they're on their fourth center, last year's starter. Scott Quisenberry went down for the season the first week. But Tunsil, they need him. Now, they need Jonathan Grenard too, of course. But Derek Barnett has been a revelation in his 3 games as a starter. He has just been terrific. So they were able to dominate the Titans Sunday without Jonathan Grenard. Hopefully, you'd like to see a game, wouldn't you? Maybe if the Texans win, it'll be a playoff game in which they were relatively healthy. I see other teams that are missing 1 or 2 players, and their coaches and fans and media are lamenting, oh, my God, they got such injury issues. Wouldn't you like to see the Texans, who haven't had a full team, I don't even know if they had one, the first early in the season, they didn't play like it, and they come out and be as healthy as some of these teams are that are in the playoff race.
Yeah, it's absolutely. John, along those lines, with the offensive line, like if Laramie was out for most of the last game, they put George Fanton in at left tackle. He hadn't played left tackle all year. And things moved, things went fine. They still ran the ball. They still largely protected C.J. Stroud. That was against the Titans, not against the Colts, obviously. How would you assess the job Chris Strauzer's done as the offensive line coach this year?
I think that he, like Damian Pierce and early on Singletary and some of the linemen, need to learn to adjust to the system, the blocking schemes that Bobby Slow that he has implemented, because I don't know if he's ever coached it or not. And plus the fact that he's had so many players in and out of the lineup. Overall, I think he's done a terrific job. This game means a lot to him because he comes from the Colts, and the Colts hammered the Texans 31-30 way back on September the 17th. So Chris Strausser, who was recognized one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL when he had all that talent in Indianapolis. And it's amazing, isn't it, when you got talent, how good you look as a coach. But considering the guys that have come through a revolving door up front, if you go back, they went into training camp with Tunsil, Kenyon Green. The center was Scott Quisenberry, right guard Shaq Mason, right tackle Titus Howard. It is amazing the issues that he's had to deal with.
John, I don't know if you've talked about this with John and Landry already, but I didn't hear the answer if you did. If you had to choose between, if you're the Texans and you were able to choose between going to play Kansas City in Kansas City or playing the Cleveland Browns at home in the first round of the playoffs, which is the better option?
Oh, you want to play at home. You want to play a Brown team that just hammered you without C.J. Stroud. And, Joe Flacco's a great success story. He's played great. He's thrown a lot of interceptions and be able to overcome them. And I don't think the secondary could have played any worse. I don't think they get that same kind of performance going back to the first bomb by Flacco to Amari Cooper. But to me, you always want to play at home. Now, you, as a player, Seth, if you were playing in the game, would you rather go to Arrowhead in January or would you rather play at home? Against those two teams.
I'd rather play at home. I actually thought about. I gave Kansas City. I'm torn, honestly, because Kansas City is just not as good as they were. But there's a part of me that just wonders about exactly, Pat Mahomes in the playoffs and turning it on under the bright lights. The biggest concern I have, honestly, about playing the Browns at home is, you had said that the Texans wouldn't give up a long bomb to Amari Cooper on the first play of the game. They almost did last week. They almost hit
Treylon Burks
right on the very first play. Treylon Burks could have reeled that in. So I'm nervous about Joe Flacco and that deep ball, but ultimately, I want to play at home. I want to have the crowd noise on my side.
Seth, here's where John and I hashed this out yesterday on the Utopia podcast, and I arrived at a much I arrived at a much more definitive place than you and I were at with this yesterday. I mean, you and I were both still wanted the home game, but we were talking it through, I'm saying to myself, they didn't have C.J. Stroud in that first game against the Browns. Like, if you're saying you don't want to play the Browns at home as the division champions in a wild card game, that's disrespectful to C.J. Stroud. If the fear they've struck in you in Week 16 is enough to scare you off of a home game with your actual real high-level starting quarterback, disrespectful to C.J. Stroud.
Honestly, life's too short. You know what? Like, who knows how many years I've got left on this earth. I want to watch home playoff games whenever I can. Let's not overthink this, people.
Right.
You're like, you got to plot it out masterfully so you can lose in the next? Come on.
Yeah, we better. I think, D'Amico go crazy if we were part of the team and we're talking about that playoff round instead of the Indianapolis game. But, of course, everybody looks ahead at the prospects. Tell you where I would not want to go is Buffalo, just because it's Buffalo and because the weather can be bad, really bad in Kansas City, but nowhere can it be worse than Buffalo. And playing here would, to me, be a no-brainer. I'd love to see the Texans get another shot at the Browns here.
Absolutely, absolutely. John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. John, did you catch any of Mike Vrabel's press conference yesterday?
I did. I saw it on tape. Yep, he was pretty fired up, and I also saw later that he said Tannehill would start if Levis was hurt, and Levis is hurt. It's good for the Texans that Tannehill is the starter in this game in which they got to upset the Jaguars at home because Tannehill has all that experience. He's been in the playoffs. He's been at championship games, and he is auditioning for another job because it's his last season with the Titans. He's healthy. I think they got a better chance to beat the Jaguars with Ryan Tannehill. And it's Derrick Henry. Could be his last game, too. So those guys are going to want to put on a show.
Last game as a Titan, you mean, right?
Right.
Yeah, last game as a Titan. So, John, before we get you out of here, did Vrabel's chippy demeanor yesterday make you feel better, worse, or about the same as the Titans' chances of pulling off the upset?
Oh, it didn't have anything to do with what I think about them. They've got a chance. The Jaguars should win. The Titans look terrible against the Texans in those two games. And the team they put on the field Sunday, I don't think is going to beat Jacksonville. They haven't been very good at home. Well, they haven't been very good anywhere. But Vrabel is a really good coach who might just be able to muster up enough to get his team to pull that upset. And, boy, everybody in Houston has got to be a Tennessee Titans fan.
We hope. I mean, the Texans need to win first, John. Like you said, D'Amico would be so angry with us right now that we're looking ahead to the first round of the playoffs. We're looking at this. They got to eat what's on their plate. They got to eat what's on their plate. All right. That's the great John McClain, the Hall of Famer, our senior columnist, SportsRadio610.com. John, what do you got going on the website this week?
Well, I do weekly Utopia football podcasts. They're on the website, and I have a column up that's up there about the Texans and Colts, and I'm going to have one about Will Anderson and the guys. They're not thinking about the awards, but people like us are. And just what a great opportunity this is for the Texans to show the nation what they've done in this unbelievable metamorphosis in D'Amico's first season.
Good stuff. John, I'll talk to you tomorrow to record our preview of the Colts game on Saturday for the Utopia Football Podcast.
Thank you guys very much, as always.
All right, thanks, John. Good stuff. That's the Hall of Famer, John McClain, joining us here on the program. All right, so let's talk about this Texans team. Is there anything that could happen in this Colts game on Saturday that would dim our optimism for next season? I think everybody's feeling pretty good about the future. Is there anything that could happen in this game that dims our optimism for next year, or is the hay in the barn already on feeling good about 2024? That is next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Fans. Vision.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans, Colts, Saturday night, 7:15. Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's been hard for me, like muscle repetition-wise, when the handful of times during our show where I mention kickoff time, you can listen to it on Sports Radio 610, to get my muscles in my face to say something other than kickoff noon Sunday has been really difficult the last couple of years. Yeah, I mean, we've had 16 of them that have been kickoff noon on Sunday, and it's been kind of an ordeal for me to get 7:15 Saturday spit out each time.
I envy your habit formation ability, because 16 reps isn't that many reps. Usually I have to do something like 398 times before I do it somewhat regularly.
Yeah, I kind of wish it wasn't that way. I
forget my keys at least once every 3 days, Sean, or I lose them. Okay, so yeah.
My big thing is I leave my phone in my truck when I get here in the morning. I mean, granted, I'm getting here at 5 in the morning. I'm lucky I've got my head attached to my body at that point, but I leave my phone in the truck all the time, which I view as a bit of a sign of progress, that I'm not as dependent on having my phone in my hand all the time.
I have a checklist for that. Just wallet, watch, phone keys. Wallet, watch, phone keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
just
good.
You got those 4 things you got to touch before you go anywhere.
There you go. Yeah.
That's only that's not even OCD at all, because it's just you do it once and then you're good to go.
You need that stuff too. It's necessary.
Yeah. Wallet, watch, phone keys.
Wallet, watch, phone keys.
And now, as far as now with Apple Pay being accepted almost everywhere, I don't worry about the wallet as much either.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. It's nice. So, is there anything that could possibly happen? Actually, let me back up, because there's a text here. I want to clarify something, because people were hearing us talk to John McClain about, hey, the Titans, if they beat the Jags, we need the Titans to beat the Jags. I forget that not everybody is super immersed in all the playoff scenarios, so my apologies. Someone asked, so the Texans obviously need to beat the Colts, but the Titans need to win for us to make the playoffs? No. If the Texans win, they're in the playoffs. At a minimum, they're a wild card team. But if they win and then the Titans beat the Jags on Sunday, then the Texans are division champs, and they get a home playoff game. So that's
right now the Jaguars have all the tiebreakers in the division, but obviously if they don't have the same record, then they're SOL.
Yep.
Take that, Jaguars.
Yep. So the feelings are good about the Texans right now. I think going into this game, and I think obviously going beyond this game and looking at next season, the future is bright. Is there anything, though, Seth, in Week 18, this huge game against the Colts? Basically, it's a playoff game. It's a chance to get in the postseason. It is really a chance to take the enthusiasm that's built up, this groundswell of enthusiasm for the team, and take it to another level. Is there anything that could possibly happen in this Colts game on Saturday that would dim optimism for 2024? Or is the hay in the barn, at least as far as feeling great about the Texans next season?
The biggest one, I'm just saying this would be a thing that sucks. I'm not, speaking it into existence or anything, but if your quarterback were to sustain a concussion, not just an injury, but a concussion, then all of a sudden, then you're in Tua town, where you got to really genuinely worry about, all right, boy, I hope he can figure this out and get better, and his long-term health is paramount, and if he goes through this, if he has multiple concussions this year and then ends up having issues next year, then you got trouble in River City, my friend.
That's it. That's the one, man. You nailed it. That's the one.
Which is crazy too, because I was on a flashback to just 10 years ago or so. I think Ted Johnson was talking about how back in the day guys would much rather, if you got a choice, hit me in the head, not the knee, because if you tear my ACL or blow my knee out or something, now I think almost everybody would choose no, if I've already had a concussion, by all means, let me tear my ACL. I'll be able to get that fine. But if all of a sudden I'm in multiple concussionville, that's tricky, man.
Yep, no doubt. When I thought of this question, I was thinking more just in the actual result of the game. The one you nailed it. The one you just outlined right there is the one.
Yeah.
Let's just play this forward. I'm not saying this could dim optimism. I'm just kind of role playing here. If they get blown out of this game, if they go up to Indianapolis and they get their heads handed to them, I'm just going to point out, if that were the case, that would be 3 blowout losses in the last 5 games of the year, with 2 wins over a bad Titans team kind of sandwiched in between all those. I think even that, everybody's going in like they were 9-8 and they just ran out of gas and they had injuries. I don't even know that if they were to lose this game convincingly that it would dim people's optimism for 2024.
No, I don't think it would. That it would just you chalk it up to that happens in the NFL
Growing
sometimes.
pains.
The Cardinals beat the Cowboys, blah blah blah, whatever. Like all those things happen, and I think the only thing would be, I guess, if it was in a weird manner, if it was like through a bunch of really dumb coaching decisions or something. If the offense gets destroyed and it's like through like definitively bad play calling or something, then maybe there's talk about Bobby Slowick in the offseason. Does he have to be the guy? I really can't think of anything, though, like realistically bad that could happen that would make me feel worse about this team or make me feel bad about Bobby Slowick. I know a lot of people, I think some people, I have reservations, and I think that Bobby Slowick has learned on the job as any first-time play caller would. I'm pretty confident that he's going to be just fine. I think there's some people that are like irate about Bobby Slowick, and it's stuff that Bobby Slowick doesn't necessarily have any control over. I think the running game was going to be the running game this year through a combination of A, new system, B, playing with multiple backup offensive linemen, and C, Dameon Pierce not quite being a fit for this running system. And yet he wanted to stick to the run. At first, I thought it was out of stubbornness, but honestly, it's one of the best things they could do for CJ is to keep that play action viable by being committed to the run. You don't have to run the ball well for it to set up play action. You just have to be committed to the run to set up play action. That's what worked for him.
Running back is going to be one of the more fascinating positions in the offseason for this team. Because Devin Singletary is a free agent after this year. Dameon Pierce did not run the ball well. Like that may be a room that needs a complete makeover in the offseason.
I fall into the Bill O'Brien category on this one, which is that, look, at any given time, your running back for next year is likely on another team.
For sure.
Or could possibly be on another team, and then maybe they draft somebody. Dameon Pierce, when he spoke to you and Clint after the game, I think he's all in on like understanding that he really needs to almost reinvent himself in a lot of ways and learn how to be in this scheme. For those of you who missed it, it was just awesome. He spoke very openly and honestly about how he just is being asked to do a lot of things that he's never been asked to do before, and he's going to have to really learn and focus on it in the offseason. A lot of the stuff that I would worry about would be more stuff like after the game. Like if Jonathan Grenard comes to talk to the press, he's a free agent this year, and he puts on a Drew Rosenhaus hat instead of a Texans hat.
Goes Garrett Cole on them?
Yeah, if he refers to himself as an agent of himself or something or whatever. What did Garrett Cole say?
Yeah, a representative of himself. Something.
Yeah, as a representative of himself. Yeah. If he asks if he has to speak to the media and then he puts on a Drew Rosenhaus cap, then I'll feel like, okay, boy,
dude,
Grenard's not coming back.
That would be a full-on heel turn too, because at least Cole, Cole's personality kind of struck you that way. Like Grenard seems like one of the nicest guys on earth.
Yeah. It would be a much bigger shot. Cole always felt a little bit like a diva. He's into wine. Yeah, but it's different with Grenard, you know.
Yeah. Seth, I do the exact same thing in a different order: keys, wallet, watch, phone. There's a texter that says. He goes, spectacles, testicles, wallet, watch.
That's where I got the idea, because I saw that it was, I think, on Austin Power. I think Austin Power's dad says that.
Oh, really?
In one of the, I think so. I think it's, what is it? Spectacles, testicles, wallet, watch.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, watch. Yeah.
Because I remember it occurred to you. I always thought of it, because I don't wear glasses. And my testicles are generally with me. But it occurred to me at one point, I was like, oh, that's 4 things. Like back in the day, your wallet and your watch were the only things you need. Now you don't really need the watch, but if you have one, you'd like to not leave it on a train somewhere. So now there are 4 things that are kind of essentials. If you have your watch, it's essential that you not forget it, especially if you're out in public. Your wallet's still essential for the most part. Your keys and your phone. Now, the phone is... There are a lot of people out there who they can start their car with their phone and they just use Apple Pay for everything. I've got my insurance card and everything on my phone.
I do too. All that. Yeah, it's kind of nice.
The license is probably the only thing that is. So maybe I'll just stop carrying a wallet and just keep a license,
Yeah.
And keep that in my phone case, and then there we go.
I generally have my testicles with me. When I don't, Amy has them. Yeah. So
yeah,
you know how that goes. You guys, you know how that goes, right? Yeah.
Spectacles, testicles, wallet watch. I've messed around with a few different versions of wallet watch phone. What am I missing?
Wallet watch keys.
Keys.
You're
Wallet
missing your
watch phone
keys.
keys.
Yeah, you're missing your keys.
You know what the listener said is a little catchier. What did he say?
With the testicles or with the one that doesn't?
No,
have
the other
testicles?
one, the actual 4 items.
Keys, wallet, watch, phone.
That flows a little bit better.
Keys, wallet, watch, phone.
Quip.
Yeah.
Quip. All right, KWWP. All right, that's a lot better. Thank you, listener.
Keys, wallet,
Quip.
watch, phone. There you go.
Keys, wallet, watch, phone.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
All right, big theme from yesterday's pressers with the Colts and the Texans. You can throw week 2 in the garbage. We'll hear D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear Shane Steichen, C.J. Stroud. If you're using week 2 as any sort of barometer, stop doing it. You'll hear why next. Suit Mart. Yeah, I got you.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I know it's big. In this league, obviously, all the games are kind of must-win, some more than others. Obviously, this one is the biggest one of the year, and credit to the players for putting themselves in this position to get to this point. And we got to have a hell of a week of practice to be ready to roll.
That was Shane Steichen, Indianapolis Colts head coach. Sorry, Shane Steichen, I stepped on you there. Still working out the kinks early in 2024 for myself here. Must-win situation for both of these teams. Each of the teams, same exact situation for each team. The Texans and the Colts, they win. The winner is in, the loser is out. I guess the only real difference with this is that if there's a tie, then the Colts would win the tiebreaker against the Texans by virtue of their head-to-head record. But other than that, this is essentially a playoff game. Big theme at yesterday's press conference. These two teams played in Week 2, and Week 2 of the 2023 season may as well have taken place in 1995, as far as these guys are concerned. How much have the Texans grown since Week 2? Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, we're a completely different team now from our first meeting. You put the tape on, and it's like, wow. I'm encouraged by how much better we've gotten. You kind of know like who we are now. I think early in the year, every team in the league. You're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your identity, right? How are you going to play? So I think now, we know who we are, our brand of football, how we have to play, how we have to win games. That you figure that out throughout the year. You figure it out through a lot of growing pains, a lot of tough moments, but you figure it out, and we're in a good spot now.
Yeah, that's one thing that, you'll hear that pretty consistently. Rick Smith used to talk about that. The Patriots are really good at figuring out who they are in the middle of the year. And I think with a new coach especially, it's got to be the most frustrating thing in the world because you go into a season, you don't really know anything about what you have and the guys you have. Even if you had them in a previous place or you've got film on them, every situation is different, every scheme is different, and then the guys get worse over time too. You don't know if they're going to be as good or if this is the year they fall off the edge of a cliff. So at the very beginning of the year, I think for one on defense, you had a lot of youth playing. Will Anderson, a lot of youth, obviously. But also a lot of guys that just really weren't comfortable in their responsibilities yet, and it really took a toll against the run. They just were not. They were having a hard time consistently stopping the run. They would have flashes and moments, but you could see as the year went on, they just started getting quicker and quicker and crisper, and the fits were better. And really, the defensive tackles are where I was most surprised. I never really thought of Malik Collins as a guy who could anchor down versus double teams consistently and really well. And he's been awesome at it this year. And it just they've done everything that the coaches asked them to do, and they became a much different team by the end of the year, defensively at least, especially than they were at the beginning.
I just remember being so deflated after that first Colts game, because there was all the enthusiasm in training camp. D'Amico's the head coach. They draft a quarterback. They got all these young players. Throughout training camp, it was just a way more fun team to be around and cover. You could tell they'd clearly gone out and gotten some alpha-type personalities that maybe previous iterations of the Texans might not have been as enthusiastic to have in the building, like Jimmy Ward, Will Anderson, just guys who just had great energy and great enthusiasm. And then that Colts game, you're like, wow, this is okay. I mean, this is the team that they were hovering around the same spot in the standings with last year, and they just came into our place, and it was 31-20 in the game. That was really as close as the game was after, the second quarter was 31-20 at the end. It was a blowout at halftime. That game was 28-10. I just remember how discouraged I was. I'm like, man, is this it again this year? Are we doing this? Are we doing this again this year, but with a better head coach and a young quarterback? And knows the guy.
Yeah, and you're going through it, and you're playing it out in your mind that, all right, I know how this goes. I gave Culley the best shot, and I talked myself into just giving Lovey the best shot, and just things could be different. Crap.
Yeah.
And at that point, too, you didn't really know what you're going to get out of C.J. Stroud either. C.J., I think it's really a testament to how steady C.J. has been and how steady his progress was that when I think back on that, I was pleased and I thought that he had done a good job in the Ravens game. But we still didn't really know for him to, we didn't know exactly what we had in him at that point. And he was coming off of a preseason in which he didn't look all that spectacularly good.
That's right. Now, he did have 384 yards in that Colts game. And I remember saying to Clint, as we were going down the elevator to do the postgame show, I'm like, okay, this feels terrible. They're 0-2, and they lost by double digits in both of these games, and they got blown out by the Colts at home. This feels terrible. But the good news is C.J. Stroud is clearly not the problem. He's clear, he looked like, granted, they're behind by 2-3 touchdowns, but he did not look out of sorts. He looked like an NFL quarterback. And then it would prove to be true. The next week they go into Jacksonville and they house the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then the Steelers come here in week 4 and they house the Steelers. So credit to D'Amico for pulling the plane out of the nosedive very quickly early in the season. And I choose to look at this team. When I look at this team and I handicap this team and I'm like, okay, and I'm assessing game to game, whatever, I don't look at them as a 9-7 team. I look at them as a 9-5 team. That team that was out there the first 2 games of the year is, to me, is a non-factor in assessing what the Texans are now, the quality of the team.
As far as D'Amico and how he would have handled adversity if things had gone south, it's easy in hindsight to see or say this, but I think it's just that at any point this year, including when he's maybe showed a little bit of agitation or frustration, he's got such a demeanor about him of being unaffected by pressure or disappointment, to where there never looks like he never has a look on his face of F it all. Various other great coaches sometimes get looks on their faces of oh, just F this. And sometimes they do it aggressively and sometimes they do it more inwardly. CJ's just so much more about moving forward all the time.
D'Amico,
remember we had asked the kind of what branch of the military would D'Amico have been in the other day, and we only asked military people to chime in because we're not going to be those clowns. But that try to weigh in on stuff we don't know about. The thing I was thinking about with D'Amico when I asked that was, honestly, when I've watched Navy SEAL training, there's such an emphasis on constantly moving forward no matter what happens. You just got to keep going. Whatever obstacles, whatever bad thing just happened, you got to have this mindset of keep going. And to the point where they just become machines, they don't even, there's no decision to make. They're just going to keep going. D'Amico, always has that on his face and in his demeanor that he's just going to keep trucking forward.
I think this is the cut that plays into what you're talking about here. As I'm hearing you say this, I'm thinking back to something I heard D'Amico say in the press conference. So fingers crossed. Here's D'Amico on what his approach for messaging is to his team ahead of this game.
Yeah, at the end of the day with this game, we have to execute, and that's what it comes down to. Yeah, we know you have to win the game. To win a game, it's going to come down one snap at a time, everybody executing, everybody winning one down at a time, right? And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter. You can get caught up in the hype of how big it is, and yeah, everyone understands that, but what does it matter when the ball is snapped? It doesn't. It matters about you executing, being where you're supposed to be, and winning that snap.
Yeah. I think it doesn't matter is something D'Amico says a lot because he gets asked about all these big picture things with this team. And a lot of it is generated from the enthusiasm about where this team's going. But if you ask him about what next, what the future is, the foundation they built, it doesn't matter. We got to beat the Colts. Okay, well, what about this against the Colts? It doesn't matter. We got to go execute our plays and things like that.
This is a curious question, I'd say, on the text line, Sean.
Yeah.
He addresses you specifically. He said, is it bad that I feel – let's see. I don't know. Is it bad that I feel that way about this game? I want to get hyped, but it just feels like the same crap, different toilet. So I don't know. Does this feel like same crap, different toilet, a phrase that I've never heard before in my life?
This game?
Yeah. I feel like, for one, the Texans have never been in this position before in the regular season where you win, you're in, you lose, you're out. It's basically like a play-in for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So they've never been in that situation before. And I really honestly, I know he addressed you, Sean, I have a hard time seeing where they are right now, and given what I think we've learned about CJ and D'Amico so far this season, that like for better or for worse, I can't think of this comparing to any other specific scenario in the past 2 decades of the Texans.
Dude.
It's just, like, even, I'm not even saying it's definitively better than some of the good Kubiak years or one of the O'Brien years or whatever. It's just a 100% different feel in about 29 different ways the same crap. I don't get that.
No, I'll address the texter. I think you're in a very small minority if you feel that way about this game. Like that something's looming around the corner with the Texans. They haven't played their best football here over the last month or so. But I feel like one, they're the more talented team. Two, this is why you drafted C.J. Stroud, was for games like this on Saturday night. Like this is why you drafted him. Like he's played in big games before. He's played in hostile environments before. He's proven throughout this season that if this is a game that comes down to the last 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes, the last 30 seconds, he's going to perform. They've proven as a team defensively that if it comes down to plays towards the end of the game, that they've got the wherewithal to make plays to go win games. I think the experience that they've banked this year in these close games, the 9 out of 10 close games that they had played through that stretch, is going to come in really handy in a road environment like this. I just think that's my whole thing. Like, I don't know how you can look at this with C.J. Stroud at quarterback and have any sort of feeling of same old Texans with this. Like, no, like he was brought in to completely flip that script, and thus far this season he has. And so let's go do it again on Saturday. That's how I look at it. I couldn't be more amped for this on Saturday.
He responded and said because it's been a while since they've won 2 games in a row.
Oh.
If you want to do the win-loss thing, they're a 9-7 football team. It's actually a remarkable level of consistency if they could be win-loss. But 2 of the last 3 games also featured no C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
it's just not.
Yeah, no, I can't get with you on that, text. Appreciate you listening, but I can't get with you on that. Here is
plus it's not as far as like the same old. When anybody says same old anything about any franchise, you have to think about what you're actually saying. Okay, if this were the same owner and the same coach with a couple of key same players, then I get it. But what is it about this team right now that's even remotely connected to teams from several years ago, other than, and not even with the owner, honestly. Cal's only been the owner for a few years.
Yeah, I would look at this. I would tell this texter this and anybody else. I would say look at this Saturday as a huge turn-the-page opportunity for the franchise. It is a huge opportunity to turn the page on the last 2 years. In some ways, to turn the page on the last 12 years, really since the Kubiak era. This is a monster opportunity, and even if they lose, I'm still going to be excited about the future for this team. But, man, if they win, they are really, to me, it's kind of a house money situation. Losing to the Titans at home would have been a real kick in the junk last week, and I would be talking differently this week. But that's a team that went out and took care of their business against the Titans, and now they're going to go in against a team they're pretty evenly matched against on the road in a place where, as a franchise, they haven't had a ton of success, but they've had more lately. And they've got to – I look at it as an opportunity to really kind of set sort of like step one of the new era of Texans football. That's how I look at it.
And the other thing too, though, I think sometimes I don't know what it. Maybe we've been spoiled by the Astros. It's a 9-7 football team right now. If my expectations were for them to win a Super Bowl, then by all means I would say, same old Texans this year. They just can't seem to get it together. I am greedy for more, but also recognize and understand that this is a team that was projected to be well below 500 on the season. And you found your quarterback this year who's still learning on the job in a lot of ways. So I don't know what same old is with this team because there's nothing old about them. Everything about it is fresh and new. And I sure wish they showed up against the Panthers. I would love it if they hadn't sucked against the Jets. They're a 9-7 football team. But they've gotten better over the course of the season. C.J. Stroud's gotten better. And they're in a position now to get a playoffs under their belt already. So that part of it is no, everything's brand new. Even if they lose the game, that'll be a brand new type of losing for this particular team.
Here's C.J. Stroud on the Colts and the Texans, both being very different since week 2.
Yeah, week 2 from now is you have 2 different football teams. They're a different team, we're a different team. And you got to kind of plan for what they've been doing lately, not more so what they did against us. Of course, you got to watch it and look because that's good background, just to see how guys play, how they move around, and stuff like that. But I feel like you definitely got to be able to throw that stuff away and look to like the last couple of games they played and really lock into what they're doing now. And they're a really special team. Like, they've done a lot of great things, and it's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be. It is going to be a good matchup. Got to shut down Jonathan Taylor. Got to shut down Zach Moss. Got to put the game in Gardner Minshew's hands on that side of the ball, and then you got to hope CJ's dealing on the offensive side of the ball, and you get a little run game from Devin Singletary. If you do well, what they don't defend well, like I think you're going to be in good shape. If you're able to run the football, they don't defend the run well. Offensive line, it looks like Laramie Tunsil's going to play. We probably haven't updated the injury situation enough today. Bunch of guys didn't practice yesterday, but it looks like of the guys that didn't practice yesterday, Will Anderson, Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods, and I'm missing one. And Sheldon Rankins. They didn't participate yesterday in practice. They all, according to Aaron Wilson, look to play on Sunday, which, especially for Will Anderson and Sheldon Rankins, makes sense. They both played and left the game, played and started and finished the game. 3 others are TBD. Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, and then Noah Brown not expected to play on Saturday. Keep saying Sunday, Saturday. So that's where we are. All right, you got some Will Anderson you want to hit in the next segment.
I did. Yeah, Will Anderson was just incredible in his post-game press conference, and he said something that I hadn't picked up on earlier, but it's basically he's shutting down a lot of the arguments that people were making in support of him earlier this season. If you supported Will Anderson early this season, he is going to shut you down with this take.
I'm going to get shut down by Will Anderson next.
Yes.
Break out the brooms. The Texans swept the Titans with a dominating 26-3 win. But the job isn't done for D'Amico's crew.
And we're pleased with where we are. As our guys say, we didn't come this far just to get this far. Right? We have a lot to still play for that's ahead of us. Credit to the guys in the room for putting us in this position.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly.
I would recommend QC to anybody.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Experience AT&T Playoff Playlist live at Shell Energy Stadium in downtown Houston, January 5th, 6th, and 7th. Part of the College Football Playoff National Championship Weekend. The free music festival features performances by Kids Bop, Lotto and Jack Harlow, Megan Maroney, Jake Owen, and John Party. For more information and to register to attend, go to collegefootballplayoff.com/PPL. The events are brought to you in part by Allstate, AT&T, Avocados from Mexico, Capital One, and Cheez-It.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm getting a cold.
Honey. Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone with Jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Get in on the action. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com.
Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
It's a new year and time for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI. Already in IT, build cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions nationwide that employers are desperate to fill. At My Computer Career, you could become job-ready in just a few months. Make this your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss out on limited time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. For a limited time, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, get an additional 20% off in-store clearance appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today because Lowe's knows deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 12/28/23 through 1/3/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Progressive presents Precious Moments.
Nothing beats driving cross-country in our RV.
This is so much fun, Dad. I don't even need to look at my phone.
It's not the destination. It's the journey. Jinx!
The exchange you just heard didn't actually happen, but it could. Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive.
Your football podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Colts Texans Saturday night, going to be great. Big stage for Will Anderson. Will Anderson closed a major gap on the odds board for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson's had the most schizophrenic odds path to Defensive Rookie of the Year. At times he was way out of it, and then he has a huge game. I don't know that anybody benefits more on the odds board from huge games than Will Anderson. But he had a big game this past week against the Tennessee Titans in Week 17. 12 snaps, 2 sacks, 6 QB pressures. That's about as efficient as it gets. More importantly, the big stat, he had one amazing press conference after the game. More important to Seth C. Payne, he had an amazing press conference after the game.
And though this part, though, too, was interesting because earlier in the year, Sean, I felt like I would try to give honest discussions about Will Anderson where I think people were too affected by the internet because it could only be one thing. He was either the best rookie who ever played football in America or he was an abject bust. And it was really annoying because he was doing some really, really good things, but there were some things that he needed to do better. And whenever I would try to point that out, people would come at me with these double-team stats and pressure rates and ESPN win rush rates and everything. And I would say, yeah, that's great. That's awesome. It's evidence that, yes, he is doing some really good things. but he still needs to tweak a few things to get to the final step, which is actually completing plays and not just getting close to the quarterback, but getting pressures on the quarterback, getting quarterback hits, getting sacks. So I was kind of happy to hear Will Anderson side with me on criticizing first half of the season Will Anderson.
It's really just going back and self-reflecting and looking in the mirror and saying, like, it's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, people can talk about, double team rate, this and that. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you have to come and approach every day, like, how can I get better? And I think the coaches, we've been doing a really good job. We still have to practice about 10 minutes and just work the little stuff, working edges, working different angles, different moves, everything like that.
Yeah,
and that's what he's done. Like, he's done a really good job of, we talked earlier in this week about how he's learned how to handle chip blocks and the chips by the tight ends, and the angles is a big one. There were times in the first half of the season where he was taking the wrong path, and he was making it harder on himself than he needed to be. And at times he was making the offensive tackles, especially the veteran ones, kind of comfortable because he just didn't quite get and understand exactly where to attack to make them uncomfortable. That's one of the huge things that's changed over the second half of the season. Those little things like taking the right angle, setting moves up. A lot of times it's a matter of him just trusting his outside move and his speed rush, and then that setting up his inside rush. He's really done a great job of just tying it all together in the second half of the season.
There was a time, I will remind you in the audience, there was a time, and I'm willing to do this, I'm self-deprecating. There was a time where, prior to the draft last year, I may have wanted Tyree Wilson more than I wanted Will Anderson, because when I was watching the film on both, it looked like Tyree Wilson, wow, he routinely beats double teams, and he's a monster. He beats guys. Will is clearly, on the film, this is my assessment at the time, clearly a very good athlete, clearly very explosive, but boy, it sure looks like a lot of his plays are kind of spoon-fed to him, you know what I mean? Games, things like that he's playing.
Or he ran around a lot.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where you're on a really good defense, and when you're really active and you run around a lot, then you're going to make a lot of plays. But he kind of sometimes got swallowed up versus the bigger NFL-sized offensive tackles.
Right. And eventually, you can see, I know the one thing, once we had arrived at a Will Anderson conclusion with all this, was that we felt comfortable. They're like, okay, well, what we saw was what we saw at Alabama, but this is a dude who's clearly going to put the work in to make sure that it gets better when he's in the NFL, that he gets better, that all the things you're talking about him doing the last few weeks when he's been healthy are the results of all the work that he's talking about in that cut that you just played.
Right, and some of it, too, there's always still a bit of a leap of faith, and this is where I think genuinely starting to see and understand exactly what kind of a guy he is mattered a lot in how much the Texans liked him. Because it's a matter of faith that, okay, well, he's got to clean his hands up. He was always lethal with his hands rushing inside, but he wasn't lethal with his hands as an edge rusher, like rushing around the outside. So it was a matter of faith that he was going to figure that out, how to transfer the work he did on the inside and moving it to the outside. And then it was a little bit of a matter of faith that he was going to learn to flip his hips really well and do some of that stuff. Because I think sometimes it's tempting, and this is what happened with the Jaguars and Trayvon Walker. Sometimes people think it's a little too easy to learn that stuff, and they think, well, if a guy's really fast and strong, he can pick that up. That's like saying that you can teach somebody how to be an awesome dancer. I don't care how athletic somebody is. If they can't dance, it's going to be really, really tough to teach them how to be an awesome dancer. So there was a leap of faith in a little bit with Will Anderson. I'll credit the Texans 100% for taking that leap of faith, backed by their understanding of what his work ethic is like. Because I think it's going to pay ridiculously good dividends.
Yep. We got more Will, right? A little rookie wall action.
So this was him again. This is why I love this kid so much. This is him after playing in the 16th game of the season. Sure, he'd had a couple of games off beforehand. Up at the podium with a high ankle sprain still that he was limping on. When asked about how he feels and what it's like this point in the season.
People always talk about this rookie block. Like, you're going to get this rookie block. And it's like, how can you get a rookie block when you're so intrigued on learning? And you're so intrigued on, almost reaching your goal. And I think that's what it is. All the rooks here, I don't feel like none of us reached a rookie block because we're so eager to learn. We see success and we just want to keep going and going to get it.
Yeah.
No, dude, this rookie class, and maybe it's because they're experiencing a lot of success, but they've also experienced a lot of adversity, too. There's not a single one of them that hasn't experienced some sort of injury this year in this rookie class, and it's a really talented class. It feels like a college recruiting class more than anything. In so much as like a college recruiting class, there's always on good teams, there always seems to be this camaraderie. Especially because you're the freshman and you go through all the freshman stuff and the Texans aren't putting them through any rookie hazing or anything like that. But it just feels like it feels like they, what it feels like? It feels like they drafted two guys in C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson that really loved their experience in college where they played. You know what I mean? And they're trying to,
they're trying nothing but awesome and fun. Yeah, they're trying to recreate that collegiate feel.
Not just the winning. I mean, they won a ton of games, but the camaraderie on the team. It feels like that's something that they're truly trying to recreate here.
You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that because that's hard. It's hard to find teams that have that camaraderie in the NFL. The Ravens have always been a team that's known as like they've for a long time have created almost like a high school feeling to just guys being together, hanging out, and everything. And there have been various teams over the years that have had reputations as doing that. The Ravens have just been able to do it for a long time. That's something that can pay a lot of dividends because that's something that, that's the thing that takes you above and beyond, especially once guys start getting paid for something. That's when the amateur, it's rooted in the Latin word for love. Amateurs do it for love. Once you start getting paid, you ain't doing it for love anymore. You're a bit of a prostitute. So, to get back to where you're doing it for the love, that can take guys that's when guys start playing injured. That's when guys start feeling responsible for not letting the other guy down, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I feel like CJ and Will are all about that kind of attitude. I could go, man, if they could create like a Ravens type of atmosphere, minus perhaps some of the behavioral issues, then that would be freaking awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Most of the Ravens thing. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what I think too, Seth? I mean, when you talk about, okay, well, now they're at the pro level and they're getting paid. I mean, these guys, CJ and Will in particular, they were getting paid in college too. CJ had a lot of NIL deals in college, and I think it gives one. And Nick has talked about that with us before, like that there's aspects of the name, image, likeness stuff in the collegiate level that give them another data point to watch how guys operate. And you hear stories about CJ Stroud with the NIL that he got at Ohio State and how he's making sure his teammates benefit from it. There were stories about how he got suits for his teammates and dinners and things like that. That just watching how a guy functions within that world where he's probably making a whole lot more than, I'm sure there's several, like a majority of the team at Ohio State's probably making next to nothing. It's the stars who get paid. So I think it's interesting, too, that not only do you see, okay, how did he operate with the camaraderie at the collegiate level, but he did it in a world where he was, obviously not the money he's making here, but in a world where money was a factor in the whole thing.
I have to gently correct one of our listeners, Sean.
Okay.
Boy, this is bad memory. Unless maybe I'm the one with the bad memory. But gently, I have to correct you, sir. He says Clowney had the same narrative as Anderson his first couple seasons, but Clowney could never tie things together and never progressed. I would say that by the end of Clowney's first year, that was when – how many games did he play?
He played like 4 games that year.
Yeah, he played 4 games, and then he had surgery, and then he had to have his knee. I would say it was a vastly different narrative. There was nothing. No, you're way off, man. Because there was nothing about Clowney where I would defend Clowney's work ethic in that people tried to paint him out like he was just a complete and total jackass, but nobody ever, correct me if I'm wrong in this, ever gushed about him. No. There's nothing about this.
There's nothing similar about them at all.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's nothing at all. I shouldn't have read the text, sir. You're inserting somebody else's name into this in your memory or something.
Yeah.
No, it was never ever like Will Anderson's reputation, because Will Anderson's reputation coming out of college was nothing like Clowney's reputation coming out of college.
Yeah, nothing like it. Good try. We had a texter ask, can Will Anderson be a 15-sack guy next year? I absolutely think he can. His trajectory in terms of getting quarterbacks on the ground looks a whole lot like J.J. Watt his rookie year.
Yeah, he's got to that point where, if you look at it, the first half of the season, he only had 1 sack. He had that first sack in the Ravens game, and then after that, it was a drought. And look, this is where, again, hear me out, everybody. Sacks are not as important as people make them out to be. But sacks are important. Yeah. They're just not the be-all, end-all.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times when guys don't get a lot of sacks, this is why you need to say that sacks aren't that important. Guys can be rushing the passer really effectively, but sometimes coverage on the back end isn't good. Sometimes you just have a year where you have bad luck. But over time, over the course of multiple years, the really good pass rushers, the premier guys, get a boatload of sacks.
Yeah.
So, like, in any given season, you can say, you know what, all right, well, this guy only had 8 sacks, but, honestly, he was winning more than the guys who had the sack leaders. Over time, it balances out, and you get those sacks. So, like, early in the first half of the season, what Will is talking about when he says, he didn't really pay attention to the people that were mentioning the double team rates and everything, was that he was winning reps and he was doing a lot of good stuff, but he really wasn't getting close to sacks. Like, there was nothing about, you couldn't blame the back end, you couldn't blame coverage issues, you couldn't blame bad luck or anything else like that for him not getting sacks. He really wasn't getting genuinely close enough to the quarterback. In the second half of the season, through a multitude of different things he's tweaked and improved, he's just flat out getting to the quarterback a lot more. So it's like that's where, and I will point out, he did miss a few sacks early on that I won't say were bad luck, but were classic. J.J. Watt did this too his rookie year. When guys who are super excitable get close to the quarterback before they learn that they got to settle down a little bit, they whiff because they get sack fever. They're so damn excited, and Will had a few of those early in the season. He's learned to settle down a little bit since then.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll hand it over to In the Loop at the top of the hour. Both head coaches in Saturday night's matchup on the opposing QB. D'Amico Ryans on the challenges Gardner Minshew presents. Shane Steichen, his scouting report on C.J. Stroud. Next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Fan Central at the George R. Brown Convention Center on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you set for Saturday's regular season finale. Stop by, hang out.
SportsRadio610
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Saturday night game, Texans, 7:15 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Let's hear from both head coaches on the opposing quarterbacks. We'll start with D'Amico Ryans. What are the challenges that Gardner Minshew presents?
Right, you see Gardner playing much more comfortable, right? He's had a ton of reps, so with those reps has come experience, and he's more comfortable, all right, operating the offense. You can tell the offense, Shane, they trust him with the football. He does a good job of getting rid of the ball fairly quickly, right? And he knows exactly where he's going with the football. When he hits his back foot, he knows exactly where he's going with the football. He doesn't make many bad decisions with the football. He protects the ball well, so it's going to be a challenge. You have to be disciplined. For us defensively, right? You have to be disciplined. We have to tackle well in space because the ball is out so quick. Guys have to swarm. We have to tackle well in space because of all of the quick passing game.
Yeah, they got better when Anthony Richardson got hurt earlier this year. I felt in that game in week 2, Seth, when Anthony Richardson went down, and that was with Anthony Richardson having run for 2 touchdowns already. When he went down and out of that game, I thought, okay, I know Richardson looked really good on those 2 touchdown runs. I felt that was more about the Texans not knowing what the hell they were doing on defense than anything Anthony. I felt like there were a lot of quarterbacks that could have run those touchdowns in.
Well, the thing is, too, with Anthony Richardson, the annoying thing is this, that you're going to see a lot of, when he comes back and plays, he'll make a lot of really nice throws that are highlight throws, and then people will isolate those throws and say, oh, thought you said Anthony Richardson couldn't throw.
Dude.
And you have to respond, like, no, nobody said he couldn't ever throw. It's that he can't consistently throw. And, that's – so when you – and now you've got this guy who gets hurt all the time. As you pointed out, he played in 4 NFL games, didn't finish any of them this year.
Finished 1.
Got hurt in college. He finished 1 of 4.
Yep.
Got hurt a lot in college. This is a guy that you really don't want to run too much, and yet that's his superhuman skill.
Yes.
And he's erratic as a passer. So I think in his recovery this year, they're probably going to really be trying to hammer home the mechanics and just get him more consistent so that he can throw it more. But there are a lot of ifs there. So, yeah, for this year, this is a classic example of where, in any year where, if you've got a Ryan Fitzpatrick or a Gardner Minshew or somebody like that, they're going to be better than your rookie, even if the rookie's upside is really, really high.
Is the main thing for D'Amico and the defense shutting down the run game? Is shutting down Gardner Minshew is step 1 to shutting down Minshew, shutting down the run game for the Colts?
Is Gardner what?
Is the key? We just heard D'Amico talking about Gardner Minshew, but unlike C.J. Stroud, where I'm guessing Gus Bradley and the Colts defense is going to be we got to C.J. Stroud's the guy. We got to focus on C.J. Stroud. Yeah. With the Colts, it's less about Minshew and more about the running game, right?
Yeah. You got to focus on the run game.
Yep.
Because I don't think, even though Jonathan Taylor has not had a good year by his standards, certainly, really hasn't had a good year at all. And he's been injured. He had the semi-holdout or whatever the hell that was. Zach Moss is banged up, and yet their numbers would be better if teams weren't able to just dial in against the run against them. Teams have been lining up in bear fronts. That's where you've got a nose guard and 2 defensive tackle over both of the guards, and you just hem up every gap on the front, which is awesome for stopping the run. It does leave you a little bit weak on the backside, and it makes it harder for some of those guys to get back into their coverages. That's the risk that teams are willing to take because they're not scared of Gardner Minshew. The problem is that versus a team like the Texans give up opportunities on play action. So, yeah, the Texans could be shutting down teams. The way they shut the Browns, they held the Browns to 1.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
They destroyed the Browns' running attack. Turns out the Browns don't care. The Browns haven't been running the ball well at all with Joe Flacco, but teams are coming up and stopping the run, and then they hit him with a play action, and Flacco's been brilliant. So that's my big concern. I think the Texans will do a good job versus the run. It's a matter of, okay, are they staying on the same page, and are they not making mental errors on the backsides? Because they can't have these blown coverages and expect to win all these games in the last waning moments of a game.
Shane Steichen Colts head coach. Here's Shane Steichen on Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
He's a pure passer. He throws it effortlessly, and he's done a heck of a job this year. He's played really like a veteran all year. I know he got dinged up with the concussion, but he was playing at an MVP level there. Still is playing really good football. Like I said, really good pocket presence, accuracy. He can make all the throws, and he's got that offense, playing really good football right now.
I think, Seth, that the Texans have I don't know what's going to happen on Saturday, if they're going to make the playoffs or not. But as far as the future of this division goes, I feel like the Jaguars held the title of this team's going to be a problem for the next 10 years. I felt like they held that belt for 1 year, and now that the Texans have wrested that belt for them. I don't care if the Jags end up winning the division this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what Trevor Lawrence really is at this point. And within the specter of he's a quarterback that everybody thinks the Jags need to pay. And I'm kind of rooting for them to pay him. And by virtue of that, I feel almost like, okay, if I'm rooting for my opponent to do something like pay a quarterback to stay around for many, many years.
Right. Oh, yeah, you'd love to have them just have to take another 3 or 4 years to figure it out.
Strapped with Trevor Lawrence at a $50 to $60 million salary, knock yourself out.
Well, and Sean, the other thing about that, too, is you've talked about, they really hurt themselves by wasting a year of Trevor Lawrence's development with Urban Meyer. Well, let's talk about also drafting a running back in that same year and wasting that draft pick on a guy that, in the modern NFL, why are you doing that when you're at the stage you are in your development? In Urban Meyer's mind, Etienne's going to be like a Christian McCaffrey or something because I watched him play in college. Remember, that was the draft. Basically, Urban Meyer drafted every guy that he'd been impressed by in college.
Yeah.
It was almost just like a college all-star team, more so than it was an NFL draft where you're actually evaluating prospects.
Yeah, they burned a year of they burned a year of the sweet nectar that you hope for in the NFL. A young quarterback on a rookie deal with some assets to put some things around him, and they wasted a year messing around with Urban Meyer. Text message. I'm going to have to go. Oh, here we go. Well, let's see here. Wait. There we go. Can we talk about this Saturday night flex? I have Rockets tickets. I'm going to have to go to the Rockets game and sit at the bar in front of the TV and watch the Texans. Okay, now that's an interesting one. Remember the Texans were on the other end of this last year on that Thursday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles. You remember that it was the Texans and the Eagles on Thursday night, and the Phillies and the Astros were playing Game 5 of the World Series, and half the stadium at NRG are out in the club level or out at the bars watching the baseball game.
Yeah. That was there were a lot of Eagles fans there, or a lot of Eagles fans at that game who were wearing Phillies red. And that was an interesting one. But remember, the weird, I like to go out and, talk to some of the opposing team's fans just to get a feel for things. The thing I remember about that game was that most of the Philadelphia people had kind of been caught by surprise by the Phillies, and they were not as into it as I would have thought or expected. It was more they're kind of like, I've been planning this vacation forever, and hell no, I wasn't gonna miss this game to go watch the Phillies game.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the Eagles were the best team in football at the time too. So it's not like they were traveling to Houston to go see a couple 500 teams play. Obviously these are all people who had traveled to Houston to go to an Eagles game, so they're big Eagles fans, but they didn't seem nearly as distracted by the Phillies in the World Series as I thought they would be. Yeah. It shows, in my mind, showed me that everything I needed to know about the Phillies' lack of moxie in that series. So does the Texans' presence on Saturday night impact the Rockets at all? Who are the Rockets playing in that game on Saturday night? I got to go look-see here. I wonder how many people are doing that. I wonder how many people who are going to the game are like, well, I got to go sit in the bar. They play Giannis. So that's kind of an attraction right there. People competing, the Texans competing for eyeballs. This should be one of those Saturday nights. Like, there should be a ton of watch parties for this thing on Saturday night. Text in 713-572-4610. How you planning on watching this? Are you going to be out at the bars watching it? You going to be having people over? Like, what's the MO for that? Because I'm going to be up here. We're going to be up here in the studio watching it to get ready for, post-game and whatnot.
What is this weekend? Is there anything? What is this? The week after? We're not in the holidays anymore. Although it still feels like people are, I guess, because school was out earlier
back
this
today.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I'll be honest with you. Flying this weekend, I got really pissed really fast because I forgot that it was still a holiday weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love flying unless it's on a holiday weekend, because then it's a mess. I don't mind I don't mind screaming babies. Let me rephrase that. I don't mind a screaming baby on the flight. When there's like 4 screaming babies on a flight, that's tough, man. I have a hard time. I pride myself on not being bothered by screaming babies, but when it's 4, like all within several rows back of you, that's rough. That's rough.
New Year's is a tricky one too, because I feel like if you fly on a holiday, like on Christmas, that's actually a great day to travel because nobody's traveling that day.
You know, it's not like it used to be.
Really? People have figured that out, huh?
The airlines. It's not packed.
Yeah.
And it's not nearly as bad as the days leading up to Christmas. But like I flew on New Year's Day, and that's a Monday too, and it's kind of like there's no religious observances or anything. But yeah, like the airlines have just gotten too good at packing these planes. You never get empty. Remember, you used to like have a pretty good shot of having an empty seat next to you on an airplane.
Sometimes a whole row.
It's so rare that happens anymore,
full.
man.
Yeah, very full. Absolutely. I'll say this too about New Year's as a holiday. As far as like New Year's is at the bottom of the barrel for leftovers on a holiday. Like Thanksgiving's elite, Christmas is elite, Easter, that ham and candy, elite. New Year's sucks. Amy's making cabbage and black-eyed peas, and I'm like, what the hell is this? You know, New Year's not. I feel like John Lopez has an opinion on this.
I do, because you're right on that stuff.
Yeah.
And I eat it. You have to. But the ham.
Why do I have to?
Well, you cook a giant ham and you have leftovers.
On New Year's?
Yeah.
Amy did that randomly like 4 weeks ago. Like it was in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I came home one day and she's like, I cooked a whole ham so that we have an entire ham in the fridge. I'm like, I love you. You're the best. Yeah, making sandwiches
so
for
you
days.
can eat like you live in the Klondike in winter or something?
Man.
Like, we've got salted cured meat. That's all we'll eat for the next 3 months.
And I guess that's personal.
Try not to kill each other.
I guess that's personal because we don't do traditional other than Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like our Christmas Eve is usually tamales and hors d'oeuvres. Our Christmas is always a different country.
Yeah.
So like
you do Christmas very differently.
Very differently.
Hey,
So like when I get ham leftovers, I'm gonna have a ham sandwich tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Probably. Darn
Hey,
right.
John.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you this yesterday. I know that you and Landry have differences of opinion on whether you should talk about New Year's resolutions or not.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can come in early tomorrow and like give us your list of resolutions or something.
I would love it. I've got two. I've got 2 that I'm going to stick to. And I put them out there. You got to put them out there. It's like losing weight.
Right.
You'll never lose weight unless you put it out there.
Got to have society keep you accountable.
Yes, you'll never keep your resolution unless you put it out there.
I share Landry's concern over your resolution to start running more.
Oh boy.
At the very least, you got to go to a running shoe store and have them like look at your feet and everything.
Yes.
And you need all the support you can get.
I would hope they would look at my lower back and my Achilles as well.
Yeah,
because I used to love it, and that's why I stopped. It's just so bad. But I went out once already.
And
okay,
I walked, ran 3 miles.
Good. Okay.
Oh, good.
About 1 mile of that was jogging.
Okay.
Old man jog.
Good.
Do it on an interval too, like a strict interval of walk run. Okay, good.
That's what I'm doing.
Yes.
I would walk a quarter mile, then jog a quarter mile, walk a quarter mile, jog a quarter mile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you watching this game on Saturday night?
You know what? I'm like I mentioned that yesterday. This feels like it needs to be an event,
like a watch party.
Yeah,
kind of
it needs
thing, right?
to be an event.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I'm in on all suggestions. If not, I'll probably be in my backyard.
Okay.
Watching it, cooking something. But yeah, the kids are for sure coming over. But nothing's firm. I'm open for suggestions.
Yeah. This feels like a watch party situation for Saturday for sure.
It definitely does. It's big.
Yep. All right.
Listener says, sorry, real quick. Yeah. Listener says, currently debating pissing off my wife and not going to a friend's birthday party that's been planned for a month so I can watch the game.
This is a crucial situation. I'm sorry. That's acceptable.
Yeah.
That is
well, just find out if the game's going to be on there.
That's true. Yeah. I got to know who else is on the roster at a party like that, too.
Exactly.
I don't know if they're bending your ear the whole time. I want to watch the game. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. Highway 6, Thirsty Thursday. Wings, cold drinks, prizes, the whole 9 yards. Join the drive and our friends at Bud Light tomorrow afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. You've been listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. This is KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. And Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and hokas to John.
Yeah.
Yes, I need some.
Hokas! All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the loop.
I went out.
Landry Locker.
Look at this fool's wallet.
Holy moly.
Look at this fool's wallet.
I have an explanation.
Goodness.
I have an explanation. First of all,
holy crap!
It's
my
like $120.
Wow.
And it's from cash.
Look at that stack right
leftover.
there.
You give me a hard time.
Leftover.
$120 nowadays.
Leftover from Christmas at Amy's parents. They have a piggy bank at Christmas every year.
Oh,
it's got money in it. And we guess how much is in the piggy bank, and whoever gets closest wins the money in the piggy bank.
My goodness.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, man,
I'm a big money grip, $120. Yeah, thanks.
Got it piled, man.
The look on your face.
Next Avalon Diner trip is on me, fellas. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Jace in for Figgy Fig starts now.
All right, let's set the scene here.
Let's set the scene.
Texans, Colts. You know what's on the line. What a difference a year makes. Let's hear from the coach, D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, make us feel some type of way about this win and get in ball game.
Yeah, we're a completely different team now from our first meeting. You put the tape on, and it's like, wow. I'm encouraged by how much better we've gotten. You kind of know like who we are now. I think early in the year, every team in the league. You're trying to figure out who you are, figure out your identity, right? How are you going to play? So I think now, we know who we are. We know our brand of football, how we have to play, how we have to win games. And, that you figure that out throughout the year. You figure it out through a lot of growing pains, a lot of tough moments. But you figure it out, and we're in a good spot now.
What's your approach with the messaging going into a game like this? Do you say it's business as usual, same old game, or is it like, hey, we know what's on the line, and we show them and tell them what is on the line?
Yeah, at the end of the day with this game, we have to execute. And that's what it comes down to. Yeah, we know you have to win the game. To win a game, it's going to come down one snap at a time, everybody executing, everybody winning
this is
one down at a time.
This is a litany
that's
of
all
them.
that matters. It doesn't matter. You can get caught up in the hype of how big it is. And, yeah, everyone understands that, but what does it matter when the ball is snapped? It doesn't. It matters about you executing, being where you're supposed to be, and winning that snap.
All right, Coach. Let's just win each snap.
The longer the string of cliches, the bigger the game is. I'm convinced. Like he went through like one play at a time. That tells me it's a huge game.
There's one thing that I thought was kind of getting pushed, and we'll hear it at 11. It was kind of getting pushed on CJ. Mm-hmm. And let me just make this clear: this is not that big of a game for CJ. No. He's been in so many bigger games than this. This is him going to Indianapolis in this type of situation. Yes, it might be the biggest game of his NFL career, but this is not getting ready to face Michigan at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. This is not getting ready to face Georgia in the Sugar Bowl or whatever it was. If you're wondering if this is some sort of huge game, this isn't the stage where we start having those discussions. Maybe when we get to the playoffs we can, but this right here, come on. He is made for a moment like this.
I'll take it a step further. His entire life, he's been the guy that they look to for big moments, and he's handled them. I'm talking probably from middle school, high school. He was a big basketball player. Who do they want with the ball so they can take the big free throws? CJ. When he was literally fighting for his football life as a 3-star recruit, and he fought his way into the Elite 11 camp. This is not anything that's not already in his DNA. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, this is not close to Ohio State, Michigan.
No,
it's not even remotely close. The whole process, they got 45 reporters in there when he goes and talks before Ohio State. He probably can't even walk around. On that campus before that game because of all the intensity. So the notion that this is some sort of big game for him, I don't subscribe to that theory. I think this is just, we'll see. But I think for Gardner Minshew it is. I think this is the biggest game of Gardner Minshew's life. But C.J. Stroud's played in bigger games than this.
I actually agree with that too. But C.J. Stroud, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again because it's that important. You can worry about a bunch of things in this game. The last thing you need to worry about, literally, is C.J. Stroud. You can even worry about like Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans. You can worry about how they're going to handle this, how they're going to approach it, because this is totally new at this level for them to be doing that. You can worry about obviously some players that are going to play, not play. How is Devin Singletary? How are the receivers? All that. You can worry about all that. Don't worry about C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud could go out there and play poorly. It's not going to be because the moment was too big for him.
Right.
It could be because of surroundings. It could just be because it's not going to be like there's no situation where, and I think the same for D'Amico. There is not going to be a situation where these guys are overwhelmed. This is not going to be Bill O'Brien peeing his pants in the middle of Kansas City. I didn't have a play. This is not going to be Deshaun Watson deciding to only show up when it's mop-up duty time in Kansas City. Like this is not going to. This is not. If we can over-romanticize everything, anything, whatever we want to do, if they lose this game, it's not going to be because this moment's too big for C.J. Stroud. This is nothing for him.
See, I think you could even argue D'Amico has never really experienced this. As a head coach, he's never been that.
No, he hasn't.
So I think, like I said, of all the things you could argue, I can listen to, but not C.J. Stroud.
So I heard the conversation, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, but why the hell not? McClain was on with Sean and Seth, and they brought up the, who would you rather face? Would you rather host the Cleveland Browns, or would you rather travel to Kansas City?
Yeah.
And I think this is being approached two ways. First, I think this is the one that's the most frequent, is you want to put yourself in the best position to go as far as you can in the playoffs.
Right.
I think, and I'm not dismissing that, but that seems to be, well, you have a chance to beat Cleveland. You didn't have C.J. Stroud. You're at home. You want the home playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it as, first of all, I think Kansas City is beatable. Second of all, I think a win over Kansas City is more significant and perhaps in the long term something more to build on than a win over the Browns. Like going to Kansas City in that environment, and that would be a big game for C.J. Stroud, not Indianapolis. But just having that experience and sharing that stage with the best player in the world, the team that's been the best team in the world, regardless of what they currently are, I think that experience, more so than just perhaps prolonging your season, and there's no guarantee they beat the Browns either. I mean, we saw what the Browns did to them. I know CJ didn't play, but I think just that experience, that exposure, I think there's more value in that than, hey, let's just prolong our season and figure it out. Does that mean I think they can beat the Chiefs? I think they would have a puncher's chance, but I think that experience and all that overrides the desire to just prolong the season as much as possible.
Absolutely, because you're in Kansas City. We know what that crowd is like. Patrick Mahomes is on the other side of the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a high, sort of intensity game. And so, yes, that definitely would be a different level. You play the Browns at home, I think it's not quite the same atmosphere, and it's not quite the same impact if you do win,
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Jason for Figgy here on Sports Radio 610. So Adam Schefter got you thinking today, which is interesting because Adam Schefter, normally there's news or something coming out, but Adam Schefter put out a tweet, and it has John Lopez asking a hell of a lot of questions.
I got a question for you, kind of hijacking the show here, but it did make my mind go here. So Adam Schefter tweeted something that was actually not breaking news, not necessarily football related. He tweeted a very popular thing from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Today is the last day you should be able to tell someone Happy New Year, right? January 3rd. That's the Larry David thing. 3 days. That's it.
He says 3 days.
And I agree with that. John McClain, I'm pretty sure, has given me a Happy New Year in late February, maybe early March. He's the king of late Happy New Years. So it did get me thinking. Like, there are some unwritten rules on this. We talk about unwritten rules in baseball. Some unwritten rules, and I'm going to ask you, I have my answers, but I'm going to ask you this. When is it too late to send someone a gift?
What do you mean, for like a birthday?
Like a birthday or a wedding or something. I'm thinking more wedding, like, or I'll send you a gift, an anniversary or something. When is it too late?
For a wedding, I don't think it ever is, because it's let's be honest. I actually think you're actually doing like a good gesture if you wait a couple of months, because man, you get so bombarded with stuff, and You're trying to get your legs under you and all that. So for a wedding, I don't think it can be too late. I think within a year of getting married.
I remember, it's been a long time, but I remember getting a wedding gift like a year later. And I was like, what is going on here? I think 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks for a wedding gift. Because then they're already married, they're settled. You saying up to what?
A year.
A year?
Yeah, a year.
I think 2 weeks.
Within a year. Newlyweds. I think you're still technically newlyweds. I think you're newlyweds.
Because then you just kind of look
years.
bad like you forgot.
Yeah, I mean, or you just get it to them. Who knows?
713-572-4610. When is it too late, and you have probably some experience recently with this, to send a thank you note? My mom was adamant. We started writing those things like the day after we got married or 2 days or whatever. A thank you note.
I don't know, man. Like a couple weeks, maybe?
I said a month. If you get a thank you note within a month, you say, okay, well, they were newlyweds, they were on their honeymoon or whatever. All right, this is where it gets interesting. And it's been a while for both of us. But you have a first date with someone.
Yeah.
When is it too late to call or text back after?
There's no rule. Like all these weirdos that have like certain rules.
One day.
Yeah. I don't know what the rule is. Maybe it's
1 day. If you go on a date with someone and you don't answer them, hey, good time or
some
whatever.
of these kids these days are playing the game where I can't hit them up first. I can't hit them up first.
Exactly.
Oh, I got to leave them on red. Oh, I got to act like I'm busy. Like
well,
that.
why don't you just show a little class and just say, hey, had a good time?
Weirdos.
Maybe we can do this again
Let
sometime.
it go. Yeah.
All right, this is where you take it to another level. How long? When is too late?
You said on a first date?
On a first date.
Oh.
Yeah.
For me, it's just a rollover. What's up? Different strokes for different folks. Shoot. Back in my day.
I'll text you later.
Back in my day. Hey, I'm going to have some breakfast.
All right, well, that answers this one. But after you have sexy time.
Kristen Cavallari said it doesn't matter, like, how long you wait. Kristen Cavallari was saying it on her podcast, formerly of The Hills, Jay Cutler's ex-wife. She's like, it really doesn't matter. Like, it's not.
It matters.
We're adults. She says it didn't.
I say 2 days.
Don't know.
If you go that far, you got to give it no more than 2 days.
Don't know the
right?
rule.
When is too late to get to a party? A regular old party, not like.
What kind of party?
Well, because the next question is dinner party. So this is just party. Like, when is it too late to get to a party?
There's no time, like, especially if it's going to be a full party. Like, if we're talking like a 6-hour party, there's no right time and there's no wrong time.
So if I invite you, because by the way, I was mentioning this with Sean. This feels like a game, and he said it. Where we got to make it an event at Texans Colts. So let's say I have.
I'm watch partied out.
Well, let's say I have.
I'm out of watch parties. I'm out of that business.
Why?
After Monday, I'm out of the watch party business, homie.
Went a little hard, huh?
Nah, I'm chilling. I am chilling. I saw Jesus yesterday.
Did you get a nap in?
A nap. How about I went to bed?
What time?
3.
And when did you wake up?
I woke up at 11 and 8, and then I went back to bed and woke up at 7.
That's a party. You went from 3 to 11, and then
I went from 3 to 11. My wifey was very understanding. She was off, so I was like the worst dad / whatever. And I laid down. I got hydrated. I took a nap. She asked me if I wanted to eat. I said no, thank you. I woke up at 11. I went down. I ate some leftover steak and shrimp. I went back upstairs. I fell asleep. I woke up at 7, and I feel revived. I feel alive.
My God.
I'm chilling.
I think 2 hours. If I invite you to a party, you got to get there within 2 hours.
I would say an hour, but I don't. It just depends how much it's popping. Now, if you know that there's not going to be a lot of people at that party, then it kind of changes.
Then it's earlier.
Yeah.
What about a dinner party?
I mean, you guys show up before you sit down. You got a dinner party. You can't be late to a dinner party.
No more than 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, if it's 20, like in Houston, a lot of times they'll make you like.
They'll have hors
to a nice
d'oeuvres
place,
or whatever.
They'll make you valet. You mean like a dinner party at house, or you're meeting for dinner?
I invite you over to a dinner party.
You gotta be there right when it happens. You gotta be there 5 minutes.
I
before.
say no more than 20 minutes. I get that.
I say 5 before. If they're having dinner, then I'd say 5 before.
Yeah.
My thing though, like my number one thing is if I invite you to watch the game, show up before the game.
Oh, that makes me feel bad. I showed up at halftime of yours.
No, that didn't matter.
Because I was delivering OG sauce.
You didn't?
Yeah. No, second quarter.
Yeah,
second quarter.
You showed up before the Texas game.
Yeah, second quarter, yeah.
You showed up before the Texas game.
All right. You got a new house. When is it too late to go see your friend, relative's new house?
Never. I mean,
2 weeks.
I don't know.
They're excited. They got a new house.
I don't know. They probably got some stuff to get done.
Like when you invited me to that Texas watch party, it was about a week after you moved in, 2 weeks maybe, right?
I'm not sure.
I was like,
it was a couple months.
I gotta go.
So, yeah,
I gotta go. Not that I didn't want to. I'm just saying, but that's a must. You're excited. You're proud of your new house. You got like 2 weeks to go see your best friends or your friends or your family's new house. 2 weeks,
baby.
Yeah. I want to know more about what you drank. I know you had a little.
So here's what I'll just tell you what happened. First of all, I'm on a cleanse. I'm not drinking in Vegas. I promise you that.
Really?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
That's
it's easy to do. I've done it. Like I'm fine. I
just do no. What is it? No drink January or what are they?
No,
called?
I'm fine.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm relaxed. But what happened was I made espresso martinis, and I was just kind of I kind of underestimated my. They were good as hell, but
I'm sure they were.
Weren't, I mean, they weren't as good as I was taking them. I mean, it's not really there's a reason that martinis come in small glasses, not full Dixie cups. I got the best of the best.
Are you willing to share a number here?
I got the Goosey. I got the
Grey Goose.
The Grey Goose, and then I got the top shelf Kahlua. I don't know, man. I just made the whole jug. I made the whole jug, mixed it up. It was kind of like marinated. I put it in, and then I kind of knew that I was. I kind of knew I was screwed because I gave Figgy one, and he's like, "Damn, these are strong as hell."
Yeah,
I haven't noticed, but
well, this is my sixth.
On to the Corona. On to the Coronas.
I can't believe you slept like that. That's awesome. I wish I could sleep like that.
No, I mean, and if I would have completely understood if wifey had said no, but yeah, she let me get my rest in. So,
wedding gift. Texter says you can't do more than a year because they might be broken up by then. These days, that might be true.
I do think there should be. I think there should be insurance. I think the Texans should have a ticket policy where if they lose by 28 or more, you get half your money back. I think if you're a Texans fan and the Texans lose by 28 or more, so if there's just a complete assing, then you get your money back. And I think if you buy someone a wedding gift, and they end up getting divorced in less than 2 years, then there should be some sort of promotion where you get the gift back, or they have to give it back.
I don't know about that one. I like the 28-point thing.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's what should happen. Coming up, an investigation into the Lopez plea for a breakout game from one of the Houston Texans. Next.
Payne and
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
There's a big difference between flying standby and driving the plane. That's what Gardner Minshew is going to be doing this time around as compared to what happened the first time the Texans took on the Indianapolis Colts. Jonathan Taylor didn't even play. We didn't know if he would ever be an Indianapolis Colts again. Devin Singletary, he was the backup to Dameon Pierce, who I think had 15 carries in that game. And Tank Dell, he was establishing himself as one of C.J. Stroud's favorite weapons. He's not going to be out there. There's a lot of changes that have taken place from week 2 to Saturday night when the Texans take on the Indianapolis Colts, and John Lopez is starving. Mm-hmm. He's starving for a Devin Singletary game.
First of all, do you realize that was, I'm doing the math in my head, I think this is right, 3.5 months ago?
It's a long time ago.
Man, a lot has changed. 3.5 months ago when they played the Colts. I've had two very strong feelings. One, I called a premonition about this game. I think it's going to come down to a made field goal by Fairbairn or a missed field goal by the Colts kicker.
Gay?
The second one is...
His name's Gay, right?
Matt Gay, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I would make sure I wasn't just saying that.
You said
yeah.
Gay?
Yeah. Matt Gay.
Yeah. Yeah. The second feeling, I think, is more rooted in logic and facts. And let me explain it to you. This is going to be a Devin Singletary
That's pretty
game.
cocky when someone puts out their case and they say, this is rooted in logic and facts.
Yes. Here's the logic and the facts. So, Devin Singletary, you mentioned the first game. You realize he had 4 carries for 14 yards?
Yeah, he was an afterthought.
He was barely that. So I kind of dug in. Why do I feel so strong that this is going to be a Devin Singletary game? Feel free to agree, disagree like you always do. 713-572-4610. So the receiving core is hurting. Noah Brown, to me, just reading the tea leaves, and by the way, we'll have practice updates for you later in the show. But it seems most of the guys that did not participate, and this was just an estimate, seems like they're going to be trying to go. Like John McClain said, if you're 80%, if you can walk, get on the field. I agree with that because this is a playoff game, a de facto playoff game. But Noah Brown seems to be the one that may not play. So you got your receiving core is depleted already with Tank Dell out, who was in that first game. Noah Brown is down. Don't forget, Brevin Jordan is really going to be a fullback / H-back. So you're down to really one tight end unless you're counting Saubert. So that's one reason that you got to be able to pound the ball. Here's another one. The Colts, and this is the facts. The Colts are middle of the pack defensively. They're getting their secondary healthy again. But their best cornerback, Kenny Moore, is going to come back. So their secondary is pretty strong. Their rush defense, I don't know where people – I've seen this like on Twitter and stuff like, well, I don't know if the Texans are going to run, and I don't know who said it, but be able to run against – what are you saying? They're ranked 27th in the league. It's week 18. There is no more. This is a trend. This is what they are. They are not a good rush defense. The Colts are not a good rush defense. He only had 4 carries in the first game. They are vulnerable, and he's playing real well. How well is he playing? In the last 3 road games, which I think they're going to run more on the road. They've done that all year long. Singletary's rushed 30 times for 150 yards, 13 times for 65 yards, but that was the Jets game. He had 64 yards at halftime, like before it got out when it was 0-0. And 20 times for 121 yards on the road. This is a Devin Singletary game. It's got it written all over it. I mean, this is plus. I'm sure D'Amico. I know it's a dome stadium, but win or go home type game. He's going to rely on that defense, which has played better. That's another factor in recent weeks, and it's been good all year. And the run game. I mean, I think this is a Devin Singletary. I put it out there yesterday. It's admittedly ambitious, but I'm going to say 125 yards. They need $125.
You're out of control.
They want a buck.
You have lost your damn mind. You are out of control.
They need a buck.
125. Can't you just say a bill?
No. That's
125 yards. That's
SAWFT.
That is very, 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 very.
That's soft. I'm gonna say 120. He ran for 150 on the road.
It's Cincinnati.
Yeah. He ran for 121 on the road.
125. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, that's a lot.
It's a lot. I'm saying it with my chest.
I think that D'Amico's going to be able to figure out Gardner Minshew. But last time when Minshew came in, the Colts had a 14-0 lead. Texans cut it to 7. They were obviously preparing for Anthony Richardson all week. I think eventually they would have figured that out, and it would have became close. But Minshew just came in there guns blazing.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about like a Gardner Minshew, and maybe Stoerner can speak to this as well. Clint Stoerner follows us at 2 to 6 right here on Sports Radio 610. Like, whether it's Baker Mayfield, whether it's Gardner Minshew, like some of those guys, I feel like they're just better when nothing is expected of them.
Mm-hmm.
But then as soon as you like laying out these you lay out these expectations and you expect them to go do this on like the biggest of big stages, that's when I feel like these guys kind of come down to earth and you show why and what you originally thought of them kind of comes a little bit more to the forefront. That's how I look at Gardner Minshew.
And you should. And Gardner Minshew might be the best example of that. Keep in mind, Minshew mania and all that stuff. Oh, he's the real deal. Oh, he's going to carry the Jaguars a long way. And then what happened once he was expected to?
Yes. When he came out of nowhere, it was a cool story, all that. And I'm sure that Troy Aikman and Joe Buck will put up the I guess he claims that he lives in a van during the summer, whatever the hell that is. Like lives in a van and just hangs out with his bros. I would probably throw the challenge flag on that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe you're in the van for a little bit, but you ain't living in no van for a summer.
He's not living in a van.
That's not even remotely a thing.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure they'll play that up. But as far as look, maybe these are famous last words, but I'm going to keep saying them until the game. If you tell me that the Texans, like the key for them winning this game is C.J. Stroud has to do whatever the hell he can do with what's around him, and Gardner Minshew is going to be the guy, then I feel confident. That's it. Like that's all I'm looking at. And there's a lot more layers to it. Now, Jonathan Taylor scares the hell out of me. You're talking about,
and he's getting hot.
Yeah, you're talking about the Devin Singletary game. Jonathan Taylor scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I mean, Jonathan Taylor he was one of the best weapons in football 2 years ago. I mean, he was his first pick in most fantasy drafts, and they paid him. Mm-hmm. And Jonathan Taylor, like if you're telling me like the biggest threat, I think Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman, two guys who, by the way, they went in the second round of that 2020 draft.
Mm-hmm.
That was the same draft where the Texans got Ross Blacklock.
There you go. And the thing with Minshew, I do worry about him more. But if you look at his numbers this year, they're all right. I mean, they're not Minshew mania type numbers like when he burst onto the scene in Jacksonville, and they're winning. So look, you give them credit.
I think you can commit to stopping Jonathan Taylor, and if it's Derek Stingley, if it's Steven Nelson, put them on an island with Michael Pittman Jr. and see what happens.
The one thing Minshew did in week 2 was exploit the safeties. I remember,
that's going to be a problem for the remainder.
I remember 2 big plays over the middle. Now, I'm not sure. I'm guessing one of them was Petrie, just because
you think?
Process of elimination. But he hit 2 big plays over the middle. Remember that? One was like 50 yards. And so they're going to try to do that again with him. There's no question.
Yeah, the Petrie thing, Petrie's bad plays cost you games. Because they're usually big. And if you think that Shane Steichen hasn't noticed that, like that is probably the most noticeable thing when you put the tape on is Jalen Petrie in coverage. So we'll see how it goes. Lopez is saying it's going to be the Devin Singletary game. I'm fearful of Jonathan Taylor, but at the end of the day, it's all about the quarterback. And I have respect for the overachieving and the for lack of a better term, bit that is Gardner Minshew. God, that's disrespectful, but it is what it is. But I'm not me sitting here hyping up a playoff game, a de facto playoff game, and saying Gardner Minshew's on the other side. I'm almost like, what is he doing here?
Yeah,
I feel like Stifler and American Pie. I'm like, hey, what the F are you doing here? That's how I feel like with Gardner Minshew. So my confidence level is pretty high. What's yours? 713-572-4700. 888-4610 if you want to get in. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. We got to stop doing this, local media ties. We got to stop this. C.J. Stroud, we'll tell you what that is coming up at 11. We'll hear from the man himself. But coming up next, Houston might have lost 2 days ago economically, but this guy thinks it is a prime matchup, and he makes me absolutely sick. We'll talk to Adam Spillane next.
The Texans playoff hopes.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got Adam Spillane in the building. Spo, how you living, my friend?
Doing great. We got a Big Ten championship here on Monday, so it doesn't get any better than that.
It does not get any better than that. I'm guessing you're going to be there, and I'm with you. Landry's not. I love this matchup.
I think they appear to be two really good teams.
Yeah.
Michigan is really, really tough, and they can grind you out. And Washington's pass game, I think, is better than a lot of people. I mean, Penix is a legit NFL quarterback, and they've got NFL receivers on that team too. So it's two really good teams.
It's a very cheap ticket now. Very cheap ticket.
Not my problem.
It has gone down. It has gone down about $2,000. Very cheap ticket now.
Tough for the ticket brokers.
Very tough.
Not my problem.
Tough for the city, man. I feel bad for the economy.
I mean,
the hotels are going to be full.
Yeah, the hotels are going to be full. All the Texas people weren't going to stay at hotels here.
Yeah, that's true. It might be helping the economy.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So Texans versus the Colts on Saturday. You have a pretty good grasp of these games. You're at all the games. How are you feeling? What's your confidence level? I think the line, I think it's transitioned into a pick 'em.
Last I saw was Texans were favored by 1.
Yeah, it's flipped. So it's flipped. It went from 1.5 to 1 to even to now 1. What's your overall outlook on the Texans versus the Colts?
Well, the fact that it's moved like that tells you the people who decide these things think the Texans are probably the better team. So they are favored on the road, which makes me feel like they are probably a better team. And just what you've seen, like when C.J. Stroud plays, the Texans I think are a better football team.
Yeah.
And if they can keep these pass rushers healthy, if Grenard can play, I think they've got a really good. I think they should be able to win this game. My question is Indianapolis going to struggle to score? I think that Gardner Minshew can. He's a high completion percentage guy, but is he going to be able to make plays? And I think that's where Indianapolis tends to fall short offensively, is that they just don't have a lot of guys who can make plays.
Yeah, I think even the game where it kind of got away from the Texans the first time. Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're from C.J. Stroud at 11. Even then, like, they got off to that 14-0 lead. There was the strip sack, I believe, and then Richardson ran into the end zone. It was 14-0. So Minshew was 14-7 when he came in. So they kind of got off to a really hot start. It wasn't like Minshew from beginning to end just slicing and dicing. It was just him coming in, keeping the momentum going, and he performed at a really good level. I just don't. Again, famous last words. I'll say it 100 times. I don't respect Gardner Minshew in this situation. I just don't.
He doesn't scare you.
No, he doesn't. Not at all.
He doesn't have a skill that necessarily if Anthony Richardson were playing, you'd be a little nervous because of the arm strength and because of the athleticism.
I'll be making playoff plans.
Minshew can keep you at a certain level, but he can't raise your level. Like he's a guy who can go out and win you 9 games. He's not winning you 12.
Well, you said he doesn't scare you. What does?
On that team?
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor.
I guess Jonathan Taylor a little bit, but it's not like he's had a monster year or anything. I think they're as a team.
But that scares me.
As a team, though, they can run the ball and they can kind of bleed the clock that way, and then all of a sudden the game is shortened.
You know, one thing I hate is when a team loses, and Nick Saban is the king of this. He always says, we didn't do something. We didn't play well. We didn't make this play. We didn't block the right way. We didn't run the right route. And I think that's a cop-out because a lot of times that's just a slap at the opposing team. But I really believe that if the Texans lose, it's going to be them more than the Colts.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I thought that Sunday's game was that was a really solid performance where they were able to move the football. They played really good defense. They got after the quarterback. I think that if you can stop the run and force Gardner Minshew into 3rd and long, and you can get after him a little bit, I think he'll make some mistakes. I think you'll give yourself a short field, and I think you win the game.
Well, and I'm kind of talking myself into my pick here because I think in this situation the Texans won't play a bad game. I think the only way the Texans lose is
well, we're talking about them like they're a lot better than they are, aren't we?
But they're better than the
Colts.
Colts.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Yeah, they're better than the Colts. Like the Colts can kill themselves, and I don't expect the Colts to necessarily play a bad game, but I don't find it any way where the Texans don't play well in this situation.
Well, the teams that have given the Texans trouble recently, Cleveland, That's an elite level defense. The Jets, that's an elite level defense. Like, those are the type. Baltimore gave the Texans trouble earlier in the year. That's an elite level defense. Like, those are the defenses that are really giving the Texans problems. And Indianapolis does not have that sort of a defense.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have those types of guys that are going to wreck the game. And I think that's where the Texans are probably in. That's why I like the Texans probably a little bit more, is just because I don't think that Indianapolis has the guys that can wreck the game for you.
All of the Texans, like all the questions that you have, Indianapolis has the same types of questions. First-year head coach, same thing. Quarterback, you can say Minshew hadn't been on this type of stage.
Right.
I actually feel like CJ has. Like I feel like CJ's been on bigger stages than this. Way bigger games than this. Like I heard, and we'll hear it in a sec, the media, asking, how about games like this? This is nothing.
When you play Michigan, Ohio State, and when you're playing in the college football playoff, playing on a Saturday night in Indiana, that's no big deal.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. I just don't. I don't think the stage is going to be too big for him. Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Is this the biggest stage Gardner Minshew has been on?
Well, I go back to we talked about this a second ago. When Minshew Mania hit, he was really good when there was no pressure.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty good team, and there was pressure late in the year. So I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing he's had some pressure on him like this.
So he had
unless you would go to the Pac-12.
Yeah.
If you go to Washington State when him and Leach took on, I forgot.
They were never in like the Pac-12 championship.
No, it was like a Pac-12 after dark, random upset over.
So like six people are watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. Rest in peace. Pour one out for the Pac-12. Very much. What? Why aren't the Stros making any moves, man? Why aren't we hearing anything about the Stros?
Nobody's making moves, really. I mean, the Braves just made a trade with the Red Sox for Chris Sale. It's the baseball offseason moves at a very, very slow pace. And so you still have some. Blake Snell is still out there. Marcus Stroman is still out there. I still think the Astros are going to wind up doing something.
What does that mean?
I would not be surprised.
You can't mention Blake Snell and Stroman and then say they're going to do something.
If you told me the Astros sign, I would not be surprised if the Astros sign a veteran starting pitcher and then trade for Framber Valdez.
Like who? Like who?
Oh, wow.
Is our guy Snell Zilla coming to town?
I would love Blake Snell.
Is our guy Snell Zilla coming to town?
I don't think it would be Snell, but somebody like Marcus.
Snell's going to Seattle, isn't he?
They haven't done anything. All they've done is clear out.
But he wants to be in Seattle.
All that
he lives there.
All that team has done is just like traded contracts. So they've got plenty of like space to add money if they want to. Somebody like Stroman has background with Dana Brown. Dana Brown was in Toronto when he was drafted, so something like that wouldn't shock me. It would.
Won't him and McCullers end up fighting?
Probably not. I don't know.
Well, why would Framber be moved?
Because I don't think they're going to sign him. I think they know they're not going to sign him, and I think that.
But there's been a lot of players like that.
No, but if you have a chance to basically replace him and then restock the farm system, I think it's something that they have at least talked about. I think that the way that Framber finished last year was kind of alarming for them, and then the guy who is supposed to be able to kind of keep him going and keep his mind focused is now gone. Is now in Chicago.
And who's that guy?
Martin Maldonado, your boy. So I that's why I would not be shocked if something like that were to happen.
Bye-bye, Framber.
Yeah.
Baseball Spo here. How many days till pitchers and catchers report? I know you keep this.
I do not know.
I know you keep tabs on this.
I do not know. I don't think they've actually announced when pitchers and catchers report.
You don't have the countdown?
God, I hate that.
I hate it as soon as the season ends. That's the worst.
I hate that so much.
148 days till pitchers and catchers
I
report.
don't even know when opening day is at this point.
Yeah.
When's opening day? Look it up.
Sometime in April. Sometime in April.
Thanks for really narrowing it down for me.
Yeah, April something. Who knows? Adam Spillane with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So who do you like in this college football playoff? We'll call it the Houston Nightmare Bowl. Who do you like?
It's the Big Ten championship game. You have new Big Ten against old Big Ten. I'll take old Big Ten.
Your Big Ten love is just irritating.
I will take old Big Ten.
So you're going to take Michigan?
I'm going to take Michigan.
Okay. Do you think there's some irony in Michigan?
He's just mad at Michael Penix Jr.
The sign stealing taking place?
I love Michael Penix.
What about the sign stealing championship taking place in Houston?
Yeah, exactly.
That's Landry who said that. It wasn't me who said that. Al Michaels said something. Al Michaels said something.
No, I do think it's going to be brought up. The sign stealing, and they'll say it's in Houston. I'm sure someone will have jokes, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Well, you just wrote them.
I think that's crazy. It's going to be, and this is Jim Harbaugh's last game, right?
You think it is?
No, I'm asking.
I have no idea.
He's not answering the question. It's an easy answer.
They might not know yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think it would be. Is he going to get an NFL job?
Sure.
Chargers?
I thought they wanted Belichick.
I don't know. I don't know who they want, but the Chargers seem to be.
I think he stays at Michigan.
You think he's just using them for some leverage, or
probably
what?
That's what they all do. That's what you do. If you have an agent worth anything, that is what you're doing. Would
you rather be a college coach or NFL coach if all money's the same?
Right now, probably NFL, just because I don't have to deal with recruiting these kids and I don't have to deal with like keeping all these kids happy.
I'm with you. It's an era where, and I was mentioning this with Landry, you have to recruit your kids every day.
Yes.
Literally every single day.
And you can't coach them in all. You probably can't coach them in the way that you want to coach them because if you make one of them angry, then he's going to go.
Yeah.
I think if you would have asked me this question 5 years ago, I would have said college because it's a lot less of a grind. But because you're having to, like John said, recruit your roster every single day, then I do think that NFL is probably the way to go right now. And you're seeing all these college basketball coaches just quit. Like Roy Williams was young and he quit. Jay Wright was young and he just said, I don't want to deal with this anymore. So I think that's why you're kind of seeing that it's a lot better to be an NBA coach right now than it is to be a college basketball coach. And you got 82 games that you have to deal with in the NBA.
Yeah. Spo, we appreciate you, my friend.
Go Big Ten.
Coming up.
Make your pick real quick.
He did.
No, on Texans.
Texans by, give me 24-13.
Okay.
All right.
That's easy.
All right.
There you go. Take it to the bank. I've heard Spo's a good gambler.
Yeah, I've heard he's a gambler.
Coming up, let's hear from C.J. Stroud and why this might be a big game for everyone except perhaps the most important guy on the team. That's next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
C.J. Stroud. We're going to hear from him in a sec. First, let's let Pat McAfee, former Indianapolis Colts, still a big fan of what they do. Let's hear Pat McAfee hype this thing up. Here is Pat McAfee yesterday on ESPN setting the scene for what we'll see Saturday night between the Houston Texans and the Indianapolis Colts.
Texans Colts Saturday night primetime here in the Lighthouse, Lucas Oil Stadium. Playoff spot. C.J. Stroud's been balling. Gardner's been balling. But they got to do it in the Lighthouse? I think not. I can't wait to see this Colts team go dancing. All you need is one more dub over a team you know very well, and Shane Steichen will be locked in.
All right, you know very well. I don't know that they know each other very well. I mean, that sounds good. I mean, this is a first-year head coach. It's a quarterback in his first year with the squad in Gardner Minshew. It's a rookie quarterback in C.J. Stroud. I don't know that the fan bases might. There might be a little history.
The history of the
I don't know that they know each other very well or not at all. So this is not like, maybe 5 years from now we'll be saying that.
Yeah.
But they don't know each other very well at all. C.J. Stroud, he was asked, and you'll hear what C.J. Stroud had to say, a little podium love, day earlier because the game is on Saturday. He was at the podium, seems a little bit relaxed, and he kept getting asked about, like, the big game situation. Hey, you've been in these big games before. What is it about you that has allowed you to step up in these big games? It's like, for me, this is not even close to as big of a game as he was playing at Ohio State. Like, as far as hype, pressure, atmosphere, situations, like the Georgia game, the game against Michigan, which, by the way, Michigan had success. That is not going to Indianapolis to face Gardner Minshew and the Colts. This is nothing for him.
No, not even close. I will say, though, these teams not knowing each other, hell, they don't even know each other from this year. It's been 3.5 months. Jonathan Taylor didn't play in that game. Texans were really just getting started. It was, I guess, CJ's first second start. Like this, they don't even know each other from the last time they played this year. So that's what makes it intriguing to me.
Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. This is C.J. Stroud at the podium in anticipation of Saturday night.
I think I've grown a lot in a lot of different places. Our team has grown as a whole, multitude of games together to make our team really kind of stick like glue. Like we've come into a great situation of like now we're starting to pick up our chemistry better than ever. So it's like night and day from week 2 to now. So
you've played in a lot of big games in your life. What's your approach in regards to either talking about the magnitude of it and taking it head on, or just business as usual? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I really feel. Yeah, you gotta keep it. It is what it is. Like. You don't want to make it too high. You don't want to make it too low. It's just a regular game. Since I told my teammates earlier, like it's the same game we've been playing since we've been young, So nothing changes. Got to just prepare hard and do everything that we need to do to try to win this game. And I think that'll take us home. But trying to make it too big, that'll like psych you out and make you nervous and stuff. So I just believe in staying even keel.
CJ, the camaraderie in the locker room, how have you seen that grow? How would you describe kind of the relationships you guys have built?
Yeah, we built a lot of strong relationships this year. A lot of guys coming in and coming out, and like the core group of guys, we've really gotten close and then invited those new guys in with open arms. I think our front office has done a great job of bringing guys in who like to be in the locker room. And we have really all of our players, I feel, are really comfortable around each other. We all have great conversation and things like that. So it's been great to get to know these new group of teammates and brothers that I have, and we're closer than ever.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that they are surprised that the Texans aren't but a lot of people in the locker room, including you, always believe you guys can do something special. Was there anything in a particular moment throughout the training camp preseason where you guys knew, okay, we can be something special this year?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just a group of guys that we put together had a winning mindset from the beginning, and I really feel like it wasn't ever in my mind. I was like, man, I'm going out there to lose, or to not to lose, but to like try to win. Like, nah, we're going out to win. Like that's the mindset I think everybody in our locker room has. So it really was early on, like probably even like in rookie mini camp, being with the rookies. That's when my confidence started to build up. So it's been good because we've actually been able to win games, you know, and it's never about what everybody else says, about what we put on the field. We're the ones that control. Everybody else just watches, you know. And so, but it is what it is, and I think we built something special, but we got to just finish.
TJ, you've been in a lot of big games, but where would you rank this game? You're playing for a chance to go to the playoffs on national television and your first primetime game in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to have fun. I think, like I was saying earlier, it's just go be myself. You know, go be ourselves. Go just put it on the field, and there's nothing to lose. You know, like I mean, there's a lot to lose, but in my mindset, there's nothing to lose. Like, what are you gonna go out there and like? We're really just gonna go out there with confidence. Like that was the main thing we talked about today, being relentless in every single thing that we do, and what's the worst that can happen? You know, playing hard and playing fast. So we don't doubt ourselves. We really think we can win this game, and that's the plan. So we'll go out there and just execute.
In your career, the biggest games you've been a part of, like the Georgia game or the Rose Bowl game. Obviously, this is probably the biggest game so far in your rookie year. But like the big game, you've always been able to play at your absolute best. What is about those type of moments that's brought the best out of you?
I think, like I said, just being myself. You know, just not making the moment bigger than what it is, and just going out there and having fun. Like this game is meant to be fun, so that's what I plan to do. You know, not be in the eggshell. Or be nervous. Like, of course, they're going to be natural. I have natural nerves every game, but I just think those are probably the reason why I just really just lock into my preparation and things like that.
All right, there you go. It's C.J. Stroud. This rank's not even in the top 5 of the biggest games
you can just hear
he's
it.
Played. Yeah, he's just chilling, man. He's not. This is not like some sort of big game for C.J. Stroud. He's fine here. This is not close to what he even went through at Ohio State.
And here's the biggest difference of all. I've really talked myself into a Texans win, like because this is another. Earlier talking about how much they've changed and how the Texans will not play bad football. And if they don't play bad football and the Colts don't play bad football, the Texans are better. But then there's this, like with C.J. Stroud being like that, you just heard it. You can just hear it in his voice. This is a game that we're going to win. This is a game that's not scaring me.
No, he didn't say that.
No, I'm saying what you felt. Like,
yeah.
What you felt from him.
That would be something.
It would be something if you said that. That is so much more important when it's the quarterback. Like the entire locker room right now is like, dude, we got this. Like this is not that big. And it's because C.J. Stroud as the leader and he's just taking over this team, like it just trickles down. Like I feel like the Texans are going to win this game.
I think they can gut this one out. Like in the playoffs, you start to worry about a lot of things, the weaknesses that they have. And I'll be honest, I don't see a scenario where I'm picking the Texans to win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
But in this one, it feels like you can gut this out. And your flaws, they're countered by flaws that Indianapolis has. And it really just goes, I mean, it's really simple. It's the quarterback. Like it's not anything other. It's just the quarterback situation. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Could they lose? Sure.
Yeah.
Like would I bet like my life on it? No, but I'm pretty confident in this in this game.
Yeah.
Very confident.
For all those reasons. Look, there are shortcomings. There are questions. You're going to get some of those answers when the practice report hits, because this is, in essence, a Thursday practice, and that's a big one. But there are offensive line questions. There are receiver questions. I don't think there's a lot of questions on the defensive side. Sure, we can talk about Jalen Petrie, but he's coming off a really good game. We can talk about maybe some linebacker play and linebackers in coverage with no Blake Cashman and all that. But they haven't been damaged too much by that. They're going to play a good game like that. That I can almost guarantee. And they're a better team.
713-572-4610. Pedro, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long-time listener, love calling in and listening. Okay, so this is just my take. At the beginning of the season, the Texans surprised a lot of teams, and we're all cheering them on. And one thing I heard last week, and I'm going to give you guys credit, we're past that phase. And I think what I really liked about the Texans was making me excited about this. They snuffed out a bad Titans team. You couldn't have said that at the beginning of the year. They lost to a bad Carolina team. So now the time is now, and I love what I'm hearing from the entire organization. Look, man, 18 weeks to get to this point. win this game, and let's go. I don't even care who we play. Let's go to – I mean, I prefer to play at home, but if it's Kansas City, line them up, play ball, and if we have a chance to seal that game, I feel confident C.J. Stroud's going to take that game from them. Now,
appreciate you, man. I mean, look, it's I think he's basically saying, you know, that the house money thing is kind of a thing of the past.
Throw that out the window.
Yeah, throw it out the window. Get greedy. Adjust your mindset. I know you've talked about this. Like, expect to have a chance to go out there and win. Because the other thing is this, and I think this is the most important thing when it comes to where the Texans are right now. Regardless of what you think their flaws are, regardless of what your concerns are, this if listen to this, because I think this is the most encouraging thing that you can hang your hat on. C.J. Stroud's, what people considered C.J. Stroud's weaknesses coming into his rookie season, he's established them as strengths. He's reading defenses, he's processing defenses, he's using his legs, he's extending plays. Those were the two biggest critiques, fair or not, of C.J. Stroud. And I don't think it's a coincidence that he's made those strengths, right? So that's why we've seen one of the best rookie seasons by a quarterback, because he was able to make his weaknesses strengths. It's the key to life. If you do that, you're going to be in good shape. No matter what you're doing, if you do that, you're going to be in good shape. This is where it gets exciting, though. And this is where you start to wonder. Because his strength, and the last time we saw him on a football field, was a big-ass game against Georgia where C.J. Stroud played his best. In that moment, when everybody was doubting C.J. Stroud, everybody was doubting Ohio State, he played his best. That was his strength. So if he's making his weaknesses strengths, how much does that elevate when it's do or die? That, to me, and that's why I say this is not a big that big of a stage for him. But if his weaknesses are strengths, what is his strength going to look like when you're in Kansas City, or you're facing the Cleveland Browns, or you're facing the Buffalo Bills, and you're down 5, and C.J. Stroud has the rock and an opportunity to go win the game? Yeah, and that's the most encouraging thing for me.
Absolutely it is. And the other thing is, he's not a bragging type of person, but he just has flat out said, it's in my DNA. Like, he recognizes this is what I enjoy doing, this is what I like doing, this is what I do. And the other part of that call that was, I think, pretty enlightening, and I hadn't really thought about this too much, like a good team takes care of business against the team that they're supposed to beat. Like this team, you talk about when D'Amico says we're a completely different team. Well, early in the year, they went to Carolina and lost to a horrible team. What'd they do Sunday? There was a team in that was inferior to them, and they just went boom, 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 and did exactly what they needed to do. It was a no-sweat win. That's what a good team does. Like you don't struggle, and have. How many times have the Texans over the course of the history, like, man, how'd they lose to those guys? Well, that's what they didn't do on Sunday, and I think that's another sign of how far they've come.
Practice report yesterday. Now it was a walkthrough, so the Texans did not. It wasn't an actual practice, but they did put out the injury report for the squad. All these guys did not practice or did not walk through, whatever the hell you want to call it. Will Anderson Jr., Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods. Now, the Rankins, Tunsil, Woods portion of that, veteran off-day type stuff, I would say. But the Grenard, the Collins, Malik Collins, Noah Brown, Andrew Beck, keep an eye on those. I anticipate Will Anderson is going to be out there no matter how he's feeling.
Well, I think at first blush, when you look at this, you're like, wow, the defensive line is decimated. No, it's not. Like Will Anderson's going to play and probably play more.
Breaking news here from John Lopez.
And probably play more than 12 snaps. Sheldon Rankins is going to play. Like, this is just like a short week, sort of early. That's why today's is going to be so interesting. The only one that I would worry about and think about and watch is Grenard.
About Tunsil?
Well, no, I'm talking about on the defensive line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the defensive line is going to play. Except the only one I have to worry about is Grenard. Tunsil, I think he's going to play. Right? Right?
What do you want me to do? Die for it?
Tunsil, I think, is going to play. He loves him some football. You can say anything you want about him, but he loves him some football. He'll play.
You sure?
No. No, I'm not. But defensive line, don't worry about other than Grenard. Let's watch him today. See what happens.
Man, if you have Grenard and Anderson limited, though, it's kind of tough.
Well, yeah, but what is limited on a short week?
No, I know, but I mean, and you already got to rest. It's easy for us to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this. This is just the middle-aged man in me looking at this. When I see back, I just don't like Noah Brown with the back. I don't know that you can battle through that.
I think that's the one.
You can battle through an ankle. You can battle through a calf. Maybe a hammy. You can have like some temporary relief.
A hip like Robert Woods.
Yeah,
maybe.
But if your back is,
I don't expect Noah Brown, and that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. But I do expect Robert Woods, and this is me talking, just sort of looking at it. But Noah Brown is going to be a tough one, and he's a guy that's made some big plays. Man, he's disappeared occasionally, but he's made some big plays too.
Yeah, he's been up and down. I am watching Xavier Hutchinson. I could see this being the Xavier Hutchinson game. I could see him scoring his first touchdown in the final game of the season, as big as it possibly gets. Keep an eye on Xavier Hutchinson.
I'm with you on that one.
They like him, man.
I'm not with you on
and
the
they
other
should
one.
like him.
On the other one that you said you expect in Dameon Pierce.
I think Dameon
I don't
Pierce
feel
is
that.
going to get some love, man.
I don't feel that at all.
I think DP is going to get some love. They can't quit him.
Now, he might return kicks.
They can't quit him, man.
Well,
8
but
carries
they
for
have.
Dameon Pierce.
They have quit him.
8 carries for Dameon Pierce.
I'd be okay with 8 if Singletary gets 18.
Well, that's not going to get him the 125 that you've thrown out there.
How do you know that?
Okay. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
40-yard pop mixed in?
With you here on In the Loop. Coming up, a little good old version, pre-winner go-home edition of Would You Rather. Jonathan Grenard or Laramie Tunsil? Who would you rather have on the field? We're going to play that next. Little would you rather here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez with you. We know the Texans got some guys that are banged up. Saturday night, they take on the Indianapolis Colts in a win-or-go-home game. Let's play a little old school. Would you rather regarding the Houston Texans?
Yeah, I love these types of games because especially in big games like this when there's some questions to be had. So would you rather Jonathan Grenard active or Laramie Tunsil?
Jonathan Grenard.
Why?
I think that he's more important to what they do. I've seen them have success without Laramie. I know that they were without Jonathan Grenard last game and they were able to figure it out, but I don't know. Maybe
I'm with you. I was just curious why you thought. My point is,
I just think that Jonathan Grenard provides you with something that you really, really need. I don't think Laramie Tunsil consistently run blocks. I heard McClain today say that he's their best run blocker. I was like,
no, he's not.
What?
No, he's not.
That's what he said. He said he's their best. He's their best pass blocker and run blocker.
Who is their best run blocker?
I don't even know. Like sometimes it's Shaq Mason, sometimes it's like random. Sometimes Laramie has good run blocking games, but I wouldn't say he's like just. I wouldn't like pound the table and say that, but I would say I know that it gets simplified and we say, well, you got to protect the quarterback, sure, but they've won games without Laramie Tunsil before. I think if Will Anderson's going to do what he does and Jonathan Grenard's going to do what he's done all season long, I just think it adds an element to where it's something very important, especially in the postseason, and that's just something that I think that I think I can get by a lot easier without Laramie Tunsil than can Grenard.
I simplified it when I was answering this because I'm with you.
It's probably not an easy choice. I'm sure there's some people disagree.
Maybe, but I'm with you on Jonathan Grenard. My logic was I think there's less of a drop off from Laramie Tunsil to, in this case, George Fant versus Jonathan Grenard, and even though he had a great play Sunday, Jerry Hughes. Like Jonathan, he's a double-digit sack guy, and that's a pretty big drop off. Even though Hughes had a good play. What about this one? Noah Brown or Laramie Tunsil?
Laramie Tunsil.
You'd rather have Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah, I'd rather have Laramie Tunsil. I think the other receivers could step up. You could have Woods and the other guys. I would say Laramie Tunsil there.
I'm on Noah Brown on this one. I think it's that important to have a guy that he's had some big plays. He's done some things for this offense, and again, it goes back to where's the drop off. Like all of a sudden, we're counting on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. Now, while I do agree that Hutchinson might have a breakout game, that is a drop-off. Singletary rush for 100 yards, not 125. Singletary rush for 100 yards or Will Anderson 2 sacks.
You got to have 100 yards.
Got to have 100 yards.
Because you can get sacks other places. I think Pierce is going to get a little larger chunk of the pie than we would anticipate, but you have to run the ball, and Devin Singletary right now is your hope to running the ball. So I would say Singletary 100 yards.
Sacks can be relatively meaningless. Like you can get a sack, and it's just whatever. They come back and punt the next play. So I'm with you. Singletary 100 yards. This is an interesting one to me. Gardner Minshew throw 25 times, or Jonathan Taylor rush 20 times.
I think they're both going to happen.
But neither or. I'd rather Gardner Minshew throw 25.
Yeah, I'm much more fearful of what Jonathan Taylor can do with 20 carries. We've seen Jonathan Taylor with 20 carries play all pro caliber football.
Way too many times.
Play all pro caliber football. So yeah, I would rather Taylor touch the ball as little as possible, quite honestly.
What about C.J. Stroud throw 30 times or Devin Singletary rush 20 times?
Throw the ball.
Run the ball.
20 carries. I don't know if 20 carries. Yeah,
if he's carrying the ball 20 times, he's having a good day.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah. But I still want CJ. We might see both of those too.
We might, but run the damn ball. I think that's how they're going to win this one. This one is interesting to me because it goes against what a lot of people have been wanting. Play Saturday night or Sunday afternoon?
Saturday night.
No way.
Give me Saturday night. I like this. I love
unique.
I like the fact that you get a little sleep on Sunday, get to sit back, relax, control your fate, know what's going on. I like the fact that it's sneaking up on you. It feels different. Give me the Saturday night all day.
For personal reasons, I want Saturday night. But for what we hope to be the
they got to deal with it too, though.
I get it.
They got to deal with it too.
I understand that. But give me Sunday just so we'll know a little bit better, have an extra day. Because people say, well, it's not, the time difference isn't that much. It's not about the time difference. It's about the days of preparation. Like if they played Sunday, they would have had Tuesday completely off. Instead, they practiced. They would have traveled on Saturday. Instead, they're traveling on Friday. Like, everything is so compacted for the Texans. It does hurt the Texans more than the Colts playing on Saturday night.
Well, yeah, because they got to travel.
Yeah. So it's like the days of preparation. As much as we've all wanted the prime time, and for personal reasons, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm open for suggestions. Maybe go out and meet some loopholes somewhere. Maybe just hang out at the house and cook something. I'm going to have a good time Saturday night watching this game. I'm going to cook, or I'm going to eat, or whatever. Definitely drink, but not for personal reasons. For football reasons, I'd rather play on Sunday.
I thought Figgy was trying to get some sort of party together.
I'm in on that. I didn't know he was.
I thought he was. I didn't know if he was kind of in limbo because you didn't know when the game was going to be.
Yeah.
So he didn't find out till.
Well, it's easier on Saturday.
This weekend. Yeah. So.
But you're not going to drink.
No. No.
I kind of missed it. I didn't go stop by your place on Monday night. that was rather large.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Landry Locker, John Lopez, with you here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Tunsil thing will be interesting. He hasn't really been healthy all year, I guess.
Well, what has he?
I don't. He seems like he's hurt.
Yo, I'm a veteran, man. I ain't practicing on Wednesday.
No, I do wonder, like, if he'd been healthy, if he'd want Veterans Day off too on Wednesday. That kind of seems like something. Yeah, but he doesn't seem like he's been 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But he also does seem like someone who might want to be on national TV.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's
on
going to
that
play.
Big stage.
Yeah, I think he's going to play. And he's played every game, so that tells he's been healthy enough.
No, he hasn't.
Well, I mean, when he's played well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's been healthy enough. How many games has he missed?
I think he missed a couple.
Mm-hmm.
He missed the Indy game last time.
Oh, he sure
remember
did.
That was when Andre Ware wanted to bench CJ.
That's right. He sure did.
Andre wanted CJ to sit out.
Think about that.
In the pregame, he said, I want him to sit out. And I actually think that was where CJ kind of solidified himself as the as the leader of this squad. But yeah, Laramie missed that one, and that was with the hurt shoulder. So yeah, we haven't seen him every game. He's missed a couple. It does seem like he would like the national stage type of vibe, but who knows? We'll see what happens with Laramie Tunsil. You really never know. He missed a couple weeks all the way up to Atlanta.
Oh wow!
He missed the Indy game. He missed I think he missed the first Jacksonville game and the Pittsburgh game, right?
No, you would know that more than I would. I know he's missed a couple of games, but
they've won big games without him. They won the Pittsburgh game and the Jacksonville game without Laramie Tunsil. He missed those 3 weeks.
What's funny about this Would You Rather is I had two mentioning Laramie Tunsil, and the Would You Rather answer consensus, at least in this room, was the other guy. we'd rather have the other guy than Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, he missed the Indy. Now CJ got roughed up in this one. I think 6 or 7 sacks off the top of the dome.
Yeah,
and then the Jags game. And then Pittsburgh, when they improved to 500, came back against Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you'd rather have him than not, but they've found ways to win without Laramie Tunsil. Those weren't on national TV though.
Yeah,
so it'll be interesting to see what happens with Laramie Tunsil. I mean, it's also going to be interesting to see what's up with the right tackle situation. They're going to go with Charlie Heck instead of.
Oh no, they're absolutely going with Charlie Heck. Charlie Heck has won that job. I mean, he looked rough in the preseason, just being able to move around, but he's won that job. It's Charlie Heck's job. I mean, because Fant was healthy and active, and he didn't start there on Sunday.
Did you hear McClain this morning with Sean and Seth?
You're talking about what part? What part are you talking about with McClain when he was talking about Tunsil?
He was just. I mean, they were trying to cover a lot of ground, man.
Mm-hmm. No, I did not. But I know he said that he thinks Tunsil, as you just mentioned, is the better run blocker, and I don't see that. I just don't see that at all. I think you can make a case for. I mean, maybe even Dieter, Juice, one of those guys on the interior. You could make a better case for them on the run.
Well, I didn't. Of all the things, I'm getting in my car trying to get hyped for this game.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't anticipate Sean asking McClain this question. I did not. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
What do you think? Where do you think we're going? Like where are we going? I mean,
What question?
We're talking win or go home. We're talking Indianapolis Colts. We're talking about all this.
He
stuff.
didn't ask about the shrimp, did he?
No.
Okay.
What?
That's the most overrated thing in football.
No.
Okay, what was it?
I didn't anticipate this from Sean with McClain. I didn't know they were going in the sticks.
All right.
They were going in the sticks.
How would you assess the job Chris Strauzer's done as the offensive line coach this year?
The hell?
You know what?
Let's get McClain to break down the O-line coach.
Well, first of all, McClain loves the offensive line coach, and he has all year. And secondly, he has kind of done a great job.
Come on,
he
man.
has.
Now you're doing it.
No, I'm not.
Now you're doing it.
I'm not saying we're going to do a segment on Chris Strausser, but he,
How would you assess the job that Chris Strausser's done?
He's been good. It's been good. That's it. I thought he asked about the old St. Elmo's shrimp cocktail.
Oh, the shrimp cocktail that everyone talks about in Indianapolis? Dude, you can't hype up seafood. I mean, you can hype up seafood. If we're going to Florida, you can hype up seafood. I'm not going to Indianapolis and going to let you hype up seafood.
Or a shrimp dish.
Yeah.
But this is shrimp cocktail. Like, anybody can make it. Anybody can put a lot of horseradish in the sauce. That's it. Like, you don't you boil shrimp, you make horseradish sauce. It's easy. Everybody's like, oh, you go to Indianapolis, you gotta have the St. Elmo's shrimp cocktail. First of all, it's like $45.
45.
It's something like that.
How big is it?
It's shrimp cocktail. It's just shrimp cocktail. That's all it is. Okay, I lied. 4 shrimp, spicy signature cocktail sauce, $20.95.
That's still a lot.
That's still a lot.
4? That's a 5 each, man. That's high, man.
Yeah, it's shrimp
That's
cocktail.
really high. Coming up, the win-or-go-home game for the Texans and some awkward statistics that'll make you think. The hits are lit next.
Break up.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
D'Amico Ryans, he's got a message to you people, and I do mean you people. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Here's D'Amico Ryans' message to the fans.
For us, we want to go out and play great football, play a style and a brand of football that our fans will be proud of. And I think, we've shown them that this year. They've shown up. They've supported us. They've been loud for us here in our home stadium, right? They've created an advantage for us here in our home stadium. So we're very thankful, appreciative for our fans because we know we wanted to provide our fans with some bragging rights. As Texans fans, it's been a long time coming, so we're happy to provide that for them. We're happy to see the energy, see the excitement from our fans because as a team, we feed off of the energy from our fans, and we felt that the entire year from training camp all the way through our season, and we're looking forward to continue to see that support, for us as they show up on the road again.
I don't know why, but I'd rather I'm glad the Texans are playing this on the road. I don't know why. You would think Indianapolis, great home crowd, it would be intense and all that. For some reason, I just feel like maybe it's because I'm kind of biased with how they played and run the ball on the road better and all that this year, but they won in Jacksonville, they won in Tennessee.
I don't think they're ready to handle the big road or the big home.
Maybe that's it.
I don't think they're ready for it. I think they'll be ready for it next year. I think you provide some excitement. Your season ticket sales are going to go back up, but I don't necessarily know. There have been times where I've walked in there, not because of a lack of effort, not because really a bad product, but I think because of the PTSD of the past where I've gone out there, man, thank God this ain't on national TV.
Yeah. I'm just being honest. I'm glad it's on the road, not at home.
Because when the Texans used to be on that prime time with the Battle Red, you have the people smacking the bottom of that, like the side and all that.
You would think you'd rather be at home.
It was next level. Gardner Minshew. When I say the name Gardner Minshew, what crosses your mind? What thought crosses your mind there?
Serviceable.
Okay.
That's what he is. That's what he's been.
Which is what he's been.
Yeah.
Here's what he has to say about the difference between the Colts team that came here and beat the Texans in Week 2 and the Colts team that's going to face the Texans on the primetime stage Saturday night.
Resiliency, I think that's something you find out as you go through stuff. I think we've been through it, been kind of battle tested at this point. We know who we are, and man, I'm excited to go out there with this group. They got guys that are playing at a high level right now, and they got the opportunity just like we do, so I mean, they're going to come out and bring it.
They are, and you are. I'll go back to one thing I feel strongly about. I think if the Texans don't kill themselves, and I don't think they will, they're a better team. And the biggest reason is Minshew versus Stroud. Minshew can get it done. Adam Spillane put it very well when he was visiting with us earlier. It's like he doesn't have any one quality that scares you, Like he's serviceable. He's good, but that's not gonna match up with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, like if this were like a situation where if Gardner Minshew was the quarterback of the Browns, I'd be scared because I think they have elite assets around. I think they have an elite defense at least around him.
Yeah.
With the Colts, no, I respect Michael Pittman Jr. I think he's probably the best receiver in this game. No disrespect to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I respect Jonathan Taylor. I think he's perhaps the best offensive weapon in this game when he's at his best. I respect some of the guys they have on defense, but as far as like elite assets around, I think the Texans, there is a list, maybe a handful of elite players on the offensive side of the rock when you combine the Colts and Texans, and the Texans have the one that plays the most important position. The Colts do not.
That's it. Yeah, and that might be the only one that's truly even flirting with elite on the Texans.
How does it make you feel to have to root for the Tennessee Titans this week?
Not bad at all. No, I'm good with that. The Titans aren't going to be any big threat. I hate Amy Adams-Strunk, but that has nothing to do with this game.
But if they win, the Titans and the Texans win, the Texans will win the division.
Yeah.
John McClain said earlier today, everybody's got to be a Tennessee Titans fan.
Good. There's nothing wrong with that.
That was what he said.
I'm good with that.
Listen how passionate he said it, too. Here's McClain talking about, here's his message for the city. And y'all can take this how you want to take it. This is John McClain's message today on Payne and Pendergast.
And boy, everybody in Houston has got to be a Tennessee Titans fan.
Oh, well.
He said a little.
Are you sure that was this week? And we do have a timestamp on that? Are you sure that wasn't last week? Or week 5?
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Before the game. Here's Mike Vrabel. So Mike Vrabel was asked, like, what is the point of winning this game? We had these conversations last year. Like, what is the point of winning this game? Here's what Mike Vrabel had to say.
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Why?
It sucks. Losing, awful. That's why I want to win. Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
That's actually good. I like it. Some people were saying, when this has been making the rounds, like, oh yeah, sure, or he's just being, a tough guy. No, he believes that. You can tell he is, and it's a good answer.
I feel like Tennessee is going to battle in this game. I feel like Hardo, Mike Vrabel might do the Texans a favor.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I wouldn't put it past them, and that was very enlightening, into how their whole mentality is. And he's a good coach. He's got a crappy team, but he's a good coach. And by the way, Trevor Lawrence was limited yesterday. He probably will play, but there are some issues at the quarterback position too.
There are some issues. Also in Houston, Monday night, Michigan versus Washington. This was just a adorable moment. This was from Brad Calley on WXYZ Detroit. Michigan, after they won the first game of the CFP semifinals, Jim Harbaugh's parents, his dad, who looks just like him, by the way, it's almost creepy.
Splitting image.
And his mom, who's a sweet lady, she seems like, they did an interview, and I got to tell you, this was cool. It actually made me really happy for Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Our son talks about the two of you all the time. He's talked about this moment coming for this program for a long time. How do you put into words your emotions right now?
Are you kidding me? They won! What's better than that?
We have a thing in our family that we'll use for a long time, and it goes like this. Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
I know you get tense during these games. Were you on the edge of your seat throughout this one?
Well, of course, we were yelling and screaming. That's what we're supposed to do.
The biggest play in the game was right before the long drive. Jackie decided that we should switch seats.
Oh, my goodness.
And I moved to her seat. She moved to mine, and this is the result that we get.
All right, so you'll have to do that in the national championship at a certain time, maybe a little earlier in that game.
Yeah, for everybody's happiness.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
There you
awesome.
go.
There
you go.
Absolutely awesome.
My question is, though, does that factor into Jim Harbaugh leaving Michigan? Like, they're bleeding that thing.
They always have.
Yeah, does that factor in? That's what I was thinking.
You would
I'm thinking,
think, right?
I don't know. I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, okay. You look at Jim Harbaugh, you think of him as a businessman. He just hired an agent, Don Yee, who also represents Sean Payton. He's always linked to the NFL. There's always smoke, even when he's having a lot of success at Michigan, that he might leave. And then I see them, and I'm like, okay, his dad, I think, coached at Michigan or was like an assistant or something like that. His mom is they're switching seats for the game. I don't think this was the love and the passion they had. That was not just, John Harbaugh, our other son, wins for the Baltimore Ravens. I think they would be very happy, but that was that seemed a little bit deeper rooted. That seemed like what my mom and dad would be like if, say, Texas won a game.
Yeah.
So I just does that factor in?
I don't think so.
At some point,
his blood.
He wins a national championship. Does that factor in? I've done everything I can do.
Yeah, he's got that under his belt. It's time to move on. And then the other part is I think a lot of college coaches are just tired of the mess that college football is. As I've mentioned, kind of recruiting guys every day, and and he has been in the NFL. He's had success in the NFL. you get that job done. I mean, you're always going to be bleeding
next page?
that maize and blue, but I think it would be kind of a next page thing.
Text line 713-572-4610. They want to know, is it a splitting image or spitting image?
I think it can be both, and
Okay.
I'm normally a stickler on this.
Okay.
But I think it used to be splitting, but spitting has become like part of the vernacular, so I think it's both. Good question. That's a good question, actually. But
I did not know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Did not know the answer to that one at all.
Mhm.
Not even a little bit. Miami Dolphins versus Buffalo Bills. This has been interesting. Buffalo, it seems, is getting a lot of love because of how they're playing right now. The Miami Dolphins been a little bit inconsistent, a little bit up and down. They're going to play 24 hours after the Texans. They're going to be on NBC. Right now, the line is still at 3. So the line is still at 3. It's in Miami. Maybe Miami finds a way to figure that out, but it seems like the popular pick is Buffalo, which, if you follow this like we follow it, a lot of times when that's the case, go the other way.
Yeah. No, I think the popular pick is not necessarily the right pick. I mean, Dolphins have been embarrassed, and they are at home. I don't know who they're all getting back, so that's going to be a factor, and that might be a factor in the line as well.
Yeah, the Tyreek Hill situation. Yeah. Is he going to go? Waddle, I think they're going to rest him for the playoffs, so we'll see what happens. Texans, though, versus the Colts, that's going to kick it off. That's the meaningful one to start things off.
Interesting thing to me is how much the Texans line has moved.
Yeah, Texans are favored now. It's moved 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they were down 1.5 to start?
Yeah, it was 1-5, then 1, then pick. Now Texans 1-5, right in that range.
I mean,
so people are starting to feel the Texans.
Yes, and I think that's very enlightening. Should you go that way or the other way now? Because I think you should go that way. Because it started out at -1.5 Indianapolis, and all the wise guys are saying, no. Let's go with the Texans, right?
Or they're just trying to balance it out.
Or the books are.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I really have no idea. Coming up, a lot of things to love about this Houston Texans squad. Someone says that he loves them. He might have been lying to you, though. It's next.
Join the drive.
Someone claims he loves the Texans. I think he kind of might have been lying. We'll tell you who that is coming up in 10 minutes. Landry Locker, John Lopez with you. We have a win or go home game on Sunday. Texans versus the Indianapolis Colts. I'm going to go through the matchups, and you tell me your confidence level 1 to 5. Okay. 5 being the most confident. And I think this will allow us. It'll be a case study on the go for us to get to a point to where we can talk about how we do or don't feel about the Texans heading into Saturday. Okay. Head coach matchup: Shane Steichen versus DeMeco Ryans. How confident are you? 1 to 5.
3. I think this is a big. The Steichen, you got to give it to him, man. We love DeMeco, but he's got tricks up his sleeve, man. I mean, he is polished.
He is the guy that scares me the most in this entire thing. Yes. That I think that if we come on the air Monday, we're talking about Shane Steichen getting the best of DeMeco Ryans. That is. Totally I'm 100% with you. I think you look at what's happened in Philadelphia with their offense. I think him not being there is a big part of it.
Yeah.
And Shane Steichen's been in these situations. He's been in these types of situations, as has DeMeco, though.
That might be number 1 by a long shot.
Yeah. So right there at 3, that's important. Quarterback: C.J. Stroud versus Gardner Minshew.
5. All due respect. I mean, you got to say that. But 5.
Texans offensive line versus the Colts D line.
3. I think it could be just a back and forth, with or without Tunsil. By the way, you?
2.
So less.
Yeah, 2.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think CJ can make do, but yeah, I would give it a 2. Although you and Sean Pendergast and John McClain seem to love the work of the offensive line coach.
Well, I just think he deserves something.
Y'all are out there breaking down the tape.
Let's get him on tomorrow.
His technique and all that type of stuff. So y'all.
Yeah, let's get him on tomorrow.
I got a good. Y'all got good thoughts on this O-line coach. He came up today.
What do you have against offensive line coach?
Who cares? Like, I mean, we don't know what kind of job he's done.
Well, we're seeing it. These are all backups.
We don't know. That might be more of a Caserio thing. Maybe Caserio is getting guys in the streets and getting them out there.
Well, okay, but somebody has to coach them. I mean, we're going to have.
I just don't feel like you, Sean, and McClain really have y'all's game face on and a grasp of what matters. If you're going to talk about the O-line coach, come on.
What do you mean, come on? They got like
the O-line coach?
They got one star. If Laremy Tunsil doesn't play,
Tyler, they're talking about the O-line coach, man.
Yeah.
We got a big game. We got a win or go home, and they're talking about the damn O-line coach.
They got one starter that we expected before the season started. Shaq Mason, that's it.
O-line coach, man.
Yeah, we're talking about the O-line coach. And I didn't even really talk about him. I just said I understood what McClain was saying.
How would you assess the job Chris Strauzer's done as the offensive line coach this year?
What the hell is that?
I get it.
I'm driving in. I want to hear McClain's assessment of an O-line coach.
You mentioned the O-line coach a couple of weeks ago.
I want to hear McClain's assessment of the damn O-line coach before I'm coming in here to talk about this game. Come on.
You mentioned him a couple weeks ago. You talked about how got to give it to Chris Strausser.
I'm not giving him anything.
You said that.
This is prime time. Are they going to talk about the O-line coach in prime time?
Maybe.
Hell no, they're not going to talk about that.
Maybe they will.
That ain't on Troy Aikman's notes.
Yeah, maybe they will.
Texans secondary versus Colts receivers. Really, it's Michael Pittman and everyone else. Texans secondary. Keep in mind, you got Derek Stingley playing elite. You have Jalen Petrie getting benched 2 weeks ago. Now he's back in. No Jimmy Ward. Texans secondary versus Colts receivers 1-5. Most confident being a 5.
I'm going to say 4. I don't know where you fall on this, but I'm going to say 4. I think Stingley is going to – he's not, shut down just yet, but he's got those tendencies, and I think that's going to make a big difference everywhere else. I don't have a lot of confidence in Petrie, but he's played well, and Ward is out.
I am worried for Jalen Petrie.
I am worried about Jalen Petrie, but I feel better than I did earlier in the year.
I'll say this, though. I think against the Colts, I think there's a chance he can figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But when we start talking about all these matchups, like the Browns or the Bills, him with Diggs and Cook coming out of the backfield and Kincaid.
Well, here's what I'm worried about.
The Buffalo thing would scare me. Kansas City doesn't even have receivers.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing that worries me about the safeties. How many times have either on the first or second play of a game the opposing quarterback tested the secondary deep down the middle? Because they even the Titans, it ended up being an easy game. But even the Titans did, the Browns did. They're testing the middle of the Texans secondary consistently early in games and sometimes often in games. So I think I would fully expect them to try to stretch the middle of the field again early on, and that's where you get in trouble. I say 4.
No, even the Titans, I heard Seth bring it up.
Yeah.
The Titans, they could have eeasily connected with Treylon Burks. That was the first thing they saw.
Yeah, and the Browns did with Flacco several times, but especially early on. There is a game plan, sort of feeling out type play early in most every game. I think the Jets did too, didn't they? Didn't the Jets test him on that first drive?
The Jets didn't really need to test him.
It didn't happen. I'm saying, but they're throwing deep down the middle. They're attacking the Texans safeties.
Yeah, they just kind of dissected it.
Yeah.
So Colin Cowherd claims that he loves the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
He said this Monday.
Does he?
This was Colin Cowherd Monday talking about the Houston Texans and what he likes about them and why he likes them.
Number 9.
I love the Houston Texans. They're the first team with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback to make the playoffs since 2012 in the Colts. Chuck Pagano and Andrew Luck. The bottom line here, C.J. Stroud, he's like a veteran. 4 games, no turnovers. Bounce back off the concussion. They've got weapons. Tank Dell, Schultz the tight end, Nico Collins. I don't think they're a multiple playoff win team, but what a story they are in Houston.
There's 2 major problems with that. They haven't made the playoffs. And Tank Dell is on the shelf. Other than that, he's tack on. Other than that, he's right on. I kind of feel bad for him because he was reading that. If you look at the video,
man, some of these national folks, it's hard to keep up with Houston. It's not really a hit. This is their first primetime game.
Yeah.
So sometimes you find yourself in a weird spot.
And they haven't been paying attention every week.
Yeah, they don't know. I don't expect them to know the Texans.
Yeah, but it's just I kind of feel bad for him, but boy, was he wrong. And why did he put Schultz as one of the weapons? I guess. But
Schultz has had a good year.
He said Tank Dell, Schultz. Okay.
Schultz has had a good year, man.
I mean, yeah, but would you say he's like one of the big weapons?
I would say so.
Maybe.
Especially this
Occasionally.
week. Especially this week.
Occasionally he is.
They're going to need him. By the way, you've been throwing out randomly the number 125 for
are you looking at the over-under?
For Singletary? Mm-hmm. No, I mean that's way over what.
Yeah, I know, but I was wondering what it was.
How many yards do you think that Devin Singletary has at the moment?
835 yards. I looked it up this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he would be just short of 1,000.
Yeah.
If he gets your number.
There you go. See? Are you hopping on board?
No, I don't. I would say 100 would be fine. 125 seems a little bit greedy by you.
It is, and I understand that, but I just am feeling that's the path to victory. There's going to be another low-scoring game, another defensive game. They're clear. They're so susceptible against the run, the Colts. I could just see it happening.
61.5 is the over-under. So it's half of what you're asking there, buddy.
All right. Can you bump that up to like 80?
I'm sure you could.
Get better odds?
But yeah, 61.5 is what you got.
Hammer the over. Hammer the over. I'll back it up with money. I'll do it. I'll text my guy and hammer the over on
61.5. How much are you going to hammer it? What's hammer mean?
I usually do 50 or 100.
Okay. Thought you'd go a little higher.
I'm not.
You're so confident.
Well, I just don't like making big money bets. I like to do it for fun.
Xavier Hutchinson's 3.5 to 1 to score a touchdown.
I actually don't.
That would be my bet.
I actually don't like those odds. I think it should be higher.
Yeah, maybe, but I think he's going to score.
Yeah.
That's my call. I called the Brevin Jordan touchdown. What was it, week 3?
Do you have the futures, the player props there?
I just put him down.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, 61.5. Mm-hmm. Singletary.
I'm going to bet that.
I think you can up it. You can up it on some sites. Some sites you can't. But yeah, I think Hutchinson's the guy to look out for.
I think Hutchinson.
I think he might surprise you.
We'll find out a lot more as the practice reports come in, if that's going to be more likely. Because I think Hutchinson's going to have to be, like if Noah Brown doesn't play, I mean, Hutchinson has to be the guy.
He was out there a lot last week.
Yeah.
They were lining him up in the slot. They were lining him up on the outside. Mm-hmm. It seems like they like Hutchinson. And Indianapolis doesn't know much about Hutchinson. Last year when these teams faced, not even like week 2 here, but like week 18, it was Jordan Akins, Davis Mills game.
Akins killed him. Yeah.
And then Lovie Smith. We were wondering at this time, like leading up to this game, will Lovie Smith be gone?
I wasn't wondering. I was not wondering. Those two guys.
That was when there was all the national media where it was like, man, if the Texans get rid of Lovie Smith after one and done, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. You can't have back-to-back one and dones, and it's like, well, you can.
Give us an update on that.
In this situation, you can.
Yeah.
And I think they did all right with it.
Divorce is a good thing.
That was the one that drove me the most nuts was, hey, you can't have back-to-back one and dones. What do you expect? Well, I expect everything to be different.
I'm guilty of it myself. I kind of hate that expression. You can't do this. Well, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
You can. You can. And I get it, like, figuratively speaking, like, you can't do that, but, like, something like that, of course you can fire 2 coaches. How did it work out?
I thought that was the beginning of the smooth operation of this organization. I thought that was whoever's decision it was, and I'm sure the decision was already made, but that was the first time. Yeah, it was the first time in probably, years, like at least half a decade, maybe longer, where the timeliness of a big situation was just flawless. They fired him on Sunday, the end, press conference, on to the coaching search, bye-bye. National media has their hot takes about, Lovie Smith and all that, although no one else in the world would have hired Lovie Smith to be their head coach. Hell, he's not even in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like that's how ridiculous that was in the situation they were in. But that night, like, that was when I started to think, okay, obviously there's a lot to be done. You still got to hire the head coach. You still got to figure stuff out. But that was the best handling of a situation without overthinking, without getting bullied into not doing it that I've seen. The fact that they fired Lovie Smith on that Sunday and did not think twice about it.
I think it was exactly that, but I also think it was kind of the end of the starting the rebuild mode.
Yeah.
Of the foundation. And you know me.
And that was when Nick came in there looking strung out.
Yeah. No,
that was neutered Nick press conference, remember?
Yeah. But I think that's what started, like, okay, phase one, if you want to go down that road, is over. Like, I never budged from that they haven't even started the rebuild yet dialogue. Like, when they had David Culley, I was like, dude, don't read too much into this. Then they're bringing in players like, no, this is just clearing the runway, so to speak. And then even Lovie Smith, I didn't expect him to hang around. I liked Lovie Smith at first. He turned into a real surly kind of guy, but he was more normal. He was more proven as a coach.
Yeah, it was a sense of normal, but it was still a joke.
Yeah, it ended up being a joke. Once that happened, the rebuild started. Like the actual rebuild.
And my fear was, man, I'm going to have to go there on Monday and talk about why Lovie Smith needs to be fired, and it's going to be met with, having to do the point counterpoint, and we're just postponing the inevitable, like the Coley situation.
Yes.
The dude went and had a press conference on Monday.
He did. As far as I know, I'm the head coach. Remember that? Well, you're the last to know.
As far as I know, I'm here to coach the Texans.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was the beginning of, like, them making just, like, good decisions all the way throughout. I think that was the start. And I'm glad they didn't overthink that. And it is funny. A lot of the people who had, like, the issue with it, it's just kind of gone away.
And
some of the stuff they were saying about the situation, like with Lovie Smith and David Culley, it's one thing for it just to go away in opinion, but that was a little over the top.
The thing I hated was the way they were selling both of those guys as long-term solutions.
Yeah, and you know it.
Yeah.
And
I'm like, no.
The 49ers had their 2 one-and-dones, and obviously it was a different GM and stuff. And I didn't even fault Caserio for either one of those coaching hires. You were in a bad situation.
Where I stood, yeah.
You were in a bad situation.
You know, Lovie Smith is being mentioned to go back to Chicago as the defensive coordinator.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I think that's fine. As the DC?
To do what?
Defensive coordinator.
Well, Eberflus is pretty much the DC, right?
Right. I think
what is this, just a vibe thing?
Huh?
Is this just like a vibe thing?
It's just kind of rumor report, whatever. But
so they bring in Marinelli too? Like, are they just going to bring everybody?
I don't know. But that was I actually didn't mind that era because you could see him working, clearing cap space, just kind of turning over the roster, making way for the post Deshaun Watson era. I thought they did it well. In fact, that should be as big of a feather in the cap of Nick Caserio for Executive of the Year as anything he did this year. Like, even before we knew that DeMeco Ryans or whomever would be the head coach, he was setting the stage for what this year would be. Like, that's a big feather in the cap because it's hard to take those lumps, and he knew he was going to take lumps. I mean, he hired Lovie Smith. David Culley. Come on. You know what you know how that's going to end.
God, man.
But he did it anyway. Like, that's as good as much of a credit to Nick Caserio as anything.
I don't want to say the bar was low, but like with the coaches that were here before DeMeco Ryans, like it probably would have been pretty easy to impress someone, right?
But it also could have been more difficult because if DeMeco Ryans struggled, like let's say this didn't happen, and they started the year,
you mean the season?
Yeah, let's say they started 1-5, that could have really backfired on them. That could have made them look even worse. I mean, they had a plan. Nick had a plan, got it done, took his lumps, sold it off as for ticket purchases. I mean, for ticket reasons, as like, yeah, this is our guy. This is a guy. No, this is our guy. No, this is going to be our guy. But took his lumps and did it like that. I thought I give him credit. I definitely felt I knew what he was doing, and he was doing exactly that. Like he was just setting the stage.
But that press conference was awkward. You didn't know that Nick was going to be a part of it.
Oh, the Lovey?
The neutered Nick.
Yeah.
After the Lovey thing?
That was.
Yeah. I think he was just tired.
He was unsure. Like he
didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, he was unsure if what the McNairs were really thinking. If he really had autonomy, to hire the coach by himself, and as it turned out, I don't think he did. I think the McNairs had a lot to do with it. But then he blended right in. Like, he's executive of the year, in terms of everything that he's done. And we've been hard on Nick.
No, we still
occasionally.
No, yeah, he has. I don't even know why that's a discussion.
Yeah,
like I can discuss anything else. I don't even know why that's a discussion.
Yeah, you can talk about D'Amico as coach of the year, even C.J. Stroud, which I think is a slam dunk. But some people are saying otherwise. Okay, I can hear you on that. Nick is is executive of the year.
Yeah, the impact. Like you hired a new coach, you drafted a quarterback, you drafted another guy, you brought in other guys. Yes, you have to. Like, it's not even. I don't even know. Like, bring someone to the ring that is even in that category. I don't see that.
Yeah, no,
at all. Mm-hmm. Not even a little bit. Coming up, lunchtime confessions and some news. We got some news. We got an arrival, and it's a good arrival. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, give you some news before we confess. Laramie Tunsil, he's practicing. So after not participating in the walkthrough, Laramie Tunsil is practicing. So the traditional Veteran Day off is there. That's the good news. Come with some bad news, though. Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins didn't stretch or warm up. They're watching practice. This, according to Cody Stutes, as is Will Anderson. So maybe they're taking it easy on those guys. But Laramie Tunsil, he is on the practice field.
And Noah Brown appears to be just watching as well.
Yeah, hurt back.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
And now, it is time for Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime Confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I missed The Rock. That was awesome. The
Rock coming back.
The Rock coming back. And look, and everybody knows if you listen to this show at any point at all, I'm not a wrestling guy. Like you're much more well versed than I am at it. We have some guys here
90s era.
Like Sean that is a
he's still in.
Elite wrestling fan.
90s era. Attitude era.
I'm the most casual of casual, but when I saw this, I was like, dude, I guess he's going to fight Roman Reigns?
I guess.
Or teased it?
It's his cousin, I guess.
I'd watch that.
I think it's his cousin. Here he was, The Rock.
I'm going to go get something to eat. When The Rock goes out to get something to eat tonight in San Diego, should The Rock sit in a booth or should The Rock sit at the bar? Yeah, The Rock loves a bar too. Or should The Rock sit at the head of the table?
He's the best. That's Roman Reigns' thing, right?
Yeah, he's the head of the table. They're related somehow, I think.
Is that right? Here it comes. Wait for it.
What The Rock is cooking!
Why was he breathing so hard?
Because he's old. He looked great. I mean, he'd been
By
pumping
the way,
some iron.
I lost a lot of respect for him
How come?
last week. A lot.
What?
So, and I don't even want you to type this because you'll lose respect too.
Okay.
TMZ, they did their Christmas special, and they had like Shaq, Mark Cuban, I think Bill Maher was there. Like there were a bunch of Kyle Richards, and they were hosting, so they were doing like the best of. You know, The Rock 3 times in the last 9 years has said he's trying In-N-Out for the first time.
Seriously?
Including recently last week, and it was to the point where he videoed it. He's like, wait, do I pay here? Do I order here? And they went back, and they found him talking multiple times about trying In-N-Out for the first time.
Well, that's not great. That is a lack of losing some
That's
respect.
a lie right there.
Yes, that is.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to say it, man. I know Tyler Milner's going to be upset with me. A lot of Rockets fans, Astros fans, I should say, will be upset with me. I do see some irony in Michigan trying to win a national championship amidst their sign stealing scandal right there down the streets from the juice box. There is some irony in that, I will say.
It's going to be mentioned.
Is that not fair?
It'll be mentioned.
T-Mill is throwing it to the side, but I think it's worth noting.
It will be noted.
Sign stealing, Michigan winning a championship, perhaps in Houston. Kind of some irony. I think that's real irony.
I think it is, and I think you're right.
Not Alanis Morissette. That's real irony.
If nothing else, all over social media.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'd rather play this game Sunday. I'm sorry. It's going to be awesome to be on primetime. It's going to be awesome to have whatever get-together or place I'd go to on a Saturday night with so much on the line, and you're the only game in town, and it's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. That's all awesome. That's on a personal level. That's what I love. I would rather the Texans play Sunday. Just give me one more day of prep and travel on Saturday instead of Friday. I'd rather play the game on Sunday, man. I'm sorry. I think it's the best case for the Texans to put themselves in the best place to win.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It happened, man. It happened. Got a Facebook message yesterday. It's from someone I haven't talked to in probably 8 years. Wasn't even really that good of friends with her. I knew her husband a little bit.
Yeah.
Worked with her briefly. Got a message
Where is
yesterday
this
on my
going?
Facebook. It said, "Hey Landry, you're one of the only people I know in Houston, so I wanted to ask you if you or someone you know has a connection for national championship tickets. Michael is a Michigan fan, and I want to surprise him."
I hate that so much.
I don't even think I would recognize this girl.
Yeah.
Her husband worked for a doctor that I knew up there.
The problem is there's no right. I mean, how do you answer that? Well, I can get you a $2,000 discount from what they were last week. That's the best I can do. And that's the one thing I would have loved to have seen Texas play in here, and my sister would have come down, and I would have had to find a way to find her some tickets. I didn't want to do that, but it's my sister. Like, how do you even answer those requests?
I just deleted it.
Just tell her you can get her a $2,000 discount from last week.
I just deleted it, but it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't know, like,
that's awful.
I've never had your phone number.
No.
I've never been like, hey, let's go hang out with you and your husband.
Mm-hmm. But I'll get you some tickets.
But let me get you national championship tickets.
Yeah, free.
They're not hard to find either.
Not right now.
Yeah, you can go check it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Jeez.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Against your advice, and somewhat against Seth's advice. He just told me to get the right shoes and to do intervals, which is what I did. I did it. Went for 3 miles. Now, I did do it smart. I walked a quarter mile, then jogged a quarter mile, walked a quarter mile, jogged a quarter mile, and practically killed me. For those who don't know, I love to jog. I've always loved to jog when I was younger. I just like the release and being out, kind of clearing your head. But I haven't done it in probably a decade, seriously, because I just walk because bad Achilles, bad back. But how are you feeling this morning? I'm feeling much better. I've been feeling much better. I've been taking that bone broth, which is supposed to be good for all those things, and it's working for about a year now. And I was a little sore this morning, but not bad. My back is fine. My Achilles are fine. Here's the other thing. I'm going to go all in. This is the second part of the confession.
You're going to diet?
No, God, no. I'm not going to diet. What are you, crazy?
You said all in.
I need the loopholes to come through for me. I'm thinking March or April. I want to run a 5K.
Oh, God.
I want to run a 5K.
Oh, God.
For a charity.
We're doing the 5K thing.
No.
No,
I'm with you. That's kind of.
follow my path.
No. I'm not going to be doing any of that.
Screenshot of how much I ran today.
No, I'm not.
Look at me at the 5K.
Okay.
Look at my family with signs.
Yeah.
Go, Dad.
Yeah. No, I am never going to post. I'm never going to post screenshots of my time and my distance. I hate that. I'm with you. I'm going to do it relatively anonymously. I just feel like I need that to stay on it, So if you know of a charity, an event, a school, something that's having a 5K in like March, hit me up. I got to have that goal, or else I'll just kind of fall off the wagon here. But I think altogether I probably ran a little over a mile, mostly walked, but it was a start.
Yeah.
It was a start.
Good for you.
Hit me up, social media, or right here on the text board, 713-572-4610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Meanwhile, I feel like I kind of want a pizza.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to eat pizza. I'm not dieting.
These pizza commercials lately, I've been seeing it looks like Little Caesars has stuffed crust now. I can't tell you the last time I ate Little Caesars. It's been at least 15, 16 years. Like I'm back to when Hot and Ready's first started. Papa John's is trying to bring their new stuffed crust. Pizza, it's always been the king of the stuffed crust. I think I might just have to pick me up a stuffed crust pizza on the way home and just
do it.
Charge it to the game. Charge it to the commercials and the beauty of pizza advertising.
Well, you're not drinking for a while, right? You're taking the month off. You're cleansing. You can have pizza. You're not drinking, right?
No, I'm good. No.
For a while?
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Jace is in for Figgy today. I really want to know what Figgy's planning. I think this game deserves.
Yeah, Figgy said in the next hour and a half or so he's gonna have a watch party put together. Now I don't know what the hell that means.
This game deserves it.
Yeah, I don't know if Figgy's gonna be able to pull this off or not.
You don't have
what do you think
confidence?
he's gonna do?
It's probably gonna be a wing place. There's gonna be wings involved.
Why does it have to be a wing place,
Well, not
John?
for that reason.
Why does it have
He
to be a
loves
wing
wings.
place, John?
He's on the record. No.
Wow.
He's on the record as saying that he loves wings.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's going to have wings will be involved. Right?
Where's yours at? A taco stand?
I don't know. This game deserves it. I'm feeling it. We got to have some sort of a good time, good event to watch this Texans and Colts thing.
See what Figgy's got going. He says he's got something going. Stay tuned at the Figgy Fig on Twitter. Coming up, the familiar faces and two that could have been wearing Texans uniforms. Some nobody's talking abouts leading up to Saturday's primetime game next.
The Texans playoff.
All right, so the Texans took Ross Blacklock in the 2020 second round. Shortly before that, Michael Pittman was selected by the Indianapolis Colts. And then shortly after Blacklock was selected, Jonathan Taylor was selected by the Indianapolis Colts, who, by the way, wanted to be a Houston Texan. Believe it or not, he said he grew up an Arian Foster fan, wanted to be a Houston Texan. Here is Jonathan Taylor talking about this game on Saturday and where he feels that he's personally at heading into the game against the Houston Texans.
The magnitude, it's kind of been like that the past few weeks, as long as we continue to, win games. So nothing different here except this is the one, win and get in. Same mentality, but like this time it's everything you got. You want a bit of a challenge, that's the point of us being competitors, is being able to beat people at their best, because you've trained hard and worked hard in order to be one of the best. And in order to be the best, you got to beat the best.
We had to go Ric Flair at the end there.
What did I say earlier?
He's going to have 5 yards.
The more cliches you hear, the bigger the game is. Like, because they don't want to give anything away. Like D'Amico earlier, we were listening to him. He strung together like 5 cliches in a row. That tells you that's a big game. I'm serious. Like, because they don't want to give anything away. It's just kind of going defaulting to football speak, etc. But it's obviously big. But I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be especially motivated, and he's playing well in the last few games.
It's interesting because that second round right there, those are probably the 2 best offensive players that the Colts have right now.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Taylor is he's kind of trying to find his way back, and we didn't even know if he was going to be an Indianapolis Colt early in the season, but these are the 2 guys. You found them in the second round, man.
Yeah.
And as we look at this Texan squad, and we play a little bit of chess while we're playing checkers. Obviously, the checker move is you win this game, you continue. Chess, you kind of think a little more long-term. I do think offensive weaponry is going to be the thing that they're going to have to focus on. I really do. Like, I think they're going to have to – you can't find yourself being pleased with Nico Collins and Tank Dell as far as being your number 1 and number 2 from year to year. I think they need to be able to look past that, much like they probably should have looked past the Dameon Pierce thing last year. And they did bring in Singletary, but – you're going to need offensive weaponry moving forward, and I think that's the thing that is going to be what holds the Texans back from making a run. But in a matter of a year, just like how the Jags invested all they did with Trevor Lawrence, and they ended up going to the playoffs and winning a playoff game. The Bengals got Joe Burrow after getting hurt. They got him Jamar Chase, and they ended up going to a Super Bowl. The offensive weaponry is going to be, much like Indianapolis, that's kept them alive. Like that's kind of kept them afloat, having Michael Pittman in that second round and Jonathan Taylor. That's all I'm trying to say, is that there's opportunities where, if you hit like Detroit this year, is Detroit where that, like, Detroit took the next step. A lot of people felt good about them last year, but if they don't take Gibbs and Laporta, are they where they're at right now?
Right.
That's where the Texans are going to have to. The offensive weaponry is the next step for the Texans. And quite frankly, I bring up the second round because I think it's not easy, but it can definitely be done in a very short time.
That was a hell of a second round. I was just glancing at it. There was a lot
Blackman too.
There were DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
T. Higgins.
Yeah.
It was a hell. But to your
Antoine
point,
Winfield.
Antoine Winfield. But to your point, like
and Ross Blacklock.
And Ross Blacklock. We're not talking about that. Tank Dell is a really, really good player that could be
he's a solid player.
Really good.
He's a good player.
And he can be a game breaker. He
can be.
He might be the only one.
Can't have enough receivers, though.
But could you imagine Tank Dell with a better receiver?
Yeah, and Nico for a year.
Yeah.
Depending on how you decide to handle the Nico thing.
I mean, like an elite, a truly elite, bigger, better receiver. No offense to his size, but I think it is a factor. I could not. I said this yesterday. I am 100% get yourself that stud wide receiver.
Running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, and let DeMeco coach up the defense because, I'm hearing McClain talking about D-line, and then we're talking about how good Derek Barnett did or how good, some of these guys that they've taken off the street are. I think DeMeco can coach him up. And, oh, by the way, you also used the first-round pick on Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So you've already invested in the O-line. Get some offensive weaponry. I think that's the next, big step to where this time next year, last year we're talking about they need to F and lose. Mm-hmm. This year we're talking about they need to F and win. If you add offensive weaponry, I think we're talking about how far can this team go. Are we going to be talking about the first AFC championship game in franchise history?
Look at Patrick Mahomes this year versus years past. That's Patrick freaking Mahomes, the best quarterback on the planet, and he's not getting it done.
And they won it last year, but it's kind of.
No, I'm talking about his weaponry.
Yeah,
and then look at Tua.
Yeah, Waddle.
Yeah, if you get those guys,
the running backs.
Yeah. It's a whole different world you're going to be living in.
Figure that out.
Yeah.
Here's Shane Steichen. It was between DeMeco and Shane Steichen. Those were the two most popular names last year during the coaching search. Steichen left Philadelphia. He's in Indianapolis. DeMeco left San Francisco. He's back home in Houston. Here's Shane Steichen talking about his opportunity ahead.
Yeah, no, it's big. In this league, obviously, all the games are kind of must-win, some more than others. Obviously, this one is the biggest one of the year. Houston's playing really good football right now, and it's going to be a heck of a challenge for us come Saturday night.
The thing that I get most excited about, if you're talking about just some sort of improbable run, is the fact that C.J. Stroud was known for big game situations. He was known for outside of the Michigan game, but the game that everybody talks about was the game against Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
It was indoors. It was loud. They were underdogs. Now, if the Texans are going to pull some of this off, it's most likely going to be outdoors. It's still going to be loud, but they are going to be underdogs. His weaknesses heading into the NFL, they're strengths. He does a good job of extending plays with his legs. He does a good job of seeing things and getting the ball, or what were believed to be his weaknesses. I just wonder, what if that strength elevates like these weaknesses did? What if it, at the NFL level, all of a sudden we just see a guy who can flip the damn switch? Because that was, it almost felt like he played one game in his college career because that's all they talked about.
Yeah.
And he even said, the Georgia game. I had other games. I don't remember how I said it. He didn't say it real in a snarky manner, but it was basically hey, I kind of played a couple of years at Ohio State, so that wasn't my only game.
I had some stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but if that is symbolic of what he's about, then all bets are off. Because it's the NFL. It's not like you're going to go into a game and be a 17-point. As much as we gas up these opposing squads, Baltimore's going to be a 10-point favorite. It's not like you're a college team and you're going and you're some sort of 17-point underdog or something like that. The margin for error is small.
Yeah, it's very small. I think his strengths that you're talking about that were perceived weaknesses is part of the reason that you even are more confident and more adamant about getting him some more weapons. If he's shown, look at, I said this, he's so young. He is just getting started. And he's already developed this fast. That's another reason that you have to almost do everything you can to surround him with those guys.
I think the other thing that needs to be taken into account as we're looking ahead at the Texans' potential opponents, and I keep hearing, well, you want to host Cleveland, you want to win the division. I get it. I don't. Sure, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bye. They just announced that Jeff Driscoll's starting on
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Like, Cleveland has a bye. So if you're facing Kansas City has to go out there and win for seeding or whatever. Like, if you're essentially facing a Cleveland team that is coming off a bye with a quarterback who's been able to flip the switch like Joe Flacco and Myles Garrett, and I heard Bajani bring up yesterday, he hadn't gotten a sack in a while. Yeah, he's playing with one arm.
Yeah. Everybody else
he was in a sling. Yeah, he was literally in a sling 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I think one game he had like 12 pressures and didn't get a sack. So I do think that's something to factor in. I don't think you can convince people that a lot of people that, Cleveland is more scary than Kansas City, but they do have a bye. This is a bye week for them.
Yeah, and that matters. They're going to be able to craft. First of all, they're not even worried about this game, so they're going to be able to play and rest whomever they need. All these little nicks, as they like to call them, they're going to get better in a week span.
And the Texans are going to have to. This guy's not practicing today. He's not practicing today. Can you go? Can you go? And then he goes, and then you're going to need him in the same exact situation the next week. It doesn't get better.
They're not going to get better.
Yeah, you don't
health-wise.
you don't have a hurt ankle if you're Will Anderson and go out there and all of a sudden you're going to flip the switch.
That's the perfect example. Will Anderson's a perfect example, and I know he did quite well, even though he only
12 snaps.
Even though he only had 12 snaps.
You need him for more than 12.
Right, exactly. He's going to get worse, not better. Whereas Cleveland is kind of helping their cause, getting people healthy, and that. I think that's a factor. I'd rather go to Kansas City.
Yeah, I'd rather go to Kansas City. I just think it's more valuable.
Yeah.
More valuable experience, for sure. But I heard McClain, Seth, and Sean talking about that. I just can't. I think the experience of going to Kansas City would be extra nice for me. On the YouTube, shout out to David Sanchez. He says being scared of Cleveland is a joke. I'm not anyone's scared of Cleveland.
It's a matter of who you'd rather play.
I do think their defense can physically dominate the Texans. I do think that there's that. It's more so about I would rather them have the experience of going to Kansas City. I think in the long term that is more beneficial than hosting Cleveland in a playoff game.
I agree.
Now maybe you can get both. Who knows? Maybe you can beat Cleveland and then figure it out. But I don't know. I don't know if being scared of Cleveland is a joke. I know CJ didn't play, but Amari Cooper did his thing.
Yeah.
So who knows? Also on the YouTube, BKNIC713. Who cares? They're going to have to beat the best teams to achieve the ultimate goal. Give us that home game.
See, but I get it, and I'm not gonna say, they got no chance no matter who they play. Although I don't think they have a chance against Baltimore.
I don't think they'll be favored in any situation. I don't even think they'll be favored against Cleveland.
Like I've said, the standards have changed. Like you should expect and try to win, and understand that the Texans are not like, oh, well, it's found money now, so no, if they lose, no big deal. No, I think the exact opposite. You should obviously try to. But realistically, I don't think anybody here is going to say they're going to be a Super Bowl contender. You just think they're going to have a chance in a lot of these games. There's a big difference.
Correct.
Landry
Locker, John Lopez, Jason, for Figgy Fig. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. CJ Stroud, will he be or won't he be? I'll tell you what that is next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so C.J. Stroud finishes 6th in fan voting for the Pro Bowl. C.J. Stroud's 6th, so he will not, at the moment, could end up being a Pro Bowler, but most likely he's going to get in because the guys who were above him, Purdy, to those guys, they might have some business to take care of. And who knows, maybe C.J. will have some business to take care of.
It is Purdy, Tua, Mahomes, Prescott, Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud. So,
by the way, the Chiefs, I guess they are resting some guys this week. I would still rather they aren't as banged up as the Browns are.
No, the Browns are very much more beat up. But
is it kind of messed up that the Browns have 11 wins and the Chiefs have 9 or 10, whatever it is, and the Chiefs are ahead of them seeding wise?
Yeah,
I know divisions matter and all that. That's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, but that division didn't.
I know.
You know?
I mean, but what do you do? Do you just go year to year and say, well, the division sucks, so it shouldn't matter? It's kind of an unfortunate situation for the Browns because the Chiefs are sitting at 10-6, Browns 11-5. Buffalo's at 10-6 as well, and oh, by the way, they beat the Chiefs. But the Chiefs get to ice up.
Yeah. Well, I guess because the Ravens have that number 1 seed locked in. I guess, I would think a win would help the Chiefs, though, right? I haven't dug into.
Well, the problem is that if Miami wins, they stay above them. If Buffalo wins, they go above the Chiefs. But Miami, I don't think, could be above.
Right. So there is
Kansas
reason
City.
to want to
But
win.
Kansas City does have to. They're resting.
Yeah. They're looking big picture.
They're not threatened. They're looking big picture.
They're thinking big picture.
Gardner Minshew. He hadn't been on the big NFL stage that often. He's going to face the Texans Saturday in primetime. Here's what Minshew had to say about the stage.
Man, this is stuff you dream about, these kind of opportunities, these big games. You don't play for, the regular season. Nobody cares. Shoot, we're playing prime time Saturday night. Let's ride, man. It's going to be fun.
Let's ride. Russell Wilson all of a sudden.
By the way, Laramie Tunsil not even top 10 in Pro Bowl tackle voting.
Well, he'll have something to say about that.
Trent Williams, Armstead, Austin Jackson, Lane Johnson, Darnell Wright, Tyron Smith, Laramie Tunsil not even in the top 10.
Dang. Kind of hard to go against some of those guys, though.
I don't. I don't think it's crazy. I think there'll be people here that will act like it's crazy and like a big travesty.
Mm-hmm.
But not even in the top 10. D'Amico Ryans. Here's D'Amico Ryans. They didn't see Jonathan Taylor the last time they faced the Colts. Here's what head coach D'Amico Ryans had to say about the challenge that Jonathan Taylor presents.
Jonathan, a really dynamic player. And you talk about a guy who, the way he runs the ball, he just continues to stay after it. You can't think that one guy is going to get him down. Right? He's going to continue to move forward, continue to run his feet. He's a very tough runner, physical runner, also has the speed, just dynamic player in all phases. In the passing game, when they're getting the ball out to him on checkdowns, he's able to turn those checkdowns into explosive pass plays for them. And so when it comes to that, as a defense, guys have to be in position. You have to be ready to tackle him because he is a physical player, and it's knowing it's not going to take just one guy to get Jonathan down because he's such a strong runner. Right? It's going to take everybody.
He just lights up when he starts talking about Jonathan Taylor. I feel like there's a healthy amount of fear for.
Well, there should be.
D'Amico with Jonathan Taylor.
You
think he's the guy that we're sleeping on the most here?
Absolutely, absolutely, I do. His last couple of games have been pretty nice. He sat out some, but he had 15 carries, 91 yards, 21 carries, 96 yards, and before that, he really only had one game over 75 yards. He's starting to.
He was hurt on his way back, signed the contract.
Yeah. He might be.
He
might be, yeah.
And he wanted to be a Texan. This was Jonathan Taylor before the draft. This was Jonathan Taylor talking about where he would like to play and who he admired growing up.
Growing up, my favorite running back was Arian Foster, hence the reason why I got 23. And, I just think he was so smooth for his size in and out of his cut, so that's just some guy I tried to model my game after. Arian Foster was really smooth in and out his cuts for his size, and I thought it was just kind of like rhythm and poetry. So I grew up watching the Texans do the Arian Foster, so I guess I have to go with the Texans.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Man.
Well,
Man.
sorry about it. They wanted Ross Blacklock instead.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah. They had David Johnson. And, they wanted Ross Blacklock instead. Too bad.
Let's go with
Sorry about your luck.
Ross Blacklock.
Let's go with Ross Blacklock. We got David Johnson, the revival.
Yeah.
The Jack Easterby, Bill O'Brien vision, the revival of David Johnson. Mike Vrabel. He got pissed yesterday.
I like this.
The coach of the Tennessee Titans, Mike Vrabel, he was asked, what is there to win? Your season's over. We're talking draft position. What do you have to gain from winning this, Coach?
Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Why?
It sucks. Losing, awful. That's why I want to win. Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
There's nobody in that locker room that's not going to play their ass off because of that guy.
Well,
yeah,
could be good for the Texans. He followed it up, too. He wanted to add a little bit more insight on top of the cussing. So here's Mike Vrabel, more on what's at stake this Sunday for the Tennessee Titans.
It's not about, hey, we'll go into the offseason with a good note. Nobody knows what you did on January 7th or 8th or 6th in April when you come back. But, you want to see just it all come together. And just put 4 quarters together. Win a game like we talked about. You come in here, well, close game. And that game the other day, we got to put ourselves into a competitive game where it's back and forth, and there's some field position, and then you score, and you take care of the football. And we just hadn't done that. You just put yourself in a competitive situation, come up with a way to make a play in the second half to win the game. That's what I hope for. Sorry about my language.
Don't apologize, man. That was good. I liked it. They're going to play hard, and they do have a chance. I mean, you got to believe they do, especially who knows what Trevor Lawrence is going to be,
By the way, John McClain had a message for the city of Houston today because if the Texans win and then the Titans win, the Texans are the division champs and they'll be hosting a playoff game. Here was John McClain's message for you people.
And, boy, everybody in Houston has got to be a Tennessee Titans fan.
There you go.
And that was this week, right? When did he say that?
I think it was 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe every day. It really could be any week,
2022.
right?
You're getting over the line here.
It was 2019, 18, 17.
Here was Arizona Cardinals coach Jonathan Gannon. So he was on with Gambo and Burns. And the conversation about Kyler Murray being the franchise quarterback, that came up. Here's what Jonathan Gannon had to say.
Is there any doubt in your mind who your quarterback is going to be for next season?
No, there's not.
He's your guy.
I love this guy, man.
Why are you laughing?
I love this guy. No, there's no doubt.
You love which guy? Ain't talking to me.
Number one, our franchise quarterback. Yeah. That's who I love.
But you didn't know him. He had a lot to prove coming off the injury.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's a good point, guys. Like being with him, being here for a year with him now, I'm more convicted than when I got here.
I feel like this Hokie dude might end up being a good coach.
Pew, pew, pew.
No, I really do feel like, though, I feel like he might end up being a good coach.
He might, and I've never thought Kyler Murray was going to be like an issue. But
did you think that, let's say Arizona has the number 1 pick? Did you think? I think that makes it a little bit easier too.
It does make it easier to say it's Kyler Murray.
Because do you think? Let's put it this way. Let's say that Arizona loses a couple of the games that they won, and they're sitting there at number 1. You think he's emphatically coming out and saying that about Kyler Murray?
I don't know. I doubt it. But I do know Kyler Murray, for all his flaws, and he has a lot of flaws, just mostly off the field, he's really good. He is a franchise quarterback. You can ask the question about
film.
A lot of like Justin Fields.
Remember the film drama?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got issues, but he's a franchise guy. I mean, there's no question. You can look at him and see that. He's smaller, but he's a franchise guy. Whereas, like, if you're saying Justin Fields, and I think there is a question there.
Well, I mean, they have the number one pick.
Yeah.
So they're in a different spot.
But what I'm saying, you look at him and you're like,
Who would you take? Like, if we were doing radio right now in Chicago, and let's say we were in the situation, what would you want to do? Would you, like, let's say the Texans had the number one pick, and let's say they never drafted C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you saying right now? Are you saying take Caleb Williams?
Caleb Williams.
Oof.
Different kind of guy as well.
Man, he scares me.
But he's just got a world of talent.
No, he's got a world of talent. He's a badass. But that business side, like, I think you want to talk about, like, the bad part of the NIL. He just seems like such a, like, Jack Parkman from Major League.
Yes.
Like Willie Beeman before he figured it out.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying I blame him. Like, from a human side, I mean, you're 20 years old, and the other thing is you're not a finished product.
No.
So that's the other thing that I think you got to look at. But you got the Wendy's commercials, you got all that. I don't know.
My thing is, like, if you have to ask yourself after, what is this, year 3?
With Fields?
Yeah.
No, I would definitely move on from Fields.
If you have to
I'm
ask yourself,
taking Drake May or Caleb Williams.
If you say, I'm not sure, then he's not the guy. Whereas you look at Kyler Murray and you're like, yeah, there's some flaws, but he is a guy. He's a franchise. If you have to ask, then he's not the guy. So that's why I'd take Caleb Williams, who has the most talent.
Shout out to all the people on the text line, 713-572-4610 on the Twitch and on the YouTube. Jam brings something up interesting. He says he'll never root for the Titans. So what does that mean?
No, you should.
What if it's even for the better this week?
No, you should. Who cares? So they win. They're still not going to make the playoffs. They help you. You know? Who cares? Just
he said he'll never root for the Titans.
Cheer for the
Titans.
Well, then is he as good a fan as he says?
Just can't do it.
Yeah,
that's what he says.
It's for the better good.
Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy, he has declared for the 2024 NFL Draft. We're going to start getting a lot of news about players leaving, etc. But Xavier Worthy, Texas Longhorns receiver. Don't know if he's a late first. Don't know if he's a second. Don't know if he's a third. It's gonna be really interesting to see where he ends up.
He's really well. I'm preaching to the choir here. Like, really fast, really good. He's on the list of get you one of those guys.
6'1", 172. They also have Adonai Mitchell, who could be a day 2 pick. I don't think he's a first rounder, but could be a day 2 pick. Trevor Lawrence and Christian Kirk, they're set to practice for the Jags. Jags need to win that game against the Tennessee Titans. Looks like Trevor Lawrence and Christian Kirk should be on the field. How nice are they going to be? Who knows? Cleveland Browns, they're starting Jeff Driscoll on Sunday. No Joe Flacco. They are starting Jeff Driscoll. Remember the Driscoll days around here? They did everything they could to keep him around, didn't they?
The Driscoll cat. Remember the Driscoll cat? Running him everywhere. No, nothing really to see here because they're on shutdown. The big news out of that with Jeff Driscoll starting is the fact that the Browns are getting rested and they could be playing here in a week. That's the news. Like, you don't want them to you don't want them to come in well rested and healthy than they would have been otherwise.
Yeah, it's getting more clear. People want the home playoff game. I'm sure the Texans do too.
It makes sense, but
would Deshaun show up?
It's a good question.
I mean, he wasn't there when they were doing really well.
He wasn't
right?
in Cleveland.
Yeah,
he was in the suite.
So he wasn't doing really well. So is he going to all of a sudden show up? Man, if he shows up and he's in that suite and they lose that playoff game,
oh my God,
he is going to be the brunt of anger for Browns fans. The Deshaun jinx.
Yeah. Is he going to show up? That's a great question.
I mean, wouldn't you want to keep the mojo the same? Like, we just heard the Harbaughs, and we'll hear them when the internet goes nuts. Like, talk about switching seats.
Yeah.
Does Deshaun want to change his whole routine and show up when the...
You know what? He probably would come.
He would what?
He would come.
Allegedly.
He would be here. He would be here. I mean, playoff game? Come on. Yeah, he'd be here.
All right, so Zach Wilson, He is out for the Jets. I think this is one of those injury settlement type of joints, or maybe just erring on the side of caution. Would you kick the tires on Zach Wilson?
No. You're talking about
in any situation, would you kick the tires?
You're talking about backup.
Well, you just make him an emergency quarterback.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I do think Keenum's gone, probably. I'm not sure if Davis Mills is going to want to be traded. But I don't know if Zach, you can do better than Zach Wilson.
Dave Tepper, he got punished, man. Threw the drink on the fan. Dave Tepper, $300,000 fine.
So this is something that I was going to mention during the internet going nuts here in a few minutes. But it's worth mentioning now because it does have to do with around the NFL, and specifically the NFL. Like, I got mad about this. I shouldn't have been, because who cares? I just irrationally upset about this. Totally unacceptable behavior is what the NFL said about him. So they basically fined him $1.77. The average American salary, he's worth $20.6 billion, Dave Tepper.
Okay.
He got fined $300,000. No suspension, no nothing.
So what do you think? You think it should be proportional to how much you're worth?
Yes.
You think fines or
I think the better thing would be suspension. I said it from the very start. I thought, at least 1 to 3 games. McClain said the year.
The thing about it is if let's say that if Laramie Tunsil commits a penalty, like a unsportsmanlike or whatever, he's going to get fined the same as Charlie Heck.
Yes.
So you're saying just because this guy's a billionaire, he should be fined more than someone else would be?
Well, then why is it? What would define the punishment for this? The NFL said this in their release. Quote, totally unacceptable.
Yes.
So it was totally unacceptable.
Yes, that's what they said.
And you basically fined him $1.77 because he's worth $20.6 billion. I did the math. And he was fined $300,000. That's the equivalent of the average American salary getting fined $1.77.
Here's my thing, and I heard Clint talking about this yesterday. A fine does nothing for someone like him. That's my whole point. Yeah, you got to do something. If you're going to But I don't even know, when these owners get suspended, it's what does that mean? Does he have to sit
No, I'm saying out of the facility, out of the games. That would hurt him.
What would you? So if you're Roger Goodell, what are you punishing him?
I said yesterday, I still believe maybe 1 to let's say 3 games. Can't go to games, can't go to the facility. That would hurt him. Because the fine is not going to hurt him. He's paid bar tabs, I'm sure, of $300,000 at some party somewhere. It's nothing.
300,000 bar tab?
For him, it's nothing, Landry. It's the equivalent of you and me, $1 or $2.
I'm starting to wonder, McClain has talked about, nobody wants to go there. I wonder, what the damage is of just already having the reputation that he has and then having this happen. I wonder if there's there's a cost to this that is going to be more costly than the fine. And I don't agree with the scrutiny is enough for him. No, I don't. I just don't know how you punish these guys. They're on a different level.
I think there is a cost. I think it's going to affect the coaching search for sure. But that still doesn't address what he did here.
So just never be allowed to be in a suite or what?
For 3 games. You can't go to games.
You can just chill at home?
Can't go to watch it on TV at home. That would affect him. That would hurt him. I said 300,000, and I knew he was either the richest or second richest owner in the NFL. So I looked it up. And I think it was 0.00015 of his net worth. No, 4 zeros. 0.00015 of his net worth.
It's nothing.
You got a couple bucks in your wallet right now. That's the fine.
Yeah, that's it. Or you're Sean Pendergast and you're rolling thick.
It was thick.
Man, my man had a thick stack earlier today. Goodness gracious.
It was thick.
I was, man, how many dime bags did you sell? Right there at the top. Goodness gracious. I was about to ask Sean, good Lord, what are you rolling with? Sheesh.
Cash only, please.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts. An epic rant that led to the dump button being used yesterday at Sports Radio 610. Fake love and something that'll make your heart melt. Internet going nuts next.
got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Colin Cowherd loves the Texans, kinda. This is what he had to say when he was listing the top 10 teams in the league. Texans coming in at 9.
Number 9.
I love the Houston Texans. They're the first team with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback to make the playoffs since 2012 in the Colts, Chuck Pagano and Andrew Luck. The bottom line here, C.J. Stroud, he's like a veteran. 4 games, no turnovers. Bounce back off the concussion. They've got weapons. Tank Dell, Schultz the tight end, Nico Collins. I don't think they're a multiple playoff win team, but what a story they are in Houston.
Yeah, especially if Tank Dell plays. And oh, by the way, they're not in the playoffs yet.
Yeah, they got to win.
Yeah, they need a victory.
Not as deep of a love as we initially thought.
No, I don't really blame him. I kind of feel bad for him.
No, it's national.
The Texans have been like a non-factor. Like you don't even all you do is look at the score if you're a national guy for 3 years. I don't blame him. Not at all.
I got the internet going nuts.
You do.
I got the internet going nuts.
The Rock, man, I surprised myself. He's all over the internet right now because I guess he's making a comeback to WWE. I guess he's going to fight Roman Reigns, and he alluded to it in what you're about to hear. And let me ask you this before we go on. Is he the best ever in terms of the total package of showman and actual
Him or Stone Cold?
Yeah.
Yeah, him or Stone Cold.
Because Ric Flair was just like the showman.
Yeah, Ric Flair. Yeah, Sean likes Ric Flair. That's corny. I never liked Ric Flair or Four Horsemen type of crap. But yeah, he's up there. Rock. It's Rock. Stone Cold.
I came across it.
Some will say Hulk Hogan.
Hulk. Well, sure. Yeah. Hulk Hogan's in there, but I just think The Rock is ridiculous. And he's not young, but man, he had been lifting.
Joked up.
He has been lifting some weights, and I guess you'll hear it.
I'm gonna go get something to eat. When The Rock goes out to get something to eat tonight in San Diego, should The Rock sit in a booth or should The Rock sit at the bar? Yeah, The Rock loves a bar too. Or should The Rock sit at the head of the table? I love you too, San Diego, and that's what I thought. If you smell what The Rock is cooking!
Dude, some of his old stuff, that's
awesome.
It's like cancel quality if you go back in time, but it's the best.
I can't even tell you the last time that I watched any
you can just
wrestling.
get down a rabbit hole and type in Rock's funniest, and it'll be Rock's most inappropriate. There's all kinds of it. Do you like pie?
Well, now I got to look at that one.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we had to use the dump button yesterday at Sports Radio 610.
I heard.
It's early in the year, and we already have someone in first place in the standings of having to get dumped. His name is Clint Stoerner. They were talking about Dave Tepper, and Clint got dumped.
We've seen social media. We've seen all these fights at games. Like anybody, whether it's the owner or not, anybody that's willing to push the envelope in terms of talking trash to somebody, inciting any kind of fight, altercation, their ass don't deserve to go to a game. Period, point blank. Now you add the fact that it's somebody in a suite and it's a fan that's sitting below, and you're turning around and you're talking trash to the owner to that degree? I mean, there's pictures out there of fans turning around and double rods at the owner's box.
Okay.
Like for what? That guy should have been kicked out a long time ago.
For giving double rods?
Yes. If I'm at a game and somebody turns around and throws double rods in my face, we're gonna have a problem.
I don't.
And I'm gonna be the So
I don't doubt that, but you have to handle yourself accordingly.
No.
You're an NFL owner.
You ain't. You're missing.
I'm not missing the point. It's not me and you at a bar and you talking trash to me and giving me double rods and not expecting me to do something in retaliation.
What's the bigger problem here? The biggest problem here is not owners throwing drinks on people. The biggest problem here is that you got idiots that do stupid stuff that incite altercations and problems, and then the NFL protects them.
Look, I get his point, but that you also have a responsibility as an NFL owner. You are held to a higher
But
standard.
I think, like, the thing about it with like talking trash and going to New York was actually kind of a fun case study and sitting in the stands while you sat in the suite.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it though. But they're talking trash to each other, but you can take it back. Like it's both ways. It's both ways. Hey, yeah. Texans suck. Hey, Jets suck. All that, and it's like even in Boston, like for the most part, like you're talking crap, and the jackass who's going out there flipping off and doing double rods is more times than not when they're at the game. They're the jerk that can't take even like the smallest bit of trash talk. And no matter whether they would get their ass kicked or not, they just escalated out of a situation. So I do think like there is some really good trash talk, but flip 2 middle fingers in the face, like that person more times than not is not even going to be able to take like one simple comeback.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I'm just talking about from an owner's perspective. Man, do you realize every week there were people holding up signs in front of the McNair's luxury, so their suite, fire Jack Easterby, sell the team, this and that. And it couldn't have been comfortable. I'm sure he wanted to throw a drink at him, but they didn't, because as an owner, I don't say or think your point is wrong. I'm saying as an owner, you have to have a higher standard. And when you do that, that's why I said, that he should have been suspended.
I also think, and this is me being soft as hell, I'll admittedly, I'll take it. I don't want to see, you won't see me retweet it. I don't need to see fans throwing fists at games. Like that's an automatic scroll through for me. I'm not, this isn't like the World Star era where you're like, oh, World Star watching. Like these jackasses, like, and you see it every week. I don't need to see fans fighting. Like it's embarrassing, it's pathetic, it's pitiful. I don't even like looking at that type of stuff. It just makes me cringe.
Yeah, no, that I agree with for sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
Stephen A. This is so funny to me. He said that the Rose Bowl was so bad that he wanted to play the next game, the championship game at SoFi Stadium. Okay, why? Because the traffic was so bad, and I can land my helicopter at SoFi. Way to be relatable.
Like he left that, like Stephen A. being relatable. That ship sailed a long
time ago. Like Stephen A. was an ink-stained, newspaper columnist for years before he became Stephen A. on TV, and he's talking about landing. They should move the game because I want to land my helicopter at SoFi. What are we doing? Times have changed.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so the Harbaugh family had the internet going nuts for a number of reasons. First, a hot take from the head coach, Jim Harbaugh, who'll be coaching Michigan against Washington Monday right down the street here in H-Town. Here was Jim Harbaugh talking about his quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, and bringing up Tom Brady's name.
Mm-hmm.
And in overtime against Alabama, I think the last quarterback to win in overtime against Alabama was none other than Tom Brady. And I've said it before, but this is right here. This is the greatest quarterback in University of Michigan college football history. Got a long way to go to get to get where Tom Brady eventually got to, which is the GOAT. I mean, he's lapped the field when it comes to that. But in a college career, there's been nobody at Michigan better than JJ. And I know we talk about an amalgamation of quarterbacks. He is that guy.
Okay, I mean,
I think it's fine
if you say so. I mean, he has the higher winning percentage. Tom Brady was going back and forth with Drew Henson. I guess the best year for my life, and this was real early, was Brian Griese when they won the title. But Charles Woodson won the Heisman, et cetera. But okay, I mean, I don't think
there's a big deal with that.
I mean, no. Tom Brady wasn't a great college player. He went 6th round for a reason.
And you're talking about college.
Yeah.
Not what he did in the NFL.
But you're bringing up Tom.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Anytime you knew what was coming, people, no way.
Okay.
No, go back.
Check the rings, bitch.
Yeah. He was a good quarterback in college. There's no question.
Here was Jim Harbaugh's parents. This was after Jim Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines beat the Alabama Crimson Tide to punch their ticket to Houston. This was on WXYZ Detroit. What a likable group of old folks.
Our son talks about the two of you all the time. He's talked about this moment coming for this program for a long time. How do you put into words your emotions right now?
Are you kidding me? They won! What's better than that?
We have a thing in our family that we use for a long time, and it goes like this. Who's better than us? Nobody!
I know you get tense during these games. Were you on the edge of your seat throughout this one?
Well, of course, we were yelling and screaming. That's what we're supposed to do.
The biggest play in the game was right before the long drive. Jackie decided that we should switch seats.
Oh, my goodness.
And I moved to her seat. She moved to mine, and this is the result that we get.
All right, so you'll have to do that in the national championship at a certain time, maybe a little earlier in that game.
Yeah, for everybody's happiness.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
I don't have my history book in front of me, but I would assume that if Jim wins the national championship and John wins the Super Bowl, that has to be the first time that's happened. Definitely in the same year, but maybe ever, right?
Like brothers winning in separate leagues. I mean, who could even be on the list? Who could even be?
I mean, who's even had a puncher's chance?
Yeah.
I know Shula's son coached in college, but Alabama was kind of down. Like, who's even in that mix?
That would be one. That would be the
insane.
only one. Yeah.
You think they get as excited though for the Baltimore games? I'll bet they do. They seem like they would buy into.
Oh, they
whatever.
absolutely. She seems like a joy.
Yeah.
The old mom. Which one would they enjoy more?
What do you mean?
National championship or Super Bowl? You want to say Super Bowl, but I don't think that's the
no.
answer.
They're Michigan folk. They're Michigan folk, man. They're Michigan folk.
I don't
They're
think
through and
that's
through.
the
He
answer.
grew up by that stadium.
Yeah.
They did that story. No, they're Michigan folk. I think even John Harbaugh would understand that.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, John has won a ship.
Yes, he has.
Jim has not.
Yeah.
He's gotten close. He's been to the NFC. Three NFC championship games in a row, and then he had the Baltimore one where Crabtree was unable to catch it. So they'll probably want Jim to get his ring, and I want Michigan to win.
Yeah,
I want Michigan to win. I just think it'd be cooler.
Yeah,
I think it'd just be cooler.
Yeah, it'd be nice. See that Maize and Blue, man. Hear that song? Hail to the victors. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be real cool.
It's gonna be all right.
Yeah,
we'll see. Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley, they are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land tomorrow for a Thirsty Thursday. No game, but there's still plenty going on, still plenty of prizes to be won. Go check them out tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugar Land. We'll talk to those guys. We're also going to talk about the rules of the new year. The Texans got some rules, and John Lopez has some rules, and we'll lay down the rules next.
Break out the brooms. The Texans swept the Titans with a dominating 20.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Lopez has rules. We'll get into those rules in a sec. Laramie Tunsil on the practice field. All the D linemen, from Collins to Grenard to Will Anderson, they are observing. So they're not on the field yet. Laramie Tunsil is, though. He's on the practice field. So C.J. Stroud his blind side should be in good hands. Or eyes, whatever the hell you want to say. His blind side is going to be protected. Whatever the hell you want to say.
Yeah.
Where is McClain getting this Greenard thing that he keeps talking about with Jonathan Grenard getting called Greenard? Is it one guy and he's like lumping it into one?
I know at the Jets press box
they were calling him Greenard.
They were calling
he wasn't
him
there though.
They were calling him Greenard, but he wasn't at the Jets game. McAfee called him Greenard as well.
I think he's doing it to joke.
I don't think so at first.
No, but I think
Maybe
Watt
now.
said it. I think Watt said it jokingly.
Yeah.
It's not Greenard, it's Grenard. So now McAfee is kind of taking it as a joke to say it.
Yeah. No, I think now he is, but at first that's what it is. Well, they'll find out. Well, hopefully they'll find out this week because I think he's the biggest one of the players that are somewhat questionable.
I'll be honest. I was kind of taken aback at Sean and McClain talking about the performance of the offensive line coach this year when I was getting in my car to prepare for a win-or-go-home game.
You got to get in the weeds, man.
It kind of took me back a little bit, man.
Mm-hmm. How so?
I just don't need a breakdown from McClain on the O-line coach. You know,
he's done a good job.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
We're not talking about.
We're not making about the O-line coach.
We're not making a topic out of it. But if you want to say in passing, he's done a good job. He's done a good job.
I was good on that.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed, man.
How would you assess the job Chris Strauzer's done as the offensive line coach this year?
Come on. What are you doing? Just tap out.
Here's the thing.
Just say bye. Just say bye.
So you're actually, and this is just occurring to me.
Just say goodbye. All right, John. Appreciate you for coming on.
Yeah. Rather than another curse.
Let's assess the job of the O-line coach.
Well, what part would you like for me to assess? Pass blocking, run blocking?
I don't want any.
Footwork?
I don't want any. Got a winner-go-home game. We got C.J. Stroud.
Hips.
We got D'Amico Ryans. We got the uncertainty at the offensive line. We got the Indianapolis Colts. We got the full circle way in which this game has gone down. I don't need to know your opinion about the offensive line coach. I don't think I ever want to know that.
I think he's really good.
I don't think there's ever a time in my life where I want to hear John McClain break down the offensive line coach.
I think he's really doing a good job of
never a time.
Teaching get off, you know.
Never a time in my life where I want to break that down.
I actually agree with you, but you do have to give him credit, and that's all I'm saying. Like, they've done a hell of a job.
No, I give Caserio credit. Caserio gets the credit for bringing these guys in.
Well,
and it's good to give Nick a little bit of flowers, but they got to win this game. They win this game next week, I'll give them no chance against Buffalo.
I don't know about no chance, but I talked myself into a Texans win today. That's one thing that we accomplished.
With the Colts?
Yeah, I went from I think so to, yeah, they're going to win. Now, they're going to win. And the biggest, well, several, but the biggest two reasons for me, number one is I don't think the Texans are going to play a bad game. And I was talking about this earlier, and I hate this about Nick Saban. Anytime that Alabama loses, he's like, well, we didn't do this, or this guy didn't do that, or we need to do a better job of this. Why don't you just give credit to the other team for beating you? You know, that always irritates me about Saban. And he's the best there's ever been, but that does irritate me.
But more times than not, that's the truth with him. Like with Alabama, it's I think there's times where, like, if the Texans lose or something and they were doing that, then it would be like, well, the team was better. But it's not often that Alabama is better. Like, Alabama, more times than not, when they lose, it's because they beat themselves and did not play their full potential.
That's fair. That's fine and fair, but you still probably, that's a different topic as far as, like, you should probably credit the guys for making you play that way. But regardless, I don't think the Texans are going to play a bad game. And the only way I see them losing this game is if they themselves spit the bit. You know, they
wet the bed?
Wet the bed, spit the bit, whatever you want to call it. Like, I don't see that happening. Number one, because of C.J. Stroud offensively, even though he's short on weapons. But the biggest reason is I think D'Amico Ryans, the trickle down from he and C.J. Stroud. And the other big reason is it all trickles down from C.J. Stroud. And this guy is not going to be rattled. Like, they're going to be.
I keep hearing about this big game. This ain't no big game to him.
He is not going to be
it's big, but it's not. He's been in bigger.
Yes.
He's dealt with more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny because the way that C.J. Stroud and the way that D'Amico Ryans have gotten spoken to and asked questions, every time they win a game, it's treated as if they, like, won a division.
Mm-hmm.
Or they made it to the playoffs. As you reflect back on this, like when they
How
got
you
to
got
5-3,
where are we?
Yeah, they're nowhere. Like when you talk about the rat poison, I feel like after every win this year, they're like handed rat poison.
Mm-hmm. No, they are. And then the other part of it also.
What was the moment where you knew? What do you mean? Like
we haven't had a moment yet,
brother. That has been asked 5 times this year. What was the moment where you knew that you would be able to surprise some people? It's like, and do what?
Yeah,
go 9-8 and miss the playoffs.
Yeah,
and go 5-3. Like. What do you mean, what was the moment? Mm-hmm. Like, we can't reflect on this year like it's just an overriding success. This happens in the NFL every year.
Yeah.
There'll be a team right now in the bottom of the standings that's going to climb up, and they're going to be in position to win the playoffs. But these guys are just this is the chance.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a reflection here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sit back and drink some tea here and reflect. And the thing is, they've been asked these questions all year, like as if they've done so. They haven't done a damn thing yet.
Yeah.
I think they're going to do some big stuff, but they haven't done a damn thing yet.
Yeah. No. And kind of to put a bow on that, I think if the Texans don't play, I don't see them playing a bad game themselves. If they don't, they're a better team than the Colts. And they got the better quarterback by a long shot. They've got a defense that's playing really good football. I think Devin Singletary is going to be the difference. He didn't have but 4 carries in the first game. If they play good football, and I expect them to, they will win this game. So they will win this game.
It's different running backs, Singletary versus Jonathan Taylor. It's different starting quarterbacks in that Gardner Minshew is basically not on standby, and you're preparing for Anthony Richardson. You're preparing for Gardner Minshew right now. Stingley has kind of established himself as
that too.
On the fringe of being elite, although just the overall play since he's come back has been elite. So you have that. You have Michael Pittman Jr., Shane Steichen, and D'Amico Ryans have both coached now 16 games at the NFL level. There's no Tank Dell, so the Texans don't have that. It's also a little bit different of an Indianapolis team that we're used to. They don't really stop the run.
Yes, at all.
And the Texans run the ball a little bit better. So it's been
3.5 months. They haven't played him in 3.5 months. That's almost unheard of.
I put no stock in what happened in that first game. Now, the only thing, the one thing I will give credit to is that Gardner Minshew lit their ass up when he needed to.
Yeah.
Specifically when there were moments where you kind of thought, well, can the Texans crawl back into this? He lit their ass up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give him that. I think that's the one thing that matters. Outside of that, the offensive line was banged up. They were trying to force feed Dameon Pierce into being a productive runner. You had different receivers. It's a much different layout outside of what Minshew has already done. And I don't even know if that's a good thing at this point. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not going to pretend to be like some sort of film guru, but the fact that Gardner Minshew, like, you have tape on Gardner Minshew against your specific squad, I don't even know that how much that matters.
I don't either
with the Colts. But the point is, nothing really matters. Like, this isn't like a traditional division matchup where it's like, oh, these two teams, they don't know a damn thing about each other.
No, like I'd be interested to see like what they do use, because there's not a lot on either side. I'm talking about the Colts too.
I think they're going to come out there and just try to run the pill.
Thank you.
With Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, I thought you're talking about
no, the Texans. No, I think the Texans are going to be balanced.
Well, yeah, they'll be because they got Stroud, but I think they're going to really try to run the ball and should against that Colts defense.
With Dameon Pierce?
With Devin Singletary.
I think Pierce is going to get a touchdown in this game.
And Hutchinson?
I'm saying Pierce and Hutchinson. I should do a Pierce Hutchinson parlay. I bet that would pay a lot. Might have a Sean stack.
That's right. I think Dameon Pierce and Xavier Hutchinson are going to.
Yeah, Pierce and Hutchinson touchdowns. What is that? Oh, 6,000 to 1 odds? Okay. $1 to win 6,000.
I'll take that.
So you have some rules. Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm. He had this rule. Adam Schefter brought it up. Here was the rule from Larry David.
Happy New Year.
It's a little late, frankly, for the Happy New Year's, you know?
Why? Just happened a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's too long. Statute of limitations is kind of run out on the New Year's. 3 days, plenty.
3 days.
He's right. Today's January 3rd. It's the last day you can tell someone Happy New Year. I agree with that. But it did get me thinking. Schefter, how about Schefter tweeting something other than breaking news or football-related stuff? So be sure to get all your Happy New Year's in today. When is it too late to send a gift? What's the statute of limitations on sending a gift? Like, let's say someone has a baby, someone gets married, and you have to send them a gift.
I
say a month.
I think a year.
A year?
Yeah, a year.
Because then, see, the reason I say a month is because it's still plausible that you didn't just forget. Like, if you send it in a year, I can see this person finding the invitation or the announcement and saying, oh, crap, we didn't send them a gift, and then sending a gift.
The thing about it, though, is that sometimes you appreciate getting the unexpected gift. Like out of nowhere, like you're 7 months removed and you get the gift. I kind of feel like there's a little bit of satisfaction in that.
No, there is, but I think it makes you look bad if you're that. When is it too late to call back after a first date?
There's no rule to that.
Yes, there is.
There's no rule.
You've got
however you want to handle it. Fill out the situation. If you're overthinking it, chances are you haven't had much luck in that department.
No, I don't think. Like if you go out with someone on a first date, you gotta text or call the next day, right? Maybe
I don't know what you do and don't got to do. I know that the kids these days overthink it.
They do, and that, like, you just say, "Hey, I had a good time," or you know what, didn't quite work out the way I thought it would.
No,
good luck.
No, if it didn't work out, you can just ignore them.
No.
Yeah. If it didn't work out,
because they're expecting. Because they don't know that.
Well, if they don't know that, that's their own instincts. Yeah, if it didn't work out, you don't have to say a damn thing. You just
if you don't say anything, you're just a total a-hole.
That's fine. Yeah. That's the harsh reality of it.
Because if it worked out, they want to know, and you got to tell them within a day. If it didn't work out,
if it didn't work out, you don't say anything, and that speaks volumes.
You
don't have to hit them up if it's a bad date.
Hey, good luck.
If it's a bad date, you don't hit them up, you got ghosted.
A couple days, hit them up, say, you know what, it didn't quite work out. Not on the same page. Good luck.
No.
Yes. No. You got to be a man.
Ghosting is cool.
You got to.
But ghosting is teaching people to be a woman or man. Like, take a hint. If you can't take the hint, that's your own problem.
I feel like Ron Hughley has a strong opinion on this. Like certain things you can just kind of feel. So, and actually Clint probably has some experience with this. I'm just guessing down the road. But we were talking about Larry David said you got 3 days to say Happy New Year, which I totally agree with.
Yes. It's coming back, by the way, a new season.
Oh, yeah, last season. It's the last season.
Yeah. Okay. They've said that several times.
Yeah. But, so it got me thinking, you go on a first date. When is it too late to call or text? I say 1 day. On a first date, 1 day.
If it went good, there's no rule. If it went bad, you don't have to say a damn thing.
I think if it went bad, you still got to say something because you're just leaving them hanging. Because they don't know that it went bad.
Well, that's their fault.
They may not know that it went bad. They may think, you know what, I really like that guy. I really like that guy. I hope he calls. I hope he texts.
Have some instincts.
I mean, there's a lot of context.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
I mean, did you touch something?
Okay, that's a different question.
I mean,
that's a different question.
Where'd we sleep?
You went on
define first date.
Let's just say a generic first date. You have an evening, dinner, whatever.
Meet somebody out. No family ties or nothing.
You drive her back to her house. Okay. Peck on the cheek. Generic first date.
Okay.
You gotta text one way or the other the next day.
Yeah. Peck on the cheek, something like that. Yeah, you gotta text, and if you met him like that, I think you gotta text.
I'm with Lock Dog on this one.
Don't.
If it didn't go bad, silence speaks volumes.
But Clint, you're Clint Stoerner. She might be thinking, I really like that guy. I hope he texts back, and then you're an a-hole.
I mean, well, there's clearly a deal killer there. I mean, there was clearly, for me to go out with her the first time, she had to be really good looking, and for me to not even respond after one dinner date, she had to do something really wrong. There had to be like some really bad breath.
But again, she doesn't know that.
I'm at least responding to the message.
No, you're
not.
Oh, also, what happened? Is that your New Year's resolution?
No, I wouldn't.
All of a sudden, you're gonna be a good guy.
No, first off, I'm a stand-up guy. Now, I'm not saying that I would be the one to reach out and say, "Hey, boy, that just didn't work out for me," and man, hey. But if she hit me up, hey, what's going on? I wouldn't just not respond to her.
Yeah.
I would then say, you know what?
I feel like you got
whatever,
This
man.
is a big city, man.
And I wouldn't drag her on.
This is a big city. The odds of you crossing paths again are slim to none.
No,
She
not
might
me,
get
not my
ghosted.
luck.
Yeah, but if you do that, you will.
No.
right? The next time.
You would hit her up and you would respond to her?
No, you ghost and then if down the line you reconnect and you talk, it's actually better because you talk about the ghosting. It's like more of a
wow.
conversation.
Yeah, hey,
man.
I had my ex on my mind. I felt bad the whole time we were at dinner, but
there's ways to do it.
You look really good today, man. You want to go to dinner again? Hey, I know it's midnight. We've had a few drinks and we're at the bar down the street. But
that's a
you'll
whole.
go back to the house and watch a movie.
That's a whole different game you're playing, and you're just going to break her heart even more.
Yeah, well, it's the alcohol talking, man.
Clint don't give a damn about that.
It's going to end up worse.
Hey. My first 44 years of my life.
That's what you say from going from bad to worse right there.
Yeah, man, if she hit me up, I'll respond.
You got to.
Yeah,
you got to.
Oh, hey, maybe not.
We're wordsmiths. We there should be a way we can say it without.
I'm not a
Or
word.
you cannot say anything. I'm damn sure not a wordsmith. That is, and I don't know if Clint's a wordsmith either. Shoot.
Oh, you know. You know the answer to that question.
I'm damn sure not a wordsmith, but I mean, she'd get the point.
Too much.
I know what we doing, Doug.
Yeah.
You're
just welcoming you back here, man.
To KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and the crew is back together again as Clint, fresh off a haircut, kept the beard going. I like this look. I'm telling you, I like this look. 47 is treating you right.
I'm letting it. You just like it because the grays come through, so everybody knows I'm older than you.
Oh, everybody knew you were older than me.
No,
everybody knows y'all are both older than me.
Own it.
Say it again.
Oh, yeah. So as soon as the gray starts coming through, you got to own it.
Oh, yeah.
I never had a goatee until I got gray. I'm saying, I'm gray. Let's go.
Yeah, you got that salt and pepper going, baby. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Look, I'm gonna let it ride a little bit, get a little length to it, a little length to it before.
Good times with it.
A little length to it before I just make a good firm decision.
It's always good to get more length.
Yeah, well, I mean, where I can.
All right, just as nasty as ever, huh? That New Year's resolution wasn't.
I'm gonna get it where I can.
My nasty in 33 seconds in, he couldn't wait to cut. Always good to have some more length,
you know.
Good guy, I love you. All right, as we're back at the biggest week, this right here. What'd you say the other day? This is our 900th show.
Yeah, Monday was, yes.
I mean, I wasn't here.
It was 902.
This is my 900th show.
You gonna try to be around for 1,000?
I don't know, man. You never know what happens. I don't know if they'll keep me. But, no, listen, 900 show, this is the biggest week in the history of this show in terms of what we've had to cover. This Texans game is the biggest week. Listen, I mean, there's been some World Series weeks with the Astros that have been big. But right now, game you're going to listen to Saturday night right here on Sports Radio 610. As you've said to me, football is king here in Texas. And the Texans having a chance, win or go home. Never been in a situation like this, win or go. You got a chance to get in the playoffs against one of the most heated rivals that you have, the Indianapolis Colts on the road. You got a chance to get it done. Huge week, baby.
Huge week, Ron. And all that you just said and the reality of the situation is you got a real chance.
I didn't get my Mad Dog Monday.
You got a real chance to get that W. You got a real chance to bubble that Mad Dog. get that W. Good job. Wow.
Oh, my.
Damn, did Red give you the day off or what? Good God.
Ron's about to be drunk.
Hey, man, keep that down.
Oh, my bad.
Hold on, so.
Had to get my my Mad Dog Monday.
Red Dog.
Yeah, see, Red's in his head, baby. Yeah, man. The reality of it is, other than having to go to their place, Ron, there's a real argument to be made that you're the better football team, assuming everybody's healthy, when this game does happen. There's an argument. I'm not saying I believe that, but there's an argument to be had that you're the better football team.
Oh, let's go there. Let's go there. How are you all feeling about that? 713-572-4610. You can jump in and text in, as you know, and get in that way, as well as you on YouTube and Twitch. Hello. How are you? There's Tyler weirdly waving at you. You gotta you can respond as well and jump in on that. Right now, how do you feel about that? right? Are you confident right now? And listen, I know some of you are going to look at this, and it's hard to be completely fair to the situation because you are a Texans fan. I understand that. But realistically, as you sit there and what will walk in there, and it feels like the Texans have a chance to be as healthy as they have been going to the games. I feel like they probably will have both of their ends. Maybe Malik Collins and Grenard returned this week. So outside of Tank, this feels like the most healthy that they have been in a couple of weeks. Going into this game, we understand what happened in week 2. Do you feel confident that right now on paper, at least the Texans are the better team? Do you feel confident in that? And I think this is important because last week there was I felt a little nerves about the Titans game because you're like, all right, the Texans, they've had the Jets game, they've had the Panthers game, they've had the Falcons game, but you at least walked in against the Titans and felt like, okay, they're a better football team than the Titans. And eventually, if both teams play to their caliber, the Texans will walk out the winner. Do you feel that in this game on Sunday? Do you feel like the Texans clearly have the better team against the Colts?
No.
You don't feel that way?
I don't think they clearly do. I think the Colts can run the football, which makes the ability to throw the football significantly easier, opens up things in the pass game. I don't know where y'all stand. I'm not convinced that the Texans are going to be able to run the football. I think the way the Texans win this game, if they do, is on the shoulders of C.J. Stroud trying to get it together in the pass game. And that alone puts me in a spot where I can't sit here and go, yeah, I'm convinced that the Texans are the better football team. I'm not convinced of anything. I can. They've been inconsistent. Again, I personally don't believe that the run game that we've seen is a legit run game that's going to be at the very least effective versus a higher caliber opponent. And the defense has been, very, very inconsistent. Great at times, poor at others, and all 4 of the starting defensive linemen for the Texans were on the did not practice list yesterday. 2 of which are coming off of games where they didn't play at all last week, and so I'm a tad bit concerned about the Texans' ability to stop that run, which they've done pretty well this year. So I don't know, Ron. I'm not convinced one bit that the Texans are the better football team.
Yeah, it's tough because you said out loud, all right, I think they're clearly better at quarterback.
Agreed.
With C.J. and Gardner Minshew. Now, I will also say, and we'll talk about it through the week, like Gardner Minshew ain't just sorry now. He ain't just like he can get some things done, and it ain't nothing. It ain't him doing nothing that got them to this point where they're in a win-or-go-home situation after losing their starting quarterback, Anthony Richardson. But I do think they clearly have an advantage there. I like their skills against, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz. I like them against their corners. I love what the Texans' front 7 has looked like here of late, especially if they're healthy. That's a big part of it. So I think the Texans right now, where they are right now, I think they're better, but I think you're right, man. There are just so many areas where they have been so inconsistent that you just don't really know which part is coming to the party, right? There have been weeks where you're like, hey, man, this offensive line is starting to come on. The Titans last week, the Titans, the first game they played them, wow, they're coming on.
The arrow's pointed up.
And then they play the game the next week against the Browns, and you're like, damn, they can't stand in front of nobody.
Yeah, we suck.
Right? And then you're like, there's certain things where, like, hell, the defensive line, you're like, man, boy, look what they did against the Broncos. Man, they just absolutely shut them down. Will Anderson was dominant. Then they played the Jets next week, and you're like, what the hell happened in the second round? That can't even cover a running back. So I think they are the better team overall, talent-wise, coming into it. But I think you're right. There have been some inconsistencies in places where it is hard to know exactly which version of them you're getting game for game. And I think where you said it from the jump, and I think this one we'll be talking about all week, is you got to have something to make up for the potential inconsistencies. And as you said, CJ would probably be that factor. But that's the other thing is you just don't know what offensive line's going to come for the Texans. You don't know what defensive line at times going. You don't know secondary wise what's going to happen. That's the thing.
I think if the two teams if the best version of each team shows up, I think the Texans are going to win a football game.
Yep.
But that's what the Texans have struggled this year. They have played very, very, very good complementary football, and it's allowed them to win games. If the defense is struggling, the offense has gone out and played well. The offense is struggling, the defense has locked folks down and allowed the offense a chance at the end. So, I think at some point we're going to get into where we're playing higher caliber teams, which is obviously going to happen this weekend with a potential 10-win Indianapolis team. And it's going to take not just complimentary football. It's going to take 4 quarters of your defense's best and your offense's best in order to win a football game. I don't know if it's going to take that against the Colts, but as you get into playing 9 and 10-win teams and you potentially get into the playoffs, like one side of the football can't no-show you, and you still have a chance to win at the end of the day. So we'll see what happens, but I know it's a beautiful day, Ron, that we get to talk about a game week 18 that means something.
Yeah.
These other teams ain't playing their quarterbacks.
Hold on. You remember where I was with you the first time they played against the Colts week 2, sitting up in that press box after Anthony Richardson had just moseyed his way in for his second rushing touchdown. I told you, but I don't think I got this one in me again.
I ain't got another one of these.
Thank God Almighty. All right, people are coming in. Someone said Texans arguably have the better team. They clearly have the better quarterback. I agree with that at that point as well. Someone said, hell, Ron, I'm nervous as hell. Tyler, do you clearly think the Texans have the better team? You think they're at least walking in with that?
Yes, 100% I do.
Clearly on that ass. I do say that. Tyler's got Kyle Tucker out there as well.
God, man. No, I absolutely do. And, I mean, we've seen D'Amico now for 16 games. We've seen Stroud, not quite for 16, but we have all the sample size we need. Going into this, you're playing against Gardner freaking Minshew, man.
Don't do that. Don't do
0 for 3 in starts against the Texans, by the way.
Well, all right. Well, by the way,
now do Jonathan Taylor.
Now, and also he
5-0 in starts.
He also did slide into that Texans game the last time. They played.
But it wasn't a start.
I know it wasn't a start, but he did play well.
He's 0.5 and 3.
But don't do that to you. Don't do that. And I think it's Gardner freaking Minshew. I understand what you're saying in your head, but like Gardner, this isn't.
The time is now, man.
I hate to say this, but I feel bad. But I just gotta be like, this ain't Case Keenum. They're facing.
Damn.
I'm not just being honest. Like,
damn.
Like where you're like, hey man, you can simply bait him into doing things. No, Gardner can make plays, make throws, and his weird-ass confidence gives them a lot of confidence, too. And as you said, Jonathan Taylor, who was not there the first time they played. Yes, there is an advantage for the Texans at quarterback, but don't just look past Gardner Minshew like he ain't going to do – like he's not capable of going out and having a big game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gardner Minshew, he can very easily go out and throw for 303 touchdowns. They're running that RPO game absolutely beautifully with Jonathan Taylor. It's only going to be better. They're only going to run it better. I haven't seen lately. Last time I watched the Colts, which was 2 games ago, Pittman went out with a concussion because I had money. I had a little parlay rolling with Pittman. I needed 120 out of Pittman, and he was on his way to getting there and went out in the second quarter. I think it was Steelers.
It was the Steelers. That young man was suspended for the year.
Yeah, there you go. And so I don't know how he fared last week, but
he had like 50-something yards receiving.
When it comes to the run game and Jonathan Taylor, and then it comes to Gardner Minshew's ability to facilitate and run that RPO game that Shane Steichen's dialing up so beautifully, he's got some weapons. He's got some weapons, and they're effective to put it lightly. So Gardner Minshew doesn't concern me quite like the Joe Flacco did. I mean, but he's
that Joe Flacco game had to happen exactly how you saw it in your head, like the worst case scenario in your head. That had to be the case.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. He's obviously not the guy that's going to. Gardner Minshew's not the guy that's going to sit back there and just stretch the field.
No, but if Gardner threw for 300 yards, I would not be surprised.
No, not surprised at all. He is a very good fit for what Shane Steichen's doing with that RPO stuff. Most of those RPOs, you're completing inside the numbers. If you do complete anything outside the numbers, a lot of times it's that quick. They call it a split zone where the backer that's kicking out the unblocked defensive end slips him and goes into the flat opposite the run. They do what they do offensively fits Gardner Minshew. Obviously, they've got 9 wins. I mean, obviously they're playing for a playoff spot. So what they ask him to do, he's really, really good at, and he's been effective this year. Yeah. So don't sleep on Gardner Minshew.
Don't sleep on it. I get what you're saying, Tyler. I get what you're saying. It is going to crush you if you sit here Monday and Gardner Minshew is what stops you from getting to the playoffs.
I won't let that happen.
You watch this team for 17 weeks, and they've had worse than Gardner Minshew give them problems.
Zach Wilson,
Desmond Ridder. We got guys who aren't starting. We got guys on teams who aren't starting, and they don't care who starts the games.
Yeah.
Bryce, that wasn't great either. So I get what you're saying, and listen, Monday I'd be frustrated too. We roll in here and Gardner Minshew is what stopped you.
Oh, I'm not going to be in a good place if that happens. It ain't going to happen. I'm not even going to.
Yeah, I get that. But don't just. But I just you just kicked him, Gardner.
It's Gardner, dude.
That's all right, hey man. Undersized, little hippie white guy. Tyler, I see where you down.
You have Gardner. This one you played him earlier. I just didn't. That's not the sound I had for Gardner.
You want to hear him again?
Yeah, I just when you played that, I didn't. And maybe I should. Now, when as you describe him as, what'd you call him, a hippie? Undersized hippie. This does sound like an undersized hippie, but it kind of caught me off guard. Let me hear Gardner.
Absolutely, man. This is stuff you dream about, these kind of opportunities, these big games. You don't play for, the regular season. Nobody cares. Shoot, we're playing prime time Saturday night. Let's ride, man. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for this next one.
I'm sorry. Are we doing, I don't want to be this guy.
What do you not want to be?
There's no way he's passing a drug test right now, right?
Zero chance.
I mean, they still give those in the league?
I'm just going to say
I don't think they do for THC.
I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying they should, but there is no way.
No, zero chance.
He's got to have what happened to me, one of my homeboys, where I had to go in a gas station and pee in a cup, and they wanted to warm it up in that microwave real quick in that gas station.
It's a real friend move right there.
I did. Trust me. I have peed in several cups for drug tests for jobs. A good 10.
Yeah, Minshew would need your pee for sure. Yeah. He's got to be a daily user.
That right there. First off, he slid in Russ. Let's ride out of nowhere in there. I don't know if you caught that in there.
He's been hanging out with McConaughey vibe is what he's got.
Also a stoner.
Yeah, exactly.
That coming, my man.
Hopefully Minshew wears deodorant.
Kicking it with Aaron Rodgers, boy. I bet he does. He is just.
I bet he wears jorts with no draws and doesn't wear deodorant.
That's a good way to get chafed and be stinky.
Hey, jorts, no draws, sleeveless pearl snaps, no deodorant.
Ron is on the floor. Ron is on the floor, face down, laughing.
What part of that? That set you off?
Why the jorts with no undies though? That's just asking for a chafed sack.
I mean, that's hippie.
Jorts with no draws.
That's hippie.
That sounds awful.
He just goes to the drawer and says, "You know what? To hell with it.
Oh,
I ain't put no drawers over these, baby. Let me zip this up carefully."
Oh hell.
That is play Gardner again. That is a perfect description. This is a person. If you said, "I want to hear somebody that sounds like they wear jorts with no drawers," this guy right here does.
Absolutely, man. This is stuff you dream about, these kind of opportunities, these big games. You don't play for, the regular season. Nobody cares. Shoot, we're playing prime.
That is a man who wears jorts with no drawers. Damn.
God, that sounds so
that's good.
Not comfortable.
I don't know.
Jorts, no draws?
I want to try it. It actually sounds liberating.
Oh, no.
I mean, I guarantee.
Denim on the nuts?
I guarantee you hippies, they.
Yeah.
I mean, I guarantee you back at Woodstock, there was a bunch of that going on.
I mean, now I'm wondering, do you think he even wears drawers? I think he's out there in the game just with his pads.
Just free balling.
And just nothing.
Whoa, that's different.
No, he said nothing.
Oh, nothing. Damn, your ass is nasty, man.
What?
Hell, he might be doing that too. All right, coming up. Wow, Gardner, that was it. That was special. That was it. All right. There's a lot going on with this game. Biggest week, as we said, but something is starting to make Clint a little nervous, big picture-wise, for your Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Join the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Fan Central at the George R. Brown Convention Center on a Tachys Fiber Internet. And if you live for the hardwood drama, you'll love Odyssey's newest podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Courtney just texted me and said, Trey hit the deck too as well, talking about the jorts with no draws. He fell down laughing as well. She said, like father, like son.
Yeah, fruitier loins.
It's safe to say you got a little hippie in you. If you go jorts, no draws, you got some hippie in you.
Absolutely. I'm going to try it, actually. I mean, that sounds liberating.
Dude, denim does not sound like a material I want bare touching my nuts.
I don't either. I just want to see it. Like, you remember that time I accidentally did it on that Friday and I almost went to Academy Sports and found some biker shorts or something. But I just said, hey, let's just go.
You don't
want to spend the money.
Tyler, you don't wear your britches tight enough for it to be uncomfortable on your nads, bro.
That's fair. I guess I'm just not a very big fan of denim. I mean, we all know I don't even own a pair of jeans. It just doesn't sound like it would be comfortable.
I mean, look, like I said, I've seen you in the shower too. I mean, there have to be some Lululemon tights or something.
I'm Irish, man. What can I say?
Clearly, I don't think he's actually seen you in the shower, but I'm not certain. Like, I don't.
You never know.
I don't know. I never know.
Things get weird up here at Sports Radio 610 sometimes.
Maybe y'all worked out. No, you didn't work out here.
In the shower?
Worked out and then took a shower up here. Yeah. Anyhow, all right, hey guys, come out with this. This is our last one, right? This is our last one this year.
Yeah, we stare at each other in the shower. Come hang out with us Thursday and Friday.
Well, Tyler won't be there, so you'll be safe. But no, come hang out with us on Thursday. We've been doing it all football season, and it is our final trip to Buffalo Wild Wings. We've been going each and every Thursday, a little Thirsty Thursday. Join the drive tomorrow, and our friends at Bud Light and at Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugarland off Highway 6. Come hang out with us tomorrow. Grab some wings, some cold drinks. No, we're not in Pearlands.
In Pearland?
We're not in Pearlands. We're in Sugarlands. We're in Sugarland.
Sorry, I had to.
You have a short drive tomorrow then, huh?
Yeah.
It's still going to be a 4-hour show, guys.
No red tomorrow. Yes. All right, yeah. So come on, hang out, have a good time with us. Our last one, we had a big crowd. We've had a lot of fun with all of the location at Buffalo Wild Wings we've been to all season long, and this will be the final one on the biggest game in years here for the Houston Texans as they'll take on the Colts Saturday night. Will be two, as Clint would say, one sleep away from that game coming up on Thursday. So come hang out with us tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings in Sugarland. All right. I know, right, there's a lot of focus on that game, but since we are doing a radio show and fans, sometimes the bigger picture can be something we look at. And, Clint, you're starting to potentially get nervous as it is Week 18 and the playoffs are starting, but also with that, a lot of conversation of offseason stuff gets started as well. And you're starting to get a little nervous about something you have in the back of your mind had some potential thoughts about.
Yeah, look, when DeMeco Ryans was hired, we all knew obviously he's a defensive-minded head coach, and then you go, okay, well, what are the pitfalls of hiring a defensive-minded head coach? That is, you hire the right offensive coordinator, he does well, you have success, everybody's happy, boom, somebody comes in and plucks that offensive coordinator from you for a head coach job somewhere. Obviously, especially knowing Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans' relationship, Bobby he's not making a lateral move, barring some kind of fallout, over the next year or so. He's not going to make a lateral move. The concern here in Houston, it's even greater than I expected it could be. Yes, they've been successful. Yes, they've won more games than anybody thought. C.J. Stroud has played out of his mind and far has exceeded anything that anybody that's being honest ever thought he could do.
I'm sling at 7
in year one. He's overcome injuries in the offensive line. He's overcome injuries, and I'm talking about Bobby Slowick. He's overcome injuries to the wide receiver group and the pass catching group, including the tight end. He's found a way to win without a run game, and it's. I don't. What was the publication that you looked at earlier? Who was it?
CBS.
CBS comes out with an early list of head coach candidates for this season, and guess who was on that list? Top 10 actually fell at number 7.
Yeah, it fell
Bobby
at
Slowick.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick. It fell at number 7, and when you start looking at some of the guys in front of them, and you're starting to see how their seasons and their sides of the ball are starting to come together, like Brian Johnson, the Baytown kid up in Philly, who was a really hot name. I don't know if his name is as hot now after kind of the issues they've had in Philly. Lou Anarumo in Cincinnati, their defense has kind of dropped back as well. It feels like Bobby could be moving even further up that list.
And I know Harbaugh's up on that list. Like Harbaugh was number 3. There's a chance Harbaugh goes back to Michigan. I mean, I know there's a lot of talk about him leaving after the Monday night's game, but there's a good chance he goes back. So bottom line is it's happening a lot sooner than I thought was even possible. I thought there was a chance that DeMeco could hire the right guy, and I hoped that he would hire the right guy and that guy would do well. And I thought 2-3 years in, that guy could potentially get hired away from the Houston Texans. But I'll be damned if we're not sitting 17 games into this season. Bobby Slowick is on the short list of potential head coach candidates in this year's cycle of hiring here in the NFL.
Dang it, Bobby, that's exactly what we don't want.
Yes, I agree with you. A lot of them, a lot of these this time of year, a lot of the candidates, you're like, yeah, but that ain't real. That's not happening. I think it's as real as it could possibly be with Bobby Slowick. When you look at the system he come out of with Shanahan's system, you look like it's a year after McDaniels leaves. You look at what he's doing, especially on the offensive side of the football in Miami right now.
Yeah, he didn't even call plays as his 1 year as a coordinator and got the Miami job.
Mike, you talking about?
Mike.
Yeah. And so that was even you can say that was even a bigger risk than if somebody were to hire Bobby Slowick. But it's hard, Ron, when you look at the system that they came out of and the immediate success that he's had here in Houston with so much youth around him. It's hard to even think that you get to keep this guy another year.
Yeah, I mean, it's always in the back of your mind, right? It was always in the back of your mind, and you didn't think it would be 1 year. But when you started to hear a comment and the thought that C.J. Stroud is in the MVP conversation, then the dude who is orchestrating this was always going to be a guy where it was like at that point I thought, well, you better hope it's just he does what they did in Detroit, and he sits it down.
Absolutely right. Look at the team. Look at Chicago. right? They potentially could have a head coach. You know, they would a head coach vacancy. They would flip from a defensive-minded guy to an offensive-minded guy. It would be smart to hire a guy that has some pretty significant success with young quarterbacks to see what you can do with getting their guy right in Chicago. Even if you wanted to move on from Justin Fields, you would draft a guy in the first round, obviously. But I don't know, man. I think this is real with Bobby Slowick, and unfortunately, I hate to talk about it this week because this is such a positive week, man. But this list got me a little concerned.
No, it is, and you know, you just have to lean and hope that DeMeco continues to have the success in being able to hire guys and bring on guys that can run this thing like Bobby Slowick has and like he does. And then but I know what you look at, and I know the nerves and concerns you've looked at when you see even some of the best defensive-minded coaches struggle. Bill Belichick, when he doesn't have Josh McDaniels, Mike Tomlin right now, the whole Canada situation.
Going through them.
Pete Carroll has struggled at times with bringing on the right guy offensively.
It's heck when old boy was in Miami. So went through about
Brian
3 or 4 of them. Brian Flores
was running through them. And that is the part you deal with there.
Just happened to old boy out, and now his defense was garbage too. But old boy out with the Chargers.
Yeah,
I mean,
they could never get that.
Yeah, man, it's just one of them deals where, boy, keeping that spot, and that's the most important spot in the game right now in terms of, other than your head coach, obviously, is that offensive coordinator, and man, keeping that spot right and elite is going to be tough.
And also, if they do what we all hope them to do on Saturday, that only enhances Bobby Slowick's name on that list. All right, coming up, I would say maybe the greatest athlete today in Houston may have lost a fan. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
It's a big game.
Visit Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we said, and there's no hyperbole to this, the biggest week of the biggest sports week we've done on this show. Over 900 shows we've done. Damn, we've done over 900 shows. Over 900 shows.
902, baby.
And this week here is huge as the Texans look to try to get into the playoffs, and what an amazing feat this would be. I see some people here on the text lines where, as Clint was talking about, his nerves, a little big picture, even after this deal of, what the thought would, you seeing such great progress from C.J. Stroud and this offense, and to think that there is a real possibility, as you said, he's in the top 7 in terms of coaches, Bobby Slowick, that could be real candidates after year one. The potential of, boy, you just hope that's the worst thing. You want C.J. Stroud to keep going up yep. in his development, and you don't want to see the Josh Allen stop when he loses his coordinator, and then he kind of has.
There's another defensive minded head coach.
Back, yeah, Sean McDermott there that's going through, had a fire midseason.
He also lost Dabo, remember?
Yeah,
so
that's when it happened.
Go through him.
He lost Dabo, and Ken Dorsey didn't see there. We saw a stop with Josh with that. Now he's kind of going back again with Brady. But as someone texted in, guys, stop the nonsense. Bobby ain't going nowhere. He's at least going to be here for one more year. I think that is the hope. I would just say, like, I think I saw someone on the text line say that he came here with D'Amico. Bobby ain't going nowhere. He came for D'Amico and just ain't ready for that jump after one season of calling plays. Tell you what, I think Bobby Slowick wants to be a head coach in the league, and you never know what happens from year to year on people. Like last year, who's the OC with the Mike Kafka or
Kafka, the guy up in New York.
Oh man, he was the dude. Let's see how many interviews Mike gets this year.
Yeah,
Joe Brady was the guy coming off of the LSU run, and then he goes to Carolina. And now he got fortunate to fall into the firing of Ken Dorsey.
Kellen Moore was in the conversation.
Yes, Kellen Moore.
He's
not getting probably going to get interviews, right? So
Gannon and Steichen.
Yeah, you just never know when your number, and you got to strike when you got a shot.
Well, to me, the Bobby Slowick thing is real because of a couple of things, Ron. Like you got to strike while the iron's hot. I don't know that there's anything short of winning a Super Bowl that Bobby Slowick is going to be able to do after this year. Win, lose, or draw this weekend. I don't know that there's anything that he's going to be able to do moving forward that's going to be a bigger statement than what he did this year. You know what I mean? Tank Dell, third rounder, comes in, he's balling for you.
Nico
Collins, third rounder, been pretty quiet his first handful of years in the league, balling for you. Right? I mean, the O-line hurt, no problem. We'll figure this thing out. My quarterback will develop and mature, and he'll play at what you said, an MVP level. I won
a critical game with Case Keenum as a quarterback on the road against the Titans.
I just don't know that the iron, the proverbial iron, could get any hotter for him to strike. And the other thing is this: if you're Bobby Slowick, now this I don't think Bobby Slowick leaves just to be a head coach. Like I think Bobby's got to look at the situation and go, that's a franchise that I want to work for. That's a roster that I feel like I can have some immediate success with. And
like if the Chargers came calling to Bobby Slowick.
Well, bro, there's a bunch of them. Look, you got.
That's just one that comes to mind. Like you get a quarterback, you got skills, you got there. Like
Carolina's got Bryce Young. You look at you just said the Chargers. They got Justin Herbert. You look at the Bears. They got Justin Fields and the number one if you wanted to go a different route.
They said they're going to keep Eberflus for some reason, but
right. Well, I mean that could
change.
That could possibly change. I mean, you got the Raiders, which I don't know what necessarily the Raiders are going to bring to the table, other than it is in Las Vegas. But man, you got. I mean, there are some really good openings for an offensive minded head coach. Potential openings for an offensive minded head coach. that's looking for the right situation. So I do think it's going to take an ideal situation, a good, really, really solid move for Bobby Slowick to leave. I don't think he's going to leave just to be a head coach. But, man, it's him being on the short list scares the hell out of me.
It's damn sure on the table.
Yes.
It is damn sure on the table. All right, hopefully he puts together another really good game plan for Saturday, and the Texans are able to get into the playoffs, and then you worry about that. That's a good thing. You worry about that when that comes about. All right, as we continue rolling through here, I got to say this. Went to the zoo yesterday.
Told y'all, Tyler.
Oh, I believed you. I knew it. Bajani was the one hating.
What happened?
So you went to the zoo on the coldest day of the year so far?
I guess it's cold. Yeah, some folks out there, y'all be ashamed of yourselves. Out here in bubble coats, it was 50. It was a real feel of 58 degrees. It was 61.
Hey, I'll go to the zoo with that anytime over that heat, though.
Out there in bubble coats and scarves and skull caps. That's what I used to shovel snow in. Out here, just cold, shivering out here, cold. But yo, we roll out there. We go out to the zoo. You know, have a good time. Walking, sit down, watch the ducks. If you've been to the zoo out there, as you come out, watch the ducks there a little bit. We leaving, walking past the train line. Look over there, and I'm really good at this. I'm telling you, I have a track record. I can spot a celebrity. You're trying to be in your normal – I can spot a celebrity. Spotted Genuine and Soleil one time at a Burger King. Nailed him. Got him. See you. What's up, Pony? Gave you a little head nod up. Yordan Alvarez standing right there with his family. How is she dealing with that? But Yordan standing there with his family in the train line.
Was easy to spot, too, though, because he's a freaking large human being?
No, but I mean, like –
I'm asking genuinely, how big did he look?
He was not the first 6'4" person I saw walking around the zoo.
Sure.
Right? I mean, I just looked over there, and he's got that. I said, and so I walked up. I'm walking past. I said, yo, best hitter in baseball right there. And my man, he is amazing with this. Didn't check up an inch.
Wait a minute. You did what?
I walked up, best hitter in baseball. Yeah.
How close were you to him?
Oh, as far as we're about
probably a few feet.
10, 15 steps.
Like over the top of people, you said that, or just
he's in a line. Like, no, I mean, I'm walking. It's clear between us, but I'm walking. I said, best hitter in baseball right there. What he said? What are you doing? I said, hey, Trader's Yordan Alvarez. He said, that ain't Yordan Alvarez. I said, go. And he ran over there. I get to a mat like what he's doing, as creepy as he is at 9, almost 10. He's like standing like he's trying to keep his feet in bounds, but looking over to try to get his face.
Right.
And he goes, oh, it is Yordan. And I mean, Yordan still does not budge. There's no way no one can say my name and I don't twitch. Like anywhere, like you're anywhere. Someone just yell, Clint. Like even if you try,
you're going to look.
He did not move a muscle. He stayed, head down. With the family, stayed down. Now I saw his wife. She turned. She like
good looking.
It was
perked
hard.
Up a little bit.
It was hard. Like she reacted to the hearing of the name, and then my two youngest, Lauren and Nick. Nick's like, I want to see him, and Nick sees him. Yordan. I mean, and he lost Nick. He has lost Nicholas James.
Nick.
Oh, he's hot. He didn't react. He said,
he didn't even look at Nicholas?
Oh, no, he didn't. I'm telling you, he was. Now, listen, we told him, like, hey, man, he's with his family. He's trying to take but no. Yordan has lost Nick.
Nick ain't taking kindly to it, huh?
He was hot. He's stumping. Yordan. It was, but I don't know how you could do it. How you could stay, like, it was like he
probably practiced it, you know.
Oh yeah, he's done. Like, listen, and I'm gonna say it right now. I explained it to Nick. He's mad. I had no problem with it. Like you with your family. Like you know. I don't find it.
He could have given you like a head nod though.
He could have, or he could have enjoyed his
sure.
day
Yeah, I'm
with his family. Like that's fine. Like you don't have to. I don't take it personal. Nick did.
Nick ain't got the ability to decide
one way or the other. He's 3. He didn't catch that. He didn't catch that. I said,
I'm with you, Nick. He could at least gave you a head nod,
I am blown
Nick.
away that he did.
quick.
That's some bullshit. He could have gave you a head, especially if your daddy was yelling best hitter in baseball across Astro World.
I did. It went. I
meant the zoo.
I was close. I was probably about where you are to me, Tyler. About at a good 10 steps. Best hitter in baseball. I mean, I was actually impressed. And just like someone said, it's because he doesn't speak English, guys. I think he knows Jordan. Yeah, that's his damn name.
I'll be honest. I thought the same thing the texter did at first. I thought, well, maybe he didn't understand English very well. But then when you said his name, I was like, well, he damn sure understands his name.
Yeah, well,
I think he understands best hitter in baseball.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he understands a little bit of English.
Like she checked up, but I was just like, my man said, damn, but yeah, he's lost. Yeah, he's lost Nicholas.
I'm with you, Nick. Stay strong, man. That was a bull job.
Nick's going to move over. Nick's going to move her out. Altuve acknowledged, right?
Oh, I would think so.
Yeah.
He would have.
Yeah, he probably would have, pulled gear out, started signing it.
You're right. No, what? You're right. It's hard with a little kid, said your name, to not acknowledge. But you got to stay in it, though, because if you acknowledge, the honest part is,
was there a lot of people there? Was there a lot of people standing around when he?
It could have been he's in a line.
I bet
he's in a line to get on the train. So, if he checked up, this could have been a.
If word would have got out, it was Jordan and he was shaking hands. It would have been.
This could have been a. This could have been a picture thing. I
appreciate it, but I'm somewhat surprised that Jordan would get out in that environment without somebody with him to make sure that didn't happen.
Oh yeah, it was just him and his
when you started best hitter in baseball,
best hitter in baseball.
Like zipping it, cutting it off.
That was where it messed up. When I helped best hitter in baseball.
Yeah, if you just walked by and said, "Hey man, I'm a big fan,"
I shouldn't have.
He may have acknowledged, but
I was laughing at boy Nick stomping off.
He had to say, "Boy, if Dad's gonna yell at me from across the park, man, ain't no telling what them kids are doing."
The kids gonna do it. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest of what we're hearing. The official injury report for today isn't out, but we'll give you the latest on what's being reported on who was out and who wasn't, and even more news around the AFC South, which obviously the Texans are paying a lot of attention to. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
The Texans' playoff hopes come down to Saturday in Indy. Does this squad... 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, big week, and as it all starts, it starts with the injury report. The injury report for the Texans will be incredibly important this week. In the biggest game in years here, you want to have everybody that you possibly can. Now, we know you're not going to have some important pieces like Jimmy Ward, like Tank Dell, like Titus Howard. Some of those guys are already out and on IR and not returning. But there were some important pieces that didn't play last week and some important pieces that didn't finish the game last week. And it is Wednesday, right? So Wednesday, when you have a Saturday game, becomes the Thursday practice. Everything is moved up a slot. So this is an important practice day, which will be like tomorrow is Friday. So this is what we're hearing reports-wise, and when the official injury report will come out. I know you said it earlier. A couple of guys on the defensive line did not practice yesterday. Well, Laramie Tunsil did return to practice today, which is good. But Aaron Wilson reporting Will Anderson Jr., Jonathan Grenard, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, Andrew Beck, and Noah Brown were all sidelined today. When we get the official injury report, we'll pass that along. But those are reports in which the time when the media was able to watch. Laramie Tunsil returns, but Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown did not practice. We've been hearing Noah Brown potentially is trending towards not playing. And then the Jonathan Grenard and Malik Collins are just concerning because they didn't practice or play last week.
Yeah.
So they're extremely important to this team right now, especially facing this kind of an offense with Jonathan Taylor and the Colts. So that is the latest on which essentially is a Thursday practice in a normal week.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins. I mean, and you're talking about those two guys even being questionable. Those two guys not being full go against this particular offense. That I don't care what the numbers tell you. I don't even care what the film has looked like with Jonathan Taylor healthy. They are going to some degree be a downhill run, physical run team, and they're going to run it right at you with Jonathan Taylor and Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins potentially not being 100% concerns me on this Wednesday, what would be Thursday. When you look at, we know that Jonathan Grenard is questionable. I mean, you look at JG. I mean, when the injury happened, he's limping around on the sideline, and then we don't see him again, and he misses a game. That is something that we've got to be concerned about. Will Anderson getting only 12 snaps. Clearly, he's not 100%. So you're looking at that defensive front. You're starting four guys that could be either not able to play or not 100%. That's scary as we sit here a couple of days before the game is played.
Yeah, and now the official injury report is out, Clint. And Will Anderson, they do have that. Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Robert Woods. They all didn't practice. The Woods feels like the rest situation. Interestingly, they're resting on both days, but it feels like the rest situation. And then now Laramie had the groin. Remember, he didn't return in the game once he got injured against the Titans. He did practice at a limited basis today. So this is the Grenard and the Rankins, or the Grenard and the Malik Collins. Those are ones that make you nervous to me because they have not practiced in 2 weeks. And they are incredibly important. I mean, this is your leading sacker, and then we've seen Malik Collins, to me, your best inside guy. Now, Will Anderson, and I wouldn't rule that out either. I think Will Anderson played and finished the game, but you just never know with that high ankle sprain how that goes from week to week. I think he'll play.
Yeah.
He's not as much as the other guys that didn't play.
Look, the good thing is that, Nick Caserio has done such a tremendous job signing guys off the streets or claiming them on the waiver wire that I feel confident that Derek Barnett and Jerry Hughes can be opposite Will Anderson and that rotation can get the job done. I feel confident that You could get Tierre Tart in there along with hopefully Sheldon Rankins if he's healthy, and all of the guys on that second string of the depth chart, second level of the depth chart. And I think you'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
I think you can win without those guys. But, boy, if you're the Texans, you sure – and as a fan, I sure would like to – I'd feel a whole lot better if we had our entire arsenal of pass rushers, run stoppers, and everybody across that defensive line. Because we've talked about it multiple times, man. This group right now, Ron – if they're healthy, which is a big if, because we've been talking for 10 minutes now about the D-line.
Will Anderson, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins,
the whole crew.
Bernard, yeah.
When they're healthy, not only does DeMeco Ryans know this group better, but they are significantly more talented and deeper than they were when they started the season. I mean, Derek Barnett and Tierre Tart in the middle.
Those additions
are huge, man. I mean, and have been huge.
And we see Jerry Hughes makes the big play of the game.
Yes.
On Sunday against Will Levis.
Absolutely. And you look into the secondary. Des King being back is tremendous. And you look at K-Jack, Kareem Jackson being back and being 2 weeks into the system. That's could end up being a big time sign. So if they're healthy, you got a chance to see the best defense that we've seen all year long, but that's a big if because you got a lot of defensive guys in that front that are on this practice report.
Yeah, that's the one to watch. I think, to me, and from what we're hearing reports-wise, Noah Brown is probably the most concerning if he'll play. And then it's just, for me, man, we'll see. When I see guys not practice for 2 straight weeks, that's always concerning. And you wonder, and you know this better than anybody playing in the league, how much do you think that one day of importance from them having to move everything up to be able to play on Saturday as opposed to playing on Sunday, how much do you think that potentially could make this even more concerning in terms of guys not being able to be ready?
I think it could be huge. And
a day can be a difference.
I don't think the change in play time is nearly as big a deal as people make it out to be. Short weeks and travel and all. It's a good talking piece, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. But in this capacity that you're talking about as it pertains to getting guys healthy, absolutely. Playing a game 24 hours earlier, having to, like, the bulk of your practice work this week happen 24 hours earlier than it does in a normal week, absolutely it could be big. You hope that this Will Anderson right now not practicing on Wednesday/Thursday, you hope that's precautionary.
Just precaution.
Right? You hope Malik Collins, after not practicing last week and not playing last week, you hope that this is all not precautionary, maybe a little bit strong, but you hope it's more of like, hey, we know these guys are ready to play. They just got to get that injury completely healed. You hope that's the case.
Yeah. I think the Laramie Tunsil thought that he's out there practicing, even on a limited basis, that he was out there. I think that's a great sign for him. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable, unless, some sort of setback makes you feel a lot more comfortable. They feel good about him being out there because they could have easily given him another rest day as well, but they feel confident and comfortable with that. So that is the latest. If you're missing Will Anderson, you just tuned in. Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, and Robert Woods. They all did not practice for the second straight day. And Laramie Tunsil, who did not practice yesterday, left the game early with a groin injury. He did practice on a limited basis today. So the Texans are hopefully – they got a chance, if you look at this, to have the most healthy team they've had all year. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow will be a big day to see who's ruled in and out. And that's one we'll keep an eye on tomorrow as the Texans get ready to play their biggest game of the season against the Indianapolis Colts.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, speaking of injuries around the league, and there are other important games to the Texans. Well, the thing you do love is they're playing Saturday, and then if it goes right, then it matters. Then you can really look at these other teams. And listen, it's one thing if the Texans get in. Another great thing would be if the Texans were to get in and got to host a playoff game. If they were to get in and won the AFC South, and that is obviously in the cards. They got to do their part Saturday and win against the Colts. And then if the Tennessee Titans are not the same Tennessee Titans that we saw Sunday quit after Jerry Hughes forced that fumble and made it 17-0, which pretty much ended the game. If they were to go out and try to find a way to beat the Jags at home, that means that the Texans would win the division. And this has potentially been made more difficult for the Titans because quarterback Trevor Lawrence, who missed last week's game against the Panthers, he is practicing already this week. And Christian Kirk, this has been a big injury. He has been out on IR. He is able to return this week, and he is set to practice as well. Getting those two guys back, that could be really problematic for the Texans trying to win the AFC South, hoping that they'll lose if they can get those two guys back.
Yeah, the Titans obviously would have a better chance with if those two guys weren't playing, but I don't know that Trevor Lawrence is completely out of the woods. The scary thing with Trevor Lawrence is, if you remember correctly, he was already banged up with the concussion situation potentially.
Yep. And
then all of a sudden he has his throwing arm, his throwing shoulder.
He said he feels better, but he did say there are still some movements that give him problems.
Ron, that's big. I mean, because that doesn't take a hit. I mean, you can go out there and warm up and it not feel right and you get shut down. So that's something to keep an eye on for with Trevor Lawrence's throwing shoulder. That's bothering you.
Yeah, I'm wondering how you feel about it, because last week I knew it was going to be C.J. Beathard playing against the Panthers, but I still completely expected the Jags to win that game. If there is no Trevor Lawrence and it is Beathard again, do you feel like the Titans, you like their chances in winning the game, or do you still feel no matter what who's playing quarterback that the Titans are going to lose that game?
After watching that left tackle last week for the Titans, I don't like their chances at all. But so for me, it's more about what gives them a better chance. I don't like there's no situation I could paint legitimately, no situation that I could paint where I like the Titans in this ball game, but. I do like the fact that Tannehill could potentially be playing over Will Levis, with Will Levis having been injured last week. I do like that part of it. I think he'll be able to handle and maybe give him a better opportunity to win the game, or better yet, not lose the game. So we'll see how it all unfolds. But you start taking Trevor Lawrence away from Jacksonville, potentially Christian Kirk away from Jacksonville. Tannehill comes in for rookie Will Levis.
So you like Tannehill better than Will playing?
Yeah, if I, as a Texans fan, I need the Titans to go out there and win a ball game. I would like my chances with Tannehill for one game over Will Levis. Will Levis is he's a gunslinger now. He's a talented dude, but give me somebody that can go out there and not lose the game right now.
Feast or famine,
that's
with
it,
him, man. Yeah, feast or famine with him. So that's going to be one. Hopefully things go right for the Texans on Saturday, and if that happens, that game is going to be one that is watched heavily, because that is a difference from having to travel to Miami, Buffalo, or Kansas City to hosting, Steelers, or hosting
Browns.
The Browns are locked into the 5 spot. Oh, no, you're right. Hosting the Browns. Excuse me. You're right. Hosting the Browns. That's what it'd be. They're locked into the 5 spot.
Well, we talked about it, Ron. We talked about it over the last couple of days, and I don't. This may be something you want to circle back to later, just to get your take on it. But I don't care what happens. I don't want the Texans to win the division.
You don't want to play the Browns?
Nope. I'd rather go to Kansas City. I'd be honest with you. I'd rather go to Buffalo than the Browns at home.
Yeah, we're definitely going to circle that at some point. Ooh, that is
hold on, so
home versus weather like that. Interesting. All right, that is the latest. We'll keep our eye on that one, and Clint will be pulling for the Jags no matter what happens.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, as we know, the college football championship has been the game has been decided. It'll be next Monday. So now we're starting to see more high-profile players declare for the draft, go to the draft. We're seeing a lot of players. I saw Worthy, the receiver from Texas, declare for the draft. Many players starting to do that. A guy that I feel like the Texans would be such a great fit for them has declared, Clinton. I don't know if they'll be able to get him. They would have to go get him. But Georgia tight end Brock Bowers didn't play the last game against Florida State, had some injuries this year, but clearly the number one tight end in the class. He is declared for the draft. And like we've talked about potential wishes for offseason weapons for C.J. Stroud moving forward. I know you've been on the Saquon Barkley train. We've talked about different receivers. I thought a tight end would be a huge get for them, especially with what Tank and Nico have shown on the outside. Another playmaker, boy, Brock Bowers is coming out. If they could find a way to get up, and I've seen him in the late top 10, they could find that would be somebody I'd consider moving up to go get, because he would be a perfect fit for this team.
And he would be a perfect fit for Bobby Slowick's offense. When you talk about,
yes.
I mean, we've seen. I mean, I think he had a 70-yard touchdown run. I mean, Georgia used him in different ways, a lot like, Kittle and some of these different kind of hybrid tight ends have been used in this offense before. So yeah, look, I love Brock Bowers. I mean, the Texans would have to trade, I would think, some pretty significant capital to go from, I don't know, they're going to be middle of the pack up to probably 6, 7, I would guess, to get Brock Bowers. But I'm with you. It would be a huge move. Everything you hear about Brock Bowers at Georgia is top 10 worthy. I mean, his play clearly is, but then I've heard some of his teammates telling stories about his day-to-day routines and his habits in the weight room and taking care of his body. I mean, he's a pro already, and so I think he's going to do nothing but climb higher, if we're honest, on draft boards. But boy, yeah, if the Texans can get their hands on Brock Bowers, that would be fun.
And listen, I'm not saying they need to go give up like they gave up for Will Anderson. I'm not saying anything like that, but I would certainly consider moving up. If he's late in the top 10, I would certainly consider moving up to go and get him. Because I've said it, like, I'm not saying Nico and Tank are the best in the league, but I do think they have played at a pace with CJ, which I think will just improve, that I don't think it's desperation to go get a receiver like I think we thought it was going to be at the beginning of the year. I think Nico has a chance to make it to the Pro Bowl, and Tank had one of the best rookie wide receiver seasons going, and there have been some good rookie seasons going at the wide receiver spot. That tight end spot, not like what Dalton Schultz has done, but Brock can block as well. That tight end spot, as you said, is a spot in the offense where we've seen in this offense be big, and it feels like that's what they want to do, and that to me is the spot where I think they could get a weapon.
Yeah, look, I think there's a couple positions, if we're talking offensively, running back, tight end, center guard. There's a couple of positions, and look, even wide receiver, because I agree with you, you don't have to, but there's a handful of positions where they're going to have to decide, do you sign the guys that we have? Do you re-up the guys you have? Do you extend the guys that we have? Or do you either get aggressive in the draft or get aggressive in free agency and go get a guy? They're going to have to make that decision. And to your point, tight end is one of them.
Yeah.
I still think that offensively they got to figure out the run game. I don't think it's necessarily the running back, even though you can upgrade there. I don't think it's the running back. I think it's more of what's going on up front, personally. And I think with that said, the one place where they could upgrade, where I think would take this offense to a whole nother level, is at the wide receiver position, with a guy that can just flat out win 50-50 balls and is a physical, like he's got to be a bigger physical guy that plays big and physical, and can win in the red zone, can win in man situations. This is where I'm going. This is the guy. This is where I'm going. Now, they may feel like they got that with Nico. I don't know. Me personally, I feel like that's where this offense could get significantly better. But if you got a chance to go get a guy like Brock Bowers, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
To look at. All right, coming up, how you feeling now? It is the final week of the season. How are you feeling now about the Texans' run game? A lot of conversation back and forth about that all year. How are you feeling now about the Texans' run game? We'll discuss coming up next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and
running game and the ability to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling here on this Wednesday. If you missed it, the official injury report is out. Top guys that you worried about that did not practice yesterday, all of them again, with the exception of Laramie Tunsil, didn't practice today again. So that's one to watch. No Will Anderson, no Beck, no Noah Brown, no Malik Collins, no Grenard, no Rankins, and Robert Woods, which feels like a rest situation. All right. I said this on the other side, Clint, and the people. You can jump in, obviously, 713-572-4610. You can jump in and text the show that way as well as you all on YouTube and Twitch. You can communicate that way. Where are you at now with the Texans' run game? How are you feeling about the Texans' run game? Because I will say, obviously, hey, Motor Singletary has helped improve the run game. At least his numbers, he's at well over 800 yards rushing. I don't think he'll reach 1,000, but when you think that he was sharing carries, hell, as late as week 13, he was clearly second behind Dameon Pierce in that game and getting carries. For him to get to 835 yards rushing thus far, he has really come on here of late. And in 4 of their last 5 games, they have outrushed their opponent, with the exception of that Browns, or not even the Browns game, they did outrush them. I believe it's the Denver game, they didn't outrush their opponent. So how are you feeling about this run game, which was so tough to watch early in the year, that has improved some?
Yeah, look, while I do believe it's improved, I've not subscribed to the Dameon Pierce fit or no fit. The given Devin Singletary more run is going to make a huge difference. Clearly at this point in time, I think it's safe to say, it's fair to say that Devin Singletary is the better back for the Texans right now, for whatever reason. But in no way, shape, or form has anything that I've seen put me in a spot where I'm like, yeah, man, they're gonna run the ball effectively against a good defense. Like I don't. They're not physical up front. Now they've gotten more physical because Juice Scruggs brings a little something to the table. Shaq Mason has no problem being physical. I think Charlie Heck is bringing some physicality to the table, along with when George Fant has been in there. But they're just across the board. They don't play the game. They don't play the offensive line position with a physical approach and a physical nature. And I think that's going to be a major problem when you play better football teams. And look, I know when you look at Indy has I think they're bottom 6 or 7 in the league in run defense.
But you don't have a lot of confidence.
No, they still got dudes. They still got guys up front that are going to be hard to block. They still got guys up front that, if you try to shield them instead of block them, they're going to eat your lunch. And I just
90 and 99 to be examples right there in the middle.
They're not going to get pushed around in general, but they're damn sure not going to get pushed around by a bunch that's not very physical. And so for me, it's I still don't, my confidence meter, if you will, my confidence needle hasn't been moved by the recent success. I do think Devin Singletary has we knew that before coming into the season. We knew that Devin Singletary, when things up front aren't right, Devin Singletary was the back that could make somebody miss an open space. Devin Singletary is the back that has that next level speed that can turn the corner. And that's what the Texans have had to, I think, turn to, given that they're not getting the push that they thought up front. They're not getting the creases that they thought they were going to get up front. And so Devin Singletary has been the better back, and Devin Singletary has been obviously a more productive back. And I personally just don't believe that's indicative of, man, they're getting things figured out up front.
Yeah, I think the run game at least been better since Juice has jumped in at left guard. I still listen. I still don't understand the Charlie Hicks situation with George Fant. I don't understand.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
It's an interesting. That is to put it mild to me. But George Fant, I thought, did pretty well in the run game. When I say pretty well, comparative to everybody else across that line. But listen, I don't have great confidence that the run game will be the difference like it was in games against the Bengals or like it was in games against the Titans the first time or like it was against the Cardinals where the run game was the reason, a big part of the reason why Devin Singletary is winning AFC Offensive Player of the Week. I'm not certain of that, but I do feel a lot more confident, Clint, that they will keep it honest enough that the Colts won't be able, and even teams beyond them, if they get past them, that the Colts won't be able to just sell out and just ignore it and have no concern at all for it. Because, like, to me, can the Texans get between 80 to 100 yards? Is that great? No. But before, Clint, we're looking at, hell, can they get to 50? Can they get to 40 yards? Yeah. Like, you don't even have to send run blitzes or anything. Like, they just could not do anything, and everything had to be lumped. Like, the Tampa game was amazing to watch C.J. Stroud, but as you know, and you'll say, you can't live that way where you're getting 40 yards rushing or something like that. You can't live that. So I do think they have reached a point where they at least keep people honest. They at least keep people to a point where there is at least a threat with what they can do in the run game at this point. So I think at least they could do, like, can they get to 75, 80 yards rushing in this game? I think they could do, and I'm meaning not including CJ, not CJ, scrambling and running. Can they do that? So I do feel they've gotten to a place of being respectable. Yeah. But I don't think it's ever going to be the reason. But they just needed something to just say, well, all right, man, we just can't completely pin our ears back every time. They can't hurt us a bit.
Yeah, look, I'm not there with them, Ron. I mean, I looked at the
not even respectable.
No, I mean, I just think the Tennessee game, the last two of the last 3 weeks has done, I think is probably, for me personally, the way I look at it, I'm just not going to let that give me false hope. The Cleveland game, my man, he almost averaged 5 yards a carry, but it was 9 carries in the ball game. The Jets game, 13 carries for 65, average 5 yards a carry, but there's 13 of them. Denver, 8 carries. Jacksonville, 6 carries.
That was when they were still on that Dameon Pierce.
I don't know, man. I look at this thing. I just don't have any confidence in it. If you hand it, the problem with this run game, Ron, is that are you confident running the football on first down? Do you feel like if you run the football on first down, you're gonna be in more 2nd and 8s than you are 2nd and 14s? And I don't think they're there. I don't think they're there yet. Motor will make something out of nothing. Motor will make a guy miss from time to time, but you still aren't getting the push. You still don't have the creases. You're still getting a lot of penetration against good fronts. So I'm not there with it, Bob.
Yeah. Well, can they be respectable? That's all. Just respectable, not like some of the stuff we've seen early in the year. I at least have more confidence in that. Now, will I be shocked if he rushed for 40 yards and he averaged 2.5 carry with Grover and Buckner up front? I would be shocked, but they've shown at least some consistency to push the 80-yard mark here of late in these games. All right. Coming up, there must be something in sports that I'm missing, and many of you would be like, "Of course, yeah, we've heard your thoughts. Yeah, there's just something I don't even understand what we're doing, and I feel like we've seen this story before. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if the last couple of years have taught us anything, y'all, it's that we got to value the things that we can control. Don't worry about the things you can't control. Control the controllables, and addressing that hair loss problem that you're dealing with, that you look at every morning when you look in the mirror when you're getting ready to go to work. It's no exception, man. My friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, they can work wonders, man. They can work miracles. They can reverse years and sometimes even decades of hair loss with their simple one-day treatment. I said one day. I'm talking your own natural hair beginning to regrow the very next day, and it's backed by Advanced Hair, the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Their treatments, they work for bald spots, they work for receding hairlines, they work for thinning, they work for men, women, younger and older. Advanced Hair's top-rated physicians have changed tens of thousands of lives, and right now it's your turn. Advanced Hair is here in Houston, available to you. Schedule your free consultation by calling 832-688-HAIR. That's 832-688-HAIR. Or you can always check out the before and afters at advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
It's Texans game week. The season is on the line in Saturday night's rematch with the Colts. Will C.J. Stroud and company clinch their spot in the playoffs? Pre-game coverage starts at 4. Kickoffs at
evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texas trailing all night long. One last chance to advance to the national championship game. Ewers lobs it up, and it is incomplete. Intended for Mitchell. Elijah Jackson had the coverage. Washington hangs on and wins the All-State Sugar Bowl in the college football playoff semifinal.
Look at God.
Your ass was nervous.
Oh, yeah.
That's the last thing you needed.
Last thing.
Was Texas to slide into that SEC as champs. Oh, my God.
I sports hated that whole game.
Oh, I bet you did. Oh, yeah. They did have a great season, though, and they are recruiting their asses off.
Yeah, same amount of college football playoff wins as the Aggies, though.
There you go. Keep that in. Can I listen? I know you talked about it yesterday, you and Sean. It's a huge game. Those two games were must watch, and thank God they were compared to the rest of what we've got during the bowl season. Am I missing something of Michael Penix Jr.? How is he not arguably the number one pick of the draft? I've watched him all year and thought. I watched him on the field against Caleb and thought, I know Caleb's really good.
Yeah.
And can do things, and I know, like, his team is different. I'm like, that dude is playing right with that dude.
Yep.
Out there. And I look at draft boards, and I'm seeing Bo Nix in front of him. I'm seeing the guy who stole the Heisman from him and Daniels in front of him. I'm seeing Drake May in front of him. He should be 1 and 2. He should be ready. I mean, dude has got a cannon. He's got size. He can move and run. Now, he doesn't move and run as much after the injuries he had at Indiana. But that dude's the best quarterback I've seen all season. Now, I know my eyes are nothing compared to some others, but I am thoroughly confused why he is. He's not even a bona fide first-round pick in some people's draft boards.
Well, look.
Mel has him as his 5th best quarterback.
Yeah, look, I disagree wholeheartedly with Mel on the regular, especially when it comes to quarterbacks. He's my number one. If I'm coaching,
he's number one.
Absolutely. If I'm coaching a franchise and I need a guy right now to win, who am I betting on? I'm betting on Michael Penix. Now, if my medical staff, if my training staff, if they work him out, if they look at his medicals and say, hey, man, the history's too much to take a risk, then I'm going to listen to him because the injuries are a major problem, have been a major problem, but he's been healthy for 2 years now, and that's got to carry some weight. But when you look at Michael Penix, I believe I agree with some folks. He's an older player, been in college for 6 years. Hell, he's 2 years older than C.J. Stroud.
He's 25.
And I do believe that there's very little to no development for him. He is playing at or above his ceiling right now. But what's wrong with that? I'm okay with a guy being older. I'm okay with a guy not need. In fact, I'd rather a guy not need a whole hell of a lot of development once he gets here, at least on the physical side of it, than the alternative. And so, look, I've watched Michael Penix. He really opened my – like I knew of him and knew he was an uber-talented dude. But last year when Andre Ware really went to bat for him and talking about how he saw him in person, and he said – I remember Andre Ware saying – and I'm paraphrasing a little bit. I don't make the way the ball comes off his hands. I think Andre said he's never seen the ball come off a guy's hand the way it comes off of Penix in person. It's different in person, which it's hella good when you're watching it on TV. But when I heard Andre say that, I said, okay, well, let me check this out. And so you start watching him, and Ron, for me, the game transitions to the league better than anybody out there. You're talking about a combination of arm talent, arm strength, and quick release that is just – it's rare at the NFL level. And then what I really like about him, what really sets me over the top, Ron, is that he is athletic enough to go do some of the things that you see Drake May do, some of the things that you see Caleb.
He did it in this game a lot more than he has his first 2 years.
And he did it for in Indiana. That's what ended up getting hurt. But the point is he can do all those things athletically, but he chooses to play the game on time, on schedule, and he is absolutely deadly in the deep game, in the mid-range game. Anything short of the medicals being a problem and or this guy just being mentally just can't handle an NFL playbook, like whatever they're doing in Washington, some level, some degree it's an air raid system. I don't know exactly what all they do, but like short of those two things, this guy's one of the better prospects we've seen coming out of college in a long time.
Yes, when I watch it, because he has as you're talking, he has a gun to stick it. I mean to stick that the touchdown he throws to start the third quarter
over the middle.
Yes, you got
ridiculous.
Hit me,
ridiculous. I can't believe he threw it.
Yes,
and he fit it in there.
I mean, gunned it.
Yep.
And then he has touch. He hit that tight end multiple times in between the safety and the corner multiple times. And I don't know how many guys I've seen in the league that throw the fade as well as he does. I mean, it is always on the money. It is never out of bounds. It is. I mean, they hit that repeatedly. The one in the game. I mean, this is all in the game, but I've seen him all year. It was one of the touchdowns. He threw so many of them. It was one of the touchdowns where he had pressure from Murphy right up the gut, jumps and keeps his head down, jumps away and throws, and it's the one that gets tipped up, and he caught it. But I was like, oh, dude, like what are we doing? You know what? It's like for him to be behind Drake May, it really smells like Deshaun and Mitch Trubisky. Or as I like to call him, Mitch Trubisky. Like, I don't understand how he could be rated behind him. The injuries. Yeah, okay, remember Deshaun had torn an ACL, wasn't he? I don't know how anyone could watch it and think, all right, I'm translating to the NFL. Like that Drake May character. I'm going to put him out. I'm going to put him out before that.
Yep. I agree. I like Drake May, but I don't. I think Drake May had a lot of developing to do, and I don't know that this year was enough. I haven't really hammered down on his film this year or but I've watched him play several times. I don't see lock top 5 pick. I do with Caleb and Michael Penix. I don't with Drake May. I don't with Daniels out of LSU. I like him. I undervalued him in a big way. But I still don't see the guy that comes to the league and is ready to play as
He's
quickly.
He's got to, like some of those guys have to be with the absolute perfect people. I think Michael and Caleb there are several different people that have to, like, they don't have to find their perfect coordinator.
Well, the thing with Caleb too, like for me is, and this is my feeling in general, and I've been wrong on on Pat Mahomes. I've been wrong on a couple of guys. I was not wrong on Lamar Jackson because I knew I knew his was going to transition to the league, right? The athletic ability, the playing off script and off schedule. I knew that part of his game would play because he was that much better. I felt like I knew that Kyler Murray's off script, off schedule game was going to transition because of the twitch and the quickness. But like I watched the kid that's in Pittsburgh right now, Kenny Pickett. Like Kenny Pickett and Zach Wilson were the two more recent guys that played a big chunk of their game off script, off schedule in college, and you're like, you're just not good enough. You're not athletic enough and physically gifted enough to do that at the NFL level without getting hurt. Like you're just not gifted enough to do those things, right? So I think when you look at guys that choose to play off script, off schedule, sometimes it's hard to go that transitions and it doesn't. I think Caleb is good enough at it all that it transitions. And I say all that to say it's hard to do that. Michael Penix chooses to do it from the pocket, which is what you have to do in the league. And it is, wow, it's impressive, man. He's my number one. I had him number 2 behind Caleb going into that game, and watching that game, I was like, this is better than I thought it was.
Listen, CJ has been extraordinary here. I'm just talking coming out. I'm not saying that Michael Penix is going to do what CJ has done this year. This is probably the best rookie quarterback season we've ever seen. But I'm just saying, leaving Ohio State and leaving Washington, I mean, if you put yourself there, he is a better prospect to me than CJ was. He's a better prospect than Trevor. Like when I watch, like Trevor Lawrence coming out was like the things that he is able to do, like watching him consistently.
I agree.
I'm trying to think of the best guy I've seen, and it's not just the one game against Texas. He's been doing this all year long. Where I would watch some of them late Pac-12 games and be like, how is he this far down on the draft board?
I'll tell you who he reminds me of, but he's actually physically way more gifted, is Tua.
But bigger, yeah. I mean, he goes
and
on
maybe
time
it's the left-handed, the similar, because they look similar. But when you talk about like the arm strength and arm talent and the ability to make all the throws and when your body's in an unorthodox position, like it's just wild, man. Dude is. I don't know how anybody. And now, look, if you think that like these evaluators, if you will, they know the system better than I do from a standpoint of like how much are they going to weigh those injuries for him? And it may be enough that hey, you push him out of your top 5. That's the only excuse that I'll take.
Oh, right. Yeah.
For me, man, I would be. You're going to take a gamble. Like I love the way people always say, well, he's already playing at his ceiling. There's no room for development. So you want to gamble on somebody developing beyond the college game? That's a hell of a gamble.
He can't get better? Like there's a gamble that he can't get better? We watched the jump he made from Indiana to Washington.
Wow.
He can't get better. And then to come back full circle, Tyler, that guy's at Washington and at Indiana. How come A&M can't find quarterbacks?
I wish I knew. Been a long time since Johnny Manziel. Been a long time.
I mean, if it wasn't for Kellen Mond.
Good Lord. Come on, Elko.
That guy you
Let's
love.
Go.
Seriously, he was at Indiana and then transferred to Washington. And I'm messing with you. It's not just A&M. Like some of these schools, like has Georgia had anything close to him? Like when's the last time Georgia has had anything close to him? Like I'm not saying they don't need it. But, I mean, it's just.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, Aaron Murray was good. I mean, you start thinking about it, I don't know if Georgia's ever had a guy that gifted.
Like, it's just like he was at Indiana.
Stafford. Good call. Stafford would be the dude.
Say it on the air, punk.
Sorry. Matthew Stafford was at Georgia.
That's a good one.
Like to be that talented. Yeah, Stafford. That's a great one. DJ slide over to Florida State, by the way. Did you catch that? Oh, DJU?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have used his ass.
A month ago, huh? Or 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
Well, look, it's pretty simple, man. There's one thing that I'm deathly afraid of with this Texans team and the success they're having. One thing, and it's already being talked about in the national media. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll discuss next.
Break out the brooms. The Texans swept the Titans.
career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Sorry about that, boys. Sorry about that. I got into some of this daisy sour cream. You know, the old school. You dollop will do you?
Daisy.
Well, Daisy, they done decided to make their own dips, man. The Daisy sour cream French onion dip.
I didn't know they dabbled in the French onion dip.
Well, it's new deal. French onion dip and a ranch dip.
I love some good dips, man.
I got off into it, and I'm sorry, I carried it out of the break right there.
Oh, that's a good reason right there.
Ooh, it's been a minute since I had a good French onion dip.
Ooh, French onion dip with some ruffles?
That's a strong one.
Got to be ruffles with ridges, man.
Absolutely.
Off the charts.
Ruffles have ridges.
So, sorry about that, but if I'm smacking on the air or something like that, Ron, if you smell that French onion dip, I know Red's got you.
As long as we don't hear Ron's loud smacking ass.
Who'd I say?
No, I'm just saying your smacking ain't nothing on Ron.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I called you show or something.
Almost said something real mean.
Boys, I saw something this morning. I hate on such a positive week, man. It's a positive week. Texans are rocking and rolling. Texans are getting healthy, man. Got a shot to play for, playoffs, the division, everything. Home playoff game possibly. Got a lot on the line here. Got a lot to be thankful for, if you know what I mean. But I got to bring this thing back down to earth a little bit. CBS put out a list of the head coach candidates that are going to be in the mix this hiring cycle in the NFL. There's already a couple of openings, Vegas, Carolina, potentially going to be more. Hell, there could be New England. You could look up and Chicago may be open. There's potentially going to be several openings that would be considered top-tier jobs, at least top-tier franchises. And so that head coach candidate, that list is going to be pretty long. And exactly what I was afraid of is happening. DeMeco Ryans, the Texans, they go with a defensive-minded head coach, which I totally understand. I get it. I understand why they hired him. But the one thing when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, Ron, is if you have success, if you develop quarterbacks, if you put up numbers offensively, if you win ball games, if you overcome offensive line issues, if you overcome not having all your targets offensively and you still win ball games, you still put a good offensive product on the field, the top-tier offensive coordinators in the NFL are going to be viewed as future head coaches. Right now, offensive-minded coaches that come out of the Shanahan tree, if you will, Kubiak-Shanahan tree, they're hotter than anybody else in the game. Just look at what Mike McDaniel's doing in Miami.
Yep.
Bobby Slowick has checked every box, Ron, with the exception of you'd like to see him create more of consistent run game. But generally speaking, with what cards he had been dealt, a lot of youth, a lot of inexperience, a lot of injuries, he has done a tremendous job offensively. In this CBS Sports, this list of potential head coach candidates in 2024, Bobby Slowick was number 7, Ron. And Bobby Slowick was number 7 behind some guys that, hell, I don't know if Jim Harbaugh was going to leave Michigan.
Dang it, Bobby.
He was one of them.
You know, I don't know that Brian Johnson, my fellow former Baytown Lee quarterback, I don't know that he's as hot a head coach candidate today as he was a year ago. You know, I think Bobby's going to move up this list quickly, just by kind of how the season plays out and by some quick decisions that are going to be made at the college ball playoff. This is what I was scared of, Ron, was you get a good thing going, and offensively, Bobby Slowick has done a tremendous job. He bounces for a head coach job, for the right head coach job, and then you're left trying to find what you're going to do with the offensive coordinator position. And the fact that it could potentially happen in 1 year really puts an issue out there because you hadn't had time necessarily to be convinced that the guy that you have in the plan you only got a year with him. You only got one season with him, right? So anybody that's in-house, you really only have one season with them if Bobby Slowick does end up leaving. Ron, this is exactly what I was afraid of happening, and I'm concerned about it because I believe it's real. If I didn't think Bobby Slowick was a legit head coach candidate, like a good hire by somebody,
wouldn't bring it up.
I wouldn't bring it up. I think he's after seeing what Mike McDaniel's doing in Miami, I think it is. I mean, it's legit, it's real, and I think there's a good possibility that we could lose him after a year.
It's a, and I've been saying this for a minute. It's a copycat league, and that system right now, whether it is the Shanahan, McVay, that conglomerate, that system, guys are coming out of it, and guys have been really successful. And now it's been shown that you don't have to have that many years of experience as an OC. Hell, you don't even have to have experience in calling plays, as you brought up with Mike McDaniel. But, I mean, O'Connell in Minnesota is another one that was an OC for one season and then got the job in Minnesota. Hell, offensively, defensively, hell, D'Amico's coming from the same system. Like, we're seeing it all around the league. LaFleur was not a guy who was an OC for a long time before he got the job in Green Bay, and we're seeing success from him as well. So, listen, once it was a real conversation about C.J. Stroud being an MVP candidate, and it became a real talk, real conversation, at some point, someone's going to say, well, who the hell is the guy working with the quarterback?
Yep.
Who the hell is the OC working with the quarterback? And to me, the hope is that you can hold on to Bobby Slowick for another year. But I that would be the best hope. And then you could start to prepare. Maybe Johnson, the quarterback coach, maybe things you could start to prepare for the next move. But Clint, when you're as hot as I think he possibly will be, these guys have to strike, because a year later, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, he's got to strike when the iron's hot, and I don't think there's nothing they could do short of win a Super Bowl next year that would make him hotter than he is right now. I think really the only hope you have as a Texans fan to keep him, I think to keep him beyond this hiring cycle, if we're being completely honest, I believe Bobby Slowick is going to be pretty picky in where he goes. I think he looks at what DeMeco Ryans did. You can argue, you look at what Mike McDaniel did in Miami. They both took over fairly healthy organizations, right? And we didn't know how healthy the Texans were until now. We see the success, and we see kind of the draft picks start to play themselves out a little bit. They're healthier than we thought. But the only thought is that, man, in a year, like Ben Johnson, I think, was last year the Detroit Lions coordinator. I think he was pretty picky.
Yep. It's
what
worked out for him.
Yeah. So I think there's a real good chance that may work out in the Texans' favor, because I don't know how healthy or how sexy some of these organizations are going to be. But like I said, man, losing Bobby Slowick, when that does happen, it's going to be a problem. And unfortunately, I think it could happen sooner rather than later.
Text line coming in, Clint. With all that, I trust D'Amico and his staff to replace Bobby when we need to.
Okay.
Water off a duck's back.
Oh, they'll replace him. The question is when they do replace him, is he getting the quarterback to play at as high a level as CJ is?
So that point is, we've seen examples of the greatest defensive coaches struggle with finding replacements for their offensive coordinators when that has happened. And that has always been on the back burner. I just think you didn't think it would be after a year.
Yeah.
And hopefully it won't, but there is a high possibility that it could.
The reality of it is CBS Sports has got him on their short list. I mean, I don't think that came out of nowhere.
No.
Blue 80, easy, white 90. Ron, a little news broke yesterday, and you weren't on air with us, so I didn't get to get your take on it, man. But I got to see where your head's at, man. Dalvin Cook got released by the Jets, believed to be a potential pickup by the Cowboys. Hell, it may have been Kansas City, may have even been on that short list. I can't remember who it was, but the Cowboys were one of them. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is something that the Texans should at least take a peek at. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could kick I think you check it out, but then you start to say to yourself, is he a fit right now going into the playoffs? Because I don't think he would be picked up and being played Saturday. But is he a fit if you're able to make it past to go to the playoffs? Is he going to give you that much more to completely sit Dameon Pierce down? Is he giving you that much more in a week? Well, and to me, that one's hard to get to.
I think for the Texans, the play is more about the long term. If you do pick him up, can you get a 2 or 3 year deal done, or at least an agreement to get a 2 or 3 year deal done? And he's one of your answers, because they're clearly going to have to upgrade their running back room in a big way this next year with the cap space, and there's a need there to upgrade that room. And is Dalvin Cook a guy that you would potentially want to fill that role? I would say yes. Now, look, I'm not in the conversations about the contracts and how much money he wants and is it a good fit for him, but I would think that the player would look at what's going on in Texas and go, one, the organization's moving in the right direction. Two, they need some desperate help in the running back room. Three, they need a number one back. They need a legit – I could go in there and be a legit number one back.
Is he that still? That's what I mean. The Vikings said we're going to move on past him. Yeah. And I was thinking, whoa, man, look at the weapons you have. And, hell, they've had injuries throughout, and they're still probably tracking to potentially make the playoffs. And he's going to the Jets, and Breece Hall is clearly the better guy there. And he has not made that huge of an impact. I'm just wondering, is Dalvin Cook and the Vikings completely right about it? Is he becoming name, or does he still have number one in him? Because he didn't really show that this year.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
now
something
the Jets situation has not been
what a mess that is, right?
Great in their offensive line.
That's something they'll have to decide on. I would be willing to take more into account the last few seasons in Minnesota than I would necessarily what happened with the Jets as I'm evaluating him. But I think that's somebody they ought to kick the tires on that old boy for sure. Omaha. Blue. One we got to circle back to, Ron, another one from the last couple of days. The Texans, with this ball game coming up this weekend, there's a handful of outcomes, right? You lose, you go home. You don't play anybody.
That'd be the outcome you don't want.
That's the one you don't want. But the other three is you win, Jacksonville loses, you win the division, you end up playing, you get a home game, and you play the Browns at home. You win, Jacksonville wins. I can't remember exactly. But anyway, there's a way you would go to Kansas City or to Buffalo as a 6 or 7 seed.
Yeah,
you
could Miami in that too.
You could potentially land at any three of those positions. A 4, 6, or 7 seed is where you could land. A 4 seed puts you at home versus the Browns. The 6 seed puts you on the road in Kansas City versus the Chiefs. The 7 seed puts you on the road in Buffalo versus the Bills.
Or Miami, depending on who wins that division.
Ron, I'm gonna look at it. Where would you rather go? Where would you rather play?
I'd rather play at home against Joe Flacco and the Browns.
Really?
Yeah. I'd rather play at home than go to Buffalo and fool with Josh Allen and their history and their experience, and to go to Kansas City to fool with their history and their experience and Mahomes and their defense.
Yeah.
I'd rather play at home against Joe Flacco and the Browns. Yeah, I think the Browns they're an amazing story. I'm not a believer in them as a Super Bowl contender. I think he had a great game. I'll be damned if they let Amari Cooper come in here again.
Yeah.
And do them like that. Especially just got to see him I'm always taking the game at home rather than going to Arrowhead and to Orchard Park.
Yeah, I may be a tad bit crazy, Ron, but right now with the way these teams are all playing, I don't want nothing to do with Buffalo, and I don't want nothing to do with Cleveland. I'd rather go to Arrowhead and play Kansas City.
Let me hear you say hell yeah!
Yeah, the Chiefs have, of those three teams, are probably playing the worst of those three teams. But I'd always rather take the home game.
Yeah.
Like if you were to say,
I mean, I'm sure
on the road, I could get with you, but I'm always going to take the home game.
I'm gonna pass on this one, man. I'm gonna take another trip to Kansas City with you. Maybe we can go to the what was the name of that place? The Mercury Room.
Oh, the Mercury Room.
The Mercury Room. My kind of joint, man.
Yeah, they should send us down.
They did what?
I said they should send us there.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
That makes sense to me.
Can I tell you guys one thing that pisses me off?
Okay, just one?
Well, I got a handful, but here's one. When you come across somebody and you give them, especially on the 3rd of January, you give them how you doing, man? And they don't even look at you and they just go, all right, and keep moving.
You need more, huh?
Hell yeah, I need more. I mean, if you're raised right, the right thing to do is
reciprocate.
I'm doing good. How you doing? I mean, I'm not saying you guys sit there and have a conversation. I get on a damn elevator with this gal. I'd say late 30s, early 40s. And so this wasn't just in passing. This ain't just like we're passing.
Oh, okay, that's different.
I get on the elevator. How you doing, ma'am? She said, all right. Door ain't even closed. Door closes, we go up. She went to 20. I went to 19.
Oh, she was on 20. I bet she was pretty.
Whatever she was, she went down a couple notches because she didn't say, good, how you doing? She said, all right. Didn't even look at me.
No manners.
I'm just going to tell you that's bull job.
Yeah, when you're on the elevator together, that's different. Because I haven't – we talked about you weren't here. I have an issue because I did it to somebody out here.
It's so funny you brought this up. Ron did what you're pissed at.
Well, but we were passing. Like, to me, and I thought about it. He said, hey, how you doing? And I just said, good. And, like, we're passing. I just kept going. Because to me, I'm like, if I'm going to say, hey, how you doing? Like, we got to stop. And
no, you could have said, good. You? Good.
But we're still but we're passing. Like, I just said, good.
It's a quick reciprocate,
good,
just very quick.
Like, I don't want to talk and walk behind and look behind. But the elevator, yeah, I'm gonna talk with you.
Well, I think you're wrong even in passing the way you could at least say, good, you? And then you don't have to turn around and acknowledge and stop a conversation.
I think it's rude. No, I think it's rude. Now you're good you, and you just keep on walking. You don't really give a damn.
I'm going to tell you, I was pissed off. In the moment.
I got no use for you.
In the moment. I really wanted to say something, but I didn't.
You should have.
You should have, when you were getting off, you should have been like, well, I hope you are doing all right. See you later.
Well, I should have turned around and just said, hey, just in case you were wondering, I'm doing fine as well. It's January 3rd. Life is good.
I just had a baby.
The weather's cool outside. I got a great job.
I got a new endorsement deal with these new dips that are delicious.
Yes, Daisy dips. I'll send you some. You want some? Yeah, man. I don't know, man. It kind of stuck in my craw, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get that. I get annoyed when like you're holding the door open for someone and they don't say anything. They just walk on through.
I don't have a real.
That's just.
I don't really have as much a problem with that. But if it's a two-doorer.
Mm-hmm.
And I pull the first door.
That's a what?
That's work.
A two-door.
Two-door.
And I pull the first one, and they don't go and pull it and open it for me.
Yeah.
So like we're trading.
Yep.
If they just pull it and push,
might have to fight.
I'll stand there and let it close.
And hurt nobody but yourself.
And hurt nobody just to make a point. Like if there's two doors. I open the first one. You open the second one for me to walk through. That's door etiquette.
That's the unspoken rule.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
You're right,
bastards. All right.
I just want you to speak, man.
First off, you limey bastard. Yeah, they are. There's a few of them. All right. There's just one question because I've been thinking about this.
What does limey mean?
I don't know. It's a fun one. I like to use the head of it. Limey bastards. All right. Just think this one through and really think about it. Chew on it through the break. Are you confident that Saturday's game that your Texans are walking in as the better team? You don't know what happens, but do you feel confident that they are walking through in Indy as the better team? We'll discuss coming up next.
All right, get lasting relief from that awful joint pain
Brought to you by Daily Harvest. Daily Harvest makes it easy to stick to your goals with food delivered right to your door. Visit Daily.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the Texans are preparing for the biggest game in years here. Win and you're in. They travel to Indianapolis, Lucas Oil Field, and will play the Indianapolis Colts primetime Saturday night. I think that's going to be Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Salters as well on the sideline. So that'll be big time. The Monday Night Football crew will have C.J. Stroud going into Indy. And coming up here in about 15 minutes or so, you'll hear our Texans report as Bobby Slowick met with the media today. Big day in terms of guys that could or could not play. Brandon Scott will join us as he normally does for Texans. Our Texans report from him coming off the biggest game or going into the biggest game of the season. And with that, listen, I think last week's game, I'll just take the last two games. They played at home. They were playing the Cleveland Browns. They had come off that emotional, unbelievable win against the Titans on the road with Case Keenum and that defense playing the way they did, and they were able to win that game in overtime.
Put them up
on the 54-yard field goal when our guy Andre lost it in a good way.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
And they were playing the Cleveland Browns, and I'm thinking to myself, all right. This is going to be a tough one. Something could happen. I'll give them a chance. They can win this game, but this will be a tough one. And a big reason why I felt like this would be a tough one is because with the team they were walking into NRG against the Browns, Clint, I didn't think that they had the better football team. I didn't think they had, with no C.J. Stroud, with other injuries they had, no Will Anderson that game, and then the Browns with Flacco and them coming in with Amari Cooper and Myles Garrett and that crew, number one defense. I didn't think they had the best team on the field. That's why it was a bit of a struggle to feel like that was one they could go get. The next week, though, could get nervous. Young team, inconsistent team at home. But I felt good about it because they clearly, to me, had the better team with the Titans, whether Levis was playing or Ryan Tannehill was playing, especially with CJ coming back. Didn't know what he was going to look at, but they had the better football team. Do you feel like the Texans have the better football team? Are you sure that the Texans have the better football team? With the potential of their injuries, it looks like most of these guys will be back. But CJ back, are you confident they got the better football team walking into the game against the Indianapolis Colts?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. The better football team? No, they're better at some places.
But overall, this is
overall, no. This isn't a game where you walk in and I'm like, yeah, I feel good about the Texans just simply being the better football team that's taking the field. I still don't believe in the run game. They're injured. They got some big time injuries that could force some guys, some critical players into missing the game. Jonathan Taylor has had a tremendous amount of success against the Texans in his last 5 games, or hell, in all 5 games that he's played against the Texans. No, I can't get there to where I'm confident that we got the better team. No.
Yeah. When you say things out loud, like, I think they've got this year the better quarterback. I think they got the better probably, receiver. I even say I understand who they have in terms of Jonathan Taylor, but overall skills. I like their tight end. I like, Dalton Schultz and Nico, and even without Tank, this crew they can run out with CJ. This defense and defensive line has played really, really well, and I think they have a clear advantage with their front 7 versus the Texans' offensive line. But I think the Texans have an advantage with their front 7 against their offensive line as well. But and we talked about it, is their inconsistencies, and I mean the Texans, in certain spots lessens the confidence, because you don't like. I'm 100% confident if Jonathan Grenard plays and Will Anderson plays, I'm 100% confident that they will be able to make things uncomfortable for Gardner Minshew.
John Greenard.
If their front 4 plays, I feel pretty comfortable that they'll be able to not let Jonathan Taylor just go off in the run game, because they have done that pretty well. C.J. Stroud, I'm very confident in that he'll play well. I don't know exactly what I'm getting up front every game with the Texans, whether that's in the passing game from their O-line or in the run game. I'm not certain what the secondary is going to do. Some games they give up plays, some games they're locked down. There are just certain spots where they're so inconsistent, it lessens the belief in what what they're going to bring to the table. That to me is where it shakes out of. I'm not 100% confident, like I see some people coming in on the text line, that they believe the Texans, because of C.J. Stroud, have the better team. I think they're better there. I think that's clear. Now, I don't think Gardner's a scrub either, but I think they're better there, but just other spots. We've walked into games and seen that C.J.'s been by far the better quarterback, and it has not resulted in a win.
Here's where I can get with C.J. and the Texans right now. I feel like you got a chance to win every game that you suit up for when C.J. Stroud's a quarterback.
Agreed.
I don't feel like, I feel like you got a chance. I feel like he's going to give you a chance to not just be in the game, I mean win the game. And really, I feel that way against anybody in the NFL right now. I feel like C.J. Stroud gives you a chance to be in that thing in the fourth quarter with anybody and make more plays than the guy across the field from you. Now, I have not allowed C.J. Stroud, or C.J. Stroud has not put me in a spot where I feel like we take the field week in, week out and are better than the majority of our opponents. I feel good with our squad against the Colts. I'm not confident that we're the better team.
Yeah.
These fringe playoff teams and the legitimate playoff teams, like, I'm not confident that we're better than any of those teams. I feel like on any given Sunday we can damn sure beat them because we got C.J. Stroud. But I don't feel when you start bumping up the entire, the 22 starters and what they're capable of doing and how healthy the team is. I don't.
I will say this, to me, if both teams, you were to say, all right, both teams going to play their A game. Both teams going to go out and put out play their best game possible. I think the Texans have the better A game. And I think a lot of that has to do with C.J. Stroud as that top guy, because his A game is clearly going to be better than his. And they've got some other, like Derek Stingley, if he plays his A game, Nico, if he plays his. I think that, but those are some of the areas of inconsistency that we haven't seen. All right. Coming up, Brandon Scott will join us for the most important Texans report of the year. He got to hear from CJ and D'Amico yesterday, heard from Bobby Slowick as well today, and obviously what's happening on the practice field. So we'll discuss that next with Brandon Scott.
All right, it's a great time of year for sports viewing, and we all know, baby, we all know the best play.
The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big week. So that means our guy, Brandon Scott, as he rides through in with his Texans report. As it's a big week. You've been out there. You and Sean Bajani been out there all week. A lot going on with this team, and the biggest game in years for the Texans as they take on the Colts to get into the playoffs. And I know you heard from D'Amico yesterday. We heard from CJ yesterday, and we're seeing the practice stuff. But before we get to them, what's the latest that you're hearing and what you saw today? And of these guys, because they had a lot of guys that did not practice at all today: Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Rankins, and Robert Woods. Are you concerned a lot more about others? Or are those just rest day things? Or those something that Texans fans should really be concerned about potentially not playing?
Yeah, so I think the big thing to keep in mind, and Clint, you know all about this just kind of from being around, is like the fact that you're at a point in the season where guys, especially the people that are on this injury report, starters, guys are better off resting than they are practicing. Like, we're talking about guys that don't really need a lot of practice at this point late in the season. They benefit more from resting. So everybody that's on here, I'm not as concerned with them not practicing as I am their actual injuries. And so to your question, everybody's situation is different, I should say. So when I look at it, I'm actually kind of optimistic about the report, honestly, when I think about who's not practicing versus what their injuries actually are. So Jonathan Grenard is the one I think is a big one to think about. He didn't play in the last game. Yep. He's not practicing, but he is going to try to play. Like, he's going to try to go, but there ain't no sense in practicing him with the injury that he's got.
Has that come out? Has he come out and said? Or
that's just the feeling that he's going to try to play, right? You know what I mean? Like, he's going to try to give it a go. If he's not out there, obviously that means he can't go, but he's going to try to play. So the way I view Jonathan Grenard is kind of similar to what we saw from Will Anderson last week, kind of a pitch count, and you'll still see more of a heavy dose of Jerry Hughes and Barnett and the guys that you've seen more of, yeah. But if you can get them in there in spurts, get them 12 to 15 reps, then that'll be ideal to get Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson in there. I think that's what they're going to try to do if he can go.
Skeezy, the thing that concerns me, not bothers me, concerns me about the list is that you've got all four of your starting defensive linemen were on that joker.
Yeah.
And so to your point, like things have got to go damn near perfect for everybody.
Yeah.
In order for you to be able to fill this thing out. I think it's less about one guy for me and more about just, man, they got a bunch of dudes that need rest over practice this time of year.
Well, I mean, look at it, Clint. 3 of the 4 of them got ankle injuries.
Yeah.
3 of your 4 defensive, whether they play or not, 3 of the 4 of them got ankle injuries. And then the one who doesn't, the hip, abdominal, whatever it is with Malik Collins, he's the one that I probably am least optimistic about, or most pessimistic, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, he didn't play last week, hasn't practiced.
Yeah, and his status is still unclear. Like, I can't tell you right now if he's going to play or not, or like what it is, how serious
can't
it
get
is.
A feel.
So yeah, can't really get. He's the one that you probably have the least feel for. Like, Will Anderson played, no need in pin practicing, right? He played last. You probably have the same sort of approach with him. Sheldon Rankin, similar thing. Played. Veteran like that, you talk to him post game. That guy didn't really need to practice this last week.
Right.
He's
and
probably going to play.
Defensive coordinator Matt Burke, he's all but said, "Hey, look, man, this is a D-line friendly system. We just need them to put their hand in the dirt and go."
Yeah, so they need to be ready. They need to be rested. Malik Collins would be the one who probably surprised me the least if he played.
Yeah, Brandon Scott with us, and that's going to be the thing this week. And
surprise would surprise me the most if he played.
Yeah.
My
Malik
bad.
Collins. Yeah, and that's the thing that we've been looking at all year is who's going to play, who's going to be in and out, and it's huge this week. What's the feel you were getting from with D'Amico yesterday as he speaks? Everything was moved up this week. What was the feel you were getting from D'Amico going into this one?
I feel like the whole theme of the week go from D'Amico to CJ all the way to Bobby Slowick was just the I think the maturation and the growth of C.J. Stroud from the last time they played this 10, and they've made a point of, and I guess the only team that they've played, would be the division teams. Whenever they've played a division team the second time to make a point of, hey, this is a totally different game. But
they have talked about that repeatedly.
Yeah. But it couldn't be more so the truth, or even more so the truth than it is in this situation from going from week 2 to the final week of the season, where C.J. Stroud goes in coming off of that Baltimore game, and then before said go, they're down 14-0. I mean, like, we're talking about
at the hands of Anthony Richardson too, not the guy you're going to be playing.
Right, exactly. So we're talking about trial by fire in a totally different scenario, and just the growth and maturation and confidence. Like, we're talking about C.J. Stroud here, who didn't lack for confidence when he came here, right? Yeah. So, and now he looks so much more confident than he did then.
Yeah.
So just to think about that, I think it's kind of really the thing that stands out from all of them.
Well, you mentioned C.J. Stroud. I mean, I think a big question going into this game. Again, I'm more worried about the number and the group of guys than I am necessarily one of them individually. But Noah Brown and Robert Woods both being guys that aren't getting a lot of work right now, have missed time in the past, either missed the game or left last week's game early because of injury. I think they can win without their entire cast of characters in the wide receiver position. But at some point, I mean, there's a value to Noah Brown and Robert Woods, and they've proved that throughout the season, whether it's Robert Woods in the third down, the chemistry that he has with the quarterback, the savviness over the ball versus zone coverages, or it's Noah Brown with the ability to be a depth receiver. And then, hey, if they're paying everybody else attention, he can go get you $150 and a touchdown. Those are valuable pieces. And the fact that neither one of them are practicing is somewhat of a concern.
Yeah, so there's another numbers game right there. Noah Brown is the one that we probably feel least confident about playing. I think Aaron Wilson actually had that report. He did have that. Now I think he did have that report out there from KPRC that Noah Brown is unlikely to play with his injury, with his back injury. And to your point, man, and Robert Woods, I think Robert Woods is going to play. Okay. Like, I think that's more so veteran type of stuff, and he is banged up. He's had injuries throughout the year. I would be surprised if he didn't play, and I would be surprised if Noah Brown did play. So there's 1 and 1. But to your point about the receivers and the depth of it, I feel like in a post-Tank Dell world, you need all of these guys. And when I say all of these guys, I'm talking about the receivers in Nico Collins as your 1, and then Noah Brown and Robert Woods as your alternate. Either guy can line up outside or in the slot or be that other receiver. I feel like you need all three of that complementary guys. And then on top of that, Dalton Schultz, I think, adds another element of it as well. But, I mean, you need every single one of these guys at that point, because the depth of it, without them, then you're leaning into some territory, some guys who are unproven and still trying to find their way. And the John Mechie's and the Xavier Hutchinsons of the world, who I think have some potential, but just right now are not, I feel like, reliable playmakers for them. These other guys are. So I feel like you need every single one of them, man.
Brandon Scott in with us, and I like the point you're making out of, like, this is a talking point from D'Amico to CJ to Slowick to Burt to everybody of, hey, week 2 is a completely different thing. And you talked about with CJ, he's a completely different player. Bobby Slowick is a completely different coordinator and play caller as well. And I know that was something that he made mention to. And those two together are going to play a major part in this game, in this offense getting to where they need to get to.
Bobby's been really good, just aside from his performance, which I think has been, I don't want to call it up and down, because I think it's been mostly up, but it's had its road bumps, if you would, for a first-time play caller, as it absolutely should. But in the press conferences, man, he's been absolutely outstanding. Like, he's been really good, really up front and honest and insightful and forthcoming. And so we really enjoyed that, just kind of being around the guy. I know y'all were having a conversation about how long is he going to be here. If he's gone, that is one part of it I'm going to miss, is just kind of being around, the football guy who's willing to, the
transparent,
football coach who's transparent and willing to really talk it through. So I've enjoyed that part.
I refer to it as football horny.
Yeah,
that's right. He gives me plenty. He turns me on, man.
Boner alert.
Yeah, he's always got that on the ready, don't he?
He's ready, man. He's got that. But he's come a long way from the Ravens and the Colts games in week 1 and week 2.
And he did talk about that today. Another thing that he mentioned that I found interesting today was how he described the Colts front seven and the challenge that they faced. The way he worded it was something to the effect of, there's not a lot of space in the run game. It's, not a lot of space to run it and not a lot of time to throw it, which is, it sounds pretty simple, but obviously that's conflict because you want to do one or the other, preferably both. So that's the way they view the challenge. Now, I would challenge him and say, hey, I do think you can run the ball on this team. I think the numbers show that and the tape shows that, but also there's some badasses up front too.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see what Bobby's plan is for what he has to know are some mismatches for him up front.
Yeah, there's when you look at Bobby Slowick, going back to the conversation we had earlier, B. Scott, of how long he'll be here, man. Some of the stuff you mentioned about the transparency and not only is it nice to cover, I think it's very impressive to others. You know what I mean? Like I think that vibe, that feel, that style of coaching, I think it's going to end up being very appealing to others, and it's obviously very effective when he's dealing with players.
Yeah, and he presents well.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to put it. Like, he really presents well, but also the way that he deals with players. I think he's a guy that is, collaborative enough, but also holds a standard. Which you kind of look at him and you don't necessarily expect it to hit the way it does. But I mean, he does have a presence for not a very large dude. The dude does have a presence about him, and you can tell that sort of translates to the locker room and with the players.
You've been around every week with these guys. It feels like they have a real level of confidence going into this game. Just the sense of everybody, the way, and I'm curious how it comes off in front of, like, just listening to them, they sound like they have a real level of confidence going into this game, this must-win game. It seems like they feel really good about it.
Yeah, well, in the previous segment I thought you put it well, that the Texans' A game is probably better. Like, I think that you could make fair cases about either team, to the point which one is the better team. I think you can make a really good case for the Colts just based off of the dudes that they got up front alone, that they that they can wreck a game from that standpoint. And then Gardner Minshew, as far as backup quarterbacks go, I've said this before, man, he's about as good as you could probably get. Yeah. If things go awry, if your season is derailed by your quarterback being out for the season, that's probably top 3 type of guy that you would want, right? So I think they got some pretty good things going for them. But the Texans' A game, if C.J. Stroud comes out there and brings it, they're playing in favorable elements. This is a road game, but in a stadium, in a dome, hey, man, like, this is, and then the opportunity, you know what I mean? Like, your season comes down to this. So, I mean, why wouldn't you be confident?
Yeah. All right. B. Scotty joins us every single week for a Texans Report. Hopefully, we're talking about a playoff game next week when he's in with us on Thursday. Appreciate you always. 4:40 on Wednesday afternoons. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the full rundown on what was seen at practice and who to be potentially concerned about. We heard a little bit from Brandon Scott. We'll discuss that more. And the Rockets, they got a big one tonight. See if they can continue against the Nets. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
The Texans' playoff hopes come to KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the DILF.
The big DILF.
That's right. And T-Mill have the latest for you. And I just want to say,
I forgot
first
about
off,
the DILF, man.
You can't. First off, shout out to everybody how you're listening to us. If you're on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you listening that way. If you're on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you listening that way. And if you are on YouTube and Twitch and you are able to visually see us and you are taking us in that way, we appreciate you. I don't know if Clint appreciates everyone. I hadn't said this to you, but it was really early. And people are saying that you look like a bigger version of Nick Caserio today. And I thought that was unnecessary.
A bigger version of Nick. I appreciate that. And I am wearing a vest. I'm wearing this this Nike vest very well, might I add.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I really wished I had a Nick Caserio vest the other day.
Where?
We were about to go somewhere, and I just had long sleeve, but I didn't want to put a hoodie on.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to put a sweater on. I just had a long sleeve joint, and I didn't want to put a coat on, but I needed to put something else on.
You know, layer.
And I don't have a vest.
See,
So I had to go with a jacket.
This weather.
Courtney doesn't know it. I had to go buy a jacket.
I bet you got a deal for some. I bet you got a deal.
Come on. Now.
I mean, here's the deal. Actually, a vest plays really, really well in Texas this time of year because you don't like. I've worn a full blown. Actually, it's the same. It's the jacket that's just like this vest, the Nike, and it's long sleeve, and it's just too hot. Yeah. Like it's not if you're outside, but when it's too hot. You get in and out of the car, you come in and out of the building. It's just too hot. You put the vest on, you keep your warmth on your chest, keep your warmth around your midsection, boom. But you got your sleeves so you can pull them up a little bit to cool off a little bit. It works, man.
I hadn't had one in a long time. I'm thinking about maybe purchasing.
Get you one, man. What do you think? Here's the key, though. Here's the key.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, this guy's going to coach on anything.
Here's the key.
On the damn Caserio vest.
I mean, where Nick goes wrong is
damn it. Come on,
he has some kind of off-the-wall colors.
He's showing a little of his
personality. I'm just telling you, that's not the place to show it. Not for Nick. That's for damn sure.
Does Nick have colors?
Nick is a light blue guy for sure.
The amount of vests he has? Yeah, he's got them.
No, but it's not like he ain't tricking in an orange going into some of that light blue. It's a light blue.
I'm just telling you.
You go with just the straight dark colors.
I'm just telling you, you don't need to make a statement with your vest. Just get you a nice, clean, black, gray, dark blue, something like that you can wear with a lot of different things and keep it moving. We don't need pinks. We don't need greens. We don't need blues. We don't need salmons.
Green one would be nice.
We don't need salmons.
Ron does like that salmon color. I think it suits him well.
I'm just telling you, man.
Green.
That's where you go wrong. That's where you go. Not you, just in general. That's where you go wrong.
Long sleeve salmon shirt with the green vest.
No. See, that is where you go wrong. See, because that's the other problem is when you do go vest, like what you wear underneath it is key. It's key. And the next thing you know, you'll have 4 different, 5 different colors going on between your shoes, your pants, your hat, your vest, your undershirt.
Go too strong.
You're gonna throw a scarf on with it with multiple colors.
Know it. But I'm gonna pull some of the color out of that scarf.
Nah,
sidelined ass tennis shoes.
The key.
What is going on?
You can't have multiple. Like you can't just be screaming statements at people from every part of your body. The scarf, the vest, the undershirt, the this, the that.
If it all works, you can.
No. Very few men can do it. Very rarely can they get away with it.
You're looking at one of them. All right. All right, injury report. All right. We talked a little bit about this with B. Scott, and if you are just jumping in, we know a lot of our 5 o'clockers are just jumping in, getting off work. We appreciate you. Here is the latest. And Clint, Tyler, people out there, who is it that concerns you the most? Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Robert Woods. None did not practice.
Andrew Beck?
Is that who you're picking this week for your Mad Dog?
That's Clint be over there. Damn, Andrew didn't practice. Hey, oh man,
damn it!
No fullback this week.
What are we gonna do? We need somebody to run out of the backfield for a swing pass.
We don't get to watch the more athletic Reverend Jordan out there in this place. Anyway, but Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Robert Woods, they didn't practice. Robert Woods feels like the rest, and now he's going up to back-to-back days of rest with him. Of those, who really stands out that really concerns you the most right now?
Boy, there's several. Will Anderson is not one of them because he played 12 snaps last week. I think it's just precautionary. Robert Woods, as you mentioned, I don't believe is a major concern. Look, I look at this thing and it's Jonathan Grenard. I think Sheldon Rankins is fine. It's Jonathan Grenard for me, man. You're talking about your double-digit sack guy. You're talking about a guy that plays the run well off the end. Him and Will Anderson opposite each other are an absolute problem. If this is a tight game down the stretch and you are able to load up and stop the run, you're going to need that pass rush. And I just think Jonathan Grenard brings more to the table than everybody else. And Jonathan Grenard, I think when you look at his injury early in the game 2 weeks ago, limped around on the sideline, did everything he could to try to get back in the game, couldn't do it, then missed the following game. Like, I'm concerned more about his injury and his availability than I am everybody else. I think Will Anderson, I think Sheldon Rankins, Robert Woods, Laramie Tunsil, I think all those guys are going to be available. And so it's for me, it's Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, it's Noah Brown is one in there because we're hearing earlier in the week that he may not go.
Yeah.
But it's Malik Collins, Andrew Beck, and like you said, Jonathan Grenard. Those guys didn't practice last week, right? And those guys haven't practiced this week either. Right? You're going 2 weeks without practicing, 2 game weeks without practicing at all. You know, I get concerned. I think, you know, what happened with Will last week is not the norm, right? Where he doesn't practice for multiple weeks, and then he comes in Friday on a walkthrough day, basically, and tapes it up in practice and then plays. I don't think that is the norm. It could be the case. It could happen, but I don't think it's the norm. Those guys that haven't practiced the last 2 weeks are the most concerning to me because we haven't seen them get on the field yet. If we see that they are in a limited practice role tomorrow and they're listed as questionable designation-wise, I'll feel a lot better. Noah Brown, we've been hearing Monday, he may not play.
Yeah.
I
think those three in the middle, Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, are real possibilities.
They have to not be there.
To not be there. And so of those three, I feel like Tierre Tart, Sheldon Rankins, and company, I feel like they can – I'd rather have Malik Collins, but I feel like they can hold down the fort. To me, it's – and Noah Brown is down on the list of pass catchers for this team. I know what he's capable of.
Even with Tank out?
Yeah, even with Tank out. And so for me, it's the one guy that's a frontline starter that's an absolute impact player that changes the game if he's out there. Jonathan Grenard.
Yep. Yeah. I am nervous on who if Noah Brown doesn't play with, you know, like Mechie getting those minutes. Still don't know that he's ready to step in if you really need him in big moments. So we'll see what happens there. Laramie Tunsil, I think the good news today, he was limited with the groin. He didn't return to the game with that groin, and maybe it's because it was out of hand. But I think that is a big deal there. That they feel comfortable with him being back on the practice field that quickly with that groin. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But big injury news and updates tomorrow will let us further know what we're going to be potentially looking at Saturday night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they're back on the floor at home again, and they got a game against the Nets. We'll see if they can continue with their last game and add to this streak. I mean, they beat the Pistons. They better have that one right there. If they were going to lose to the Pistons, if they were going to be second 2 in a row for the Pistons, I'm really disappointed in the Pistons. I wanted them to reach the 40s. I wanted to see – they were sitting there at 28. To me, if you're going to break a record, I think you break one. And I was hoping that they would move this thing up, but they beat the damn Raptors and stopped it in front of the Rockets. But I will say, a guy that we have talked about, Jalen Green, is playing a lot better. At least he's shooting the ball a lot better, and that kind of generally coincides if he's playing better.
Well, I'm going to take a peek at this one tonight. What do you think I need to be looking for?
Jalen, some more Jalen Green to see if he can continue to give you good minutes. I mean, hell, they hadn't been letting him finish games. To be honest, they hadn't been feeling comfortable with him finish games. And to me, it's defensively. They had a really good start defensively. They've been giving up points here of late, and I don't think it has any coincidence that this has happened since Dillon Brooks has gone down, and since Dillon Brooks hasn't been available. And like that move there, it is clear that he not only sets the tone just physicality-wise and just, where they are and how they are, but he sets the tone, obviously, defensively. Yeah. And when he is out, it's not any –
well, he's a mindset guy, too. I mean, he makes sure everybody's mind's right. He's a constant reminder of probably what Ime Udoka and he, what they've been preaching about defense. And so when you're running up down the floor and you look over and Dillon Brooks is the one standing there, you're constantly reminded of what your ass needs to be doing on the defensive end. When he's not, then there's, I think, naturally going to be a little bit of a slip there. So,
what do you guys think about Dillon Brooks, his pregame stare down thing?
It's intense.
I would like for him to stop doing that. I don't. I think it's.
Does he do it every night?
Damn near. It's really weird. Like
I thought that was just a LeBron thing.
No, he does it. He does it damn near every night. Who was it that? I think it was for the Nuggets. Murray.
Oh yeah.
Murray went up there and stood next to him, and he's doing. I don't. It's not real. He's not getting into the zone to focus. He's doing something to see if he get. It's not. It's. I just want him to stop doing it. I don't want to call him lame because I think Dillon has been a big part of this team. That one's not working. It's just weird. You're just standing in the middle of the court and you're just staring.
Well, I mean, if he's playing well, following it, then it is working.
It's not.
He's getting his mind right.
It literally is one.
He's establishing his dominance.
It is one of the things, and I'm sure there are going to be people say that hates. That, like someone said, it's whack, it's cringeworthy. There are going to be people say, it seriously, it is something that only you'd say, yeah, it's cool because he plays for your team.
Because
if you look at him, you're like, hey man, what I just want to say, like, if we ever have him on, I promise you, I will say, Dillon, why are you doing that?
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I might piss Dillon off, but and that one going into it, I would know it.
I think that's what you ought to do. I think the first active Rockets player that we have on, I think you should probably piss him off.
Hold on.
I just want to know what he's doing. Like, I just want to get behind.
He's getting his mind right.
He's not. Man. You sit down on the bench and get your mind right and look down. You're standing trying to make some sort of weird spectacle and just staring at it.
It's definitely a look at me moment. But he's getting his mind right.
Well, you playing the stare down game,
and he's playing good defense.
He is. I love everything else that he's done and brought to this team. I think we just stop that.
Let's go Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NFL, Week 18, thank God. All fantasy leagues are over at this point, right? Thank God. People who are really pushing the buttons trying to plan it. I mean, of all the quarterbacks that are sitting out this week, already, hell, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Joe Flacco sitting down. We got, who is it? Is our guy? Is the best, the most athletic tight end, the most athletic guy ever.
Jeffrey Driscoll?
Yeah, Jeff Driscoll. He's getting a start for the Browns. Yes.
The wild Jeff.
Yes. Jeff Driscoll's getting a start for the Browns. He is.
Why?
Because
the Driscoll cat.
Is PJ hurt?
PJ's hurt.
I saw him warming up last week.
PJ's not hurt, but Thompson Robinson's hurt. PJ Walker, they're not rolling. Yeah, they're not.
I saw him warming up with Flacco last week.
It's Jeff Driscoll.
Come on, man.
Jeff's getting a start. Flacco sit down.
Maybe they just said they don't want to hurt any of their quarterbacks.
Lamar sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes is sitting down.
Okay.
Stafford is sitting down. This is Wednesday. I can't wait to. We got to know who the Niners playing. He's not playing. Brock Purdy's going to sit down. Like everybody is that it has decided we're going to sit down. We're going to sit down.
Dak's playing because they win the division.
Dak's got to play.
Clint, you might need to call around to some of these teams, man. See if they're in need.
Pick me up one check.
Yeah, seriously. Just get you one.
They're not going to let Zach Wilson start. By the way, he's Trevor Seaman is taking over the role.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
But it's just this week of games. It's just going to be. There's going to be a tough watch. A few of these. There's probably what. Like hell, and now what? So what does Pittsburgh have to do to get in?
Well, because they're the only team that can't just win and get in. They need help.
But Pittsburgh, they're gonna get the Ravens, who aren't going to play anybody, which you understand. So that should be a victory for them. And now you got other teams battling, like that are probably pissed off a little bit. Like, damn, Baltimore, you ain't gonna do that. But real quick though, with this Lamar and Purdy, I'm guessing they probably won't play. We know Lamar won't. I'm guessing Purdy. Your thoughts about them? That means they're going to sit 2 weeks. They're going to sit 2 weeks without playing ball and without timing, receivers, whatever, because they're already going to get the bye week, obviously, and then they'll get 2 weeks. You understand why that one from a quarterback's perspective.
Yeah, this is one that's a really tough decision. Like the preseason games and stuff, I would play as a quarterback. I would play more. I'd want to play more. If I were a coach, I'd play my starters more. Like, this is a situation that's tricky for me, is because 2 weeks is a long time because really it's 3 weeks. Because right now you're not doing a whole hell of a lot because the starter's prepping more than you are, and so that's tricky, man. Because what is too much time away? Because now you're risking all of a sudden second round of the playoffs, and your starting quarterback is rusty for half the first quarter, for the first 2 drives of the game. It's tricky on what the best way to address that would be, but I guess avoiding injury is priority at this point in time for those that already know exactly what they're.
Yeah, you understand it, but it is, as you said, it ain't just 2. It's virtually 3 weeks that you're going to go without playing and throwing. We'll see what happens there, but tough games, boy. It's going to be about 3 or 4 games that they're really going to do it for you. All right, coming up, this is a huge game, obviously, and might the thing that has been the Achilles heel for the Texans offense step up and be one of the reasons they win this game on Sunday. We'll discuss that.
Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're riding through right here on The Drive. Clint's back. I'm back. Well, hell, Clint's been here. I'm back. Tyler's
well,
back.
It's been a little spotty, man. It's been a little spotty.
Yeah, you know, holiday time. The gang is back, though.
By the way, baby's healthy.
It's good.
Baby's healthy. Mama's getting better. Sent me a picture. They're out. She's out pushing her new stroller around with the baby in it. Yeah, a lot of that going on at the crib right now.
I saw them both get dressed up for the Texas game.
Oh yeah, she had them all at burnt orange all over them, man. My Arkansas blood wouldn't let me do that though.
Yeah, you didn't put it on. You didn't go and wear that burnt orange.
I'll stood next to her and support and hope they win.
You wasn't gonna wear it.
No. I'm not wearing.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
Yes, I do. That's right.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Listen, Clint, I tell you, one thing that has been an issue and something we have talked about, and hell, there were times when you'd hope it was up and down. It was just down. I think now here of late, they have at least improved this. Now, Clint, I'm not going to say nothing crazy and say, hey, the Texans' run game can be the reason they win this game. No, I'm not going to say. If the Texans come out here and run it down their throats,
yeah,
and that's it, then you will have had me. I'm not saying that, but do you have enough belief, and anybody can jump in on this, 713-572-4610, anybody listening on YouTube and Twitch, do you have enough belief now in this run game with this group up front, with Devin Singletary moving the ball, and 4 of their last 5 games, they have outgained their opponent? Now, I'm not going to say they've gone crazy and there's no 200-yard games in there, but they have run the ball better than 4 out of their last 5 opponents. Do you at least feel at this point that they're a group that at least can run the ball effectively enough to kind of keep defenses honest? Do you feel they've reached that point that they could run it effectively enough that defenses are still – is it Gus Bradley still there thinking through, like having to keep it honest in ways they did earlier in the year?
No, I don't.
You're not there,
I'm not there, Ron. I'm not there with this group at all. I think there is a severe lack of physicality up front. I think when your rookie left guard that's been injured all year comes in and is plugged in at the left guard position, Juice Scruggs, and there is a clear difference in how he approaches run blocking, how he pulls and kicks out defensive ends, how he finishes when he does center punch somebody, a defender, defensive end, linebacker, whoever it may be, he finishes them. I'm not saying he's more talented than anybody up there, but there's a different approach. And when it's blatantly obvious the way it has been to me with Juice Scruggs, that's a problem. And I look at it, I know they've been better of late. They played the Titans twice with no Jeffrey Simmons. 2 of those 5 games you mentioned. Couple of those games, he didn't even have double-digit carries. He being Devin Singletary. I don't know, Ron. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not there with this group, man. The lack of physicality is. I'm gonna tell you, man. Charlie Heck against the Browns. I don't remember if you and I talked about this or not. I know I talked about it with Wade Smith, but Charlie Heck's playing right tackle, and we got what looks like to be an inside zone. I don't know. It could. I didn't go back and watch the scheme, but it's an inside run, like literally an A-gap run.
Charlie Heck, who beat out George Fant.
Correct. He's at right tackle, and Myles Garrett. He's already gone out of the game. Davis Mills goes down and scores a couple touchdowns. All of a sudden, they bring Myles Garrett back in the game. I believe it was that late, right?
Yeah.
Myles Garrett is rushing out wide. The inside run. So really all Charlie Heck has to do
is wash him out.
Is just make sure he doesn't redirect straight downhill immediately and catch the running back. Charlie Heck's ass opens up, lets Myles Garrett get about a step past him, damn near untouched. Myles Garrett puts his foot in the ground, changes direction, and catches the running back before the running back gets to the line of scrimmage. And Charlie Heck didn't, not 1 ounce of that offensive lineman even remotely thought, let me punch this guy. Let me get my hands on this guy. Let me at least get in this guy's way. Let him know that I'm.
Let me set a screen.
Let me anything, Ron, anything. And Myles doesn't make the play. Doesn't even come close. And I guess my biggest deal is, Ron, that play that I watched with Charlie Heck, that would get you ran up out of a locker room 10, 15 years ago. I mean, they would. I mean, you wouldn't want to go to film session because you're scared of how bad you're gonna get talked about. I mean, it might get you cut, and it's just like another day at the office with these guys. I mean, it's just the lack of. It's not even the lack of physicality for me. It's gone to a point of where there's a lack of even attempting to be physical, even appearing to want to be physical with some of these guys. You know, it's just like I don't even know how it's acceptable with some. And now look, there's some guys like Shaq Mason. He gets in there and gets after it, right? Not the most gifted guy on the offensive line, but he gets in there and gets after it. Dieter, he's doing the best he can, man. He's doing the best he can. He's getting he's doing a decent job. Juice Scruggs, if you mess around and take a bad step and he got his hands on you, he will absolutely plant you. You look at Laramie Tunsil's just not going to be a physical presence in the run game. Just not going to happen.
He's a shielder.
Yes. And there's so much. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I can't allow myself to come on this radio, Houston sports leader, and go, yeah, man, I got confidence in this bunch. I can't do it. Not based off of what I've been watching. And it's just more and more, and it happens time and time again, and it's the fact that it's almost just accepted. Like, if I were the offensive line coach and watched what Charlie Heck did, I always tell him, I'd have met his ass at the numbers. You and everybody else would know that is unacceptable. And the feeling I get is we just went about our business.
Yeah, listen, they're not going to be – this ain't going to be the Bengals game where he rushes for 150 yards on 30 carries. This isn't going to be the Titans game, I don't think. Where he rushes and has a big game. But can they just be respectable enough? Can they get you to 80 yards?
Yeah.
And that at least gives you with Singletary and what they have been able to do here of late, that at least slows them up a bit.
Yeah.
Well, at least slows them up. Now, we've watched it. Some of it is we've watched Singletary, and even to a much, much, much smaller degree, we've seen it at times where they've made something out of nothing. Where an offensive lineman is getting his ass kicked the way you described, but they're still in some form or fashion able to get something going. So there just been games, Clint, where it's been like 30 yards.
Yeah,
it's been 20 yards where they'd be under 50 yards rushing if CJ didn't scramble for 15 somewhere. And that's really going to give them problems.
Well, here's the thing: is Gus Bradley's going to play a lot of zone. We've seen the stats. We've heard several Dan Orlovsky talking about. They're going to play a lot of zone defense. They're going to allow you. They're going to be A-okay with you chewing up turf between the 20s, and maybe the Texans can go out there and get it done against essentially a bend don't break front. A bend don't break defensive approach. Maybe. I'm not betting on it, but maybe. Because here's the deal with the Texans at this point in time. You're giving the bulk of the carries to a scat back that can make a guy miss in a phone booth and that has the speed to turn the corner. And there's no doubt about it that the route the Texans have taken is we're going to give the ball to the guy, the bulk of the carries to a guy that can make something out of nothing, that can overcome immediate penetration. We're going to, and look, understandably so, we're going to give that guy the bulk of the carries. That is how Devin Singletary is doing a lot of the work that he's getting. I think that's possible. But the problem is, for every play that he goes out there and makes somebody miss 2 yards deep in the backfield and then goes and gets 10,
you have some losses.
You're going to have some big losses, and now you're behind the chains.
Yeah.
That's the inconsistent That's the lack of effectiveness that I talk about is you're rolling the dice when you run the ball on first down. It's one thing to be 2nd and 8, 2nd and 10 because you didn't run it as well as you thought, but it's another thing to be 2nd and 14. So that's the fear. Maybe this week with Gus Bradley's bend don't break, maybe they can. Maybe they can get that play action rolling. I'm just not going to bet on it, Bub.
No, to me, it's just like the first game. I know they don't want to act like they're completely different from the first game, and they are. Like they had 44 yards rushing from backs.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I have confidence they have come out of that.
Yes.
44 yards, 31 yards, and 14 yards, and I think Agumbawale had him a 2-yard gain or something. Like I think they have gone past that part. Can they just be just respectable to make somebody stop? They weren't thinking about the run. Buckner and Grover, they weren't thinking about the run the first game. Maybe they at least will think about it. All right, coming up, everything big picture wise. This is a positive, great season thus far, and a big game on Saturday night. But there is a big picture thought that you just need to keep maybe at least in the side of your head because it may start getting real in the upcoming weeks. We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's Texans game week. The season is on the line in Saturday night's rematch with the Colts. Will C.J. Stroud and company clinch their spot in the play?
That's GETETHOS.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. And I see here on the text line, I just like, hold on, man. Don't act, you can say a lot of things about me. Cheap, although I'd argue a different word.
Frugal.
Heavy at times. Bad with running backs.
David Anderson.
I've acknowledged it. Don't act like I'm scared to say something. I don't act like Ron, don't back off your stance just because of Clint's take. If you think they are going to have a great running game, say it with your chest.
I don't think people need to worry about that.
And first off, if you listen to that, ain't no word came out my mouth or any phrasing of that I think the Texans are going to have a great running game. Scary ass hoes. And I damn sure not afraid to say anything on behalf of because Clint has a take or because Tyler has a take or because anybody has a take.
Hold on, show.
Now, hell, I sat right here across the owner of the Houston Texans and said, damn, you got some fat ass fingers. And his wife. So I'm not afraid to say that. I do not think they're going to have a great run game. I do not. I'm calling from 70 to 80 yards. That is not a good run game. I'm saying, can they be respectful, and make him at least think twice? There's no fear here. I do not think I will be floored off my ass Saturday night if that game ends, Clint, and they've rushed for 175 yards.
Who, the Texans?
Yes, I'll be floored. So I do not think they're going to have a great run game. I think they could do better than the 44 they got from running backs the time before. And they had 52 total. But the other of that came from, I think Beck got him a run, and he's not a running back. Beck got him a run, and I think CJ got him a scramble.
We couldn't run the ball.
I think they can do better than that.
We sucked.
You ain't lying here from the text line. Can we get another take from Clint on David Tepper? My God, I heard a little bit of that. My goodness.
That was a passion.
You just never know what's going to get into the line.
Well, look,
of somebody.
It was less about David Tepper, more about just POSs out there that stir stuff up and get people riled up, and then they aren't held accountable.
Yeah,
that's all. I mean, that's all.
I knew Clint was in a place when he went double rods.
His gears were grinded.
I knew he had shifted that thing to another gear.
The double rods, that's a Bajani deal. That Johnny's always talking about rods and double rods and all that kind of stuff. So
and what Sean said.
Suspended
you think it'd be suspended for double rods? That sent you to another level.
That's when the a-hole came up.
That's what he is.
That's when I frantically searched for the dump button.
Now, what I do want to know is, because I want to know what took David Tepper there. So, what was said? Like, what took David Tepper to? I'm gonna throw this drink out here.
I mean, it had to be. It had to be.
You think?
I don't think it was it. Like, to me, the only thing that would take even a short-fused owner. The only thing is, like, it had to be going on for the entire game. You know what I mean? Like, it had to be something that was just grinding his gears for quarters after quarter of football. Had to be.
Like, the first thought is it had to be something big time. But would you also be surprised if something pissed off a guy who has probably never been said no to in his life that wouldn't really piss us off?
Mm-hmm.
Like I wouldn't put past. I don't know what was. I would love for that to be clarified.
It should.
I would love for someone to come out to say,
Ron. It should.
I would love for that to be clarified. Like if he said, "Hey, I banged your wife last night." Yeah, you can have this.
Your wife in the sack,
you can have this ice spit and the rest of this whiskey.
Yeah. I know. I think it should. I think whoever.
But if he said your team sucks, Dave,
that didn't do it.
But if you remember, I mean, think back to Bill O'Brien, that the whole tirade, "You suck too, mother effer." It was because someone just said, "Hey, you suck." And he flipped his lid like that. I mean, we know he was a teapot, but
but even that, T, like it's one thing to say, it's another thing to throw a drink on somebody.
Yeah, you throw a drink on somebody. That's it. Like he got and went around somebody to get it
right,
to get it out like that.
Yeah, but that, like we should know. We should know, like we should, instead of just fining Tepper $300,000 or suspending him like some people think you should or whatever, like we should know who the idiot was that was talking trash. Who's the idiot that pushed Tepper's buttons and forced him into a situation where he decided to throw a drink on somebody? And what was said? We should know that.
And I think that would have been a part of my statement if I was Dave Tepper. Like, I may not say exactly what the person said, but hey, listen, I listen, as an owner of a team in the NFL, I've got to be better than throwing drinks on our patrons. But what was said to me about my family, about my wife, or something,
right,
is something that I lost my composure on.
Now he's a better man. He's a better man than us because I'm with you. I would start my statement off with that.
Yeah, I would. Like we've heard Russ has talked about. He said something racial to me, and this is why I popped off to what I did.
Right. Look, here's what went down. For everybody out there that needs a statement, here's what went down. I'm standing in the suite watching my team mess the bed once again.
That's probably put me in a mood.
And it's been some pretty trying times around Charlotte, if you know what I mean.
I really feel good about Frank.
And starting in the first quarter, this idiot down here started saying X, Y, and Z, and I threw my drink on him. I hate the way that I reacted. I apologize for the stain I put on all the other 31 owners in the NFL because owners are supposed to act all high and mighty because they got a bunch of money because they're not human and don't make mistakes and you can't push their buttons, right?
Except for the owner of the Colts.
Exactly. So, I mean, I would have started my statement off with that.
When do you think Dave regretted it? You think as soon as he let it go?
I don't think Dave regrets it right now.
Still hasn't right now.
I don't think
you think he'd even think about it?
There wasn't any apology in that statement.
I don't think Greg regrets it costing him $30,000.
Oh, Dave Tepper.
Dave Tepper. What did I say, Greg?
$300,000.
I tried to put Greg Grissom on the deal, old Texans president. I don't think Dave Tepper. I don't think he regrets it even after he got fined $300K.
Yeah, I just want to know what he said. I want to know what drove Dave to say, "Here, man, I got this drink in my hand.
This little tiny solo cup. What's he doing drinking out of that Liberty ass cup anyway?
Has that ever been? That's the only thing. I guess that's what they offer. What? I have never gotten mad enough considered to throw a drink at somebody.
Ooh,
I'm not saying like that. That's not. I'm just talking about that's never been my move. Of, hey, dog, I'm pissed. I'm gonna throw the rest of this drink on you.
I don't think I've ever thrown a drink.
You know what I mean?
I think I've rifled a glass cup at somebody before. I don't think I've ever thrown a drink.
Damn,
I don't think I threw the drink at him. I just said to hell with it.
I'm not saying I don't get mad. That's just like you know, I've flipped over or unused beer bottles as let's go sitting in the cut. You know, I'm not saying I don't get anger. I've not pushed somebody or slapped. But I've never thought, man, I'm gonna throw the rest of this cranberry and vodka in his face. Throw this probably. There's a part of it I may drink it now. Let me throw this. That has never been my thought. That's why I'm sitting up there, David Tepper. I'm so pissed. I would imagine Dave would be so pissed that he'd go out, hey mother.
Yeah.
But his is no.
I'm gonna throw this drink.
Drink on you. I've had a drink thrown in my face before.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Go ahead.
The move, the throwing the drink move is somewhat suspect because if you, I mean,
I feel like ladies do that more often than dudes.
Well, no, I mean, you just better be ready to fight. I mean, you know what I mean? Like obviously not him because he's in a suite, but like to me, that's a soft move. If you know, like, okay, I'm gonna make this decision, and what happens next is it's gonna be a brawl. Let's just eliminate throwing the drink and punching.
Yeah, let's
you know
go
what I mean?
So let me finish. Let me down the drink.
Yeah.
And get ready for it. I've just never considered. Like I've had a drink thrown in my face, Memphis. I've had a drink thrown in my face, but I just like it was all my fault. I still feel bad.
For some reason, I don't doubt that one bit.
It was a late night club called The Spot. It's just
late night in Memphis.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to me with that champagne bottle, but anyway, but like I've just never throw that drink in the face.
Yeah,
let's go ahead. Coming up, We talked about Charlie Heck. He's going to join Texans All Access coming up after Nick Caserio speaks. Nick Caserio will jump on, and then Charlie Heck. You'll hear from Charlie Heck coming up a little bit later on. Hopefully, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans don't have to make a potential move at the end of the year. But, Clint, you're a little nervous that something that you've been nervous about as soon as D'Amico Ryans was hired could be in the future of the Texans.
Yeah, look, I just when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, the first place my mind goes to is, okay, if you hire the right guy at the offensive play caller, you put the right guy in charge of your offense, you go out there, win games, you develop quarterbacks, you put a really good offensive product out there, that guy's going to get hired away, and you're going to have to start over on the offensive side of the football. And I don't know, earlier today, CBS, I think it was CBS Sports, put out a list of the top head coach candidates that are going to be talked about, interviewed, if you will, this coming cycle, and Bobby Slowick was number 7. And I'm sorry, Bobby Slowick was number 7, and I think it's real.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the part that scares me. I don't think this is Kellen Moore getting an interview or the Texans interviewing, McCown or
Marty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I think it's real. He comes out of a system.
I think this is more serious than Mike Kafka, who was getting interviews. Real looks last year.
Dang it, Bobby!
Off of that year with the Giants and Brian Daboll, I think this is even real because he doesn't have Brian Daboll.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's just I think it's legit. I don't think the timing could be any better for him as it relates to getting the job. I mean, there is short of winning a Super Bowl next year. I don't know that Bobby Slowick can better position himself for a head coach job. Now the question for all of us fans, because we obviously want to keep Bobby, the question is are any of the jobs that are going to become available, are they sexy enough to land Bobby Slowick? Because I do think Bobby Slowick knows he's got a good thing going here. He looks at how D'Amico waited around and took the Texans job, not only when he was ready, but when the organization was ready. And he knew he could come in and do some good things rather quickly. So Bobby may be pretty selective on who he considers and where he goes. But I couldn't help but read that list of coach candidates and think, damn, this is real. And it got real a lot quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, as I've said to you, man, there's just at some point when you see the development of the guy who is having the best quarterback season we've seen from a rookie in the NFL, and then you combine that with the fact that he is coming from the most popular system in the NFL, and then you combine that with we've seen young guys that have immediately made impacts coming out of that system. And right now, everybody is looking for the next Mike McDaniel, and he is a safer version of that. Yep. He wears big hats, but he is a safer version and doesn't have some of the history that Mike McDaniel has. And we're seeing him already call plays in a way that McDaniel didn't. And so